Are we live? Okay. Hello, my peoples. Okay. If you missed this live, it's cool. You can watch the replay. Okay. I have to do my skincare, so I figured while I sit here do my skincare, we can do a video. I can do a video because yeah, I don't have enough time. Okay, there's not enough hours in the day for me, and I have to wake up early because I go to the gym quite early. Oh my gosh, let me tell you a joke. Let me tell you a joke. I was talking to Jimmy last night, and then all of a sudden on his phone, like all of a sudden we're on the phone, and I hear your phone call is being recorded. Your phone call is no longer being recorded. I was like, huh? Did the ZZs get to me? You guys, I was outside. I was angry. I was standing outside. I was so like, what the heck? I was like, did they get to me? It says, your phone call is now being recorded. Your phone call is no longer being recorded. I'm like, huh? No, baby. No, don't come for me. Oh, Lord Jesus. I thought these evil people, they found me. Oh, gosh. I was scared for my life. No, it was James. He pressed something on his phone. I guess he can record his phone calls, but I didn't know because I hear a voice. I hear this female robot say, your phone call is currently being recorded. Your phone call is no longer being recorded. And I'm sitting outside in the dark of the night by myself. I said, oh no, baby, no, don't kill me. I got children. I'm not Candace. Go find Candace. I was scared for my life. I said, oh, Jesus. BB is evil. You guys, I'm laughing, but it's not funny. That man is diabolical. That man is so diabolical. That man is freaking evil. That man is so damn evil. He's so evil. He is so evil. Wow. So this morning, you guys, I swear, I wish I could stay here longer and do longer videos. But I'm like, I have a schedule. I got to work out. But you guys, did I not tell you that Trump is weird? Trump is moving weird, you guys. Trump is moving weird. There's a young lady. There's this, hey Diana, there's Queen, Mark, Kevin, what's up, everybody? There's this young lady, right? I'm assuming she's white, because only white people are like, the white racists, like only they're the ones crying in the comments about, oh my gosh, like we should make fun of him for how he died and this, and that. This girl was like, oh, we should make fun of him for how he died. And I'm like, sis, this is America. When do we not make fun of people when they get killed? Right? Just say, unlike Black people and those who are responsible for Black Lives Matter, I wish white Americans who support Charlie Kirk would just have the courage to say white lives matter. Just say it, right? Because nobody is going to fall for your performative virtues, your performative indignation. No. In America, when your enemy dies, hey, Mark, when your enemy dies, you make fun. That's how it goes. When they killed Saddam Hussein, they recorded Saddam Hussein getting hung. And George Bush was enjoying that stuff, right? When they killed Gaddafi, they recorded Gaddafi begging for his life. And they played that stuff. Hillary Clinton was happy about that stuff. When every time they kill somebody, they're happy about that. This is American culture. This is American society. It's a vile society. People make fun of people they don't like, right? Even like we have a whole website, World Star Hip Hop, where people intentionally record. Hey, Janet, they record fights. They record all kinds of foolishness instead of intervening, right? We are now living in a depraved, this is a depraved society. People can see somebody get mugged. They can see somebody get shot. They can see somebody be abused, sexually assaulted. You think they're going to help? No. They're going to pull out their phones and they're going to start recording. And that goes for everybody because America is ratchet as hell. This place is not a classy place, okay? It's not a classy place. It's a ratchet place. And I'm like, yeah, and people here are a bunch of reprobates. Nothing is sacred to people. Human life is not sacred. It's not sacred, right? It's not sacred. Hold on. Right? And so I'm like, and I said to her, I don't know, because I feel like sometimes a lot of white Americans, like I feel like they're not fully aware of their history and stuff like that. But I'm like, do you not know that your people used to kill Black people for fun? And sit there and enjoy it and laugh at it and and eat foods how many times have white Americans killed Black people in front of their children, right? You have murdered people in front of your kids. And they ate food. They brought picnic baskets and things like that. So I feel like it's really, really funny. It's really, really funny for a white American to come on my page and say, oh, we shouldn't laugh when somebody dies, or we should make fun of people when they die. Hey, Petey, it is your... Petey, where you been? Oh my gosh, I've missed you. It's your culture. This is American culture, right? But like, white Americans used to go out for fun on Sundays, on Saturdays, and just kill a black person. And then they sit there and they eat food, and it's perfectly normal. Exactly. So to sit here and say, oh, we shouldn't laugh at the way that he died. You have always made fun of how you kill people you don't like. Like, miss me with this crap. Seriously, right? Here she is. Let me read you her comment, right? Here she is. Hold on. What, y'all see this? Give me a second. I'm like, who are these people? Like, do they know who they are? Even Thanksgiving, like, isn't Thanksgiving a celebration of white Americans starving the Indian people? Even though when they got here, the Indian people gave them food, right? Right? When they came to America, they didn't know how to feed themselves. They didn't know how to grow corn. They didn't know how to grow pumpkins and stuff like that, right? But I'm like, Thanksgiving is low-key a celebration of the famine of Native Americans, right? How many Native American people celebrate Thanksgiving? Have you ever seen a Native American person celebrate Thanksgiving? No, because it was the slaughter of their people, right? White Americans will sit here, cook an entire turkey, all kinds of food and stuffing. I mean, it's not well seasoned, but whatever, right? But they rejoice. Hey, Nafisa, they rejoice at the garnish of food on their table. Meanwhile, they were starving Native Americans. That's the thank you these people got for helping you to sustain yourself. But I'm like, when have white Americans ever been respectful towards anybody's death that they did not respect, right? They don't respect people. If they don't have any respect for you and you die, they'll laugh at you. I'm like, that is your culture. So miss me with the, oh, people shouldn't laugh at this. One thing, one point. Here's what she said. Let me read what she said. What she said? Because you know what I said? Because, you know, I said this before. I'm like, when you look at George Floyd, right? Yeah, but like, it's like, yeah, just say white lives matter and just let's be done with this crap. But what I said was, Charlie Kirk really did a whole, like, I don't know, a whole career out of making fun of George Floyd. All he did was make fun of George Floyd. Oh, he didn't die of the knee to his neck. Oh, he died of fentanyl. Oh, he was a criminal. Oh, he was this. Oh, he was that. And I said, isn't it funny that George Floyd died because there was a knee to his neck, right? Deadly wound to the neck. And now Charlie Kirk, he died because he was shot in the neck. So you see, both men died due to a deadly injury to their necks. Now today, because I was watching a YouTuber, some Korean YouTuber, and he was like, you guys need to know that Charlie Kirk and George Floyd had the same birthday. I'm like, October 14th? Like they're both Libras? It's like, yeah, right? George Floyd. Let me show you, right? So you can see it for yourself, right? So George Floyd, he was born October 14, 1973, right? Charlie Kirk was born October 14, 1993, okay? Right? And so this is Charlie Kirk. So these two people have the same birthday. Hey, Mimi, what's up, Erica? Charlie Kirk, and George Floyd, they have the same birthday, y'all. They have the same birthday. They were born on the same day, 20 years apart. This is weird. And then they both died due to a deadly injury to their necks. Like, girl, what? They almost have the same number of children and the same number of gender. And it's funny how people keep talking about Charlie Kirk and his daughter. When George Floyd died, his daughter was all over the place. I was like, what the heck? What the heck? So like this entire day, I kept listening to so many videos to like see if George Floyd, right? Yeah, if George Floyd and Charlie Kirk are not they're not twin flames. Because I'm like, this is weird. And then come to find out, yes, you guys, I do believe in numerology, okay? Come to find out, Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, they have the same life path number. They're both number 8. Like if you add up all their numbers, it gives the number 8, right? And I'm mistaken, right? I think so. Hold on, let me see. Let me make sure before I say something crazy. 1 plus 9. Hold on. plus 9 plus 7 plus 3. What does that make? 26, right? So that makes 8. So you see, that's 8. Now let me see, because I'm since I'm crazy, right? And then for Charlie Kirk, it's going to be 93. Let me see. Because I'm like, do they have the same life path number? This is a 9, right? Oh no, he's a 10, so he's a what? Okay, sorry, so I made a mistake. Okay, so he's an 8. He's a life path number 8. Charlie was life path number 1. Okay, so okay, I made a mistake. So no, they don't have the same life path number. It was me doing bad math, but same birthday, same injury to like you died because something to your neck, whatever. And I'm like, damn, could these two people right here, could they be twin flames? Because they said, and I listened to this lady, and she was saying that when you have a twin flame, it can either be constructive or destructive. I'm like, ooh. But that might be a lie for Sunday, right? Makes sense. I'm like, this is weird. I'm like, did Charlie know they had the same birthday? Like, this is so crazy. I don't know. I feel like it's so creepy, and I don't believe in any coincidence, right? So, where is she? Where's she at? Right? So she was sitting here crying, and I'm like, listen, me, Marlene, I never said that George Floyd was not a criminal. I never said that. Right? But that is not the point. You're moving the goalposts. I never said George Floyd was not a criminal. Just like I never said that Charlie Kirk was not a criminal. Right? Because he is a criminal also. Like people swear that in order for you to be a criminal, you got to be a convicted criminal. No. If you move without integrity, if you deceive for money, you're also a criminal. That is moral turpitude. You think if this man lived an honest life, he'd be gone at 31? Like, be so for real, right? But they're both criminal. They're just different kind of criminal. Like Charlie Kirk, he's a white-collar criminal. When it comes to George Floyd is a petty thief. He's a petty thief. He does like stupid crimes for $20, right? But Charlie Kirk, his crimes are way different. Swindler, a troll, pretending to be a Christian, a Judeo-Christian, whatever that means. How can you even be a Judeo-Christian? The Jews, they believe that Jesus is a heretic. They believe that Jesus is burning in hell in his own poop. So you can't do both. Like even Jesus said it, you can't have two masters, right? So if you reject Jesus, he also said, I will reject you in front of my Father. So it's like, Charlie's a criminal. How do you go from 10 years ago, your net worth was $0, and now your net worth is over 12 million because all you do is endorse Israel, take money from Israel, deny a genocide for money. He denied a genocide for money. This is moral turpitude. So how is he not a criminal? Right? And it's like white people always want to play like semantics, like they want to play legality of things, right? No, a crime is a crime. You don't have to be convicted in a court of law. And we know most white people with money do not get convicted. Even when they get convicted, don't get jail time, right? So let's move on from this, right? But I get that. You're like, listen, you're butthurt because your favorite racist is now dead. Okay, so what? Right? So I responded to her and I said this. I said, hold up, wait a minute. Okay, I said people have the right to celebrate his demise. One American used to enjoy picnics and Sunday gatherings while watching Black people get lynched. Ma'am, earnestly, do you know your beloved country's history? This is America with a triple K. People are low class and ratchet across the board. How many people exude class? Like seriously, right? People care more about recording atrocities, fights, murder than to intervene and save a life. This society is callous and murderous. Wasn't a congresswoman shot to death in her bed with her husband? What did Trump do? Did children at Uvalde die? Only for Charlie to say within days that I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a few deaths of gun violence to protect the Second Amendment. Jesus, even Trump, look at his low-class gutter behavior towards Charlie's passing. He's playing golf. He's attending the Yankees game. He went to Fox bragging about being the first to have the breakout scoop and cracking jokes. He's creating AI images of Charlie next to an Israeli flag. This is disgusting. JD Vance is now taking over Charlie's podcast, and he's a whole vice president. Now he's a podcaster. This man is not even buried yet. Folks from Trump's administration are rushing to take the lead of his audience. This nation is just cursed. And I kept going. White Americans celebrate the death of people they don't like every single day. A custom that started since 1619. Sis, please. Isn't Thanksgiving a low-key celebration of the forced starvation that your ancestors imposed on Native American as a thank you for the hospitality they received when they stepped foot out of their goofy makeshift boats and couldn't grow a single crop? Please go study your history. Truly miss me with a fake posture of clutch pearls and performative decency. White Americans are some of the most evil people known to mankind. Did you people not rejoice at the slaughter of millions of Iraqis who did nothing to y'all? Did y'all not join Charlie in laughing, mocking, and dissecting George Floyd's death? Even MLK Jr., they made fun of him. Nothing is sacred to y'all when it comes to people you hate. But your favorite racist troll face with his Huckleberry Finn looking self is deceased, and now you want to attempt to clothe yourself in decency and infuse our American way of life, albeit ratchet and redneck infused with censorship. You can't this about Charlie. You can't say that about Charlie. When did you arbiters of language and vanguards of the memory of the dearly departed ever tell Charlie respect the dead, even if you dislike folks? Never. Ma'am, go attempt to censor someone else's YouTube. This is the evil, crass America your ancestors dreamt of. Folks die. Other folks laugh as long as they were enemies. No respect in this nation. Low down, scandalous, uncouth, without class nation. This nation is under a curse. And I wasn't done, you guys. I was not done with this girl. I was not done with this girl, okay? You evil, evil, wretched white people turned Charlie into Darth Vader. You watch Star Wars, Anakin Skywalker was an innocent sweet boy who was chosen. But white children don't stand a chance next to the white American vortex of hatred. You turn your beautiful sons into Darth Vaders. Even that young boy Tyler, his white dad introduced him to guns without making sure his son had the maturity of such a consequential skill. The skill to kill with precise aim. Now look, 22 years old, my goodness. And rumors are going around that Bill Ackman offered $1 million for the kill of Charlie. Hence, people suspect that the white daddy turned his own son in instead of getting a lawyer so he could collect a bounty of $1 million. My goodness, your son killed somebody and your main goal is to get rich by turning your firstborn into the feds. White Americans, anything for money. This nation is Babylon. So she disappeared. Because, okay, I got time for these people. Okay, I have time for these people. When have white American, they're a bunch of Darth Vader, Yvette. They're a bunch of Darth Vader. They turn their kids into evil people. They turn their children into innocent people. White children don't stand a chance because their parents are so hateful. They're so hateful. Charlie was only 31 years old. Where did he learn to have so much hatred? And you know damn well, had Charlie Kirk been out here and done things the Christian way, he wouldn't have went viral, right? If Charlie was out here doing things the Christian way, he wouldn't have gotten viral because it's not violent. The Christian way is you pray for people you don't like. You forgive those who have hurt you. You pray for those who struggle. You listen to the Apostle Paul, and you understand that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but the demons, principalities, and all kinds of demonic energy in higher spaces. But all he did was attack the human being. The Bible even says, hate the sin, but love the sinner, right? The Bible also says, just because you're angry, you're not out to sin. You shouldn't be sinning. Charlie tried to beat up Cenk from the Young Turks over capitalism. Can you imagine a Christian trying to beat up another man? I mean, he wasn't going to beat him up, but acting tough like he about to beat up somebody. You see, redneck behavior, Huckleberry Finn behavior, redneck behavior. Charlie got up, okay, like a ratchet-ass hyena, like a ratchet-ass possum from the bayous of Louisiana, trying to go and fight Charlie Kirk, the ghetto, the trailer park. A Christian who wants to fight for capitalism? A Christian who wants to put hands on people behind a capitalist system? Are you insane? Are you truly insane? Swindler? Okay, there is nothing honorable about this young man. But how can he be honorable when he was left in the care of white Americans? Make it make sense, right? So go sit down somewhere. When have white Americans respected anybody? They laugh. When Gaddafi, because Gaddafi, there are videos. I remember there were videos. They have beat up Gaddafi so badly. Gaddafi never did anything to America. He never threatened the safety of any white Americans. But it doesn't matter because he's a Muslim. And that's all you need for these goofy ass hateful ass, racist ass, Islamophobic ass white Americans to hate you. They hate anybody. You're black, they got a problem. You're Muslim, they got a problem. You're an Arab, they have a problem. You're Latino, they have a problem. You're Indian, they have a problem with everybody. Like your being triggers these people. Nephilims, maybe? What do I know? Okay? So when have white Americans ever honored somebody's passing? If they don't like you, they make fun of you. They will take your dead body and make memes out of it. Right? Now, the thing about these people, white people can't take the same pressure. See, they love to apply racist pressure on other people. They love to apply their disgusting disregard for human life type of pressure on other people. But the day somebody does that shit to them, oh my gosh, 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 when? What's good for the goose is amazing for the gander. Open your mouth and eat this shit. Eat this motherfucking cake, anime. Or should I say Sarah Lee? Okay? And Annie Sue, whatever your name is, make it make sense. They disrespect everybody and anybody. They make fun of anybody. Tiana Taylor, they make fun of her. It don't matter. They will make fun of anybody. Countless kids who are, even the black children who have died in the hands of, black on black crime. Have you ever heard these white people pray for these young people? Because they could have been somebody. God gave these young people a destiny, and unfortunately it was cut short. No, they used their dead, their slaying, their death as a shaming tactic. They never pray for anyone. They don't pray for nobody. And the Bible is clear. Christ is clear, because he said, how people ask the Lord, how are you going to recognize the people who followed you? And he said, you shall recognize them by the fruit. The Bible is clear. When Jesus saw the multitude, he wept. White Americans, they see you, they make fun of you. They start getting their nooses ready. They start getting their statistics to shame you. They have no love. They have no warm embrace. It's always, how can I make you feel this small? That's all they care about. Making somebody feel as small as possible. They want you to hate everything about yourself. They want you to believe that America only belongs to white people. And you're just here because they allow you to be here. Get the fuck right. Get the fuck right. Like I said, if these Zizi people were not out here trying to slaughter all these Palestinians, right? They met their match. They met their match. And for every bully, there is a bigger bully. And with these crazy Zizis, they have met their match. Because a lot of people, especially when you're black or you're a minority, it's really hard to defend yourself against the brutality, the systemic brutality, okay? The sanction, even the government sanctions that. Look at how they're honoring Charlie Kirk. You would think he was a senator. You would think he was a congressperson. You would think he was like, an elected official. You would think he was a Supreme Court justice. He's a fucking influencer. Charlie Kirk is an influencer, y'all. He's a 31-year-old with kids that goes on college campuses to harass and bully 18-year-olds. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? The kids are 18. They just came out of high school. A freaking dropout. He is a dropout. He didn't even go to college. He went to community college. They didn't even have the grades. They didn't even have the intellectual bandwidth to actually qualify for college off the rip. He went to the community college and he didn't even make it there. He didn't even make it. Now he wants to go to college where kids actually made it into college, not community college. And try to flex on these young people to feel good about his failed life and his weak ass intellect. He's just a clown. But when he went to Cambridge, he went to Oxford, he met his match. Actually, he didn't even meet his match. He met people that schooled his ass. Right? There are games you can play with some people, and then there are games you can't play with other people. This is Cambridge, bitch. This is Oxford. And they put his goofy Huckleberry Finn ass in his place. This dude is crazy. He's really crazy. Okay, this exactly. But he's a freaking influencer. There is a senator. I didn't even know this, y'all. There is a senator. She was murdered in her sleep. I didn't even know this. Okay, in her sleep, right? They didn't lower the flag for her. I didn't even know. They barely talk about it, huh? She was in her bed with her husband, y'all. She's from Minnesota. The lady was in her bed with her husband. and she was shot. They murdered this lady and her husband. I said, Jesus, right? Can you imagine? Did Trump lower the flag for her? An actual congresswoman. Did they go around telling people not to laugh at her and things like that? Of course not. But for an influencer, like seriously, America is trash. America is low class. This country is so damn ghetto. These people are worse than Jasmine Crockett. And these rednecks have the audacity to call Jasmine ratchet. What? It takes one to know one. It takes one to know one. They're all fucking low class. The whites, the black, they're all low class. All these politicians, they are all low class, low damn people. You would think it's like Love and Hip Hop or some hillbilly trailer park freaking reality TV show. No, this is American politics. It's a freaking circus. It's a circus. This lady was slaughtered in her bed and nobody talks about it. Charlie Kirk this, Charlie Kirk that. He's a fucking influencer. Leave us the fuck alone. Okay, Charlie, let me not even say it. Let me not even say it, right? Let me not even say it. This is crazy. It's preposterous. It's disgusting. It's embarrassing. Politics, America, is in the gutter. Nobody here has class. No one here has class. Hey, Brittany, they ain't got no damn class. A whole congresswoman, y'all. She was in her bed. The FBI, what are they doing about that? Cash Patel and his Valhalla, the fuck? Motherfucker, this is America. People here Christian, okay? We talk about heaven or hell. What is Vahana? The Vahana, I see you in the Vahana. The what? Boy, if you don't say 7-Eleven with all your chest, you better sit down somewhere. And the what? I'm like, you might as well say, if I'll hopefully see you at 7-Eleven, make it make sense. 7-Eleven, 7 Heaven. What do I know? I see you in Vahana. Boy, if you don't stop, I'm going to call Charlie Kirk your ass. No, actually, Nick Fuentes, sorry. I'm like, what is this? Where is Cash Patel? Where is the FBI? Okay? What are they doing to find their killers? And how is this woman and her husband going to be honored? But you see, and that's when you realize that even white Americans are, they low down. They are low down and low class. You see, because this white woman, she was not hateful enough. That's how you know they don't care about Charlie Kirk. Just like they don't even care. Just like they don't care. They don't care about Charlie, right? Just as much as they didn't care about Austin Metcalf. They're full of shit, okay? These people are full of shit, right? They didn't care about Austin Metcalf. They could care less about that boy. They could care less about Austin. It's all about something they can weaponize against their enemy. That's it. Because if they really cared about, oh, it's not right to kill people, one, even if they really cared about white people. And notice, these white racists, they only care about a certain type of white people. So if you're a white person, you got killed by a black person, then they care about you, right? Otherwise, they don't care. If you're a white person and you get killed by other white people, they don't talk about you. They don't even care what happens to you. Don't even care if the FBI finds your killer. They don't give two fucking shits, right? It has to fit the narrative for these goofy ass racist white Americans to care about a white person getting killed. And they're going to tell you they're Christian. Christian where? Nephilims, Christian where? Right? But I promise you, that lady, I promise you, this woman right here, if her and her husband were racist, if her and her husband were saying all kinds of crazy shit about white people, about black people, about Latinos, and God knows what, oh yeah, they be screaming right now. They will be screaming right now. If this lady had been killed by a Latino immigrant, right? Oh, they would care now because it fits the narrative of hatred. They want to hate somebody. They want to hate someone, right? Even this lady here, this lady, Jessica, too. Jessica used to work for Joe Biden. They found her dead. They found this girl dead. She's also dead. There's so many white women that are getting murdered. They're getting murdered. But you see, they don't care, right? But somehow, if it's a white Ukrainian with no paperwork who gets stabbed by a black man, oh, now they care. Now you care about the Ukrainian, right? They don't even care about their fellow white Americans, right, getting slaughtered in their beds. We have Americans who are getting killed in their bed. Can you imagine? In your home. In your home. You get murdered in your bed. You get pew-pewed in your sleep. They don't care. These are full-blown, full-blooded white Americans. They don't care because a black man didn't kill these people. A Latino didn't kill these people. An illegal did not kill these people. A Muslim did not kill these people. So do you even see how they rank the value of white lives? The only kind of white person these white racists, these Nephilims will fight for is a white person who gets killed by someone they don't like. It has to fit the narrative. So it's sad for you. If you get killed by another white person, you're on your own. Your case might turn into a cold case. Your case might never get solved. They do not care. They don't care. Right? Even that Ukrainian girl, they don't care. If she had been killed by a white boy, they wouldn't have cared. But the problem is, the good thing is for them is that she got killed by a black person, right? What is her name again? What's that young lady's name? Huh? There she is, right? Now they care about this young lady, right? Because who killed her? But you think if a white boy had slaughtered this young baby, they would have cared? You think if a white boy had stabbed this young baby, they would have cared? No. That's all they do. They have a hierarchy. You mean more to them. Like these people, I'm telling y'all, these racist, listen to me. Listen to me clearly. These white racist Americans, they are no different than record labels. You know how a record label, when you're a rapper, you are worth more dead to the record label than when you're alive, right? If you are a rapper and you die, you are worth more to your record label because they know now that you're dead, people buy more music. XXXTentacion, Tupac, you name it. When you're dead, your music is worth more money, right? So it's the same thing with these racist white people. When you're white and you are killed, you mean more to them than when you're alive. When you're white and you're killed by someone they don't like, now they're going to talk about your name. Now they're going to do their GoFundMes. Now they're going to have their boohoo, goofy ass tears, right? But they don't care about you. They care about how they can weaponize your death, right? For their own hateful purposes. Because the only difference between Irina, right, and these women who got murdered, where is this lady, is this one, is the fact that they were not killed by a black man. They were not killed by a Latino. They were not killed by a Muslim. They were not killed by an Arab. They were not killed by an Iranian. They were not killed by an illegal immigrant. Right? Just like the babies. Once again, white children in church, at school, pop, 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 shooting at these babies. Right? They didn't care. Did Trump care? Did Trump go and make a message for the families? Did Trump say the violence got to stop? Did Trump lower the flag? No. Because we don't care about that. We only care, white racists, we only care if the perpetrator is a black man, a Latino man, an illegal immigrant, a Muslim man, an Arab man, and what else? I don't know. You tell me. Maybe a Chinese man. And that is disgusting. Because nobody's life should be put on a system of hierarchy to say, based on your perpetrator's complexion or his legal status in America, that's gonna decide how we fight for you. So if one of us kills you, well, listen, it is what it is. But if someone we don't like, and that can help us to further our narratives, to be racist against other people, well, then we'll fight for you, right? Just like Austin Metcalf. They don't care about Austin Metcalf. They don't care. They never cared. They only care about the fact that he is white, Carmelo is black. So if they can have a narrative to make white people feel as though, the blacks are coming to kill you, the blacks are coming to kill you. How often? America has 330 million people plus. 300, this is a crazy number, almost 350 million people. On the daily, how many white people are killed by black people? Out of 300 plus, there's probably like 200 million white people. 200 million white people. It's more white people who kill white people on the daily. You can count how many white people get slain in the hands of a minority throughout the week. It's not that many people, because white people and minorities don't really live next to each other like that. We don't really interact like that. You stay where you stay, I stay where I stay. We barely see each other. But because they're so hateful, they fuel their hysteria, they fuel their paranoia, they fuel their delusion to concoct this narrative where they truly believe that the blacks are coming after them. After who? Where? How? For what reason? Most Americans today, given the state of inflation, are just trying to keep a job. Most people wake up in the morning just to go to work. Most people wake up in the morning to see how they can put gas in the tank. Most people worry about prices of groceries. The number one thing on your mind, I don't care who you are in America, is now white people. The number one concern for most people here, be they citizens, green card, legal alien, illegal alien, for the most part, is survival. The inflation is real. The spike in prices is real. So I'm sorry, white people, you're just not that important. And I know you want to believe that you're so important that people just wake up in the morning thinking about you. You're not the first thing on our minds. But it seems like for white people, we are the first thing you think about when you wake up, when you go to sleep. You have turned minorities into an idol. You worry more about us than you worry about God. That's crazy, huh? You're so paranoid. You're hysterical. You need help. You need medication. And yeah, you probably have some, but you need stronger medication. You are crazy. Have you seen the price of eggs? Have you seen even regular gas? Have you seen the price of regular gas at the station? You think I'm worried about your goofy ass? You really think I wake up in the morning, I think about white people. I have 3 kids. I wake up, I think about what am I going to make for dinner? That's my first thing. What am I going to make for dinner? I worry about my fitness schedule. I need to lose like 60 pounds. Child, I got my own problems. I'm worried about not having blood pressure, not being pre-diabetic. I am not worried about you. Today, most Americans are trying to survive. And I'm sure you're trying to survive because most of us are not part of the 1%. Most of us are regular people. Regular people who pay taxes and have no say-so because we see our money just flying in coffers to Israel or to Ukraine, and they buy all these expensive-ass cars while we sit here and we struggle. Most of us are seeing how it's not fair that in Israel, people have free health care, and in America, you got these goofy-ass commentators on Fox talking about, oh, we should give lethal injection to those that are mentally ill. Are you fucking batshit crazy? So if somebody has a mental illness, we should give that person a lethal injection? And you got people saying this. You got white people saying this on Fox News. I couldn't believe, but I couldn't believe it though. But they're going to tell you Hitler is bad. So and I'm like, you say this shit until your family becomes mentally ill. Can you imagine? Somebody has a mental breakdown and your answer is to give that American person a lethal injection. Jesus Christ, these people are crazy. We worry about our children, their school, their grades. We're worried about our kids not going to a school and having a teacher in a tutu. Do y'all know Stefan has a black teacher who wore a dress to school? Like, what the fuck? We worry about keeping our kids safe. We worry about fentanyl in the high school. Nobody is thinking about you. Because we know the average white American is financially struggling. You're broke as fuck. You broke. That's why you're mad. You're not doing well. That's why you're mad. You want to hate other people because you're not doing well. But you need to be mad at the government, not mad at your fellow citizen. You sit here, you listen to Charlie Kirk talk about, oh yeah, a black man took your job. A black woman took your job. Child, please. It's white Americans who took your jobs in the name of globalization and they took your job to Asia. And a black person take your job. You saw your job get on a plane and coach and fly all the way to Asia. Phone call centers in Asia, accounting being done in Asia, software engineering being done in Asia. Right? Hey, Lane, black people took what job? Took what job? Even Latinos and all the illegals, the jobs that they do because they ain't got no papers, even you wouldn't do these jobs because, like, how much money you gonna make? You want to work in an orange field in California, picking up oranges all day? You know damn well you don't do that shit. You want to clean restrooms at McDonald's? That's what you want? You want to work factory jobs with Shein? You want to work for Shein? Like, be so for real. Be so for real. Be mad at the government. Be mad at the politicians that you trusted and they deceived you. Grow the fuck up. White Americans, y'all gotta grow the fuck up. Stop always trying to blame your next door neighbor. Stop trying to blame other people. You voted for people who betrayed you. You voted for Trump who betrayed you. Be mad at that motherfucker. Be mad at him. All he does is get richer. His son gets richer. His son-in-law, Jared, they have so much fucking money. No, you want to be mad at your fellow American that makes the same amount of money as you, paying the same taxes, and is getting screwed by the federal government. We're all getting fucking screwed. We're getting a deal we don't deserve. We pay all the taxes, and we have no benefit for the money we pay other people living good off the money. Like, you need to grow the fuck up. And you're fucking clownish for even listening to Charlie. Oh, the blacks took your job. What job? Charlie, please, I wish you could wake up from the dead and tell me what job did a black person take from a white man? What job? What job? People in Pennsylvania who work the steel and the shit like that, that black people take their job? What job? The tech industry is taking people's job. AI is taking people's job. Like, and these things are run by a bunch of Jews. Why are you mad at them people? AI is getting people fired left and right. And you want to blame black people. Are you okay? Are you straight? Are you seriously straight? Like, these people are crazy. No, I don't even know what happened there. It's too many stuff to, they took all your jobs. And the jobs started leaving America under Bill Clinton. The job, the NAFTA, all that bullshit, the American jobs started leaving the country under Bill Clinton. Even black people lost their jobs. When Kamala Harris and Joe Biden opened the borders like crazy, so many black people lost their job. But they're not blaming you, right? We're all losing jobs because they don't want to pay people. It's capitalism. They don't want to pay people. They don't want to pay anybody. So why are you mad at me? Why do you want to make me the scapegoat when you and I make the same amount of money? Right? They're a bunch of billionaires. They make money out of thin air. A 1 billion, 2 billion. I'm like, where's this money even coming from? We see a cluster of white people, very elite white people, create money out of thin air, and none of us get to benefit. And yet you want to blame us. How many black people are billionaires? I could understand if we lived in America and there was like a disproportionate amount of black billionaires compared to white billionaires. Okay, they're probably stealing something. How many black people are billionaires? Be so for real. How many black people do you know that are actually billionaires? You see, it's so disgusting. How many black people do you know in this nation that are billionaires? Now compare that to the Jews. How many Jews in America are billionaires? So who's stealing your money? The market crash of 2008, who was running all these banks? Was it black people? Lehman Brothers was ran by black people? What? A&G was ran by black people? Are you kidding me? JP Morgan was ran by black people? Goldman Sachs was ran by black people? People who fucked you over with your mortgage, it was black people? Please stop being a coward. Please stop being a coward. And that's why I say that Charlie Kirk, to me, he's a criminal. He's morally corrupt. Because a real American would have told the truth to his people. Our banking system is owned by the Jews. So when you lose your house, when your credit card, the interest in your credit card is so damn crazy. When you can't pay your bills, when you're living paycheck to paycheck, when you can't put gas in your car at the pump, who should we really blame? It's not black people. We don't control the financial markets. From Chicago all the way to NYC, we don't control the stock market nor the futures market. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. So if you want to have smoke for somebody, go find those people if you care, if you dare. Because it's like, oh, it's so easy to bully black people because black people have always been your punching bags. You're a bunch of cowards. It was your white politicians who sold your country. They sold the White House. They sold Congress, the House and the Senate. They sold the Supreme Court to the Jews because they love money. We sat here and we saw Ted Cruz say out of his own mouth, this man is from Texas. This Ted Cruz is from Texas. He was elected by the people of Texas. And we all saw Ted Cruz on Tucker Carlson say that the only reason why he became a congressperson was to fight for Israel. And even after he said that, there was no investigation. There was no hearing. There was not a single person asking this man to be removed from Congress. It's an act of treason. So you ran for office in Texas. You deceived your constituents in Texas by making them believe that if they voted for you, you're going to come to D.C. and fight for these people. Then you sit your goofy ass down with Tucker Carlson and you say that the only reason why you ran for Congress is that you could be a staunch defender of Israel. Not even the people of Texas. Not even the white people of Texas. What the fuck? And nobody, even Charlie Kirk, called for this man to be put on trial for treason. That's some treasonous shit. But if it was Ilhan Omar saying this shit, y'all would have lost your mind. I mean, she is crazy too, though, so I don't really mind. But you know what I'm saying? She crazy. So yeah, apply pressure. But if it was Ilhan saying that the only reason why she ran for Congress was so that she could fight for Somalia and a bunch of Muslims, you would have lost your shit. You would have screamed as loud as possible for this girl to be removed, and rightfully so. Because when you're a congressperson, your fiduciary duty is to fight for the well-being of the American people, especially our taxes. Because without our taxes, this country don't run. That $6 trillion is our money. Every year, the American government collects about $6 trillion in taxation. It is our fucking money. So how dare you be up there in charge of our money and you send our money to fucking Israel? Are you fucking crazy? You batshit crazy. But of course you're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. But what's even more crazy are these racist white people who don't have the courage, who don't have the gall to ask for your removal. And not just your removal, your impeachment and your incarceration. Ted Cruz should be in prison. Every senator, every congressperson that has taken money for Israel, every congressperson that has an AIPAC daddy, that has an AIPAC supervisor needs to be put on trial for treason. There's only one America. There's only one American people, and those people don't live in Israel. They live here, right here. So why the fuck are you fighting for Israel? Why do you have to check in with your AIPAC person before you approve a bill that benefits the American people with our own fucking money? Are you fucking kidding me? Right? What the fuck was Charlie? What was Charlie say? Oh yeah, you treason, you impeach that ass. Trump has been impeached for way less than this shit. Okay? Trump was impeached for way less than this bullshit that Ted Cruz himself. This was not AI. Oh, it was real life. It was IRL, okay? It was a live stream. It was 4K 1080p and none but some treason talk. This dude's a fucking, he's so damn treacherous. But if this was Jasmine Crockett, talking about, oh yeah, the only reason why she ran for office is that she can fight for God knows the fuck what, her lashes and her wigs, y'all would have lost your shit. So miss me with the bullshit. All the people who follow Charlie Kirk, miss me with, I'm a Christian nationalist. Bitch, you a bitch. You ain't nothing but a bitch. You are nothing but a bitch. Because a real Christian would rebuke anybody who takes money from Zionists. Okay? A real Christian would rebuke, and ask for the impeachment of anybody in politics. Any elected official who takes money from Zionists. You are taking money from people who believe that our Jesus, our Lord and Savior, is a heretic, that he is burning in hell in poop. He's burning in poop. And you take money from that person and you call yourself a Christian. These Zionists are up and down America disrespecting Jesus. They're all up in the Talmud disrespecting Jesus. And what energy do you have for these people? You ain't got no smoke for these people. You a coward ass. So therefore, you ain't no fucking Christian. Get the fuck out of here. Now, let's address the part where you call yourself a fucking nationalist. What the fuck? Do you know what it means to have a nation? One nation under God, right? You fight for this nation? You fight for America? You think harassing Black Americans, shaming Black Americans is you fighting for America? Bitch, it's you being basic as fuck and predictably mediocre. Because you scared as fuck. So you not a fucking nationalist, bitch. You a goofy ass chat room thug. That's all you is. That's all you do. You on the internet, thugging in the comment section. You know about that life? Because you know where to find AIPAC. They ain't hard to find. You know where to find your politicians. They're not hard to find. But bitch, you will never apply pressure because this country don't mean shit to you. And George Washington would have rebuked your bitch ass. George Washington would have told your mother how the fuck she didn't have an abortion. You don't deserve to call yourself a nationalist. You have no idea what the fuck it means to be a nationalist. This entire nation is the state of Israel. America has turned into the United States of Israel. You cannot talk about Israel. You cannot criticize Israel. You even these defense contractor. A bill has just been passed that they don't have the right to not sell weapons to Israel. Can you imagine? American businesses no longer have the right to decide who they're going to do business with. Are you kidding me? You have not deserved, you have not earned the right to call yourself a nationalist. You a bitch ass clown. You ain't nothing but a chat room thug, a meme thug, a freaking a Reddit little bitch. You a little bitch. You a bitchalist. That's it. You a bitchalist. Because if George Washington was to look at your bitch ass, he would rebuke you. He grabbed your mama by the throat and smacked that bitch. You should have had a fucking abortion. Because all y'all birthed out here is some white, lazy, fat bastards who eat McDonald's and don't want to die for this country. Y'all some bitch-ass people. You some bitch-ass people. And that's why a small country like Israel, it's not even a real country, it's a military state. They only have a population of 700,000 people. And they run an entire country with 330 million people, of which 200 million are white Americans. So let's assume America has about 100 million white men. And you white American men, you are allowing yourself to be led, to be brought to your knees by some goofy ass European immigrants. You are clowns. You're a bunch of clowns. You're a bunch of clowns. You are a bunch of clowns. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I wish my black ass, oh yes, my black ass, I wish I had a machine. I wish I had some kind of machine where I can bring George Washington back to him. I will bring George Washington back to life. If I had one wish, just like Ranger, if I had one wish, okay, if I was like Jesus for a day and I could resurrect the dead, I will go to Mount Vernon and bring this man out. And then look at your sons. Look at your grandkids. Look at your sons. Look at these goofy ass people who call themselves nationalists when they are nothing more but they're some bitchalists. You a bitchalist. You a little bitch. You little bitch. These people, they left Ukraine. They left Germany. They left Poland, the Warsaw. They left Liechtenstein. They left France. They ran to Palestine. They had nothing to their names. And in less than 80 years, they run this entire country. George Washington will be ashamed of you people. I mean, if you studied American history since you call yourself a nationalist, your bitch ass can't even fucking read. With your bitch ass. When George Washington goes to war against England, he was not ready. Nobody was fucking ready. They didn't have the bullets. They didn't even have the fucking shoes, bitch. They didn't even have the shoes. Do you know your history? But they went anyways, because as Paul Revere said, you give me liberty or you give me death. He didn't say freedom, your bitch ass. He didn't say freedom, because there's a nuance between liberty and freedom. A citizen has liberty. A random Washington has freedom. You are an embarrassment to your forefathers. You are an embarrassment to the legacy of the American Revolution, because this country was built so that it would not have to answer to nobody. They fought so hard so they wouldn't have to answer to that fat-ass, candy-loving, sugar-loving George V. And your bitch ass, in less than 80 years, you gave this country to some random-ass Zionists, some random-ass immigrants from Europe who have a goofy-ass state in the Middle East where they scared of everybody Arab. Then why the fuck are you there? Why the fuck are you there? You are shameful people. And when the day God calls you back, you will meet all your ancestors. Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Paul, what's that? George Washington, Paul Revere. You will meet Benjamin Franklin, all of these fuckers who wrote the U.S. Constitution. And you will have to explain to these people, how the fuck did you allow AIPAC to be so strong in America without never registering as a foreign entity? You allowed that shit to happen. And you know how the fuck you allowed that to happen? Because you were too fucking busy keeping track of black people and their minor crimes instead of the major crime of treason. You are a treacherous people. These goofy ass, greedy ass, swindler of white politicians that you've elected is on your fucking hand. It is on your fucking hand. If tomorrow we go to war with Iran, or we go to war in the Middle East, and a bunch of white American boys have to die, their blood will be on your hand. You're a goofy little bitch. Your forefathers did everything for you to be number one in the world. And today, you are what? You're slaves to Zionists who are telling you to your face that you're Jesus Christ and none but a bitch that is burning in hell in his own excrement. You are shameful people. You are such a shameful people. It's so sad. Because I'm not even from here. I'm from Africa. I'm from the Ivory Coast. I came to America in the 6th grade. I was 10 and a half. I was like 11. In the 6th grade, I learned about George Washington. He was not ready. The troops were not ready. They didn't even have shoes. I forgot they had this one battle in New York City. It's oh shit, we about to die. Everything was cold. It was freezing. But they would rather die than to answer to England. When you study the Second Amendment, it comes from the fact that the British, the red coats, they used to call these motherfuckers the red coats. They will come into your house. You have to house these people, feed these people. And many of these British soldiers were rapists. Many of these British soldiers were rapists. They were thieves. What the fuck? But today, same things. The redcoats now are the Zionists. You have undone everything these people did because you're greedy, you're lazy, and you're racist. You're racist. You would rather nurture your hatred for black people than to hate a corrupt politician. You're pitiful people. You know, I was in a Stairmaster this morning, right? Because you know me, me and the Holy Spirit, we go way back, right? Me and the Holy Spirit, we go way back. We go way back. And this morning, I was on a Stairmaster, and I was talking, like, I'm exchanging with the Holy Spirit. And I'm like, I feel sorry for these people. I feel sorry for white Americans. They're so lost people. Can you imagine? I mean, like, take a step back, right? Put your feelings out of this. Put your personal feelings out of this. The fact that they're racist, like they had slaves, put it all out the way. But think about their ancestors who came here with nothing. They became so demonic. They became so diabolical. They committed so many genocides because they wanted to provide a better future for their children. It's not something that I would say, oh yeah, I can, you know, no, but I in a human way, I understand, because every parent would want to do the best for their kids. I wouldn't go that far, but I'm not demonic. I'm not a Nephilim. Okay, I'm not Nephilim. But when you see how hard their forefathers worked for them to never have to answer to anybody. You read the U.S. Constitution. Matter of fact, no. Let's start with the Articles of Declaration, right? The Declaration of Independence. When Thomas Jefferson properly explains why we can no longer be with Great Britain, right? And now sometimes I look at these goofy white Americans, I'm like, have they ever read this document? Have you ever read the Declaration of Independence? And why Thomas Jefferson? I guess in some way he was a gentleman, but it's a proper breakup letter. It is a proper breakup. We pay taxes, just like the same shit we're saying right now, the same grievances that we have right now with Israel, with Ukraine, right? Because this is money from taxes. And that was the problem. No taxation without representation. We can't go on like this. So from this moment on, we have to separate because we can't go on like this. We're not going to pay taxes and not be included. I guess what was the parliament, right? That's like, no. If we don't have a say so in parliament, then we can't do this. Because I'm not going to pay money for you to come up with some rules to oppress my black ass. Hey, Elena, right? And then I don't have nothing to say. Get the fuck out of here, right? And it's the same thing today. We are being taxed out the ass. Taxes ain't going down. Inflation don't go down. Inflation is not going down. Prices ain't going down. And at the same time, your taxes is going up. Everything going up, but your blood pressure. Everything going up, but your tax refund. Hold up, wait a minute. Okay. So Thomas Jefferson, he writes the article of, he writes the Declaration of Independence, and he properly outlines why we can't do this shit anymore. It ain't gonna work. And as far as racist and a rapist that he was, it's a beautiful letter to Great Britain to properly explain, I ain't your bitch. You're not about to work me to death and not even ask me, okay, how you feel about this shit, right? And today, we are in the same predicament, and it happened in less than 80 years. Because some goofy ass, I repeat, goofy ass, greedy ass white American politician. And that's why I say, most of these people, Trump included, they should be put on trial for treason. These are treacherous people. They stand by the American flag. They swear on the Bibles of the presidents that came before them, all kinds of bullshit. They have no respect. They don't respect the legacy. They don't respect the vision. Don't even respect the spirit of American freedom and the civil liberties to what it means to be an American. They have no respect. They have no respect. People who are trying to censor people, like the stuff we do today, right? With X, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, you fucking name it. Once upon a time, it was called the Pony Express with Paul Revere. Paul Revere was so adamant. He was so convinced that people deserve to be exposed to ideas, and people deserve a free flow of ideas. So that's why he came up with his little goofy shit called the Pony Express, because it was important for people to know. It is important to inform your fellow citizen that he might know what he's entitled to, what he deserves. And today, these are the same goofy ass white Americans who are fighting for censorship. The white liberals, when they don't like you, they want to censor your ass, right? And then you'll have the white conservative, oh, this is not fair, until the white conservative doesn't like what you said. Oh, you said something mean about Charlie Kirk, so now I want you to lose your job. You see? They're a bunch of idiots. Because what should always matter is the spirit, right? The spirit of free speech. This is America. People have the right to express themselves, even if your feelings are hurt. Because it is not your feelings that we prioritize, but it is the right of the American. And today, what we're doing is we are prioritizing feelings of white Americans. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Nowhere in the Constitution do you see a clause. Hey, boo-boo, there's nowhere in the Constitution where especially when you look at the First Amendment, that when you have a special clause that says, unless white people's feelings are hurt. No. Because you're not more important than the nation. And I think that's what a lot of white Americans don't understand. You think you are more important than the nation. You think your feelings take precedence over the nation. No, the nation first, the people next, because the people serve the nation. The nation doesn't serve the people. We fight for a better union. That's what we fight for. And a better union is not one where we limit people's First Amendment rights just because your feelings are hurt. Charlie's dead. He's not coming back. But what you're doing is setting everything in motion for a society that believes in censorship. And when Palantir is involved with this shit, there ain't no coming back. So you already sold your country to Israel. You sold one of the biggest banks in the world, which is our treasury, to Israel. And now you want to sell our rights, our First Amendment right, to Palantir, Peter Thiel, and J.D. Vance? Like your brain, it actually works right? Does it work right? I don't think it works. Right? I don't think it works. But my point is, these are a bunch of cowards. And that's why no matter what, you cannot allow any white racist to trigger you. Because they're clowns. They're not even triggered by the fact that they've been betrayed by the white politicians like Trump, who pretended to care about the common man, the average man. He was going to bring back the jobs. He was going to do this. Where the fuck is it at? Right? He was going to lower the price of groceries. Trump made a lot of promises during the campaign. I remember because I was listening. Right? And how many promises to the common man has he fulfilled? Zero. Goofy shit. Oh, we're going to change the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Okay, how does that lower the price of eggs? Right? He told the people, when I become president on the first day, I'm going to stop the war in Ukraine. He hasn't. He told the people he was going to stop the war, the whatever this is, not even the war, the genocide in Gaza. He has not. Right? He told people he's going to put Elon to do the Doge and reduce all cut all the spending the way Milei is doing in Argentina. He did not. Because whatever, what's his name? Whatever Elon was able to cut, Trump put it right back in the bill. What's called big, beautiful bill? But it's big, beautiful, and expensive. It's big, beautiful, and inflationary. It's full of inflation. It's going to raise inflation. So he pretends to care about fiscal responsibility. He pretends to care about cutting the government spending. He pretends to care about reducing the federal government because we pay for that shit, only to turn around and have a bill that has so much unnecessary fat to it. And did Charlie Kirk call him on that bullshit? No, he did not. No, he didn't. So miss me with the fuck shit. Charlie was not honorable. There's nothing honorable about Charlie Kirk. And you can try as much as you want to sanctify this man. That is very customary for most white Americans. You sanctify demons. So that's up to you. As much as Charlie Kirk to me is no different than the average white racist fighting for a statue of a racist man in the South, fighting for the statue of a racist white general in the South, right? We know you always gonna die on that hill. You're gonna die on that sword. You love to be loud, wrong, and racist, right? You love to fight for all kinds of evil people, right? Because you lack the intellect to succeed in this world. So therefore, you have to hate people. And you latch on to all hateful white people because you think, oh, they had it right. How so? The South lost. They lost. The racists lost the war because evil don't win. Charlie Kirk, he's no longer here because evil don't win, right? But you keep attaching yourself to losers. Even though most of these losers have had a very, very consequential demise, if you ask me, right? Because to me, if I saw the way Charlie Kirk was taking out this place, I'd be like, oh shit, I don't want that for my life. There has to be a better way. And of course there is. There's always a better way. But the question is, are most white Americans, the racist ones, are they capable of receiving the way of Christ? Right? And I hope that a few will. Because your soul is precious. Your soul matters to God. And I'm being serious. And then the Christian in me is actually realizing that when we deal with white racists as Christians, we have an obligation, not because I care for your bitch ass, but because I care about Jesus. But I have an obligation to do an altar call. Seriously, we really do. Because Charlie Kirk lost his soul. He lost his soul. You know, you can say RRP as much as you want. Heaven is not the trailer park. I know it's crazy, huh? Heaven is not the trailer park, white people. Heaven is not a gun range. Heaven is not a strip club, okay? Heaven is not the bowling alley. Because you white folks, you think anybody can anybody can get into heaven. No, it's very, very exclusive. And one of the main requirements to open the gates of heaven is to have love for everybody. You don't have that, right? No, you don't, right? Because you go to heaven and you'll see one Muslim in there, you'll run out. You're like, no, there's no way. There's no way. No, there is a way. But you won't believe that because you hate everybody, right? But I repeat, heaven is not a strip club. Heaven is not Mar-a-Lago, okay? That bitch-ass place where Trump goes there to do all kinds of crooked deals, right? Heaven is not Mar-a-Lago, okay? It's not that. It's not that place, right? It's not that place, right? Heaven is not the trailer park. This is not heaven. This is Trump building crazy real estate with stolen money, filing bankruptcies. Don't pay your debtors. You don't pay your workers. And I'm sure many of these workers were white men. Many of these contractors were white men. What happened to those white people? What about their families? What about their bills? What about their businesses? Huh? But if them white people have been shot up or they had not been paid by black folks, y'all would have lost your shit. So I repeat, heaven is not Mar-a-Lago. Heaven is not the White House. It sure ain't. Heaven is not a strip club. Heaven is not Alcatraz prison in Florida. Okay? Heaven is not, it's just not a ratchet ass place. You can't just go to heaven because you proclaim yourself to be a Christian. You have to earn your way into heaven. Because there is one God, there is one Christ, and there's one body of Christ. But you hate the arms, you despise the legs, you despise the hair, you despise the nose, you hate the body of Christ. Right? So I feel like when we deal with racist white people who claim to be Christians, I think it's about time that somebody tells you that this is the season for you to really give your life to Christ. Not the devil, not a Zizi, right? But this is time for you to really give your life to Christ. White people, you need to stop being so hateful. You need to. If you want to find success, if you want to have better lives, make more money, be able to take care of your children, I want that for you. You know, me, Marlene, to some extent, I have empathy for some of y'all. I really do. Because the market crash of 2008, I saw that. It was really unfair. You know, even with Barack Obama, I'm not a fan of Barack Obama. I think he ain't shit. Right? And the way so many white people and a lot of black people, a lot of people were left to lose their homes. It was horrendous. And you didn't deserve that. Most Americans did not deserve that. Because the bailouts that were given to these banks that were ran by the Jews, okay, it was taxpayers' money. Quantitative easing. Ben Bernanke, he's Jewish. Yeah, I'm like, y'all crazy. Okay? You're really crazy. Okay? There you go. This man is Jewish. He's the one who came up with quantitative easing. Right? That was his idea. He's Jewish. He destroyed the mortgage. He made the mortgage. He made the race worse because he came in there and started doing all kinds of weird shit, buying the bonds and things like that. Right? But the bankers who were supposed to turn around and help people, they went and said, oh no, why help with the mortgages when we can just buy the bonds? But Lehman Brothers was ran by the Jews. I mean, I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to be mean. I'm not trying to put a target on Jewish people. But I'm saying these are truth though, right? These are the truth. Bernard Madoff took off with $50 billion. I hope you realize that was your retirement money. That was your retirement money. But like the people who got you where you are today, even though I'm gonna be honest, right? Barack Obama played a part, but at the same time, Barack also being a president, he was also a slave to the donors. Most of Barack's donors were Jews. So even if he wanted to stand up for you, there was nothing he could do because the game is rigged. The country has been sold off bits by bits, piece by piece. You know, America is like, you know, when I think about America sometimes and the relationship America has with Israel and these Jews out here, right, it's giving a liquidation sale. Okay, it is giving a liquidation sale. So what these greedy white Americans have done is that they have sold America like a liquidation sale. You know what I mean? Or like, you know how when they do, like when the sheriff does, if you owe money and things like that, the sheriff will come and take over your estate and sell all your shit, right? Into like cheap ass prices, pennies on the dollar. That's exactly what happened. So I get it. It's the Tea Party. It's very easy to blame Barack Obama, right? Because if you don't know much about American politics, you are going to believe that the president is almighty and the president is all powerful. But you should realize that it's not the case. If in order to be president, you got to go beg billionaires for money, then you a little bitch yourself, right? If you have to go beg somebody for money, then you a worker slave for that person. The donor class of America chooses the president. And so once you get elected, you have to answer to these people. So the market crash of '08, the housing crash of '08, truly it was devastating. Not only did people lose their homes, they lost everything they worked for. They also lost their so much of their retirement money was just gone. People's 401ks were pretty much wiped. People woke up one day, they had nothing. They really, really had nothing. And the part that is so sad with people like Rush Limbaugh, people like the Charlie Kirks of the world, things like that, instead of saying to the white American people, these are the bankers that are stealing your money, they always redirect the white anger towards black people because they themselves take money from the Jews. I wish, I don't know, maybe you won't listen to me, but I really hope that one day, whether it's white Americans, black Americans, anybody can realize that. The reason why there's so much racial infighting, because it is lucrative. It allows the Jews to pillage this nation. It allows the Jews to do a whole liquidation sale because while the children of this nation are busy fighting each other, it makes it easier for them to loot because you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention. Nobody wins. Regular Americans fighting over bullshit, skin color, who commits the most crimes, who commit the most murder, is disgusting. Because whether a young black man is killing his peers, whether a young white man is killing his peers, we are losing young people. Because there's a white family that's the white family whose child is a killer. I'm sure a lot of these people they're ashamed because nobody's raising their son to be a killer. Then the families who have lost their children due to gun violence, they're brokenhearted. It's the same thing for the black community. If a black son becomes a killer, it's a shame for all of us. And then the young people who died, we recognize that these are young people that were meant to have a destiny. And unfortunately, they're gone. So we should all weep because why are the children killing each other? You know, even when you think about gun laws in America, I'm like, America's always had the Second Amendment, right? For as long as we can remember, but it was never this violent. A lot of people used to have guns in their pickup trucks. They used to take guns to school like this. It's nothing new. But people were not shooting their classmates. It's not until recently that young people are grabbing guns and they're pointing guns at their friends. This is crazy. So we must realize that there is a breakdown of family in both sides. Black people have a problem with family values. So do white people. There is a complete disrespect for human life. White people have it, so do black people. Why? Because ultimately, everybody is walking away from God. In the process of being so pro-immigration, being so progressive, being so open-minded, people have forgot that America, even though it's not perfect, especially with the Quakers and their mindset, was always meant to be a Christian nation. Not perfect, but the spirit was to be a Christian nation, a beacon upon a hill. Now how it goes? Pennsylvania, right? Right? So American people were always meant to be a people that cared about God. Cared about God. Not money, not self, not this. So when people really cared about God, people had guns, but nobody was getting shot up. Right? There are plenty of people who tell you stories about when I was growing up, I took a gun to school. I had my shotgun in my truck. Right? But they were not killing their friends because those people back then had respect for human life. Life was sacred, but again, people had Christian values. People had families. People respected their parents. Today, you look at most white families, there is no respect for the parents. Most white men are not respected in their household. Most white men in America are emasculated. The mother runs the household. So therefore, the kids are batshit crazy. Feminism has destroyed family values in America. Let's be so for real. In the Black American household, same thing. The father is usually not there, but either way, he's also emasculated. So when you have a breakdown of family values, bad things will happen. When men are not taking their rightful place in the Lord and in the family and in society, bad things will happen. But instead, people want to bring down the current decay of America to, oh, let me start pointing finger. Oh, well, you did this, you did that. No, ultimately, everybody agreed to remove the respect of God out of the daily American life, right? When I moved here in 96, but I'm like, when I moved here in 96, You couldn't even start the day at school without first saying the Pledge of Allegiance. When I moved here in 96, it was very common to talk about God in school, right? But when you remove the Pledge of Allegiance, you remove God from the school because we want to accommodate everybody. That no, we can accommodate people while still being a Christian nation. Because after all, if you move to America, you understand that this is a Christian nation. So why are we afraid to say, oh yeah, we're Christians? For what reason? If you go to the Emirates, you go to Saudi Arabia, they stand strong in their Muslim faith. It's not anything against you, but Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country. America is, as a Christian, it was, I mean, even though they were, evil, racist, whatever, but I'm just saying, the American story really starts off with Christianity. But today, Christianity has taken a back seat because if we all care to be honest, right? Well, I gotta go to bed, y'all, right? But if we all care to be honest, right? Today, the LGBTQ movement has turned into a religion, right? It has all the markings of a religion. It has tenets, it has a flag, it has a symbol, it has, everything you need to have a religion, right? That's how it goes. Hold on, you guys, give me a second. Give me 1 second, please. Right? Make sense? And I'm like, people sitting here, they call themselves Christians and they're fighting each other instead of fighting to bring back Christian values at the forefront of the American daily life so we can start dealing with all this foolishness. Because a lot of this moral decay comes from removing God. But at the same time, too, though, you have to understand why Christ had to be removed from the day-to-day American affairs, because Zionists do not like Christ. They don't like Christ. These people are anti-Christ. They are anti-Jesus. So they're not going to feel comfortable with a nation that honors Jesus Christ. And that's why I repeat, Charlie Kirk was a fraud to me. He was a fraud to me because a real Christian can never be friend with somebody who denies Jesus Christ. A real Christian can never be friend with a person who says that your Lord and Savior is burning in hell because he's a heretic and he's rotting in fecal matter. That is not possible. That is not possible. And I really hope, whether you're black, white, whatever, Latino, no matter, but if you identify as a Christian, right, that you also will pray for this nation and pray for the love of God to return to America and to return to the hearts, inside the hearts of anybody who identifies as an American. If you love this nation, you have to love God. The word is clear. It's one nation under God, indivisible, okay? But the under God part has been changed for under the Zionists, okay? The under God part, okay? Hold on. Give me 1 second, okay? Right? Boom, okay? Right? This is how it goes, okay? But like I said, right? The one nation part has been replaced with one nation under God, right? Has been replaced by one nation under the control of the Zionist. And we have to replace the stronghold of Zionist people. And let me also be very clear. I don't wish any harm on Jewish people. They have their faith, they have their beliefs, and you also have to concede to the fact that when you're born into, you don't choose your family. So to some extent, you don't choose your culture. You don't really choose your religion, right? When you have family, everybody believes in that shit. They repeat that shit. You're more likely to believe it. So we have a lot of Jews who do not know that they've been brainwashed. There are a lot of Jews who were never properly taught who Jesus Christ was. And that's why, even if you don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah, and that's fine, don't bother me, because also Muslims don't believe that he's the Messiah, right? They believe that he was a prophet, okay? They believe that he was a prophet, but nonetheless, the Muslims have more respect for him because they say he's a prophet. They call him Isa. He's just not the Messiah. With the Zionists, it's utter disrespect. But I understand, right? Because many of them were never given a proper education onto who Jesus Christ was. Because even if he's not the Messiah, What really is it, right? What really is it about Christ that is so offensive? He taught us to love those who hated us. He taught us to feed the poor. He taught us to care about other people. He even taught us to control our own emotions. Don't go hurting somebody else. Christ told us that the biggest commitment that he's leaving us with is that we must have love for other people. And other people are not only the people that we like. Okay? Well, he was a fraud, Megan. He was a fraud, right? And today you're not ready, Meg. You're not ready because you are emotionally attached to him, right? And I want you, I don't know if you identify as a Christian, Megan, right? Nice to meet you as well. Don't know if you identify as a Christian, but if you do identify as a Christian, Megan, I really hope that you understand that this Charlie Kirk shit that y'all doing, it has turned into idolatry. Megan, there is one Bible. There is one gospel. You take scripture for scripture and you compare scripture to Charlie's behavior. Charlie was a fraud. You understand me, right? Today, you might not be ready to hear this because the truth is never convenient, you know? The truth is not convenient. The truth is not like an Amazon package that you can track on your phone. Okay, I'm going to get that shit tomorrow. It don't work like that. The truth is the truth, and it will show up when it wants to show up, and it's not always convenient. But one thing that is true, though, is that it must be said, right? The truth has to be spoken. But the gospel of Christ, it doesn't change, Megan. It doesn't change because we like somebody. The gospel is the gospel. And if you can sit here, Meg, and you can say, oh, yeah, I see Jesus in Charlie Kirk's behavior. Beloved, maybe you're, I don't know, maybe you're like of Zebulon or whatever, but we are not talking about the same Jesus Christ of Nazareth, right? Because the behavior of Charlie Christ never would have been down with that shit. He was not loving. He was loving to white people, Megan. He was loving to white people. And therefore, the gospel says, how are you better than unbelievers if you only love those who love you back? Right? So yes, he was loving to white people, and you're a white woman, right? So you feel as though for you, he was loving because he loved you, right? He loved you. So because he loved you, you loved them back. But that's just basement level shit, right? In Christ, you cannot just love people who love you back. You have to love those who don't love you. That's why, Pastor, that's why being a Christian is so hard. Because it's not natural for us to love people who did not love us. It's so much easier to hate those who hate us and to love those who love us back. Right? Yeah. No, you cannot say that, Megan. Right? Because the black people he was nice to, Megan, are black people who say bad things about other black people. And I'm sure you know Officer Tatum. I'm sure you know Officer Tatum. Right? I'm sure you watch his content. There are a bunch of black conservatives. How often have you heard these people say anything positive about black people? So once again, if you only love black people who hate themselves, if you only love black people who say bad things about black people, are you really a good person? No, you like black people who confirm your biases and your hatred against black people. That don't make you a loving person. That makes you a calculating person. And that makes you manipulative. And mind you, most of these black people, most of the black people that he liked, like Officer Tatum, right? It's not just that he liked them, but they were also his employees. That's the thing, Meg. These are not even, oh, these are my friends. No, they're not his friends. They are his employees. They were getting W-2s from Charlie Kirk. Right? And thank you for that, Meg. Thank you for praying for me. And I think that's what most people should do. Pray for other people. And I'll pray for you as well. Right? I will pray for you as well. You understand? Because when you're raised to be hateful, it's not easy. Right? And I think that's what most white people don't understand. You see, most white people are like Pharisees. They believe that, oh, I will be saved because of my good works. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm nice to so-and-so. I'm nice to so. I pray for you, right? You understand? No, we're not saved because of our works. We're saved because of our faith, because we don't deserve salvation, right? Marcus, she can be right all she wants. She can be correct all she wants, right? But once again, you are part of those Black people who say bad things about Black people, and therefore you reinforce their biases, right? Officer Tatum, Officer Tatum, Candace Owens, you, Greg from the Black perspective. There's a host of Black conservatives here, right? They don't challenge white people to see Black people differently. They affirm racist white people in their disgust of Black people. Right, so of course she's correct. She is correct in her bias. But in the eyes of God, she dead ass wrong. Okay? Dead ass. Like Charlie Kirk on September 10th, she's dead ass wrong. Right? So that's it. Right? She doesn't have to know you, Meg. The way you speak, Megan, gives us an understanding of your person. Because Megan, if you were a good person, even you as a woman, it put the whole thing from one woman to another. You're a white woman, I'm a Black woman, right? But Megan, if you were a decent woman, when Charlie Kirk goes around saying that all Black women are intellectually inferior, you as a woman, not as a white person, but you as a woman, do you not think that as a woman, you should say, Charlie, that's a little too much, right? Because to take a brush and to paint, maybe there's like 20 million Black women in America, right? There's probably 20 million Black women in America that only God knows. Nobody's attacking you, Megan. Nobody's attacking you. You don't get to gaslight. You don't get to gaslight. You don't get to play the victim. We're not doing that, boo-boo. Okay? Nobody attacked you. You willingly chose to come into a Black space. Now, you can say you're colorblind, but I'm pretty sure you see contrast, right? You know I'm Black. Right? You know I'm Black. And before you intervene, you heard me speak. Then you chose to intervene. So you're not going to say that you're being attacked when you came into a Black person space to tell us that Charlie was loving, even though we know what he has said about us. Don't do that. You're not a victim here, boo-boo. Nobody's attacking you, and you don't get to be queen white woman in her teledrama. It ain't going to work, sis. Nobody attacked you. No one attacked you, but what we are doing is calibrating your racism. And that's what you don't like, right? That is what you don't like, okay? Esther has watched his videos. We have watched his videos, right? And once again, for you to even say to Esther, don't watch the tidbits are offensive. That's crazy. So, the man starts off by saying that Black women are too moronic to even hold customer service positions. But you as a white woman, no, I know he called you a moron, but make an effort to watch more of his videos. Megan, are you okay? Do you not even see how insensitive that is? If there was a video, if you had a Black person who had tidbits out there saying all kinds of nasty shit about white women, how so many white women are whores, why so many white women are into sex work, all kinds of bullshit. And I said to you, Megan, I know he called you guys whores, and I know he said that most white girls are sex workers, but if you could make an effort to watch his full videos, what the fuck? No, I've heard enough, right? But the fact that as a white woman, you think Black people should, I know he cussed you out, but, try your best to be disrespected just so that you can get through his entire message. Megan, we've heard enough. We have truly heard enough. And the fact that you don't even realize that the unmitigated gall that you have to tell a Black person, this man has disrespected y'all so many times. But hey, if you can find it in your heart to just watch the entire clip, it's going to work. You know what I'm saying? Of course I dropped the F-bomb. I cuss all the time. What the fuck? I cuss all the time. Ask anybody. I cuss all the time. But am I a hateful person? No. Once again, right? You are uncomfortable. So you're cherry picking foolishness, right? Me, I'm alive, boo-boo. I'm alive. I'm alive and well, right? I know you're a racist, but you're here. You're typing and not getting blocked. So these are my Christian values. I didn't attack you, didn't insult you. But you try to play a very dangerous game by insinuating that you were being attacked when no one attacked you. We are reasoning with you, but you can't do that. Because for you, love is racist. And it's not going to work. But I cuss all the time, Meg. Ask my kids. So like you said, you're going to pray for me? Put that on the list, right? Lord, pray for Marlene because she's a cussing Christian. There you go. Right? And not once did I say it was okay to cuss, but I do cuss. And I own that. Now, Charlie Kirk, can he own that he was racist? Even you, can you own that you're racist? Right? Because for a white woman to say to black people who have seen a myriad of videos of Charlie Kirk, have you ever been to his page? Have you looked at his titles, his thumbnails? Do you know what videos get the most views on his channel? Right? So for you to say, although he has, the tidbits are extremely racist, the tidbits are extremely offensive. You see, you white women, you have a myriad of first ladies, right? Hold on. White women, first ladies, hold on. Let me see if I can find them all. Okay, you see, there are so many white women who got to be first ladies. You have so many, right? You have so many first ladies. Black people, we only have one. We have Michelle Obama. As you know, the old Michelle, I will always love her. The new Michelle with the braids of the podcast, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Okay, we only have one first lady. You guys have so many, right? You have like almost like 40, right? Almost like 40, 45 or something like that. But you have around 40. You have around 40 white first ladies. We only have one, Megan. We only have one. You understand? So think about this. And that's exactly what Prophet Nathan said to David after he killed Uriah. Because Uriah only had one wife, Bathsheba. David had a multitude of wives. He had a bunch of wives. But he still had to have sex with Bathsheba. You have all these wives. You can sleep with whoever you want. But you are lusting after the wife of a man that only has one wife. Right? This is what Charlie Kirk did to us. And even Prophet Nathan describes what that behavior is all about. That's an evil behavior. Even if you think Michelle Obama is a DI this, DI, whatever. But when you put it all in the scale and you say to yourself, these black people, they only have one black first lady. We as white Americans, we have over 40 white ladies. We have 40 first white ladies. Right? But imagine the only one we have, Charlie Kirk was insulting that woman every single day. And for as much as there are many times I think Michelle Obama is crazy in her head, right? But she is still my representation. And I only have one. You, Megan, as you go through the annals of American history, you have so many white first ladies to identify with. You can like Jackie Kennedy. You can dislike Hillary Clinton, but you have a choice. You have a lot of choices. Some you can love, some you can dislike, some you can be indifferent. We only have one. And all he ever did was to disrespect, degrade, insult this woman. It was the Charlie Kirks of the world and you people who went around calling Michelle Obama Big Mike. Right? And that also was not a problem. It was okay to call this woman a big, I'm like, Big Mike, what the heck? Right? It was okay. But then again, this is the same Charlie Kirk who is going to go out of his way to call Candace Owens and to ask Candace, to beg Candace to stop talking about Brigitte Macron and her penis. Right? Once again, but you're going to tell me he's not a racist. So he knows it's offensive to call a first lady a man, right? Right? So he's fully aware. So he's a wicked man. He's fully aware. Because if it's okay to call Michelle Obama Big Mike because you have freedom of speech, a mother, a wife, a first lady of America, the first black lady that we've ever seen. This is the first black lady of America. Like, this was such a monumental thing for all black people across the diaspora, right? It was okay for him. It was okay for you, white people, to call this lady everything but a child of God and to even question whether or not she had a penis. Because of you racist, vile people, she had to make it clear that she had IVF. But Marcus, you're telling me to move to Africa. After you, my brother, have you seen your nose? Brother man, have you seen your nose? Matter of fact, let me take a picture. You are crazy. You look more African than me. You look like you're from Burkina Faso, right? And you're the kind of person that they themselves will tell you to move to Africa. I know that you and your nose, brother man, you got 5 noses. Brother, you got 5 different, your nose is the equivalent of 5 black people's noses. I know you ain't talking. Okay? I know damn well you're not. I know a nose is not talking to me. Okay? I know a nose is not talking to me. Right? Because this is you, my brother. This is your nose. Okay? This is you, fam. This is you. You look like Africa. You look like you just got off the boat. You look like you're from Burkina Faso. Exactly. Just exactly. But you see, I'm comfortable. I know my forehead is from Africa. But do you know your nose is from Africa? Right? I never told you I was from here. I never claimed to be from here. This place is for crazy people. I know I'm African. I'm proud to be West African. The audacity is you with this goofy nose. You got the nose of 5 Negroes. You got the nose of 5 deceased slave ancestors. I know you're not lying. When you breathe, the entire world dies. You consume all the oxygen. Boo-boo, are you kidding me? You on a plane, I'm telling you, these oxygen mask is dropping. Why? Marcus is on the plane. There is a drop in the oxygen level. I know you ain't talking. So before I go to Africa, Marcus, you lead the way. Okay? Marcus Young. Your name is Young? That's a British name. What's your real name? What's your real name? Okay? You need to stop. Because how many people have you murdered? How many people have you denied of oxygen with a nose this damn big? And I pray to God you never have a daughter. I pray to God, Marcus, you never have a daughter. Imagine a black girl with this nose. You better go marry a white woman. You better go marry a white woman, okay? And do your children a thingy, okay? You love what country? You love what country? Nobody will ever look at you and assume you are a what? You are not. Nobody would ever look at you and assume you're from America. You give 90-day fiance. You give 90-day fiance. If I just saw you in the street, I'm like, oh, there goes my brother. There goes my African brother. Okay? You give a man that I would see on 90-day fiance trying to sleep with an old white woman for a visa, for a green card. Marcus, shut up. Marcus, shut up. And I've always said, it's always Black Americans who look the most African who do the most. Y'all hate yourselves so badly. You hate yourselves. It's like you're so mad that nobody touched your grandma. You're so mad that no crazy white man touched your great grandmother. Have you seen this nose? You have the gall. You have the nerve to tell anybody to go back to Africa. You first and your nostrils. Your nostrils so damn big, you can fly to Africa. Okay, first class, you can fly. You can fly across the Atlantic. Have you seen your nose? Have you seen your nostrils? You're all nose, family. You are all nose and teeth. We can't even see your eyes. Everything that stands out about you is your nose. Okay? You nose a bitch. You nozzle bitch. Not even Nostradamus. I will call you nozzle. What's it called? Nostradamus. So Nostradamus. What the fuck? Have you seen your nose, Negro? Huh? You, child, if you don't stop, Marcus. If you don't stop, Marcus, you better go find you a white woman real quick. Because if you have a daughter and she has a nose like this, she gonna hate herself. Because she got a daddy that hates himself already. You have the audacity. Marcus, with your goofy slave master name, don't you ever tell anybody to go back to Africa. Because everybody looks at you, the first thing that comes to mind is Africa. Okay? You get Bantu. You look like a Bantu and a Bantu and a Bantu. You got noses for 5 people, bitch. So don't you ever dare. Don't you ever get so comfortable in your cooning ass cesspool that you're going to tell me to go back to Africa. You are Africa, bitch. You are Africa. Have you ever seen your baby pictures? I'm sure, once again, it was all nose, no eyes, just a nose. Don't do it. My forehead, bitch. I'd rather have a forehead like Rihanna than a nose that looks like this. You out your damn mind. You out your damn mind. All that for Megan. You see a white woman in the comment section and you put on the kick because you want to defend her. Marcus, she will lie on you and get you killed. Okay? She finds you at the store. She will lie on you and get you killed. Okay? You see her at the bar. She will lie on you and get you arrested. Okay? She sees you at the park. She will lie on you and get arrested. Marcus, don't play with me. You see a white woman. She is a grown-ass woman, Marcus. She can defend herself. Nobody told Megan to type in the comment section. She a grown-ass woman. Just because you see a white woman and you've been begging for some white affection, Just ask Megan to talk to you. Just send her a message, right? But all this Captain Save a White Woman is weird. It's so weird. It is so weird. You are really crazy. You are so damn crazy. You're crazy ass. Hey, Abby. He really crazy. Well, you shit. You better love your baby pictures, Morgan. You better love your baby pictures. I know that's right. Love your baby pictures. Don't do that with me. Don't do that with me. We can have a discussion. We can have differences of opinion. That is fine. But Marcus, that xenophobic shit, that goofy shit, don't do that with me. I'm a pretty cool motherfucker. I'm a pretty cool person. I'm a cool ass person. You understand? My dad got a big nose like you also. You know what I'm saying? So you know, listen, right? I don't want to pick on people, but don't do that kind of shit. You understand? Right? It's not nice. What I said also wasn't nice, but you brought a different kind of energy. I don't like that. I don't like that. We can exchange, we can talk, we're having opinions. That's it. But that xenophobic shit, Marcus, it don't work with me. It really does trigger me. And when you trigger me, well, the Charlie Kirk might come out my black ass, and you don't want to see that shit because it's not nice. Okay? So I do apologize for talking about your nose, okay? And I'm glad that you love your baby. No, you can love your white queens. That's not a problem. You can love your white queen, Marcus. But for a white woman, you don't get to insult me. Right? For a white woman, you don't get to insult me. You love them as much as you want. And I pray you're safe. I really do pray you're safe. If you find a white woman that ain't gonna call the police on you, ain't gonna lie on you, ain't gonna accuse you of sexual assault and shit like that, more power to you. Right? But what you will not do, Marcus, is insult me. There you go. Well, hey, but my forehead is cute though. I like my forehead because my grandma always said, if you don't have a big forehead, you don't have a big brain. So I have a big brain. So I do need the surface area for my brain. But I think my forehead is cute though. Okay. So I don't want to have a flat head. Okay. Like, no, Marcus, I like my forehead. So it didn't hurt my feelings. But you saying go back to Africa like it's an insult. That's why I had to remind you. You know what I'm trying to say? You know what I'm saying? Because we both Bantus over here. Right? I got a big nose too, but it's not that big. But thank God, no offense. Thank God, okay? Mine is like cute little button, okay? But hey, you're a man, okay? You're a black man. You're a black Bantu man. And it's not your fault that your people were stolen and brought here, right? But what I don't like is that you, don't do that. If you like Megan, all you got to do is just talk to her. And if she likes the black man, I'm sure she going to holler, okay? I'm sure if Megan likes the black man, she going to holler. But you don't get to disrespect me for a white woman. Marcus, that's a hell to the no. Because no matter what, you should always be proud to be black. And when you're proud to be black, you need to be respectful to your fellow black people. We can agree to disagree. That's fine. Right? But we don't have to insult each other to cape in front of white people. That is ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Okay? But I'm glad you love your baby pics. Okay? Okay. Thank you, Babo. My solarized forehead. I know that's right because I spent a lot of money on my skincare. So I'm glad you noticed. Shit. I'm glad you know it because my skincare is not cheap. I don't know about these white women you fuck with, but listen, my facial cream alone is like $80. Okay, so shit, you better notice the solarized shit, the forehead. I spend a lot of money for my forehead to shine. You kidding me? You wish. Marcus, please send these white girls over because I know they got some damage. Send your little white queens over here. I'm going to fix their complexion real quick. Okay? Shit, don't play with me. You are crazy. You are really, really crazy. What the fuck is going on? Anyways, you guys, right? Where'd Megan go? Megan, you left? It's cool. Megan is gone. Okay? But no. Okay, let me take a picture of Marcus. You are crazy, Marcus. Don't play with me. You are insane. Anyways, let me go back to Michelle Obama. Before Marcus decided to mess with the program, for his snow bunny, somebody called Dr. Umar, okay? Page Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar, you gonna come get your ass. Do you know that I know Dr. Umar, Marcus? Don't have me call Dr. Umar for you, okay? Anyways, you guys, right? But she left. But my point is, right? When you're a white woman, you have at least 40-ish white females that have been first ladies. So, hey, pick them apart, love them, I don't care. But as far as black people, we only have one. Now, Marcus, you ask a question. You say, oh, how does Michelle Obama represent me? Well, that's an easy question, fam. Okay? She's the first black lady. And like I said, to me, there's a Michelle Obama before the podcast. Michelle Obama with the podcast, I'm not a fan. Always complaining, unhappy. I don't really care for that. Okay? But the Michelle Robinson Obama that was the first lady, she was beautiful. She really was beautiful. I mean, she's still beautiful though. Super tall, super fit, beautiful shoulders, right? Beautiful hair, beautiful fashion. She went to Princeton. She went to Harvard Law. She was married. She had children. Like, that's what you would think is like Black success, you know? And it was really, really encouraging. You know, it was really, really encouraging. So like, to me, she was a great role model. And I wish she never got involved with the sisterhood, because I think the sisterhood corrupted Michelle Obama. Right? I really do believe that. I don't like the podcast. I don't like to see her on the podcast. I don't like her making content out of her marriage. I think it's beneath her. Okay. Just go sit down somewhere and enjoy her millions. Right? But she was an amazing representation. Just like Coretta Scott King, just like Betty Shabazz. These are great representation for Black women, for Black girls. So if we only have one, you know, because it's really hard sometimes to find, you know, really classy, sophisticated, bougie, Ivy League Black women, right? And we finally have one, and all Charlie Kirk does was pick her apart. You know, I'm sure even for her, I'm sure it's very hurtful for her to say, oh, people say, oh, you're a man, to the point that she had to come outside and tell us that she had IVF because they would not stop probing. It's disgusting. There's no need for that. There is no need for that. Is Laura Bush, is she cute? Okay, she barely has any lips. How would they feel if Black people were constantly picking Laura Bush apart or whatever apart? Like, that's crazy. Now, Hillary Clinton, we bully her a little bit because she don't want to sit down somewhere. Okay. But if Hillary Clinton also knew how to be a wife and not try to be a man, a politician, force herself on the DNC, we would be so much nicer to her. But my point remains, white women have lots of first ladies. So they have a variety. We don't. We only have one. And only God knows when we're going to have another Black first lady. So for Charlie Kirk to go out of his way to do that nasty work is disgusting. But then when it comes to Brigitte Macron, he's out here calling Candace Owens about, oh, yeah. What's her name again? Brigitte? He's calling Candace. Oh, stop talking about her. Please stop saying that she has a penis. Please stop saying this. Stop saying that. Well, good night, Marcus. Thank you for stopping by. Right? So no. So you know it's hurtful to presume that a woman or a first lady has a penis. So for the white lady, it might be a man, he has compassion. But when it comes to Michelle Obama, people can just say whatever they want. Call her Big Mike. And even you did that shit. It's rude. There's no need for that. Even you as a Black man, be in love with your white queens as much as you want, but you don't have to take part in treating Michelle Obama like she's a man. She is not a man. That is a woman. And like many of us, yeah, she has broad shoulders, even me. Okay, that's why I was always afraid to do weightlifting because I was afraid I'd be too muscular. But some Black women are like that. It's our body type. It doesn't apply that we have a penis. And it was seriously disgusting. And that's all he did. And that's all his goofy ass fans kept latching on to. No, I took it easy on him. You know, my daddy also has a big nose. So, you know, it's like, I know my daddy has a big nose, right? But he's not out here saying foolishness to people as well, though. But I just don't think that when you look a certain way, you should tell people certain things. I'm just saying, like, you know, don't do that, right? But anyways, you guys. So, oh my gosh, I've been here for a hot minute, huh? Okay, so let's go back to the video because we came here for a reason, right? We came here for a reason. So let's watch this video because you know me, I'll talk forever. We're going to be here for a long time. Let me play this video because I told you guys, right? Like I told you guys, to me, Trump's reaction to Charlie's passing is suspicious. Okay. And personally, I feel like Trump knew it was going to happen. I really do. I feel like Trump knew it was going to happen because he's really, really indifferent. He's making jokes. He's playing golf. He's going to baseball games. Like someone didn't just die. And you know, I was working out today and this thought came to my mind. And it was like, you know what? When people say don't meet your idols, this is exactly what they're talking about, right? Do not meet your idols. Because for Charlie, right, Trump became an idol for him. He became so obsessed with this man. You would think Trump was his daddy, right? He became obsessed with Trump. But my thing is, Trump is a crooked man. This man is a crook. This man is extremely dangerous, y'all. You cannot become a billionaire, even if he was one, right, without doing shady business. You cannot make it into New York State, like New York State real estate, if you're not in bed with the mob. Okay, Trump is a very, very dangerous man. And I even feel like the past election made him more dangerous because he needed so much money for his campaign, for his legal troubles, for his bond. He had a child, Letitia James, wanted 450 million. I'm like, bitch, you're crazy. Okay, but he ended up giving her like 150 million. So because of that, I feel like even Trump had to go ask certain people for money, and those people are extremely, extremely dangerous. Okay, but I'm like, Charlie, when they say never meet your heroes, there it goes. But Trump is moving weird. He's moving weird. His body language is weird. His jokes are weird. Everything about this shit is fucking weird. So this morning, I'm watching Nick Fuentes, and Nick was like, Trump, you're weird. You are weird. I'm like, okay, I need to play this video for my peoples because this is weird. Okay, let's look.
Israel by Benjamin Netanyahu to push. This is the kind of play these clips uninterrupted.
Okay, that would by Israel.
Hold on, hold on.
Exposing this conspiracy theory.
They say that Charlie Kirk was offered an infusion of $150 million by Israel.
Can you imagine? You guys, when I heard this, I said, what? Israel had $150 million ready for Charlie Kirk. I said 150 million. Now, let me tell you this. For as much as I can't stand the Zionist, but I do respect the fact that they will put money behind their cause. Like no amount of money is too big because they know what they want. They're going to pay for it. They got the money, right? But I'm like, this is crazy. And that's why I say like this, like even with the whole black cause, the whole reparation shit, it's not going to happen. Because who do you know is willing to put that kind of money to defend the black image, defend the black agenda and things like that? Nah, they're not doing that. These Zionists, it's not enough to have this tribal identity. They will put all kinds of money behind this. So if the people came to you, if these people came to you with 150 million, right? It means you took money before. Because how do they know that you're the kind of man to take money? Right? So Charlie took their money before. So now because he was a little agitated, okay, because he's an American, right? He's a white American man, and most of these people are money hungry. So just increase the amount. So they came from the man with 150. So now they are saying that Charlie said no. I don't believe he said no. I think he said no to certain things. Because what white American, especially a white Christian, yeah, right, a white man in politics, okay, saying no to 150 million, I ain't buying that shit. Okay, they want people to believe that Charlie Kirk has so much integrity. He said no to 150 million, and nobody finna say, please. He did not say no to the money. I'm sure he said no to certain things they wanted because they gave him the money. Because he said he was always going to be pro-Israel. He was always going to deny that it was a genocide and things like that, right? So certain things he was down for, other things he was not down for. So I don't believe that he fully turned down 150 million. Okay, he's white. Like he likes money. He loves money. Okay, I'm like, but damn, that's a lot of money. And I also feel like by him saying no to these people, I could see how these people would take it as a sign of disrespect. Like, what the fuck you mean you're not gonna take the money? Or what the fuck you mean you're gonna say no? Say no to who? Because these people are not accustomed to hearing people say no. Because most people say yes. Because they know. In America especially, everybody has a price. Because the love of money is what it means to be a modern day American. They love money, right? So I'm like, that is crazy. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Hold on. Let me go back to the video.
Okay. That would double Israel's budget, or excuse me, Turning Point USA's budget.
Yeah.
Turning Point USA has an annual budget of $140 million. Wow. Netanyahu offered Turning
Point USA has a budget of $140 million, right? I wish Megan was here so she could tell me exactly how this white little Christian boy with just one semester in community college, right, was able to garner for himself an annual budget of $140 million. But somehow he's not a fraud. How? He is 31. He has no degree. He has no education. So debating trans people and their goofy minds on college campuses enabled him to have a budget that's worth $140 million. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. So then Israel says, since your budget is 140, we'll give you your entire budget on top of what you make. So if he had accepted their money, which I'm sure he did, he's looking at 290 million. Wow, that's crazy. And have you ever seen Charlie Kirk try to help the poor white people with all this money? Oh, I'm gonna help my poor people pay for their groceries. Has Charlie Kirk ever gave gift cards to people, paid for groceries for people, paid mortgages for struggling white Americans? Of course not. Of course not. Of course not. All the money for himself and his wife and his daughter for her blueberries, right? Keep going.
$150 million for one purpose and one purpose only, to shill for Israel harder.
Oh my God.
Turning Point USA is already pro-Israel. They're not anti-Israel. They've never been anti-Israel.
Oh my God.
Charlie Kirk has in the past criticized Bibi Netanyahu. He has criticized secular left-wing in America. He has criticized a war with Iran, the famine in Gaza. He has never opposed Israel in itself. He has never explicitly opposed Israel.
Wow.
Israel offered him $150 million to be more pro-Israel than they already were. To be
now, as I said, was it a natural thing, right? A natural disposition for Charlie to be pro-Israel, you know, as a white American Christian nationalist? I think it's my duty to support Israel. Or did money motivate him to support Israel? He took their money. He has always taken their money. He is pro-Israel because they've always paid on time. Right? Like I said, he played a goofy ass game because he saw the I guess like the grassroots shit of Nick Fuentes, and he wants to position himself as a Nick Fuentes so he doesn't lose his credibility with those young people. Played a stupid game. And I'm telling you, that stupid game got him killed.
Harder in their support for Israel, and in particular to support regime change in Iran and to support their ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza. And Charlie Kirk refused the money.
Yeah, right.
And I have independently confirmed that, by the way. I've heard that from 4 people. 4 people that I trust that are in the know. So this is coming from Candace Owens, a friend of Charlie Kirk. This is coming from Max Blumenthal, who purports to have a source. And I have heard from a handful of people independently of those sources that this offer was real and that Kirk turned down the money. After Charlie Kirk turned down the money, Netanyahu asked if he would come visit Jerusalem and give him the re-education tour. The museum, the burned babies, the beheaded babies, the one that Elon Musk took, the one that our Speaker of the House took. Anyone that's ever criticized Israel has been subjected to. He refused that as well. They offered to bribe him.
But here Nick is being a little disingenuous. He refused the latest re-education field trip to Israel. He has been to Israel before. He has worn the yarmulke, the Christian man. He wore the yarmulke. He went to that wall. There's this one wall. They all go and smack their heads against the wall. He went there and he smacked the head against the wall. He also celebrated Shabbat. I don't know if you've ever seen Shabbat. Not to be offensive, but when I tell you Shabbat is giving BDSM, the men, they grab their arms, they take some kind of rope, like some kind of leather rope, and then they wrap their arm in this rope. Like, y'all, it's kind of cringe. I'm not trying to be funny, but it's kind of cringe. What kind of God requires all this, okay? And then there's no technology. You cannot do technology the whole day on Saturday. It's a lot. It really is a lot. Maybe I'll show you a video of what it looks like. Hold on. Let me see if I can show you. Hold on. Let me show you so you can see. Wrapping your arm. Okay, there you go. I don't know if you've ever seen this, right? But this is what Shabbat looks like. So it's the law of the tefillin, okay? So during Shabbat, you have to wrap your arm. I don't know what this is for, okay? But they wrap their arms like this And I'm like, ooh, it's getting BDSM, okay? Like that bondage crap, okay? That's what it's giving. So once again, why would a Christian be involved in this foolishness? You've never seen Shabbat, how they practice Shabbat? They wrap their arms, like it's like they're blocking their circulation. I'm like, what is this? Okay, so he has practiced Shabbat. He observes the Shabbat. He talks about that. Let me see if I can find a video. Hold on. Charlie Kirk. Hold on. Let me show you. But this man said he a Christian. Okay. Okay, there you go. You see? A Christian man who practiced the Shabbat. Yeah.
A little bit of your background, religious background.
Yeah, so honor to be here, and thank you. The Sabbath is one of my favorite topics to talk about, honestly, because I'm so sick of talking about politics all day long. It's all I do. So it drives me crazy. This is actually way more important than that, and I could tie the two together if necessary, but we don't have to. It's more important than that. I grew up in a Presbyterian background.
Okay.
We left that church. We went to what could be best called as a Bible-believing evangelical church.
Okay.
So not quite Calvinist, not Pentecostal, somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
Look, we believe many of the same stuff, guys. I believe in the inerrancy of Scripture. I believe you need Jesus Christ. I believe in grace, not works. I believe that there is heaven awaiting us. I believe in an afterlife. I believe in a God that created the heavens and the earth. However, I grew up in a church environment that at the very best would de-emphasize the Shabbat. At the very worst, to say that the Sabbath doesn't really matter. The Sabbath is in your heart. You don't need to observe it.
Yeah.
And the story is quite long. I'm actually writing my next book on the Sabbath. It's called Stop in the Name of God, because Shabbat means stop or ceasing. So I'm not here to sell you a book. It's not even for sale yet. It's just something to think about.
Do you notice how he doesn't say that Jesus is the Messiah? Right? Do you notice how he doesn't say Christ is the Messiah? Jesus is the Messiah, right? He is focusing on ceremonies, okay? Ceremonious shit. Now, if you remember in your Bible, for those who read the Bible, why were the Pharisees obsessed with Christ? Because oftentimes Jesus would perform miracles on the day of Shabbat, okay? Because according to the Pharisees, you could only perform miracles Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. Anybody else needs help? Well, I guess they're going to have to wait until Monday. Okay, so Jesus would do a lot of miracles. He would pray for a lot of people, do a lot of miracles on the day of Shabbat, because he wouldn't deny people a blessing. He's not going to deny these people deliverance. So for you to be a Christian and to say, I observe the Shabbat, do you even know what Shabbat means? Of course not. He got paid. And he knows that his goofy ass, racist ass, poorly read, uneducated white audience and black coons, right? They don't read the Sabbath. Jesus is not this. I mean, I guess you could say he's the Sabbath, but my thing is, you cannot say, oh, I celebrate the Sabbath. No, you celebrate Jesus Christ. You celebrate the Christ, and you say in front of people that he is the Messiah. Yeah, he's going to give us rest in the afterlife. He's not giving us rest now. He has said, go forth and make disciples. So how can you say he's the Shabbat? He gives us rest. I mean, yeah, technically we sleep, but as we sleep, we must work. Everybody worked. Peter worked. Paul worked. Everybody works. Go and be the salt of the earth. Go and make the world of disciples. So how can you then say, oh, I practice the Shabbat? And when you stand in front of Jews and you say, I practice the Shabbat, what do you mean? Because my thing is, who are you confessing? Who do you confess? So I know we're not going to play goofy games. We're just not going to do it. Right? Can he say in front, I mean, he's not here anymore, but whatever. But if he was, I would ask him, in front of the Jews, can you say that Christ is the Messiah? Can he say, could he have said in front of these Jews that Jesus Christ is not just the Son of God, but he is God? Could he have said that? Could he have said that? Would he have dared to say that? Playing goofy games with people, because he knows people who follow him are just dumb and they don't read the Bible, right? But we know one of the main issues with Christ was the fact that he would practice miracles on the day of Shabbat, that he was setting the captives free on the day of Shabbat, that he would even converse with the Samaritans, those that were considered unclean, on the day of Shabbat. And because of that, they conspired to kill him because he did not keep the Shabbat. So when you say to me, oh, I'm a Christian and I celebrate the Shabbat and I wear a yarmulke and I identify with Jewish principles, something is off, because who do you serve? Who do you serve? So if you're not going to say in front of Jews that Christ is the Messiah, that he is the Son of God, okay, that he came to die for our sins, and through his blood we are redeemed, and that if you believe in him, you will be saved, get out of my face. You are a clown. You are a swindler. You are a grifter. He is no different than Dr. Umar. Okay? He is a Dr. Umar for white people. Uneducated, low-class white folks. He's their Dr. Umar. Right? But if you cannot profess in front of people who believe that Christ is a heretic, and my thing is, why would you even sit down with people who believe that your Christ, your Messiah, is a heretic? Why would I sit down with people who believe that my Jesus is burning in hell in his own poop? Like, why gotta be all that though? Like, why does it have to be so extra? Why is your intent to offend people? Why can these people respect people's religion and what they believe? What has Jesus done to these people? If they are so convinced of the teachings of the Talmud, why do they have to be disrespectful? Have they died? They died. They went to the afterlife and they came back with so much guarantee. Like, they have so much confidence they died and then they were resurrected to know what it really is. No, they don't. Okay? No, they do not. So if you are in front of people, like I said, even Muslims, right? Muslims say that Christ, Isa, is a prophet. Okay, cool. But you tell me, oh yeah, I'm going to observe Eid or whatever. No, I don't do Eid. I have a lot of friends. I even have family that's Muslim. It doesn't bother me. But I will always say, in the presence of everybody, that Jesus Christ of Nazareth is the Messiah. That God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, so that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. Jesus Christ is the only way. He is the only way to the Father. That's it. That's that. Okay? Now, believe it, don't believe it. That is what I believe. And that is what I will say. I'm not going to come distract people speaking of ceremonial observance. You can observe any holiday do you want, but do you have the courage to profess that Christ is king in front of these Jewish people? You wouldn't dare. There you go. You're a fraud. Dr. Umar with white skin. That's it. He's just a more well put together person than Dr. Umar. But it's the same thing. Oh, Black Queen. It's that same crap. He's a Dr. Umar of white people. That's it. This guy is a criminal. Okay? Jesus is the only way. He is the way. It is very clear. And there is no other way to access the heavenlies without going through Christ. That's it. And as Christians, if we're not capable of saying this in front of people, then we're not of Christ. And he has said, if you deny me in front of men, I will deny you in front of my Father. So that's how I know he's not in heaven. Because this circus he's playing a deceitful game. And this is what, and that's why I say a lot of people, they don't read the Bible, right? And this is what Saul, hold on, is it Samuel, right? Said to Saul, let me show you, said to Saul, that God is not mocked, okay? Let me see if I can show you the chapter, right? Hold on. Okay. Let me see. Give me a second, please. Okay. And that's the thing. We have to be like the Bereans, the Christians that Paul talked to. He said, everything you do it with scripture, okay? We have to do it with scripture, okay? So here we are, Galatians 6, verse 7, right? Let me see if I can read the full chapter. Okay, so there you go, right? There you go. We're gonna go with scripture. It's cool. Galatians 6, verse 7. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Whoever sows to please their flesh, from their flesh will reap destruction. There you go. There you go. So that's why nobody can sit here and say, oh, Charlie Kirk is in heaven. He's way. Please stop lying. I repeat, heaven is not a strip club. Heaven is not it's not Mar-a-Lago. It's not a place where white criminals convene. It's heaven. It's not hell. Okay? Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. Whoever sows to please their flesh, because he took their money, from the flesh, they will reap destruction. The man is dead. Okay? Whosoever sows to please the Spirit, from the Spirit will reap eternal life. How does a man who starts off with no money, Charlie Kirk starts off broke, in 10 years, he increased his net worth from $0 to $12 million. At the age of 31, BB, the Sith, okay, the Vader himself, shows up to this boy and says, I'm giving you $150 million. How do you think that happens? Matter of fact, how does the devil himself know your address, your phone number, to have access to you, to propose you with such a crazy amount of money for a 31-year-old? Because he took money before. He took their money before. He ate from a cursed tree. There you go. It never fails, you know. It never fails. Let's keep reading. Okay. Right? Let us not become weary in doing good. For at a proper time, we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Therefore, as we have opportunity, let us do good to all people, especially to those who belong to the family of believers. There are a bunch of Black people who are believers. Charlie insulted every Black person, right? But the Jews are not believers. And yet, he was their friend. He took their money. He practiced Shabbat with these people. He went to Israel with these people. He banged his head on that goofy wall. He wore a yarmulke. He wrapped his arm to observe the Shabbat. He was a friend of those who denied Christ. Okay? Right? But he was an enemy of those who professed that Christ was the Messiah. Okay, there you go, Elena. He was bribed in, he was bled out. There you go. Right? Because it's not possible for a white Christian who claims to love Christ, to be a follower of Christ, and to sow the fruit of the Spirit, to be an enemy of his fellow Christians just because they happen to be Black. Charlie Kirk had no unity with Black Christians, Latino Christians. There's so many Christians, even Palestinian Christians. They are Christians in Palestine. They getting their asses bombed. So you profess to be of Christ, and you reject those who call him Christ. And you embrace those who call him a heretic. Make it make sense. He was a fraud. And therefore, we understand that he was an evil doer. Do with that as you please. Right? Because it's even me as a Black woman, right? I have friends that are white that are Christians. Because like I said, there's one God, one Christ, one body of Christ. So if you agree with the teachings of Christ, you're my family. Doesn't matter your complexion, doesn't matter your gender. Because we agree that Christ is the way. We agree that Christ is the Messiah. And we agree that those who are called according to his name must go out into the world, not just make disciples of people, but to pray for the world. The Bible is clear. It says when Christ saw the multitude, he wept because he realized these people, their souls are at risk. Right? Candace Owens is not a Christian. Officer Tatum is not a Christian. Greg of the Black Perspective is not a Christian. These are simply self-hating Negroes. Right? But of course, if you yourself are not a Christian, you cannot stand a real Christian, because evil and good can't dwell in the same body. And that's what Christ says. You cannot serve two masters, because one you will love, money, and the other you will hate, Jesus. Right? That's it. So Charlie Kirk himself could not surround himself with real Christians, because they would have told him a long time ago, this is not the way of Christ. Even if Hamas, they terrorists, the children of Palestine are hostage. Because if you know that these Hamas is terrorists, how can you expect civilians to detach themselves from terrorists? America is plagued by a bunch of corrupt politicians. And white Americans themselves don't even know how to detach themselves from corrupt politicians, even though they have more money. They have more access, right? But white Americans themselves, they shit their pants when it comes to regaining control of the government, when it comes to getting rid of all these corrupt cancers that are in Congress, right? White Americans are cowards. They don't even want to rid their own country of corruption. This country is so corrupt. But we expect poor people in Palestine. We expect mothers and children in Palestine to fight terrorists. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So it's always poor people that are always expected to be martyrs. White Americans are fat as fuck. All they do is eat junk food, processed food, all kinds. They're all fat. Most white women are fat as hell. Maybe these bitches need to get skinny and start fighting for the nation. All they do is shop on Temu, shop on TikTok shop, always shopping at Costco, right? All white Americans do is get fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter. But yet, you want a poor person that only has $1 a week to go fight a whole terrorist. Even I, Marlene, I'm not fighting Hamas. If Hamas is everything you say Hamas is, I'm staying the fuck out the way. Right? Even you, BB, it's been over 2 years. You haven't won the war against Hamas. And yet you are receiving all this weaponry from America. And even you can't win against Hamas. But you want mothers, grandmothers, and babies, children, they need to go fight against a terrorist group. Are you dumb? According to you, when Hamas came to Israel on October 7th, all these young people who are IDF soldiers, because in Israel, once you're 18, you are required to serve in the military. So wherever Hamas kidnapped, these people had military training, and yet they were taken by Hamas in the tunnels. So if soldiers can be subdued by Hamas, you think a goofy ass Palestinian mother who hasn't had food in 3 days, you think a Palestinian baby can go fight Hamas? Are you slow? Sing all kinds of bullshit. Sing all kinds of bullshit. The vast majority of American Congress people take money from AIPAC. Hold on. How many senators? Hold on. How many Congress people, okay, have taken money from AIPAC? There you go. Okay. Okay. So here they're saying that you have about, hold on, y'all. Did it stop? They're saying that you have about 361 people in Congress that have received money from AIPAC. 361 people. Like, what the freak? Right? More than the majority of Congress people have taken money from AIPAC. Are the American people fighting against that with their fat asses? This is a country where the average person has $90,000 per GDP. $90,000 GDP per capita. $90,000. Some of the richest people in the world, they take no risk. All they want to do is shop, live on credit, use Klarna, use Afterpay, eat all kinds of fast food, order DoorDash, Uber Eats, just be fat on their asses. So what you won't do when you have the means to do it, You got the money to do it. You have the social media to do it. You have the car to get to the White House, the Congress to do it. You have everything in your power to rid the federal government of this cancer that is called AIPAC. And they're terrorists, right? In 25 years, because of Israel, America has added 14 trillion in debt to the national debt. So without Israel, I think like right now it's 36 trillion, right? So without Israel, America would have had a debt of like what? 22 trillion? Do you understand how that would have been so beneficial? Lower mortgage rates, lower interest rates, more this, more that for the American people. Our children's future would not have been held hostage. 14 trillion in 25 years running behind Israel. So what white Americans are not willing to do, because God forbid they can't eat Chick-fil-A no more. God forbid they can't order DoorDash no more. God forbid they can't go to the Costco trip and buy all kinds of bullshit from Costco. You don't get to ask poor people in third world countries who only live on $1 a week to wage war against a whole terrorist group when you don't have the balls to go fight for your own fucking country and get your goofy ass government from the snares of these Israeli people. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. You're full of shit. Like Gaza is predominantly children and women. So I know that y'all believe that most women are feminists and most women are equal to men, which are sick minds. How dare you ask a woman and her children to go fight a terrorist group while your daughters are mindlessly scrolling on TikTok and getting all kinds of eating disorders, body dysmorphia. You Americans, you have so much time to scroll. All you do is be on the internet, fight over bullshit, attack black people, compare your lives to other people, live above your means. You broke bitches. You coupon clipping whores. I know you're not serious. You don't even have the balls. America has over 200 million white people. 200 million cowards, if you ask me. Nationalists, my black ass, right? Congress only has like 500 people. And you mean to tell me that 200 million white Americans who profess to love their country so much, you don't know how to go to DC and get your shit back? You don't know how to get to DC and free your country, free the Treasury, the Fed, the Congress, the Supreme Court, the White House from the sneers of these Zionist people? But you want a poor mother. You want a emaciated. And I know for some of you white women, being emaciated is a trend because some of y'all like Megyn Kelly, you hate food. Okay? So for white American women looking like they're starving, it's an aesthetic. Have y'all seen Megyn Kelly? Huh? Walking around like she's starving. Like a lot of white women they look famished, right? They starve themselves. They want to compete with their daughters. They are incredibly skinny, right? Because for them, starvation is an aesthetic. White women willingly starve themselves. Fuck yourself. You willingly starve yourself. You willingly drink almond milk when you can have more protein, bitch. Nobody is stopping your goofy ass from eating food. But the Palestinian mother, she really doesn't have food. You starve yourself for an aesthetic because that's how damaged you are. You hate yourself. You hate yourself. You are always picking your bodies apart. You're always doing the Botox, the fillers, the surgeries, the extensions. And so many of these goofy white black boys like Marcus think that's your real hair. That's a weave. That's a weave. Because most white women don't eat enough to have hair. They lose their hair because they're not eating enough food. And when you're starving your body, growing hair is not a priority for your body. You need to eat food. They don't eat enough food. So that's why they have to wear all these extensions. Also, all this bleach. Because most white women are brunettes. They're not blondes. They are not blondes. But they know the typical white man wants a blonde woman. So what they do, they self-hate. They start bleaching their hair since the womb. They bleach their hair since elementary school, right? But my point is, someone like Megyn Kelly, she looks famished because it's a trend for her. It's an aesthetic. It makes her feel beautiful that you can see her clavicles, her legs are this small. These are grown women in the bodies of 6-year-olds. Because maybe they know that most white men are attracted to children. So therefore, the goal of the white woman is to make herself look like a pubescent teenager to attract the white men. They're perverts. They're a bunch of perverts. These are a bunch of perverted people. They are perverted people. Why? Why is it that a grown-ass white woman doesn't want to look like a woman? Why don't you want to have the body of a woman where you actually have some kind of meat, some kind of muscle mass on your bones? Why do you want people to think that you are a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old from the back? Because from the back, you might think, oh, she might be a high school student. Because they know white men are perverts. Don't you ever forget that. Most white men are responsible for sexual offenses in America. Okay? All right? Most white men are responsible for touching people. Okay? Let me show you the stuff. Hold on. Ciao. Okay, hopefully you can see it here, right? Because they love to talk about statistics when it comes to black people. Let's get into it. Okay, white people, facts don't care about your feelings. Okay, so what they're saying here, okay, 93.6% of sexual abuse offenders were men, 57.5% were white. Okay, now let's see this, right? Hold on, how do I move this to the side? Ciao. Okay, I got it. Okay, all right. Almost 75% of offenders in cases involving production of child pornography were white. Okay, 53.3% of offenders in cases involving travel for prohibited sexual contact were white. Okay, all right. So a lot of white men out here are ridiculous. They are ridiculous. So I feel like this is why this could be one of the reasons why so many adult white women like Megyn Kelly, right, are starving themselves. I'm like, even before you see, she used to have some meat on her. She used to have some meat on her bones. But today, you see Megyn Kelly, she is emaciated. The girl is emaciated. I'm like, girl, eat some food. She is emaciated. She doesn't eat food. She looks like she's starving. Well, I mean, she's an adult. It's her choice. But my point is, for white American women, looking famished, looking like you're starving, it's an aesthetic for them. That's how much privilege they have. They have so much privilege that they can choose to look famished. It's a trend. They have so much food that they can choose to drink almond milk all day, and bone broth all day. It's a choice. But for the Palestinian mother, it is not a choice. She really doesn't have food, which also shows you how insensitive white Americans by large, I don't care who they are, liberal, conservative, they're all the same. They're all the same. I don't care. Okay? But it just goes to show you, right, that white Americans are so disrespectful towards the suffering of other people. Because while people are begging for food, they look at food and they choose not to eat it because they want to make it a trend to look like they're from a starving camp somewhere in the Palestine. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. A nation full of white cowards. And what they don't have the courage to do, because all they do, if you notice something, if you have noticed something, whether it's Megyn Kelly, whether it's Tucker Carlson, right? All these goofy ass white people, right? They only protest on social media, right? Because even that too is controlled opposition, right? Do you not find it funny? Do you not find it funny that these white Americans never say, let's take it to the streets? I don't even mean in a violent way, but they could have a protest, right? Have you ever seen Tucker Carlson said, okay, we're going outside, not to break shit, not to hurt people, but we're going to march because this is crazy. Have you ever seen Megyn Kelly, even Nick Fuentes? No, they do all their protesting, their patriotism, their stomping on the internet. Twitter fingers, as Drake would say, champagne pop people you at, right? Bunch of Twitter fingers. They protest on the internet. They complain on the internet. They're so mad on the internet. They love America so much on the internet, right? But their ancestors, they were not loving America from inside their house. They went outside to meet these redcoats and do what needed to be done. They're a bunch of cowards. This is nothing but control opposition. Oh, I'm asking questions. Oh, why don't you ask? I'm like, you don't have. We've had all kinds of marches. We've had marches for women's rights. We've had marches for labor unions. We have all kinds of marches. Marching is part of the First Amendment right. Just because you go outside and you protest does not make you a rioter. But it's just you want to let these people know you're serious, right? Why don't they stage like 100-day strike in front of Congress? That until you people disavow AIPAC, we are not leaving this way. It's not about breaking anything. We're just going to stay here and let the world know that we have a corrupt government, and this place is no different than China, right? But Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, you name it. They only want people to protest on the internet. Who gives a fuck? They can just mute your ass, right? You see, like even where is it? Where's it right now? Like, no, is it Vietnam or Nepal or something? The Gen Z revolution, where Gen Z people are taken to the streets because there's so much corruption in the government. You will never see that here, right? And I'm like, for all of these white kids who out here shooting people, huh? Instead of shooting people, why don't you organize as young people and march? Right? It's normal to be frustrated, but why do you have to kill people? Why don't you organize and march? Why do all these white men, the groypers, why don't they properly organize themselves, go to DC, get a permit, do things the right way, respect the law, because this is not a third world banana republic, whatever, right? Why don't they go to DC, go see Bozier at City Hall, get a permit, and say, we are coming to let our grievances be known. You don't have to scream. You ain't got to break shit, but it needs to be on camera. People need to come outside because then people can really see the magnitude of the people who are upset. Because on social media, if you have 500,000 views, you have 1 million views. Yeah, we know it's a big number, but imagine seeing 1 million people take to the streets. That's very different. They're like, oh shit, that's real. But 1 million people watch a video, and then when you look at Pennsylvania Avenue, the street is clean. There's nobody there, right? Ain't nobody there. Like, that's crazy to me. And it goes to show they're a bunch of cowards. Yeah, in Nepal. Whereas like in Nepal, the young people, right? What's it called? Is it the Gen Z? They call it Gen Z revolution, right? But in Nepal, the young people, instead of grabbing guns to go shoot people and shit like that, they are just taking over the country. You go and kill Charlie Kirk. What does that do? The Congress is still corrupt. The issue is not Charlie Kirk. The issue is the system. So when you kill Charlie, what have you done? They're going to find another Charlie. You kill that one, they'll create another puppet and another puppet. The main goal should be dismantle this corrupt system, which once again, it's something that Trump had promised the people. Okay? Donald Trump promised these people that he was going to drain the swamp. Instead, what Donald Trump did was add more alligators to the swamp. The swamp hasn't been drained. The swamp has not been drained. It was not drained during the first term, and the second term, it is also not being drained. Instead, now we're adding more alligators. We're adding crocodiles. We're adding snipers or shooters, you name it. The swamp has gone worse. Broken promises. I also said broken Trumpuses. Okay, broken promises by Donald Trump, the swindler, the man who even cheated on 3 wives. This man is a cheater. A man who can cheat on his first wife. Make it make sense, y'all. How can you even trust a man like this? Okay, Mother Ivana, come over here. Okay, because y'all know that's the goat. Okay, Ivana, no, the mother, right? This says Mother Ivana, right? She gave this man her youth. She gave this man everything. She gave him children. She raised the children. She took care of his hotels. She took care of his reputation with his unattractive Irish-looking ass. and thanking this woman infidelity after infidelity, disrespect after disrespect, because we know he was smashing Marla Maples while he was married to Ivana. But a man who can cheat on his wife, he ain't shit. If he can betray his wife, his life partner, the mother of his children, and his business partner, what do you think Trump has in store for you? Right? And we know, I know, he was smashing Marla Maples while he was still married. And I think one of the reasons why Mother Ivana, that's the GOAT, left this fool because Marla was pregnant. And I feel like that's the one thing she couldn't take. Like, you know what? It's enough. Enough is enough. I gave this man everything. And how do we know she was not murdered? Oh, she dropped from the staircase and now she's dead. You're right. This lady was tough. This lady was protected. She was covered. She was tough. It's giving suspicious. It's giving suspicion. Like, how do we know that Ivana Trump was not unalived by this man and his goons? Right? Then there's Marla Maples. How much do you want to bet he was smashing Ivana? What's her name? Melania? How much do you want to bet he was smashing Melania while he was with Marla? So she left. She left. But most likely Melania was a side chick. This man is loyal to no one. 3 marriages, multiple baby mamas, multiple kids by different types of women. And you wonder why him and Elon and his 14 kids are kindred spirits with their loose penises. And you wonder why he went and hired Pete Hegseth and his loose penis. And you wonder why he wanted Matt Gaetz and his loose penis that is attracted to 17-year-olds to serve in his government. Because dogs will roll together and pick up the same kind of fleas. Little bit young women. They have a taste for young women. Okay, there it is. There it is. So to sit here and to believe that a man who was never faithful in one marriage, he had 3 marriages, unfaithful in every single marriage. You think a man like that is going to hold campaign promises? The swamp has never been drained. The swamp ain't going to be drained. If anything, the swamp got more dangerous. More crocodiles, more alligators, you name it. They're all in there. And the shooters are in there as well. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Because Trump he breaks promises. He honors nothing. He will say anything to win. Okay? All right. That's all he does. That is all that he does. So I think it's very, very rich. It's very first world to tell poor people, oh, you should go fight a whole terrorist. Go fight these terrorists. We're not going to do it. We don't fight our terrorists. We allow our government to do whatever they want. We allow our senators, they go on vacation every week. They go on vacation. They work for 1 week, vacation another week. They work for 2 days. They go for recess for 20 days. They work for 5 days. They go on, like, how these people get paid? They barely work 40 hours a week. And we still have to pay senators. We pay them. We pay their security, whatever. We pay for their health insurance. We pay for their dental. These people barely work. DC is always empty because they're never there. The American people are never a priority. But when it comes to voting on a bill for Israel, oh, they sure will convene. They sure will convene. Right? And you're not fighting to change that shit. Right? The IRS, they do all kinds of bullshit. Taxing people, taking their money. Money goes to Israel. Money goes to Ukraine. Money goes God knows where. And that doesn't trigger you to ask for change. But we want poor Palestinian mothers, right? We want Palestinian mothers to go and fight terrorists. If what's it called? If these Hamas people are everything you say they are, right? So these women need to go fight terrorists. If it's not that white people are racist, and when they see a person of color, whether you are a man, you are a woman, you are a child, they don't even see you as a human being. They see you as a beast. So therefore, they think you can go fight a terrorist because you're a beast. And these are the same people who purport to fight for women's rights. They fight for the woman's womb. They fight for women's right to choose. They're full of shit. This is just campaign babble. Okay? Because if you truly care about women's rights, you will care about women's rights all over the place. But they only care about women's rights when they can actually vote in America. because they don't really care. Because like I said, these are not a people that have principles. They have elections to win because they want money from donors. They're a bunch of fraud. You gonna ask these old women and that little young girl to go fight Hamas? You can fight Hamas? The average American can't even do 10 push-ups. Okay? The average American can't even do 10,000 steps. At most, 20 steps to get to the fridge, get to the pantry, go back on the couch, and get fat all over again. You can fight Hamas? The average American doesn't even spend 30 minutes a week exercising. But you want to ask poor people, who barely have food, barely have water, don't even know where they're going to sleep tomorrow, to go fight Hamas. You fight Hamas. Matter of fact, you go fight hate back. These people, they're batshit crazy. They are really stupid. They are truly stupid. You're rich, you're fat. Most Americans consume enough food in a day for 3 people. I guess that's 4. 4,000 calories, 5,000 calories. They eat so much food. They eat enough for 4 people. That's why they have to wear sandals. They can't wear heels. They can't wear proper shoes because their feet so bad because they're so damn heavy. Even when they stand, their legs buck like this because they're so damn heavy. You eat enough food for 4 people, 5 people, and you have the audacity to tell somebody that barely has 1,000 calories a day to go fight Hamas. You go fight Hamas. You go fight AIPAC. Coward. Don't even have the balls to ask for a promotion at your job. You're too scared to ask your manager for a pay increase. You coward. But you want regular people, poor people, to go fight Hamas. You go fight Hamas. I want to see you do it. Can't even control your urges for food. Can't even control your cravings. You think you can fight a terrorist group? Bunch of crazy people. They have no regards for the lives of people of color. Because how dare you ask a woman who only eats 1,000 calories a day, maybe less, to go fight Hamas? Why? I'm not fighting Hamas. Just like I wouldn't even come next to your crazy ass as well. Stay away from me. Nobody wants to fight terrorists. Civilians are not meant to fight terrorists. Nobody wants to fight an army. Why would civilians fight an army? You don't even have the courage to go fight Congress people and they wear suits. Right? Are Congress people soldiers? No, they're civilians. They wear suits and you're scared of them. But you want regular Palestinians to go fight Hamas and their guns. Are you insane? Are you crazy? With your coward ass. These people sick of shit. Yeah, that's all they do. That is all that they do. Go sit down somewhere. They're so freaking fake. They're so fake. They are so fake. But for an election, January 6th, they were ready to burn Congress down. But yet, money is being taken out of this country by the boatload, being shipped to Israel, and you do nothing. You sit online, and all you do is go back and forth with Black people. All you do is troll Black people, troll Muslims, troll Latinos, because you're a bunch of cowards. They're a bunch of cowards. Don't even take these people seriously, okay? Because their forefathers will make sure that they don't get into heaven. Ridiculous. They are so ridiculous.
They tried to re-educate him. He refused both offers.
Foolishness.
Wow. So, I mean, guys, that Kirk turns down $150 million, cancels his trip to Israel.
If it was Israel, if it was leftists, we need to know what threat we face. If Charlie Kirk is being gunned down for not taking money from a foreign state to support their war, that's a problem. If Charlie Kirk got gunned down by a terrorist cell of insane left-wing trannies, we need to know that too.
And Nick, what you gonna do? You gonna come out the basement? You gonna come out the basement? There were 2 crazy white women who came to his door. He was shitting his pants. That's all they do is talk tough. All they do is talk a big ass game. You guys, I saw the video. 2 white ladies went to his house. They knocked on the door. Nick was so scared, he was ready to pepper spray the white woman. He's afraid. He is scared. When the police came and they were talking to him, his voice was shaking. I'm like, this dude is shitting his pants. 2 women. He was scared for his life. Oh, we need to know. And then if you know, then what? You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. Come out the basement, Nick. Come out the basement. You're not. Tucker Carlson, take it to the streets. He's not. Megyn Kelly, come outside. She's not. With her disgusting ass. That she wants to praise a 17-year-old. I mean, then he was 17, 18, Kyle, for killing people. That's all they do. Bunch of goofy ass, rich as fuck white people who encourage poor whites to crash the fuck out. Right? You think Megyn Kelly would let her son join a militia? Of course she wouldn't. That's what the poor whites do. All they do is galvanize poor white people to crash out. All they do is galvanize poor white people's children to crash out. Megyn Kelly will never let her son join a militia. She'll talk all that shit and she'll go home and make sure her kids don't even get emotionally attached to this bullshit because it's nothing but a grift to these people. And that's what I've come to realize. That rich white Americans, all they do is weaponize the frustration of poor white Americans. Poor white Americans are the crash out dummies. Because what sensible human being would be proud to see an 18-year-old kill 3 people? Even if Kyle Rittenhouse got off with murder, his life will never be the same. This young man will not prosper. He killed people. And there's a God. But once again, it's a godless people. Because this Megyn Kelly lady, she got kids. Right now, she never said she was a Christian, but me, I'm a Christian. And we know you don't spill blood. Like God came to Cain. He said, the blood of your brother is screaming out to me. Kyle Rittenhouse, he killed 3 people, and then he injured 2 people. And Megyn said, I'm so proud of him. Oh, I'm so proud of him. I'm like, what a fucking witch. What an ugly ass witch. Why didn't she send her son to join the militia? Right? With her $7 or $15 million settlement that she got from ABC. Right? She's a multimillionaire and she's telling this boy, who's probably the only son of this white lady, oh, I'm happy you killed people. You think her son has a gun? You think her son will come anywhere a gun? You think she'll bring her children anywhere? These poor hillbilly white people? She never will. She despises these people. But she understands that's how she makes the money, by galvanizing poor white people to crash the fuck out. They're a bunch of evil people because they ain't gonna do shit. They're not doing shit because they want to have money. They want to live. They want to have their views. They want to be famous. They're a bunch of fucking narcissists. These are all fucking clout chasers. But then they know these white people they talk to, them poor white trash they talk to, oh, they know a few gonna crash out. A few will crash out. And guess what? Then that creates more content. Then they'll pretend to be on their side, but all the while it's all monetized. They want poor white people to crash out. Because another dead white person or another white shooter is content for these people. They're sick as fuck. They are seriously deranged. They are so deranged. He is not coming out the basement. And he knows damn well his goofy ass is not coming out the basement. He came out the basement one time. I'm telling you, he was shaking. I'm like, Nick, calm down. These are 2 Karens. They ain't gonna do shit. Scared as fuck. You think this boy works out? You think he lifts weight? You think he even does a few push-ups a day? He's a little bitch. He's a little bitch. He's a weak-ass little bitch. The only thing I will give Nick Fuentes credit for is that he has never taken money from AIPAC. So that's why he can cuss him out. Because he had never took their money. He never celebrated Shabbat. He never played nice with these people. So that I will give him credit for that. But everything else, he's full of shit. He is full of shit. Okay? They're all full of shit. Control opposition. Say whatever you want as long as you teach people to keep their frustration on the internet. That's it. They don't want these people outside. Because if the people come outside, it's really going to display to the world that America is corrupt. Because the people themselves are turning on the people they voted for. Right? So that is their job. Keep the cattle, keep these goofy, uneducated, racist white cattle on the internet. They need to protest on the internet. They need to be upset on the internet. We don't want to see these people in the streets. But when it was Joe Biden, they had no problems going to the streets, right? These people right here, they don't have principles. They are not principle-based. Because if it was good enough for you to be in the streets for Joe Biden, you should also be in the streets for Donald Trump. Keep the same fucking energy. But they can't, because it's not a principle-based people. Their thoughts are not their own. They're like cattle. They're sheep. They have to be led. They got to be told how to be angry, how to do. They can't think for themselves. They cannot think for themselves. The average white American cannot think for him or herself. She has to be told how to feel, who to blame. She can't think for herself. These people do not practice critical thinking. They don't have critical thinking skills. They always need a leader. They always need a prophet, or I guess a swindler. No thoughts are the original thoughts. They always repeat the same shit. They all repeat the same shit. Not the fucking cult. I swear, being white in America and being a racist, it's a fucking cult. They're a part of a cult. They repeat the same shit. They have the same shit. They repeat the same shit back to back to back to back to back. There is nothing original. Black people are 13% of the population, and they commit 50% of murders. That's it. Most black women are DI. That's all they do. They're part of a cult. And part of that cult is that brainwashing bullshit. And all they do is repeat the same shit. They're told what to say. And they're forced to repeat that shit over and over and over, and ashamed of what's called offended by everything. Ashamed of nothing. One thing, what? Nothing is original with these people. How often you gonna speak to a white racist and he's gonna give you some novel critique of black people? No, you've heard it all before. Monkey, what's it called? Monkey, ape, welfare queen, baby mom. That's it. That's all they have. Recitation, right? That's all they do, because nothing is original. They're a part of a fucking cult. It is a fucking cult. Whiteness in America is a cult. White nationalists, whatever the fuck it is a fucking cult. Being a groyper, it is a fucking cult. They don't think for themselves. They think as one. They share a common brain. These are not critical thinkers. These are not individuals. These are not people who embody what it means to be an American. Be your own person. Think for yourself. Do not be afraid to challenge the status quo. How do you really feel? I don't know. How do they feel? That's it. Silly. You're a dumbass. That's all they have. They're crazy. They're really crazy. So Nick, shut up. You're not coming out the basement.
What we're getting from the government is not good enough. Trump is playing golf. Kash Patel is at dinner. They don't seem to know what they're doing.
Okay, and?
Trump is posting on True Social about football.
Okay.
Allegedly, one of his close friends, one of his important allies, is laying dead. And we don't know the killer, and we have no idea what's going on. There could be reprisals. There could be copycats. Where's the leadership?
So what are you going to do about it, Nick? Ain't going to do shit. Oh, Trump is playing golf. Trump is doing this. Okay. And then what? Okay. You observe all of this. So now what? Are you going to ask somebody in Congress to file impeachment papers? You're not. So shut the fuck up. Right? That's all they do. Oh, I've noticed this. I've noticed that. Okay. So what would you like to do about it? Right? We all know you ain't coming out the basement. You wouldn't even come out the basement if somebody offered you 1,000 virgins, Nick. That's how scared you are. And we know you want to have sex. We know you want to have sex, okay? We know you want to know what it feels like to have sex. You're 25, dude, okay? So if somebody offered you 1,000 virgins, you ain't going to do it. You're going to stay in that basement. Shut up. Shut up. Like, seriously, shut the hell up. I don't even know how the groypers allow themselves to be represented by such a bitch ass. I don't get it. Like, I really don't know how the groypers can allow themselves to identify with such a bitch ass, Reddit looking ass motherfucker. Okay? This is a weak ass little boy. Never had a woman. Never had sex in his life. Never built shit. Don't have shit. Don't own shit. He's in the fucking basement at his big ass age. He's in the basement. Mommy and daddy live upstairs. All he does is yak from the basement. That's all he does. He's always in the basement. But they have a basement king, and they want people to take him seriously. Oh, I'm proud to be white. Oh, white people matter. White lives matter. white people should only be with white people, then where the fuck is your white woman, Nick? Where the fuck is your white wife? You're old enough now to be married, right? Right? But if there's not some kind of forced arranged marriages, you don't even have enough game to pull a white woman. Imagine that. Where are your white children? Where is your white wife? Where is the white family that you are providing for? How can people allow themselves to be led by a dude who lives in the basement with mommy and daddy? He's in the basement. He don't even have a bank account. This guy does not even have a bank account. How much do you want to bet that in that house, the power bill, the water bill, all the utilities are in his daddy's name? Huh? You think he living there paying any kind of bills? I would love to see it. How much you want to bet that the mortgage is still in his father's name? He is a dependent. And I'm sure because he's 25 years old, he is still on his daddy's insurance. Right? And this is the kind of man, this is the kind of boy, if you ask me, that these groypers see as a king, a basement king, a dependent on daddy's tax form, a dependent on daddy's insurance, a man who has yet to deliver us white children. And yet he believes that the white population should increase. And how much you want to bet every night he plays with himself and he puts a bunch of white babies in the toilet? How much you want to bet? Got the Vaseline ready, the hand ready, and there's a bunch of white children in the palm of his hand. Right? Is that where they belong, Nick? You weirdo freak. You weirdo freak. Okay? The groypers, their leader is in the freaking basement. He's in a basement. These people are so unserious. They are so unserious. This white nationalist bullshit is a grift. It's a grift. It's a way to feel strong without actually doing shit. Or if I call myself a white nationalist, that's it. No, there's more to it. You gotta have actions behind your words. Calling yourself a white nationalist doesn't make you a nationalist. If you're not willing to do what it takes to get your country out of the hands of the Zionists, you a bitchalist. I already told you that. You're not a nationalist. You are not a nationalist. You are a coward. A coward that is being led by another coward. And that's it. Friends of a feather flock together. You're a bunch of little sissies. You're a bunch of cowards. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao. You ain't shit. Okay? You ain't shit. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy.
Where's the press conferences? And by the way, I am sick and tired of seeing the worst governor in America, Governor Cox from Utah, this pro-trans, left-wing, anti-Trump scumbag, constantly jumping in front of the cameras and giving campaign speeches. I have had enough of him. This country did not...
You know, Governor Cox, you guys, listen, I don't know. This dude right here, this governor right here, you guys, he creeps me out. He really creeps me out. When I see this governor, I really think he's the kind of white man that has children chained in his basement. I don't know. There's something, you tell me what you think. There's something in this. There's something about this man that gives. He watches child pornography. Okay? There's something about this man that gives. He has innocent children tied up in his basement for his sexual pleasure and his sexual deviancy. There's something about this man that gives. This man creates, manufactures, and distributes child pornography. There's something about this white man that gives. He's the type of white man to take a trip to Haiti and to adopt innocent Haitian children to bring them to America and to sexually abuse the children. But this man creeps me the fuck out. This man creeps me the fuck out. Like he is, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Just like the guy Sam Altman. The guy Sam Altman from ChatGPT, from AI stuff, he creeps me out. This guy creeps me out. And I'm like, you know what? One day, this man gonna be exposed. Because I refuse to believe that this man doesn't consume child foolishness. He looks like it. I don't know how to explain it. But I'm like, he just has I'm trying to be perfect. My smile is perfect. I'm like, nah, it's giving creep. It's giving you have children in your basement. It's giving, if I was to go through your phone, go through your computer, your secret server, I would see all kinds of children being abused. Okay? They're a bunch of weirdos. These are a bunch of weirdos. And I'm pretty sure I'm right. Which is why also it would make a lot of sense why it would happen in a state. You guys, this thing was planned out months ahead. This assassination thing, this unaliving thing, it was planned out months ahead. And I'm sure they picked his state because they have the most dirt on him. They have the most dirt on him. So because he's not going to want to be exposed, he's going to go along and say whatever they tell him to say, all kinds of foolish. Oh, he had Bella Child on the bullet casing. What are we even talking about? He had 3 arrows up and 1 arrow down. Like, what the heck? Oh, he wore his clothes. He took his clothes off, and then he went back into the same clothes, and he was staying in those clothes for 3 days. Who does that? Okay? Makes no sense. But this guy, he creeps me out. He creeps me out. I was looking at him this morning. I'm like, there's no way that this man is not involved in abusing children. This dude is weird. He is weird looking.
Elect that dirtbag. This country elected Trump to appoint a DOJ and an FBI director that would get to the bottom of things like this. And where are they? See you in Valhalla? Fuck you. Posting about the NFL rules? Fuck you. Where's our vengeance?
Okay. Now he says he wants vengeance. But yesterday he said, oh, we got to calm down the temperature. Oh, I disavow people who want to hurt people. You see how he's putting the word out there, vengeance, because he wants grapers to crash out. Nick Fuentes is a liability. Nick Fuentes is a poor leader. Because why does he go to vengeance? My thing, why do you talk too much? Do what you need to do. Right? If you feel like they're not, do what you need to do. No. He's a wankster. He's going to talk about it. He's not be about it. But he's hoping that one of his gripers is going to be a crash out. Because why are you talking about where's our vengeance? What vengeance? If the young man did it, they have him in custody. So what vengeance? He was with white people, amongst white people. He got shot by a white person. What vengeance are you talking about? We live in a country of laws, right? Private citizens cannot take matters into their own hands. If he actually did it, the young man is in custody. So what vengeance are you talking about? We have laws. We have judges. We have a grand jury. We have a petit jury. We have DAs. We have structure. We have a legal system. So why are you sitting here talking about, oh, we want our revenge or our vengeance? What? Right? Goofy ass little boy. Reckless little boy with not a single utility bill to his name. Because he wants these young people to crash out. Why is he talking like this? And that's how you realize when he first came out, and, oh, I disavow violence. No, he doesn't. He's white. He's Mexican. He's Italian. Shit. What the fuck? He don't disavow shit. Violence runs through his veins. Because as a leader, and you know it's a lot of young people, a lot of white disaffected, however he said the white boys will listen to you. So when you start saying things like, oh, where is our vengeance? Where is our vengeance? What the fuck is that? Because you want these young people to act a fool. You are hoping that a goofy white boy is going to do something he's going to regret. Because you're not thinking about him. You're not thinking about the rest of his life. You're not thinking about his family, his friends. And if he does something crazy, they're going to get this boy. He's going to die in prison. So you're sitting here, you're sitting here at home with mommy and daddy. You're safe with mommy and daddy, and you're hoping that another child, another white child, is going to sneak past his mommy and daddy and do something he's going to regret for the rest of his natural life. Every young groyper needs to trust the process. If Tyler is guilty, he's going to be held accountable. If he's not guilty, he's going to be set free. But it's pretty ridiculous to call yourself an American nationalist and you don't even give room for the Constitution to constitution, okay? That is fucking crazy. He doesn't care about these kids. And that's what most of them are. Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all these goofy, Matt Walsh, all these goofy-ass bastards. They don't care about these white kids. Because for today, should you take a crazy decision that is going to affect the rest of your life because of Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk was a millionaire. And yes, he's dead, but guess what? His family's rich. That's the reality. Yes, he's not alive anymore, but he left Erica with $12 million. She's going to be all right. And most likely, she'll find herself a new husband. But if you go and you crash out and you do something crazy, not only is your family not rich, so you're going to have a public defender. Do you really want to go unalive somebody and have a public defender? I don't think so. Your family is not rich. You go and you do something stupid, your picture will be all over the internet. They will find your mom. They will find your dad, their Facebook pages, their Instagram. Your whole family is going to be on the national news. Nick is fucking irresponsible. He is fucking reckless. Think about your future. There are better ways. You can become a politician. You can become a lawyer. There are many things you can do to save America, but do not throw your fucking life away for a basement dweller and a masturbator. Don't you dare. He's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking idiot. His life is ruined. He's a fucking pariah, so he wants you to be a pariah. Do not follow this idiot. Fucking evil man. He's fucking evil. Like you saw this boy Tyler, assuming he did it, maybe he didn't do it. He is 22 years old, 22 years old. And this young man is facing the death penalty over Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk has not won nobody's life. He's a fucking clown. He's a troll. And I wish I had known Tyler. I would have told that boy, Charlie Kirk is not worth it. He's a fucking clown. Don't you throw your life away for this idiot. You got your whole life ahead of you. Go have a family. Get married. Have your children. Let Charlie, let him be. Because evildoers always reap their shit. You don't have to intervene. God sees everything. And in this life, nobody gets away with anything. Don't throw your life trying to handle a wicked person. They're already wicked. Their faith is sealed. You don't have to get involved. That's how you know they purport to be white, to care about white people. They do not. Because if you're white and you're proud to be white, you're going to make sure that no young white man throws his life away behind some goofy ass politics. It's a fucking game. It's a fucking game. Don't be so emotionally consumed by this shit. It's the same clowns, different outfits, different campaign, different promises. They're a bunch of clowns. And your job is not to go to prison. The real criminals are the politicians. Don't you dare become one. They want you to be like them. Hey, Sunshine. The real criminals of America are our politicians. As a young person, a 21-year-old, a 22-year-old, whatever you are, do not throw your life away behind these goofy-ass old people who decided to hold the liquidation sale for Israel. Do not be like these people. They're the criminals. They need to go to prison. You keep your ass at home. If you want to protest, do it the right way. But I'm like, think about your family. This dude, this bastard, he don't care about you. Because look at Tyler Robinson. They put his mom on TV. They put his dad, his siblings. They put everybody on. I mean, like, but damn. Your family will not know any peace. Wherever they go, oh, that's the mama of the killer. That's the mother of the killer. That's the father of the killer. That's the brother of the killer. Your siblings at school will be pointed out as, oh, that's your brother's a killer. In prison, they will have to put you in solitary confinement. Because imagine how many people will want your head for some freaking, how do you call it again, consignment, whatever it's called. There's some hungry ass people in prison. For $50, they're going to hurt you. Because that's how badly they need money. Okay? He's fucking evil. Nick ain't shit. And never been shit, ain't gonna be shit. And we also know he ain't gonna never come out this fucking basement to actually be shit. I want to see this motherfucker run. I want to see this motherfucker do 10 push-ups. I would love to see it. I love to see. There is no manhood in this bitch. There is no manhood. It's very easy to sit this, oh, what about our revenge? Nick, shut up. People took your bank account. They took your manhood. They took everything from you, and you stayed in the basement. With your goofy ass, you all the way on the Rumble doing the very most. Shut up. And I hope YouTube never gives you a platform. You are a threat to these young white people. You're a fucking demon. You're not of God, okay? You are not of God. Where is our vengeance? Bitch, in the basement with your goofy ass. His stupid ass. This dude, this Nick Fuentes dude, I really wish I could meet this guy. I'm going to set his ass straight. I will set his white ass. He claims he's 2% African. Oh, I'm a real nigga. You're going to meet a real nigga when you see me. I'll beat your ass. What a dumbass. Talking big shit from his basement. And he went with the Hodge twins and they didn't even apply pressure because they're so happy to be some bootlicking coons. Disgusting. You're a disgusting ass.
If we can't get justice from the government, you're going to get vengeance from the people, and it's going to...
Vengeance. You see this? So first, we said the people are going to get vengeance. So not from you, huh? But these white boys will be your crash out dummies. You want these white kids who trust you. You want these white kids who look up to you to go out there and ruin their future. You've never been to prison. You have no idea how prison is. The first night in prison, a whole week in prison, your first month in prison, your first year in prison, you have no idea. You chose, because of your goofy ass mouth, to live in the fucking basement. You are in isolation by choice. But you want these goofy ass white kids. Some of these kids don't even weigh 130 pounds. Most white boys are really skinny. They're very, very skinny. You want a white boy that's never been in a fight, don't know how to use his hands, because most white boys, all they do is use guns. They don't know how to fight. Okay? They don't know how to fight with their hands. They're not men, they're boys. And they play with daddy's guns. You think these boys, they go to prison, they see them big ass black dudes, them crazy ass Mexicans, these crazy ass Salvadorians or MS-13, these crazy ass whiteheads. You think these goofy ass grapers can survive? You are a fool. You are a foolish little bitch. Somebody need to smack your mouth. You are a goofy ass little bitch. Even me, for as much as I can't stand some of these racist white people, I will never want to send a white boy to prison, a white child to prison. Prison is not meant for people. It's hard in prison. Life is hard. You see all kinds of people, mentally ill people, crazy people. You in a cell with a random person, you can't even close your eyes. He might want to take your butt. And you want little kids, 22-year-old, people who just left high school. You want these kids to crash out so you can have content. You're fucking disgusting. You are seriously disgusting. And it's shameful. But then again, I'm not surprised because you are a shameful entity. This is crazy. But you came out here, oh, we need to quiet down the temperature. No, you're fake. You are fake. You are so fake. And this is how you really feel. This is how you really feel. And I pray all the white parents, if your child listens to Nick Fuentes, you have to talk to your child. You cannot be so consumed by hating white people, black people, that you allow your child to be hypnotized by this criminal. He's going to ruin your child. If you are a white person and your son or your sons are obsessed with Nick Fuentes, you need to have an intervention. You need to take your child to therapy ASAP. You got to talk to your kids, and you got to make sure they get off the internet. Because these cancers, these demons, pipe the piper of prison, okay? Pipe the piper of gloom. You got to keep your white sons away from people like Nick Fuentes. He is insane. He really is insane. I heard this shit this morning. I was like, I can't believe the stuff that's coming out of his mouth. But then again, I can. He is a demon.
To be ugly.
Jesus Christ.
And I don't want to see that. I'm not encouraging that.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
That's not a threat.
That is a threat.
That is an observation.
You're right.
If you deprive the people of justice, if the enemies of society are not deterred by the government,
Jesus.
there will be more bloodshed.
Wow.
And we're just not getting it.
This dude is sick.
Where is the leadership? Where's the messaging? Where's the information? Where is the whole of government effort to get to the bottom of this, keep the American public apprised, to deter future attacks?
Boy, shut up. Let me show you this other one he did. Hold on, if I can find it. Oh, I didn't finish this one, huh? Let me finish this one.
And it's honestly how the Sabbath saved my life and helped preserve my family and helped preserve my career. And so 2 things. Number one, a pastor that I really care about, Pastor David Englehart. He's one of our board members at Turning Point USA. I was exhausted. It was the summer of 2021. I sat down with him. I said, I'm not sleeping well. I'm fatigued. And he asked me very bluntly, are you honoring the Sabbath? And I gave him very weak theological arguments, honestly. Oh, I'm not bound to that. Or no, I'm not really interested in that. I don't have to do that. And he really challenged me, and I didn't have good responses, to be perfectly honest with you. And pairing that with my very good friend, who is Jewish, who right now is going through a very difficult health trial, Dennis Prager, who I believe is the premier Torah teacher of this generation. He's amazing. He's a phenomenal mind. And if you don't know Dennis Prager, on the Sabbath, you guys would really appreciate Dennis Prager, because he has brought the teachings of the Sabbath to more millions of people than almost anybody.
Talking about the man who owns PragerU. Okay. Okay, sure.
Alive, and I hope to carry that tradition. And he would always talk about the Shabbat, always talking about the Sabbath. And I found myself, after a couple of years of hearing this, getting really jealous of him. Being like, wait a second, you're able to just unplug for one day and not work and be with friends and family and worship God? I want that. And I would start to get really...
So Christians don't do that? Christians don't take a day off and enjoy it? Where did he grow up again? But he's a Christian. So his family don't take Sundays off and pray to God, go to church, make food, spend time together as a family? Oh, think of it, bro. Okay? Make it make sense. What are we even talking about? What are we talking about? I don't know. Most Black people who grew up Christians, Sundays were usually just about church. Black people stay in church all day on Sundays. Okay? And then when they come out of church, they go eat as a family, and then, you go home. Right? So I'm like, you don't have to be, the Jewish man showed me how to practice the Shabbat. Sir, what? Just say you come from a family of non-believers. That's it. Because there's no way you are strong in your Christian faith and you're envious of Jews. Like, make it make sense. Seriously, make it make sense.
Jealous in the worst possible way. And then I realized it's not something you go and purchase at the store. It's not something that you have to take out a loan for. It's simply the prioritization of the question of who's in charge. It's that simple. And if you believe God is in charge, and if you believe Genesis 1:1, because the Shabbat is a question of whether or not you believe Genesis 1:1, and if you believe Genesis 1:1, then you honor the Sabbath. If you have questions about Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
Okay. And you see why he goes to Genesis? Because the Genesis, especially Genesis, right? But that's the Torah, right? That is the Torah. That's not a part that the Jews have an issue with. You see how he's not talking about Jesus, right? He talking about the Genesis. Why don't you talk about the New Testament? Why doesn't he talk about the New Testament, right? Why does he talk about Genesis, the Old Testament? Because the Old Testament is the Torah. And that's not the part that the Jews mind. They mind the New Testament. So, I'm a Christian that observes the Old Testament and then I envy the Jews. There you go. Fraud. You are fraudster. You are fraudulent. You are fraudulent.
This is Bereshit, right? It's the first truth claim of the scriptures. Then on the seventh day, you rest because God created the heavens and the earth. It is the longest standing celebration of time of the creation of the heavens and the earth. And so that realization changed my life. I could talk about this from many different dimensions, what it's meant for me personally, what it means on the macro. I also go to churches across the country. I speak at hundreds of churches of all different denominations. And I will challenge the Christian church because I believe this is the most ignored commandment of the Decalogue to our own detriment. And I will go a step further and then I'll...
You said what?
To our own detriment. I speak at hundreds of churches of all different denominations. And I will challenge the Christian church because I believe this is the most ignored commandment of the Decalogue.
The most ignored commandment of the Decalogue. You see how they cherry pick? The most ignored commandment is to love thy neighbor. There you go. We can't deny the Old Testament, right? But when you're a Christian, you follow the teachings of Christ. The most important commandment of Christ is to love your neighbor as you love yourself. But the problem with Charlie, because he's a racist, he knows his neighbor could be white. His neighbor could be a Latino. His neighbor could be a gay person. His neighbor could even be a trans. He doesn't want to love those people. And that's why he loves the Old Testament. Because, you know, the Old Testament is really about revenge, right? It has an eye for an eye, all that crazy shit. You know, Leviticus, Ecclesiastes, you know, not Ecclesiastes, oh my God, Deuteronomy and stuff. It's a lot of killing in that thing. It's a lot of killing. It's a lot of killing. You know, even in Genesis, it's kind of weird that God says to Abraham, for you to prove that you love me, let me see if you'll kill Isaac real quick. Hold on, wait a minute. So I'm like, if that ram had not been there, Abraham would have killed Isaac? Hold up, sir, you crazy. Okay? It's a lot of violence. It's a lot of violence in the Old Testament. There's a lack of mercy in the Old Testament. There's a lack of compassion in the Old Testament. So I can't sit here and deny the Old Testament, but I understand that the faith is made perfect by looking at things through the teachings of Jesus Christ. And the greatest commandment of Christ that is ignored is to love other people. Love your neighbor. The second commandment of Christ that is really hated by people is forgiveness. Oh, whoa. Preach forgiveness anywhere. They're going to come cut your ass out. You want your church to empty out? Start telling people they need to forgive people. What you mean? Because everybody loves the Bible, right? Yeah, exactly. Because he's a fraud. Everybody loves the Bible when the Bible says an eye for an eye. Everybody loves the Bible when the Bible says you can divorce your wife, right? Everybody loves the Bible when it says you can put a thief to death. They love that shit. Everybody loves the Bible when it says you can take the house that you haven't built from your neighbor because he's of a different tribe. There you go. Right? But when Jesus says, why do you want to divorce your wife? Forgive her. Oh, they hate that part. When Jesus says, forgive other people, as God himself has forgiven you. Oh, they hate that part. You mean I got to forgive? I got to forgive? Yes. And when they ask Christ, how shall we pray? He said, you ask your Father in heaven to help you forgive others as God himself has forgiven you. But you see, human beings ain't shit. Ain't never been shit, ain't gonna be shit. We love for God to forgive us. We love for God to bless us. We ask for money. We ask for houses, cars, shoes, fame, you name it. We beg God. When we think our lives are about to expire, we'll do everything to beg God to forgive. Oh, Father God, I promise you, if you come through this one time, I'll never do it again. Oh, God, I promise you, I'll never do it again. God gives you mercy. You turn around and do that shit all over again because you ain't shit. And God knows you ain't shit. But that's why God is not like us, because he has infinite mercy. And the Bible says that the mercies of God, they renew themselves every day. Peter asked Jesus, how many times should we forgive? And Christ replied, 77 times 7. What'd that give? That's a big number, huh? Because 7 times 7 is 49. So 70 times 7, that's already like 490. So it's already, God is telling you to forgive over like 500. Jesus said, forgive at least over 500 times. Most people can't do that. Even people who have the biggest Bible. Oh, I've noticed a thing. I have noticed a thing, y'all, in the land of the living. The bigger the Bible, the meaner the heart. The bigger the Bible, okay? I don't know what they forgive. I don't know what they follow, what they don't follow. My point is, it's very, when you're a hateful person, it's very convenient to say, oh, I'm an Old Testament Christian, because it's all about retribution. It's all about retribution. You know, when I was younger, I used to love the book of Joshua. Then I got older and I said, this is not okay. You don't deserve houses you haven't built. You don't deserve to commit a genocide on people because you want their shit. Why don't you just ask people, can I live here? Because to me, Joshua's wrong. I was young, I used to love the book of Joshua. But you know, when you read Joshua, you can see why the Zionists feel the way they do about Palestinians. Because in the Old Testament, the book of Joshua, people are dehumanized. They're called Canaanites, Hittites, Jebusites, everything that sounds like a termite. And they're not seen as people. How convenient. You ain't got shit to your name, and somehow you claim that God told you somebody's house belongs to you. Sit your goofy ass used to be slave somewhere, okay? That's not how we move. And that's why Jesus never said, go take something that don't belong to you. He said, if you need something, ask for it. If you need food, you ask for it. You need lodging, you ask for it. But someone's house doesn't belong to you. It is their house. It is their house. But I can see how the Zionists can read the story of Joshua and feel like, yeah, if we want to take Palestine, we can. Because these people here, they're Jebusites, they're Hittites, they're Canaanites, they're termites, they're seeds of Amalek. But even God saw fit to create the seed of Amalek. If God wants to take him out, let him do it. Why you got to do it? But it's very easy to say, I heard from God when it comes to people you don't like. And the message is always kill all the people you don't like. So Marlene, I am very weary of First Testament Christians. Because that book is really bloody. The Old Testament is bloody. It is excessively bloody. It's disgusting. So for you to have read the Old Testament and the New Testament, and you purport to call yourself a Christian, a follower of Christ, when the Bible says, when the Romans came to snatch his ass, he went along like a lamb being led to the slaughterhouse. He didn't fight. Jesus was not about hatred. He was not, oh, an eye for an eye. You did this to me, did that to me. He told Peter, the rooster is not going to sing 3 times. You're going to deny me. But even though it wasn't hateful, it was facts. But he forgave Peter. He forgave everybody. I even think if Judas had stayed and he hadn't killed himself, he would have forgave that man. Because it had to happen. You didn't hurt me. You hurt yourself. And that's what most people don't understand. Even those who, like Charlie Kirk, who claim to be Christians. But you're a child of God. If you did right by someone and they repay you by betraying you, they didn't hurt you. They hurt the God who sent you. And that's what the word is clear. Revenge belongs to the Lord. It doesn't belong to us. But people like Charlie, Nick Fuentes, and their goofy ass, low vibrational white Christians, white Pharisees who claim to be Christians, they're low vibrational. Because they think revenge has to come from men because they don't trust God, because they don't know God. But when you know God and you know that God sent me, whoever does you wrong, they haven't wronged you. They've wronged the God who sent you. And he will deal with these people accordingly. You don't live your life to seek revenge. You pray for people. Because even this young man, Tyler, if he really did that shit, it's sad. He is 22 years old. Just like a young black man also who's 22 years old and was given life in prison. These are young American boys who are going to have to be men in prison. They will grow up in prison. They will celebrate birthdays in prison. They will never have children. Like going to prison for the rest of your life. It's like, it's castration. It is castration. You're sterilizing yourself. Your entire life in there, you will have to fear for your safety. It's not a place. It's not a place for young people. Young people belong in college. Young people belong in trade schools. Young people should be going to concerts and fairs, whatever, with their friends. Young people should be traveling abroad, having new experiences, learning different languages. Real life, now you know what? It's not that big. It's not a big deal. There are people who do bad things. But the worst thing you can do is become a bad person. Everybody in this life, we all have to resist evil. We have to resist temptation to hate. And I feel like even white people, when I think about white Americans at large, I think white Americans too, they are a test for Black Christians. Because when it comes to us as Black people, especially those of us who are Christians and happen to be Black, We have a choice to make. Are we going to stoop down to their level and be just as hateful and jeopardize our salvation? You know, there are people who don't have salvation. There are people who don't have a true covenant with God. They don't know God. They claim they do. A lot of people claim God, but they don't know him. They have never known him. They have never known the intimacy of God. What they know is their earthly father. And they see God through their father. Like, so my father is an alcoholic. I see God the same way. My dad is vindictive. I see God the same way. That's what most people do. Whatever their patriarchy is, however sick or healthy their patriarchy is, this is what they take and they project that onto God. But God ain't your earthly daddy. They're not the same. Right? And so when it comes to white Americans, especially the racist one, you have a choice to make. Will I allow a white American to compromise my salvation? The answer is no. They're not worth it. Because for me, Marlene, the promise of my salvation is guaranteed. I'm going to heaven. I am going to heaven. That's why I want no parts of this foolishness. I want no parts of American culture. It is pagan. It's idolatrous. It centers around the worship of money. It's full of lies, deceit, manipulation, grifting. Everybody does it. Everybody does. It's so normal to lie. It is so normal to deceive over here. It is crazy. This is like Babylon. And if you're a real Christian and you really believe in Christ and you want to see the afterlife, you want to meet God, and you want God to say, "Well done, my faithful servant," you have to live like Daniel. You have to set yourself apart. You got to set yourself apart. So when a white racist comes and wants to trigger you, you have to realize this is a lost soul. That's why they're so agitated. And I think some of these white racists, they have what the Bible refers to as legions. It's not one demon. They have multiple demons inside their heads. And we sit here sometimes and we allow ourselves, we are human, so we allow ourselves sometimes to go back and forth with these people, but we forget that Christ has given us the power to rebuke demons in his name. So it's not the crazy white man that I see, but I understand he is possessed by a spirit called legion. So therefore, I rebuke that spirit. Stay away from me. You're crazy. And I cast you into the swines. You are insane. But a lot of white Americans are in need of salvation. They need salvation real bad. Just like Paul on his way to Damascus, they need to have a real encounter with Jesus Christ. They need to have a real moment with the Holy Spirit. And like the men that used to sell the slaves, that wrote the song Amazing Grace, they're going to have that moment. Because I'm sure he thought he was a Christian, selling human beings. But he had a real divine encounter. And that's when he wrote the song Amazing Grace. Because he said, I was blind. Because hatred will make you blind. And so many white people have hatred for black people because they hate themselves. You can only give the world what you have. If you've never known love, you can't give love to other people. If you have never loved yourself, you cannot love another person, especially somebody who doesn't look like you. So the issue of the white racist is not me, because I have done nothing to him. He doesn't know me. She doesn't know me. They create this narrative about black people because they have torment in their souls. You don't know me. And you wish you knew me. You wish you had a friend like me. Right? You don't know what it is to have a blessed person in your life. So you lie about people, you defame people, you degrade people because you need something to hate, because you're tired of hating yourself. The hatred is so ever consuming. They need to take that out of their bosom and put that on somebody else so they can have a moment of sanity. They're mentally ill. It's not a joke. To be a racist, it's a confession of a mental illness. You are mentally ill. It is not normal to hate people for how they look. It is not normal to hate people because of where they're born. It is not normal to hate people because they speak a different language. That is just not normal. It's a mental illness. It's some serious sociopathy that they have. They need help. Now, I'm not going to help them because they ain't got the money. But the federal government needs to invest in the mental health of white Americans because they need support. They need emotional support because it's not normal to just wake up and be so hateful. But then again, I think a lot of white Americans also, they didn't grow up in households that were loving. They didn't grow up in households where they had parents who showed them the way of Christ. Love, forgiveness, long-suffering, temperance, kindness, words of affirmation. The only way a white child, just like Charlie Kirk, can get love from white people is by being hateful. That's not a healthy environment. So it lets me know the vast majority of white American parents are toxic. Their children only know how to get attention from them by misbehaving, eating disorders, hating Black people, doing drugs, being promiscuous, skipping school. That is the only way white children know how to get attention from their parents. They must do some off-the-wall shit. So that lets you know that most white American kids are being neglected. The parents are not tending to their needs because they're too busy brainwashing these kids into hating Black people. What if you could stop for a second with the cult of hate the Blacks and start teaching your kids how to love Christ, how to love like Christ, live like Christ, and walk just like Christ? What do you think is going to happen? You'll have better, healthier kids. And like the Bible says, train your child in the word so that when they get older, they're not going to depart from the word. But what we are seeing is a bunch of white kids are committing all kinds of mass murders. The word of God is on these kids. But hatred for the world. Because white people in America teach their children to be hateful. They teach their children to be intolerant. They teach their children to not have boundaries. They teach their children to not trust God's timing, but to trust their own timing. So consequently, the kids are going to prison. Right? The kids are going to prison. They're going to prison. Because this is what happens when you don't put the love of God in a child, but you put all kinds of rifles and guns and God knows what in that boy's hand. You teach him how to kill before you teach him how to love. Because let's even assume this young man actually did it. He should have had enough love for himself, for his families, for his younger brothers, and also even for Charlie Kirk to say, there's one thing I will never be is a murderer. There is one thing in my life I will never be. The devil will never be able to claim me. I don't know that fool. But when you teach your son how to take a life, how to kill, shoot, aim like a marksman, and you don't teach your son how to love, how to be patient, because to whom much is given, much is required. It's a powerful skill to know how to use weapons, like all kinds of weapons. And you don't teach your son to be tolerant of other people. You don't teach your son to ignore the bullshit. Charlie Kirk is an idiot. Charlie Kirk has insulted Black people for over 10 years. Charlie Kirk has insulted trans people for over 10 years. Charlie Kirk has insulted Arabs for over 10 years. This shit is crazy. And yet, none of the people that he insulted habitually tried to take his life. But him, as a young white man, as a conservative, as a Mormon, he's the kind of white boy that Charlie Kirk fought for. So I'm like, why are you offended? Why would you want to kill him? He fights for you. He fights for the likes of you. And he took his life. So this young man is confused. Because before teaching him how to use a weapon, his father never taught this boy how to love. How do you love people you disagree with? Even though you disagree, the Bible says, be angry, but sin not. Even the Mormon church, they failed this boy. Because the Mormon church should have put enough love of Adam Smith, Joseph Smith, whatever that swindler name is, in his heart. Right? And also, when you're a Mormon, and you're supposed to be out here doing 2 years of missionary school anyways, so why are you here? You should be in Panama somewhere, Guatemala somewhere, telling people about the Mormon church. But they failed him. And now he's another stereotypical, hateful, gun-loving, mass-shooting-ass white boy who's going to spend the rest of his natural days in prison. He will never touch his mom again. He will never hug his dad again. He will never hug his siblings again. The only kind of human contact he will have for the rest of his life is these crazy men in prison. And that right there is a tragedy. It really is a tragedy. I feel sad for his soul because it shows me he was not raised in a loving home. And he was not raised according to sound Christian principles. He didn't have that. So therefore, he was neglected. Therefore, he was abused. His white family, his white patriarchy misled him, neglected him, and they abused this child. Because a child that is loved, protected, counseled, nurtured, guided according to sound Christian principles, he could never do such a thing. Because he would understand God takes in horror a person who takes a life. Because if you're pro-life, you can't kill the life in the womb and you can't kill the life outside the womb. Because Charlie Kirk, I don't like the man, but that's somebody's child. It's not your place to take his life. If he wants to take his own life, let him do it. But it's not your place to take his life. You're not God. You don't get to decide when someone dies. That's the choice of God. And that's a process that happens usually peacefully. God don't need your help. Okay? I don't know. That's why I say if he didn't do it, I don't know. Okay? But I'm like, to me, that is crazy. Hold on, where was I? Right here. Okay. So then he talks about the Decalogue. Hold on. Okay. Right? So once again, he talks about the Decalogue, which are the 10 commandments. Listen, who can even keep all 10 commandments? Yeah, they failed him. They failed him. So Charlie wants to talk about the Decalogue, which are the 10 commandments, like I said, which is heavy on retribution. Everything is you do this, you die. You do this, you die. Thou shalt not do this or you die. Thou shalt not do this or you die. It's excessive. And even Jesus had conversations with the Pharisees about the 10 commandments. Okay? Makes sense? So why are you as a Christian speaking on the Decalogue? It's excessive. Even you, Charlie, you can keep that. Even I couldn't keep that. That's why Christ came, because we can't do this. We're not perfect. And that's why Jesus Christ was conceived the way he was conceived, so that there would be no fault in him. Immaculate conception. For the Virgin Mary sat there, and Angel Gabriel appeared to her and said, Mary, you're going to have a son. Right? And that's why we are not saved by our works. We are saved by our faith. The Old Testament is cute, but most people can't do it. It's hard. It's really hard. So in the love of Christ, in the birth of Christ, the life of Christ, and the sacrifice at the cross, we have mercy because we're saved by our faith. We're not saved through our works. So you have a choice to make. You either believe in the 10 commandments. I mean, I'm not saying I think you should respect your parents and things like that, right? But I'm saying if you do happen to break one of the laws, it's not the end of the world because, I mean, don't do it intentionally, right? You don't break the law intentionally. But Christ gives us mercy. He's a merciful God. God gives us mercy. And with Christ, we see a merciful side of God. Whereas like with the Old Testament, he's something else. He's not really friendly, you know? Not really friendly. So I'm like, once again, this dude is a fraud. He is fraudulent.
To our own detriment. And I will go a step further and then I'll stop talking because I know we have a whole program.
No, it's fine.
Which is that I believe that honoring the Sabbath is the commandment that allows you to honor the other 9 commandments. and that the enemy has gone after the honoring the Sabbath because then it is easier to weaken the other 9.
Okay.
And I'll prove it to you. If you're honoring the Sabbath, it's definitionally easier to honor your mother and father because you're not working that day and you're with family. If you're honoring the Sabbath, it's easier not to covet your neighbor's wife because you're not around your neighbor's wife. You're with your family.
Do you see how idiotic he is? Do you see how idiotic it is? So for him, he believes in the 10 Commandments. He does not believe in the gospel of Christ. And that's why, and you understand, right? Because if the Jews believe that Christ is a heretic, right? They don't want you to have salvation through faith. They want you to have salvation. They want you to like be saved or redeem, I guess, through your works. So for you to call yourself a Christian, which means a follower of Christ, where in the Bible do you see Jesus even talk about the 10 Commandments? Where? Right? Because his main message was love, forgive people, and because he is a redeemer. That's why he asked Peter on the mountain with the transfiguration. He asked Peter, who do they say that I am? And Peter says, you are the Son of God. And then he says to Peter, no man has revealed that but my Father's Spirit. So why are we talking about the Old Testament? I'm confused. Right? And this is why this is like it's like a fraudulent way of like I guess technically being a Christian because you're in the Old Testament, but at the same time disavowing Jesus Christ. It don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It does not work like that. Because I would love for somebody to tell me where in the New Testament does Jesus talk about this Moses shit. And they asked him that question. If he was against the law of Moses. Right, let me see if I can find the thing. Hold on. Let me see. What did Jesus... Oh, I can't type to save my life. I cannot type. Exactly. Okay. Exactly. So this is perfect. There you go. That way I ain't got to say it. Okay. When asked about the law of Moses, the Decalogue, right, that Charlie talks about, Jesus stated that he did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it because people can't do it. Okay. That's why he's the Lamb. He summarized the entire law by saying that the greatest commandment is to love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, with all of your mind. It's not to honor the Sabbath. It is not to honor the Sabbath. What are we talking about? Right? Hey, Teron, what's up? Right? And second is to love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus emphasized that all the laws and the prophets hang on to those 2 commandments. So you see, he said, ultimately, let's just do this, right? This whole thing, commandment stuff, it comes down to what? Honor the Lord with all your heart. Everything in you, you have to love God. That's what the Bible says. Let us rejoice when they say, let us go in the presence of the Lord. Because one day with God is like 1,000 days. It comes out to like 1,000 days. The Bible is very clear about that, right? That we need to rejoice when they say, let us go into the house of the Lord. Because your communion with God, it comes over everything. So Christ says, love God with all your heart. Love him with everything you have. That's why he said, if your arm is a reason for you not to love God, cut that shit off. If your greed is a reason for you not to love God, cut it off. If your eyes, if your eyes are a reason for you not to love God because you're coveting other people's stuff and it's making it hard for you to trust God with everything you have, poke your eyes out. You understand? And that's the problem with Charlie. Charlie saw the money of the Jews. And he wanted that money. Greed is greed. Same thing with Candace. It is greed. It's greed. So now you want to start deceiving yourself, thinking you're so smart, making these goofy arguments, talking about a Decalogue. What Decalogue? We went from 10 commandments to 2. Number 1, you will love God with everything that's in you. From your hair down to your toenails, you're going to love God with everything that is in you, and so help you God. Number two, you're going to love your neighbor as yourself. But the problem with Charlie is the neighbor might be Arab. The neighbor might be a Muslim. The neighbor might be black, especially a black man. The neighbor might be a black woman that is a DI hire, right? The neighbor might be a black woman that does customer service. The neighbor might be trans. The neighbor might be a homosexual. So he can't do that because he doesn't want to love such people. He wants to hate those people. So technically, he wants to be a Christian because he knows that kind of title is going to make me like, it legitimizes me. It makes me credible. Technically, I'm a Christian. I'm talking about the Old Testament. But inherently, you are disavowing the teachings of Jesus. Because nowhere did Jesus say that the greatest commandment is to honor the Shabbat. No, for the Jews, honoring the Shabbat is everything. Because the Jews believe that through your acts, your performances, you are saved. Jesus told them no. You are not saved because you wrap your arm 1,000 times. No. And the word of God is clear. You can do all those things. But if you don't have love on the inside of you, I tell you, verily, verily, you have nothing. If you don't have love, you have nothing. Whereas the Jews have a lot of money, as we can tell. They're able to offer Charlie, a 31-year-old, 150 million. Jewish people are some of the wealthiest people in the world. They're so rich. They're so rich. Anytime you attack them, they can use their money to destroy your life. They have so much money. But that's all. They have money. They don't have the truth. And they don't want to hear the truth. Because anybody who speaks about the gospel of Christ, they will destroy your life. And that's why when Candace said Christ is king, even though I know she was not being sincere, but Ben Shapiro lost his mind. He lost his mind because how dare you say that a heretic, a bastard, because who's his daddy? Okay? How can you say that he is king? He is not king. He's a heretic. So in order not to offend the Jews and to take money from the Jews, you position yourself as an Old Testament Christian talking about the Decalogue. The what? What? Because with Jesus, we are no longer under the law of Moses. Not saying that we are against the law of Moses, but we are saying there are greater commandments than the commandments of Moses. There is greater than the Decalogue. These are the commandments of Christ. And when you fulfill those 2 commandments, you have fulfilled all 10. Because a man who loves God will stay away from evil. A woman who loves God with all her might will stay away from evil. When you love God, you can even see yourself lying to your brother. You can even see yourself lying to your brother. And I've always said this. I said making money is not hard. The hard thing is making honest money. If you're crooked, if you're a liar, if you're a swindler, if you're a fraud, if you're a grifter, if you love to lie, you will make so much money. When you see an influencer, even like Charlie Kirk also, any influencer that has a bunch of money, they're usually liars. They lie about how good a product is. They'll lie about anything because all they want is to make money. They have this huge audience. How do I monetize my audience and get as rich as possible and go about my business? So making money is not hard. You can sell drugs. You'll make so much money because drugs are extremely addictive. It's never a one-time purchase. So when you have a customer for life, whether you are a street pharmacist or you work for Pfizer or whatever, anybody that sells drugs will have a customer for life. If you sell fear, the media, influencers on the right, on the left, who are always selling fear. Oh, the people are taking something from you. Oh, this person owes you that. This person, this and that. This person, this and that. They sell fear. That is their commerce. Their commerce is fear. Fear is the main commodity. They will always have customers because when people get scared, they latch onto everything. Right? And that's why the Bible also tells us that God, the Apostle Paul tells us that God did not come to give us a spirit of fear, but a sound mind and understanding. You have nothing to fear. You know, those who are anchored in God have nothing to fear, because he has made promise to us that if your foot was to hit a stone, he's going to deploy the angels to carry on their wings, right? If the enemy comes against you, he's going to raise a standard, 1,000 to your side, 10,000 to your right. They will not touch you. You won't have to fear the arrow that flies by night or the pestilence that flies by noon, because you're protected. And that's why a Christian does not seek revenge. Because when you harm me, right? Hey, Babo, when you seek to harm me, when you seek to hurt me, it is not me that you're hurting. You're hurting the God who resides in me. You're hurting the God who has appointed me. It's not me. So I don't have to fight back. I don't have to do anything to you. You will be handled. God will handle you. The angels, the Elohim, they will handle you. I don't have to have any parts of your foolishness, because you're lost. You're lost. You are a lost soul. And that's why I don't engage with souls that are lost, because some people they're doomed for perdition. A lot of people on the day where Christ comes, they will not arise. Their souls will not arise. They're going to go straight to hell. So I don't have to react. In this life, you might make a lot of money. You might make more money than me. You might have more followers than me. You might have a nicer house than me. You might have a bigger house than me. More like anything the devil can give, you will probably have that. You probably have way more than me. But that's all you ever have. What this earth has to offer you. And then the day God calls you back, you won't take any of that with you, because you wasted your time amassing wealth. And even that too, Jesus told us, don't waste your time amassing clothes, shoes, and bags, because there are termites, there are bugs, and there are thieves. But instead, store up a treasure in heaven, because that is the final destination. We're not here forever. You know, like trans people, we are indeed transient. This right here is a journey. It's not a forever place. Nobody lives forever. And yet in this life, so many people, it doesn't matter who they are, have allowed themselves to be deceived by the Satan and to act as if this is their permanent home. And this is what most Jews do. Most Jews don't think about the afterlife. They live for today. And they take all the money that they make and they bully people. They bully people. They attack Christians. They kill Christians. They mock Christianity. They mock Christ. They will do all, if they could even invest in Jesus Christ in a porn movie, they would. Because in this life, they are able to make a lot of money. Jews make a lot of money. I'll give them that. But unfortunately, they use their money for evil. They don't use their money to make the world a better place. They use their money to push a hateful agenda. And anybody who has anything good to say about Christ, you become their enemy. And we see it in Palestine, because Palestine is not just full of Arabs. Palestine is also full of Christians. Because I guess at this point, we should all know Jesus was Palestinian. That's where he was born, over there. So he's Palestinian. So when they're killing Palestinians, don't assume they're just killing Muslim Palestinian. They're killing people from the bloodline of Jesus Christ. And Charlie Kirk sat on his goofy ass YouTube channel on multiple occasions and said that there is no genocide in Palestine. Charlie Kirk sat on his goofy ass YouTube channel where Erica was standing in that goofy, next to that goofy chair, and he denied that Palestinian Christians were also being slaughtered. He didn't even acknowledge Palestinian children. Sorry, Palestinian Christian. So he denied the suffering of children. Irrespective of who they are, no child is responsible for being born to a Muslim mother, a Christian mother, a Hindu mother, or whatever mother. Maverick came to me. He doesn't know what I am. He doesn't know what I believe. He's a baby. I have a 15-month-old. If tomorrow I make my son hateful, it is my fault. If tomorrow I raise my son to be a lover of humanity, that is also on me. to punish a baby, an innocent baby that can't even speak, for being born into a Muslim family. You are despicable. And to deny the suffering of any baby because he happened or she happened to be born where they're born, to whom they are born, is straight up wickedness. Me as a Christian child, I have been Christian my whole life. My family, my parents, my pastors, everybody in Christ that has poured into me has never trained me to hate Muslim people. I didn't even know Muslim people were terrorists until I came to America. What the fuck? Because in Africa, whether you're Muslim, you're a Christian, everybody hangs out. It's not a problem. Because we know how to tolerate other people. We actually know how to love people who are different. In America, when white people embrace diversity, it always has to be this major event because it's so insincere. If embracing diversity is what you do, it should be a normal occurrence. Here, it's always a national holiday. Oh, let me tell you about my Black friend. Let me tell you about my Latino friend, because it's fake. It's fake. You treat people like pawns and not like human beings. You identify your friends based on their complexion because white people need you to know that they're capable of being friends with so-and-so. Just say their names. No, I need to have extra brownie points because you know what? It's disgusting. It really is disgusting. White Americans have made a mockery out of the lives of Muslim people. You have no regards for Muslim people. Even American Muslims. You treat these people as if they don't have feelings, as if they don't have blood, they don't have a heart. There are a lot of American Palestinians, and you never say to yourself, how do they feel when we sit here and deny that their people are getting killed? They cry at night, they cry together, they cry in the mosque, you don't care. But Charlie Kirk, oh, whatever. Since 9/11, being a Muslim in America is so dangerous. Even Sikh people, they get smoke. They're not even Muslim. But let you have a certain nose, a certain skin, and you wrap your head, you're going to have all kinds of problems. I feel sorry for anybody who is Muslim in the West. I feel really bad because you don't deserve this. And if you're Muslim and you have encountered awful people who pretend to be of Christ, I will let you know they're not Christians. Because the Christ that we serve, he will never treat people like this. Christ is not this. These people are awful. They're demons. They are demons. They are serious demons. And if you've ever been hurt by these people and you feel like, oh, is this what Christ is? No, this ain't it. This is the work of the devil. Because the devil is a fraudster. He always copies God's original creation. He always perverts God's original intent. 25 years, the past 25 years have been a lot for Muslim Americans. People talk about their dead family like they're not human beings. They watch the news. Their home nation is completely in rumble. Sometimes I see Palestine, I said, but damn, if this was the Ivory Coast, I don't know what I would do. And I commend you on your restraint because they want you to act batshit crazy. They want you to attack them. They were praying to God that one of y'all would have been responsible for killing Charlie Kirk. And so I want to commend all my Muslim brothers and sisters for the level of restraint that you have. The way you ignore these white people and you don't fall for their foolishness because they will eat this right here, this food, this meal, whatever this is that they have concocted with these Jews, they're going to eat that shit. They're going to eat that shit because it's nothing but evil. And they are going to eat this crap. And I commend you because it has been hard to be a Muslim in America. To Black people who are part of the Nation of Islam. You know, even I, Marlene, as a Christian, I apologize because No matter what, whether if you're black and you're Muslim, you're still a black person. But many times we didn't stand up for you guys. You have been erased from public, from the discourse. You have been erased from the black conversation. But you've always warned us about these people. You have always warned us about these people. But for a long time, they told us that Muslims hated Jesus. And it's our fault, because what stopped us from reading the Quran? What stopped us from asking you, what do you actually believe? But like most lazy people, we allowed ourselves to be brainwashed by white people, because, there was a point in my life too. I believed that, if a white person said it, it must be true, because I saw white people as an authority. But now my eyes are open. And when a white man says a thing, when a white American says a thing, I'm like, yeah, question that shit, because it's probably fake. So to all the black Muslims, especially Nation of Islam, it's really sad how we have ignored you guys, and we put people like Bishop Jakes and his fat ass on a pedestal, because you don't care about black people. You don't even care about God. Now, like I said, Christ is the Messiah. It is what it is. But I hope that all black people who are truly people of the faith, black people who truly believe in God, we probably will never agree that, is Christ the Messiah? Is Isa a prophet? Is he the Messiah? But we can start where we do agree, is that there is one God. It's the God of Abraham. Now, you believe in Ishmael. I believe in Isaac. It is what it is, right? But we can start there. Let's stop focusing on where we disagree, and let's start with where we agree. We deserve a better world. We deserve a world that is tolerant. We deserve to live in the world that is compassionate. We deserve to live in the world where it's not 1% of white people who own everything while everybody else is starving. We deserve a world where the devil does not reign supreme. Because as Jesus said, what you bound on earth shall be bound in the heavens, and what you loosen in the heavens shall be loosened on earth. It is time for us to start crying out to God, praying as real believers for God's will to be manifested on this earth. Because for far too long have the will of Zionists taken over this world, the synagogue of Satan. They have taken the world. They have taken our schools, our media, our banking, our industries, our entertainment. We have to stand up as true believers and implore God to bring down his will, because we need his will. We need a world that is kind, y'all. We know what it is for white people to lead. We know what it is for Anglo-Saxons, for Germans to lead. And they have done a horrible job. They have tortured all of God's creation, including animals. They will kill majestic animals for fun. They'll kill a rare lion for fun. They will kill a rare elephant for fun. They will kill a rare rhino for fun. They murder everything and anyone and anybody because they have hatred for God's living creation. And we rebuke the spirit of whiteness. We rebuke the spirit of Anglo-Saxon domination. They're not a good people. And it's their choice. They can continue to be as evil if they wish. That's on them. It's their soul. If they want to curse their children, if they want to curse their grandchildren, if they want to curse their great-grandchildren, it is their problem. They have a choice to make. The word of God is not lying. It says, I am a jealous God, and I take the punishment of the fathers down to 4 generations. So if white people are willing to spiritually condemn their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, and their great-great-grandchildren, that's on them. Because we know leadership has never been their strong suit anyways. Because it takes a real leader to keep his family from harm. It takes a real leader to not go and willingly be snatching curses Okay? From God to put that on your children. It's a choice. It's a choice. But I'm saying we need a better world. We need better leadership. We need better management. We need a better repartition of natural resources. We need more people in this world to come out of poverty. We need more people to have in this world to have access to a decent human life. And this cannot happen if white people remain in charge. Because for white people, only their people can live. Only their children need to have access to good schools. Only their children need to have access to hospitals that don't get bombed. See, white people in their mind, all the good things of this earth should only go to white people. But I think the time has come for all believers, true believers of the God of Abraham, to say enough is enough. And we rebuke the devil who comes in white skin. They're saying, I don't know if inherently white people come from Satan. I don't know. I wasn't there. But what I do know is that Anglo-Saxons, these white people, they are more likely to be seduced by the devil because, baby, they're greedy. I think it's greed. I really think it's greed. And that's their choice. That is their choice. You have one life to live. And in this life, you can either honor God or dishonor God. But I think most white Americans, they live to dishonor God. And they live to honor the devil. And that's why when it comes to the Zionists, they have kindred spirit. Because the word of God is clear. Synagogue of Satan and servants of Satan. So it makes one. It's a perfect union. They make a perfect union. Today, they're playing this game of hot potato where they want to put everything on Israel as if they don't have agency. Right? No. The Zionists, they saw somebody who hated Muslims. They said, okay, we have one thing in common. Right? The Anglo-Saxons, they also saw people who hated Muslims. I said, okay, we have a thing in common. Their hatred for Muslims is what created this union between the United States, Great Britain, and the Zionist movement. It is their collective hatred for Muslims. So us as Christians, even though we believe that Christ is the Messiah, we must pray, intervene, beg the Lord to protect our Muslim brothers and sisters, that white people and their handlers will not be able to destroy all Muslim people. Diversity matters. Diversity matters. We don't want to live in a world where everybody looks like us, thinks like us, prays like us, acts like us. No, because we are capable, because we are confident in our God. We are confident in the gospel of Christ. That I am not threatened by somebody who doesn't think like me. You see, white people can do that because they're not sure. And because they're not sure, they are easily threatened by people who don't agree with their status quo because they're not sure. Why they're not sure? Because they're not of God. Their mandate is not of God. It's of Satan. 25 years just killing Muslims. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. They have spent a third of their national debt to just murder Muslims. 14 trillion to just kill people who believe in Muhammad. Okay. That is ridiculously pathetic, but they are pathetic. That's why they follow Charlie Kirk. And that's why they're trying to scare you. Oh, if you say something about him, you're going to lose your job. It sounds like the devil. It sounds like Nebuchadnezzar. He told Daniel that if Daniel did not bow to his statue, he was going to throw Daniel into the fire pit. And Daniel said, okay, do it. And even he got scared because the Bible says it was Meshach, Shadrach, and a bad Negro. But then they saw somebody else. Like, who is this other person? It was an angel. So Nebuchadnezzar got up because he got scared. He said, Daniel, are you okay? He said, I'm fine. What you meant for me, what you meant to harm me, it's going to harm you. Right? Then came Darius. Darius also, with his goofy ass, had a statue of himself. And he wanted people to pray, worship his statue. Daniel said, I am praying to your goofy statue. I will work for you. I will do my job. I am not praying to your statue. So snitches, what is, oh my gosh, Daniel not praying to the statue, and you're the king, and by decree, you said that whoever is not worshiping the statue, you're going to kill the person by putting the person in a lion's den, that the lion might rip the flesh of that person. So they grabbed Daniel. They threw Daniel in the lion's den, y'all. The entire night, Darius could not sleep. He couldn't sleep because he knew what he had done. This man is a righteous man. He couldn't sleep the whole night. He was in his room. He couldn't sleep. So finally he goes outside and he screams, Daniel, are you alive? He said, I'm here. I'm fine. The lion had no interest in Daniel. The lion had no interest in Daniel's flesh. The cancel cultures of the devil, no matter which pretense they use. Oh, Charlie Kirk. Oh, you can't talk about the LGBTQ and their pronouns. Oh, you can't talk about Charlie Kirk and how he died. It doesn't matter. It's the same end goal. The goal is to cancel people because they're saying something you don't like. That's it. Right? I'm going to take your job. Of course, take it because you gave me the job. What the devil gives, the devil takes. But can you take my life? The answer is no. So to anybody who got fired because of Charlie Kirk, worry yourself not. Worry yourself not. God has better in store for you. It's just a job. It's not your life. And no matter how many people they fire, he is not coming back. It's a waste of time. You can fire people, fire everybody. And let's be truthful, they probably had a budget issue anyways. So they were just looking for reasons to fire people. The man is not coming back. He is gone. He's gone forever. And instead of worrying about their salvation and making sure that they're right with God, they're over here trying to take people's jobs. That's all you can do. Just like the pontiff. The pontiff asked, when they dragged Jesus before the pontiff wanted Christ to beg for his life. He's like, is there anything you want to say? Do you want to fight for yourself? He's like, no. He said, well, I could take your life. He's like, no, you cannot take my life because I give you my life. Are you slow? Are you really slow? All they have is a job. I'm going to take your job. Take it. My God provides. The same way God provided for Prophet Elijah when he ran from Jezebel. He ran into this grotto. God found him. He's like, why are you here? He's like, oh, this crazy lady want to kill me. He said, but damn. Okay, well, stay here and I'll bring a crow to feed you. But when the season comes, you'll have to move. Okay. The crow came from for a season. Even crows don't share their food. So that's quite interesting. But then the season came, the season ended. And God told Elijah, it's time for you to move. So he moved and he found the widow of Zarephath. You will always eat. Jesus Christ said to the people, look at the birds. They don't sow. They're not farmers, okay? But God always makes sure they have food to eat. So what are you scared for? If God can take care of the birds, why would he not take care of you? Right? And he said, you wicked man, how many of you people will give a serpent to your child if he asks for a gift? So if you're wicked and you know how to do good things for your children, then God will do great things for his children. Fear nothing. When it came to Muhammad Ali, okay, when it came to Muhammad Ali, white people took everything. They took everything. And you see, and this is why this man is the GOAT. Okay, he was almost an Aquarius. There you go. Okay, they took everything. They took his medals. They took this. They took that. I mean, whatever they could have done to ruin him, ruin his name, lock him up. He's like, child, you're crazy. I told you, I am not going with you to kill these innocent Vietnamese people. I ain't doing it. It was 3 years. Instead of feeling bad for himself, instead of being sad, he went deeper into the Quran. Muhammad Ali became a Quranic teacher. He was teaching a Quranic school. He's like, well, I can't box, but I sure can read. I'm going to take this time, the Shabbat, okay, to learn more about the God that I serve, the God of Abraham. 3 years, no work, nothing, but he didn't care because he had his conviction. I am not killing innocent Vietnamese people for white Americans who call me the N-word. He said the Vietnamese man has never called me the N-word, but you call me the N-word every day. And you want me to do what? Fight for who? Kill for who? I am not a killer. And he said, I will not kill. We as Muslim people do not believe in killing people unless God told us it is absolutely necessary. And he said, so when it comes to Vietnam, we have not heard from God that we should go and kill these innocent people. So we realize America is all about killing innocent people that are weak, that don't have food, that don't have resources. And they meet people of incredible will. When you even think about it, Palestinians have an incredible will, because to have sustained almost 100 years of genocide, and for them to still get pregnant, for them to still believe that, you know what, maybe it's worth having more children, I commend these people, because I don't know that I could have done it. So don't you ever forget, what the white man gives, the white man take it. That's why it's better to build your own. All of this is to teach Black people, do not trust white folks. Don't rely on the convenience of the white man. Build your own. Start your own business. Start your own YouTube channel. Start your own thing. Because if you own your thing, who's going to fire you? If you start your own podcast, who is going to fire you? If you sell your own trinkets, like the widow who ran behind Prophet Elisha, and he told her to go sell oil to her neighbors, right? And that's why Black people have to start embracing being entrepreneurs. Stop looking for jobs. Stop trying to work for white people. Because white people know, I'm like you, white people move like the devil. What the devil gives, he gonna take it. That's why you don't sell your soul to the devil, because you know everything's a lease. Your fame is a lease. Your success is a lease. Your good reputation is for a season. The money he gives you, because by the time he takes the money back, you're going to be worse. You're going to be worse off than when you had no money. Have nothing to do with the devil. And unfortunately, as sad as it is to say it, a lot of white Americans, they move just like Satan. They weaponize everything they give you. If they give you water, they'll weaponize it. If they give you a bed, they'll weaponize it. If they give you food, they'll weaponize it. They give you a job, they weaponize it. Because it's not the job, it's not the food. It's to get you into submission. They want a slave. They don't want an employer. They don't want somebody that can think for him or herself. White people want submission. They want you to submit to their wills, their whims, their immaturity, their stupidity, their racism, their bullyish way. You cannot submit to bullshit. So failed people. So weak people. Only a weak person, it gives you charity with one hand and then stabs you with another hand. So weak people, they're cowards. Don't take their shit. And if they want to take their shit away from you, let them have it. Let them have. You see, even this channel, during the election, they were doing so much with monetization. Oh, fuck this shit. I'm not going to monetize my videos. I don't give a fuck. Because one thing white people will know about Marlene, I don't care about your money. That's all you have is money, just like the devil. Everything he offered Jesus, food and money and bitches. That's it. Oh, and you hungry? Turn the stone into bread. That's it. Food. Food, food, food. More food. Obesity. And Christ said, nope, I don't want your food. That's it. Oh, well, if you worship me, I'll give you the world. I'll give you fame. I'll give you this. Yeah, we know you're the devil. But can you give me everlasting peace? The answer is no. Can you give me safety? The answer is no. The Bible says, beautiful are the feet of those who serve the Lord. You know what I'm saying? This place right here, to me, this earth and having to live amongst white Americans, it's a dress rehearsal. It's a dress rehearsal for the afterlife. If you can make it here by resisting the sins, temptations, suggestions, propositions of white Americans, you're going to make it. I don't want your money. I don't want your fame. I don't want your support. I don't want anything from you. You have to starve white people from them feeling like you need them. I don't need you. You need me. Because I know God. All you have is money. Look at John Travolta. Look at John Travolta, another white man. Okay. John Travolta had all this money, and guess what? His son took his life. His son took his life. Even when I was in New Orleans, I knew this one white Cajun family. They had so much money, you guys. I'm talking like 300 million. Rich white ass family. When I tell you the son, because it's like the granddad, he did all kinds of scam in Louisiana. They're white people. They're a bunch of scammers. So his sons, they also have money. But one of his sons, the child, so the grandson, oh, he's a cracker. He's on drugs. He's on drugs. Like, that little boy is on drugs. The family is so rich. But that boy's a junkie. He's a junkie. And most likely he'll be a junkie for the rest of his life. Do not envy white people. They have the biggest house. Their houses are so cold. Don't you see how they love beige? Beige everything. Beige, beige, beige. It's like a damn museum. It's never warm. Everything with these people is cold. They have so much money. They divorce every year. They stay married on average like 5 years. White men always cheating. The secretary, the whatever, they always cheating. Kids are going to the gigs. The daughter got eating disorder, body dysmorphia, the son on fentanyl. It's like, what the heck is wrong with these people? They know how to amass wealth, but they don't know how to get salvation. It's sad. You know what I'm saying? And you might not have all this money and you don't even need it. You don't need it. They want you to believe you need it. That way you can sacrifice your soul to gain the world. White people can have the world. They can have it. But us, real believers, we shall inherit the kingdom of God. They can have this earth. They can even have Mars if they want to. I pray Elon knows how to get up there. Because maybe they can go to Mars and we can catch a break. Because damn, we tired. White fatigue. Okay? Right? Yeah, they're the true humans. They are real humans. They don't have a predisposition for the things of God. Anything and everything God says not to do, white Americans, their feet just make haste to go do it. They take pleasure in being defiant against God because they love money. They love the things of the devil. They love pornography. They love homosexuality. They love to shoot and kill people. They love to lie. They write these horrible contracts, the slave contracts. They like to go to schools and touch children. They like to be in the church so they can have proximity to children. Everything God says not to do. Love your neighbor. They go do the whole opposite. They despise God. They hate the wisdom of God. They think they know more than God. And that's why they're always miserable. They are miserable. Look at Elon. Elon has all this money, 14 kids. His mind is messed up. The man takes ketamine. He can't sleep at night. He got all this money, but he can't sleep. What the fuck? You would think when you have so much money, you would just snore. He can't sleep. He has sex with everybody. He impregnates everybody. He's a mess. It's a hot mess. Jeff Bezos was out here sending pictures of his private parts. Look at who he married. This lady is a pass around. That girl he got married to, she's a pass around. She's been with everybody. You're like one of the richest men in the world, and you are going to marry a 3 or 4. He is married to a whole 3 or 4. That stuff is embarrassing, but he's a pervert. Okay? He is a pervert because he's a pervert. Okay? This man could have married everybody. He could marry anybody as much money as he has. No. He had to marry a single mama, okay? Baby mama, 3 or 4. That's who he married to. Okay? Absolute perversion. Absolute perversion. Do not envy people who amass wealth and know nothing about God. Let them have it. Because maybe this earth is their inheritance. Let them have it. Do not envy wicked people. Don't envy wicked people. Whatever God gives you, be grateful. Whatever you can afford, honestly, with integrity, be grateful. Okay? He was sending his pee-pee to this girl via text message. A pervert. Okay? Do not envy people because they have money, because they have Fortune 100 companies, but do they know God? The answer is no. Do they even love themselves? The answer is no. Can they be faithful to their wives? The answer is no. Can they be honest in business dealings? The answer is no. Can they be truthful to their fan base? The answer is no. So let them. I'm going to take your job. Or I'm going to fire you. Whatever. God will provide. You should always say to yourself, everything works out for my good. I'm going to be okay. You know, and if you're a truth teller and you're someone who cannot be bought, they're going to hate you. See, white people, especially people like Charlie Kirk, they want to perform performative integrity, performative righteousness. This man was bought and sold. He sold himself. Now he wants to perform like he's a righteous man and he has integrity. Like I said, what business does he have? What commodity? What exactly did he do? And mind you, Charlie Kirk never even wrote a book, right? I don't think he has a book. He never wrote a book. So what exactly did you sell? What did you do to make to be worth 12 million in the span of 10 years? Corruption. Just like most typical wealthy white Americans, they're corrupt. Most wealthy white Americans, they built all their wealth by scamming someone, by screwing somebody over, by overcharging other people, by charging their credit cards, doing all kinds of deceitful shit to make their money. All they do is scam. And they know this. It's not easy to be rich without scamming people. Like this level of wealth, it's not easy to make that kind of money without screwing innocent people over. You know, I don't think it's hard to make $1 million, but like 10 million, 15 million, 150 million, yeah, the fuck right. Okay? They're very evil. They're very evil. And the Bible tells you, that's why I understand what Christ said. It is harder for a wealthy man to get to, to get to heaven, right? It's like a camel trying to get through the eye of a needle. It makes sense because you cheated so many people to get to where you are. You scammed so many people. You were fraudulent with so many people to get to where you are. I don't envy these people. That's why I love my life. I have a simple life. I have an easy life. I have a simple life. Because the more simple you are, the easier your life is. It's harder to blackmail you because you're not attached to shit. I made a promise to myself a long time ago that I will never, ever, ever be attached to white people and their trinkets. It's all bullshit. Their bags, their clothes, their shoes, their blue check marks, their trophies, their Grammys, their Emmys. And it's not even real gold, you know? It's not even real gold. I made a promise to myself. I circumcised myself from the desires of the white man and his trinkets. I don't want your trinkets. You can keep them. I'd rather have my dignity. I can't take this bag with me. Like, what the fuck? I don't even need a bag. I'm straight. I have a small bag. I have the same Michael Kors bag because I don't even need a bag. I'm good. Thank you. I enjoy cooking my food. I enjoy cooking for my kids. I enjoy talking to you guys. We just come here. We have conversations. I don't chase the algorithm. I will never chase an algorithm. I'm not a slave. I don't chase anything. Blessing, they chase me. I don't chase algorithm. I don't chase views. I don't chase the support of these people, them people. No, I want God to be proud of me. And as long as God is proud of me, I don't care what's in my bank account. Because my salvation comes first. My peace of mind comes first. My hands, you see, they're clean. My heart is clean. I might cuss you out once in a while, though. But you know what I'm saying? Listen, it's me. I'm with the shits, right? But after that, I'm out of this bullshit. I don't wake up to hurt people. I don't wake up to say, oh, how can I manipulate my audience to go attack these people? Like right now, they're trying to get their people to go attack the trans people, attack the left, because they're no different. These are low vibrational goofballs. But they don't call themselves Christian. If you're a real Christian, you're not even going to entertain these people. Because, you know, honestly, trans people, like real trans people, everybody should have empathy for them. If not the ones who are just fake for attention on TikTok, okay? Because you have some people who are just grifting with this whole trans stuff for views, for sponsorship, whatever. No, we have people that are really, really do believe that they're born in the wrong body. So everybody, if you're a real Christian, if you are a real person of faith, you're like, yeah, this is mental illness. So what do I look like with my sane mind picking on somebody that's not okay? I got to pray for that person. Got to ask God to intervene. Got to ask the angels to intervene because the devil is attacking this person's mind. It is not normal to see what God has built and for you to hate it. God made no mistakes when he made you. And you look in the mirror and there's a voice in your head that says, this is wrong. This is ugly. This is this. This is that. This is the voice of Satan. But what these goofy ass white nationalist Christians do, they attack the person. Instead of recognizing that this person is not well. They're not well. And you attacking them, and you're going to make it worse. And worse, you can even push somebody to take their life. And then what? But they don't care. Because a human life means nothing to them because they don't read the Bible. The Bible says every time somebody is saved, there are angels who clap in heaven. Matt Walsh is disgusting. He picks on trans people because they're an easy target. When it comes to Ben Shapiro and Zionism, he's a coward. He's a coward. He attacks mentally ill people and he thinks he did something big. No, you did not. You're a pussy. He's a pussy. He's a weak-ass, clown-ass, lumberjack-looking bitch. These people, they're not well. I even watched a documentary about people in Thailand, like the Buddhist people. And the Buddhist people were saying that when they look at trans people, like, you know, the trans people, like the lady boys in the Thailand, like in Buddhism, they feel sorry for them because they feel as though in a previous life they did something bad. So in this life, they get to have this mental turmoil. So Buddhist people, when they see trans people, they pray for them. They're nice to them, you know, because they understand, like, listen, if this life is punishment, they don't need me to oppress them. They're suffering enough. I'm like, that takes a lot of wisdom. But you know, Buddhist people, they spend a lot of time in meditation. They spend a lot of time in meditation. White people don't meditate. They just open their mouth and just spew their vitriol, their hatred, right? Because it's not a wise people. So reckless people. They're not wise. Yeah. So in Thailand, they leave them alone because they know they're going through shit, man. You know what I'm saying? So they believe that it's reincarnation. It's the punishment. Let me see if I can find it. Lady boy in Thailand. Because there was a documentary that I saw. And they're like, yeah, that this is like, is it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one. Let me show you real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Let me show you the part. Yeah, it's this one. Hold on. Let me find the part. One day we can watch this, the whole thing. I'm going to show you the part. Hold on. Hold on. Bear with me. These are the little boys. They put makeup on. They even have teachers that are trans. So this dad, he had a hard time accepting it. The mom was more, open to it. Where is it? It was like I think it's like their mayor. The mayor is a trans woman. Oh my goodness. And you have these quack doctors who promise to be able to cut the penis and turn it into a vagina. But I'm like, yeah, it's giving butcher shop. And they don't even give anesthesia. I'm like, you are sick. And the people do it because that's how badly they want to cut their penises off. And I'm like, yeah, this is mental illness. This is mental illness. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, you guys, I swear it's here somewhere. This was the competition part. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, it was right here. Hold on. Yeah, I got it right there. You see? Hold on. Okay, here's the Buddhist man. Okay, here it is. Right there. Hold on. I got it.
In Buddhism, transsexuals have nothing to do with what happens to them. In fact, she is the victim of a curse.
You see? So they see them as victims. They don't bully them. They're like, you're already, like, for them, you're suffering enough because they think you did something in a previous life. So in this reincarnation, you're paying for whatever you did. So in their head, since you're already cursed, I don't have to bully you. You need help. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, do you see how like it's more gentle than these white Americans? These so-called white nationalist Christians, they're so fucking violent. They leave them alone. Right? But here, Charlie Kirk was starting to debate with these people, insult these people, attack these. Who asked you to do all that shit? Are you done even dealing with your own life? You cleaned your house. You clean your spiritual house to go oppress and bully these people because we know you're not trying to help them. You're trying to pray for them. You want to make fun of them. And you want your audience to go ahead and low-key, it's online bullying, it's cyber bullying. He goes to the campus. He does everything to attract these young people. He debates them, and then he has these crazy titles, a snowflake, trans, whatever. Like, it's so disgusting, right? Because he wants his audience to pile dump on these people who are already mentally fragile. They're mentally fragile. They're cowards. But most racists, I mean, you have to be a coward to be a racist. Because you have no self-awareness, like you're just a bully. Just let him say it again.
And helpful, and a masculine side, thanks to which he can cope with any situation.
Let's see what he says.
So
this is the mayor of the city. So I think if I remember, the mayor doesn't mind being called a he or a she. I don't know, but so it's the mayor. The mayor is trans. It's the lady boy. The mayor of that city in the mayor of that city in Thailand is a lady boy. You know what I mean? No, because Buddhist people, they spend hours, and unlike white people, especially white Christians, right? Buddhist people they make a vow of like poverty. They meditate all day. They're a vegan. They don't have sex. They don't have worldly possession. They don't even have shoes. Whereas like most, and that's why even today, the Black American church is so messed up because the Black American church tries to emulate the white American church. They have private jets. They have multiple cars. They have mansions. But they don't tell you they serve Jesus, right? Makes no sense. These are secular people using Jesus Christ, the testament of Jesus Christ, as a mascot. They're disgusting. They're going straight to hell. But in Buddhism, because the thing about Buddhism is that you have to attain nirvana. And so nirvana is your duty. Like nobody's helping you because they don't have a savior. Like us in Christianity, we say Christ is our savior. Like, oh, I can't do it without Christ. Not to say you should be lazy, but that's how it goes, right? In Buddhism, there's no savior. Nobody's coming to save you. So your job in Buddhism is like you meditate a lot so that you can attain nirvana. You can transcend this world because that's what the Buddha, that's what he did. He took himself out the world and he just started fasting and meditating until he got to a point where he wanted nothing to do with this world. If I remember correctly, he was a rich little prince, but he became so disgusted of like money and wealth and stuff like that. So he took himself in isolation. He started fasting and praying and meditating and fasting until he ascended, like he reached nirvana. So that's what Buddhist people do. They spend a lot of time in meditation and they don't own anything. Okay? They don't own stuff. Most here, you come to America, like most white Christians, especially most white Christian leaders, they're so fucking rich. the cars, the jets, the this, the that. They're a bunch of criminals. They barely fast. They barely spend time in prayer. They're a bunch of frauds. They are fraud. The American Christian shit is white American Christian stuff. It is a scam. It's a scam. It's such a scam. It's just to make money and population control.
Hello, this is what Padam Municipality.
I don't even know if like how it goes, but yeah, people don't bother the mayor. They don't beat up the mayor. They don't harass the mayor. They don't try to debate the mayor. Like there's a way, you know, there's a way of being kind to people. You don't have to make people feel so small. And Charlie Kirk, that was his brand. I need to make you feel as small, like make you feel as small as an ant. For what reason? Because he feels small. Curse this person. Oh, you're going to burn in hell. One. Debate me. Prove me wrong. You're right. That's it. They don't go around trying to harass people, but these are Buddhist people. But you claim to represent Jesus Christ, and you go on college campuses trying to trigger people that you know are not all the way there, because he wants a reaction, because he wants views. He wants views, content farming. He wants views. He wants a reaction, because the more you react to him, the more he triggers you, the better the content is going to perform, because he's a cruel human being. He is a cruel person. His channel is so disgusting. You go on his channel, you look at his titles, the way he titled his videos, disgusting. I'm like, this is cyberbullying. He was a bully. He was an online bully. He was a campus bully. You bully people. Like, go sit down somewhere. Now, hold on. Let me see. Let me play this next video real quick, you guys. Hold on. This one.
His wife is Israeli. She was born in Israel.
Okay, hold on.
And not only that, but she received money. Do you know that Bill Ackman's wife is Israeli? She was born in Israel. And not only that, but she received money from none other than Jeffrey Epstein.
So this is Nick again. I'm sure you can tell with his ugly ass face. Okay, look like Frankenstein. Okay, so he's trying to tell people now about Bill Ackman. Now, Bill Ackman, if you don't know him, you guys, Bill Ackman is he's like one of the largest investor in Airbnb. Okay, he's one of their biggest investors, and so it seems as though like during like the COVID era, his wife was filing for divorce, because initially Airbnb was not going to do an IPO, but it seems as though, because I think his thing is like, is Blackstone, whatever his group is called. But anyways, because you have BlackRock and he has Black something, I forgot what it's called. But anyways, so during COVID, I believe his wife was filing for divorce or whatever. So he put a lot of pressure on the founder CEO of Airbnb to go through and do an IPO, because most likely the financials were fugazi. Okay, but white Americans once again did not care. Bill Ackman went to Harvard. Bill Ackman was one of the main person fighting to fire the president of Harvard, Claudine Gay. Okay, he was out here trying to get Claudine Gay kicked out of Harvard. Is it Gray or Gay? I think her name is Gay, right? Okay, he wanted her gone. He was sending letters to Harvard. He was threatening Harvard that he was going to stop giving money. He was doing the most. Right. So when you see that Charlie Kirk was talking about these Black women are DI hires and this and that and that, these were the talking points or the favorite talking points of Bill Ackman. So that's how I know he took money from that man. Right. But when Bill Ackman was weaponizing his wealth, was weaponizing his money to get this lady fired, these white racists didn't care about that, because they hate Black people. Right. Bill Ackman also, when it came out, because out of nowhere, because I'm like, how did this lady, because first and foremost, she was already a professor at Harvard. Then she becomes the president of Harvard, right? But out of nowhere now, they're like, oh, she plagiarized her PhD thesis. And I think she kind of did, because the Black woman that she copied, she came outside and she was upset. But nonetheless, though, it was made public that Bill Ackman, his new girlfriend, whatever she is, that she also had plagiarized on her PhD dissertation when she was going to MIT. So his white woman, his Israeli white woman, his European Israeli white woman, she also plagiarized on her dissertation at MIT. These racist white people did not care, right? Charlie Kirk, did not call that lady no DI, PhD having ass Israeli at MIT. He wouldn't dare. But because this country has for custom, for culture to just, just plow down on black people, it's a thing here. You want to feel big and you want to feel big and bad. You want to feel patriotic. Be a racist. Coward shit. Small dick shit. Because they got small penises. Okay? So that's what he did. But I'm like, so for Nick Fuentes to come and say, oh, Bill Ackman, his I don't know if that's his wife or whatever, girlfriend, okay? Because that's not his original wife. Okay? Because he was married to this one, I think. And before she filed for divorce, because she was filing for divorce, so he ran to do an IPO for Airbnb because he's shiesty. This dude is shiesty. He has done shiesty business. He is a criminal. He is a criminal, but he'll tell you, oh, it's capitalism. He is a cheat. He had nothing but a cheat, but they don't mind that. When I think about the number of white people or even these European Jews who have stolen trillions of dollars from the stock market, and for white Americans to never be upset about that, but they're upset about gun violence in Chicago. Motherfucker, if you don't fight for your pension, if you don't worry about your pension, okay, because these hedge funds manager, they're robbing pensions, 401ks, life insurance. This is where they're doing their conniving, dirty ass foolishness, right? Whether kids, I'm not saying it's okay though, but whether these children kill themselves in Chicago or not, that's not what's going to affect your retirement. You've worked for 30 years, or you plan to work for 30 years so that you can retire to some money. But leave it to Bill Ackman, you won't have shit. But like I said, I think a lot of these racist white Americans are really low IQ, and they themselves don't even know how America works. I'm starting to realize that, right? But Bill Ackman, he's a thief. He is a thief. He can call it capitalism all he wants, but he's a cheat. This man made money by doing nothing, you guys. Oh my gosh. He was shorting some stocks. All you had to do was pay you only pay 10%. And then somehow he was able to pay like 10%. So let's say you have $1 billion worth of stocks, right? He only had to pay like 10%, and he had the 10%. And maybe he was doing insider trading because his kinfolk are all over the place. So it worked out in his favor. It was some shiesty business. Like, this man is a fucking thief. But once again, instead of focusing on people, especially the Jews, who are stealing trillions of dollars out of the stock market, and it's usually pension funds, it's retirement, it's the pension, it's usually people's pensions. Or after that, it's insurance companies. They are stealing from people's retirement. And instead of fighting these kinds of people, right? Because even Charlie took money from this man. He was one of his godfathers. He took money from this man. But he claimed to be a white nationalist, a white Christian nationalist who is fighting for the everyday white American. Shut up. The everyday white American is getting robbed by the likes of Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is an evil human being. He's a thief. Hold on. Let me show you how he made his money. Hold on, because y'all need to hear this. Because I want you to just believe me. Hold on. How did Bill Ackman make his money? You'll see. This dude is disgusting. You'll see. Hold on. He is so despicable. You see? Look at that. You see this? He made $2.6 billion in 28 days. They didn't blackmail him. They were on good terms. He took the money. It's not until recently that it became a problem, right? And that's how you see how goofy these white Americans who support Charlie Kirk truly are. How can one person in America make $2.6 billion in 1 month? 1 month. And they don't mind that. Oh, no, that's fine. But they want to worry about 13% of the population who commit 50% of the crime. Okay. Jews, like in America, like what percentage are they of the population? Why are they the richest in America? Why do they make money out of nothing? How come these people can make billions of dollars out of nothing by doing nothing? They don't add value, y'all. They do not create. They plunder. Do you see this? 2.6. He made $2.6 billion in 28 days. And white people don't even have smoke for that. Even Nick Fuentes say all kinds of foolishness. Talking about, oh, Jeffrey Einstein. Jeffrey Einstein is the least of our worries. Because how did he make $2.6 billion? Because that money is coming from somewhere. And it's people's pensions. It's people's retirement. When it comes time for people to retire, their money is with Bill Ackman. That's why I say Charlie Kirk was a fraud. And nothing respectable about this man. They just don't want his white fans to realize the kind of fucked up human being that he was. A nationalist. You a nationalist. You're a white nationalist. You are fighting for white Americans. And you sit down with a man who stole their pension fund money. Okay? None but a grifter. He is nothing but a grifter. Let me play the video. Let me play this video. Hold on.
Today we dive into what some have called the trade of the century to see how exactly Bill Ackman made $2.6 billion in a matter of 28 days. But there's a major twist to this story that many have not even discussed or perhaps realized, because although Bill Ackman played a very dangerous game with public sentiment and made $2.6 billion in the process, he could have actually made much more than that if his plan had worked out fully, which explains why he was so hell-bent on creating utter chaos in the market.
Until a vaccine is manufactured, distributed, and injected, we will go through a depression era period.
Ackman is one of the most savage investors who continuously games the system and is a master in manipulating public opinion.
He does not create value, you guys. During COVID, Bill Ackman was going on anybody that would have him on their show. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, the vaccine this, the vaccine that. The whole time he was like, he caused pandemonium. So people will go a certain way, and then he bet against the other way. And that, oh, Jeff, oh, so now I'm not slow. Jeff, you know what? I love you. Okay, this dude is dangerous. Because me, like I told you, I discovered Bill Ackman because of Airbnb. Because if you know, the guy who funded Airbnb, he's also Jewish. He was on Michelle Obama's podcast. You guys, money only stays amongst the Jews in America. Most hedge fund managers, they Jewish. Most of this million, like these, I'm like Anderson, Horowitz, you name it. These are all Jews. Jews control the purse in America. They can decide to raise the stock market, destroy the stock market. They can decide to increase your pension, destroy your pension. You can wake up today. Your pension says you got 200,000 in the stock market. You gonna wake up tomorrow, you got 50 cents. And the job of people like Charlie Kirk, this dude, Charlie Kirk, I don't care where he is. I'm gonna keep talking about him. The job of people like Charlie Kirk is to distract white Americans from the heist that is happening right in front of their eyes. You see, the problem, the sad thing, that's why I say it's really sad. And that's why if you have sense, do not even engage with these people, because you realize they're so foolish. White Americans, especially these white races, they are a silly people. Even during the days of the settlers, the days of the Wild Wild West and shit like that, they were always getting got by snakes oil salesmen. They've always been getting got. They don't get smarter. They're like a primitive people. They don't learn. There's always a snake oil salesman that comes in and robs white people of their money. They've always done that. In the East, in the North, in the South, in the West, in the Midwest. They just get robbed blind. Like there is a major heist. Like there is a major heist on the Treasury, people's pensions, even municipalities, because they also have bonds, right? Like the U.S. government has bonds. Your state has bonds. Municipalities have bonds. These Jewish people, they taking all the money. And the job of a white goofy clown with no education having ass, Charlie Kirk, is to distract white people from seeing where the scam is really going on. Charlie's a distractor. You know what Charlie Kirk reminds me of? You know how you used to watch the movies? And you will see a white man, because it's them old English movies, right? You'll have this guy who comes into the town and he claims to be a magician. He claims to be a man who can do many tricks. And while the villagers are standing there watching the trick, he got the little kids going around and stealing people, like robbing people in their pockets and shit like that. That's Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is here to do this goofy ass magical trick. But the trick is you about to get robbed, bitch, in broad daylight, and you ain't gonna see shit. And then when he's done with the trick, and he's like, okay, gotta go now. Like, oh, what happened? What happened? What? Oh, what happened? What? Well, oh, I lost my money. I lost my money. He's like, well, it must be that nigga right there. And you're like, what? What happened? And they all come and beat your ass the whole time. It was part of the scam. The magic trick was your bitch ass. Because people like Charlie Kirk, their job is to steer your attention in a certain area while you're getting fucked over here. But he knows. Me, Marlene, I was sitting in New Orleans selling lashes. And I knew who Bill Ackman was. When I tell you, Bill Ackman did not want to do it. He did not want to do an IPO for Airbnb because the company was not ready. Because their financials were not ready. It was fugazi. It was fake. It was fraudulent. He didn't want to do an IPO. As soon as his wife filed for divorce, he pressured Brian, whatever his name is, to do an IPO. Because he knew people were going to realize that this so-called billionaire was a scammer. And Airbnb was a house of cards. It wasn't worth shit. He scammed investors. I said what the fuck I said. So there's no way Charlie Kirk, who's in the know of no, did not know way more than I did about Bill Ackman. So then during the whole thing with Claudine Gay, because he was trying to get her fired, he wanted Claudine fired. This is when I started looking more into him. And I said, oh my God. This is how this man made his money. The man did nothing. All he did was play the press and scare people. And then he made a bet against the party. So he sent people, like he intentionally misled people. He went on the news to tell people to go for the jabby jab. And this is, and you're going to ask Charlie Kirk, oh, I'm against the jab. I'm against this. Yeah, right. But you took money. Your godfather was a man who told American people to please. Charlie Kirk was a fraud who went into business with some very dangerous, no moral having ass people. If a man can steal $3 billion in 28 days, you don't think he'll try to kill your ass? These are a bunch of criminals. Fauci could be an Italian Jew. Yes, most likely. Okay? No, they're not. He didn't think they were holy. He knew that nobody that's a billionaire is holy. Praise, you need to stop being so foolish. No, there's nobody in America who's a billionaire that is holy. You can know they're not holy. They're criminals. And he knew Bill Ackman was a criminal. He was a criminal. And what they do is they hide behind, hey, Ruva, they hide behind anti-Semitism, because I'm not going to say that you don't have honest Jews. No, you do. Unfortunately, they're going to get a bad rep because these ones, these greedy Jews in the stock market, these capitalist Jews, they're bad for business. They're bad for business, right? So let's keep watching the whole Bill Ackman thing. Okay, hold on.
He has done this over and over again throughout his career, with some major moves, like for instance the Canadian Railway deal, where he led a shareholder uprising and pretty much bulldozed the CEO out of the company. And funny enough, here he also made a $2.6 billion profit. So let me know in the comment section what you think of Bill Ackman's tactics. Now let's dive right in. The $27 million bet. So in March of 2020, Bill Ackman went on the CNBC stage with one of the most dramatic corporate interviews in history, where he even attacked the holdings of his own investors.
Take a look at Hilton stock. We're a major shareholder of Hilton. Hilton is the canary in the coal mine. This is an incredibly well-capitalized, amazing, dominant global company. Okay, it's going to zero, okay, along with every other hotel company.
According to Forbes, the shares of Hilton fell by around 20% as he was speaking, and the entire market was closed down during the interview after a circuit breaker was triggered. Now, obviously, Ackman can be credited for the entire drop in the markets, but he's also not stupid. Ackman knew exactly what he was doing. He is in fact a brilliant, albeit very reckless investor who analyzed the market and came to the conclusion that the risk on corporate bonds was not correctly priced and that the market was not properly accounting for the possibility of a countrywide shutdown. Now, this error in pricing is exactly why he wanted a 30-day shutdown so badly, and why he kept referencing this over and over again in his CNBC interview, while warning of a complete bankruptcy in multiple industries.
What will happen is, the hotel industry and the restaurant industry will go bankrupt first. Boeing is, on the brink. Okay, Boeing will not survive without a government bailout. Okay, so look at airline
But
industry.
he's doing this intentionally because he wants to scare people. And it worked because most white Americans are silly people. They're easily afraid. They'll tell you they're Christian. Like, what the heck? He was, and I'm sure the way he's talking on the phone, he's watching the stock market. It's falling. He's like, yep, that's what I wanted. And I feel like, and that's the thing about most Zionists, right? Because most Zionists, even though their skin is white, some of them are born in America. They don't identify as Americans. They identify as Jews, okay? They don't identify as Americans. They identify as Jews. And like Ben Shapiro said, it's Israel first. And their reason for being in America is to make sure that America takes care of Israel, okay? These people are here to liquidate America. Whatever they can take, whatever they can have, whatever they can sell for pennies on the dollars, they will do it. Because their job is to pick America apart. It's like it's a liquidation sale. It's an estate sale. Like when the marshals come and take over your property and they sell everything to get the money back to go pay your debtors. That's exactly what we're looking at. And Charlie Kirk knew all of this. He knew. Just like Obama knew. They all know, okay? All of them, they know. And they deal with these people because they can't resist the money. And people like Bill Ackman and all these other Zionists, they have recognized that the one thing you can get out of most American is a price. Because these people love money too much. They love money more than they love their country. They have a price. Ask them, okay, what's your price? You pay them the price, they'll start lying, just like most influencers. And that's what Charlie Kirk was, an influencer. He sold people ideas. He didn't give his white audience realities. He sold them the idea that you are unsafe because of Black Americans. The idea is that you are unsafe because they're trying to kill white people for the sins of slavery. The idea that, you know what, the Blacks are taking your job. Bill Ackman is robbing your pension fund clean. When you retire, you won't even find a nickel in that shit, right? But he never told you that, right? It's the Blacks, It's Bill Ackman. Like, go sit down somewhere. Bunch of criminals.
Auto industry, restaurant industry, hotel industry.
So smart as he is, Ackman decided to hedge against the market and buy credit default swaps on corporate debt indexes.
Yeah.
And here's where.
So Bryce said, what you say? It's like we are their indentured servants and they don't pay. Yes, because they call us Gentiles. We are, according to the Jews, everybody is a Gentile. We're a bunch of Gentile. And it said, like, even in the Talmud said it's okay to lie to a Gentile. The Talmud said the Gentile is your slave, right? Gentiles, they're not human. They're subhuman. They're like a creature. So yes, that's exactly it. That's what it means to be a Gentile. Is that your whole existence, you're here to just serve the Jew. The Jew is your master. And then the Talmud, it also says that the life of a Gentile is not worth the fingernail of a Jew. This is how they think. This is what they believe. And Charlie Kirk knew this with his Shabbat honoring ass. He knew. If I know, he knows. It's not hard. It's all over the place. It's not hard. He knew. But the money they offered him was too great for him to say no to that money. So he's not a Christian. Miss me with that. He is not a Christian. Miss me with the foolishness.
Where things start to get interesting. Because Ackman chooses his words very carefully when he said, we bought enough insurance to protect the $8.5 billion we had invested in the stock market. This does not mean he had bought $8.5 billion worth of insurance. It just means he had enough to cover those possible losses. Because according to the Financial Times, he'd actually bought well over $50 billion in US investment-grade debt and another $18.5 billion in the European equivalent index. So in total, Ackman had secured more than $68.5 billion in insurance to cover just $8.5 billion worth of stocks. And this is where you start to see the genius of the game that he's playing. Ackman is now sitting on a potential payout of $68.5 billion worth of insurance, for which he only paid $27 million in premiums. And in order for him to get paid...
You see this? Charlie Kirk didn't tell him that. It's all over the place. But they want to talk about Epstein. Man, fuck that dude. Okay? Let's talk about people's retirement funds. Let's talk about the working American and his retirement. Let's talk about that shit. So you see, he bought for $68.5 billion, right, of asset he was protecting. He only paid $27 million. He only paid $27 million, and he got a payout of $2.6 billion. How many of us can do stuff like this? We'd all be in prison. Even when he realized the stuff was not priced correctly, if he had integrity, he would have told those people, but he has no integrity. And also, he does not care about America. America is a whore to these people. It's a whore. You pimp the whore, you work the whore, you exhaust the whore. Then you move on to a different nation. And maybe that's why wherever they go, they get kicked out. They did the same thing in Russia. If you study what the Jews did to the economy of Russia, you're going to be like, oh my God. Is that what y'all did in Germany? Most likely. Did the same thing in Great Britain. Let's not forget that George Soros is also a Jew. George Soros almost bankrupted the Bank of England. This is what they do. This is what they do. They try to bankrupt nations. They want to see people on the streets. They want to see workers with no money, with no pension, because you're a slave. You are a Gentile. These people are something else. They are truly, truly something else. And you gotta be something else, huh? To take their money. They have destroyed everybody's economy. I'm sure if we look at Argentina, you're gonna see it was them also. They destroy economies. When it comes to Russia, they destroy the economy of Russia. Russia lost 50% of its economy. The vast majority of Russians became homeless. The vast majority of Russians became drug addicts. Okay? Like, it is something, all right? These people are something. They are truly something. But imagine hating Arabs. What are Arabs even doing to you? You have so much hatred for Muslims that you are completely overlooking the fact that they are robbing you of your retirement money. You're going to retire and there's no money because Bill Ackman and his kinfolk took all the money. And that's one thing I will give credit to Nick Fuentes, is that Nick Fuentes, I will give him credit for that as well. He has normalized criticizing Jewish people out loud and not giving a fuck. I will give him that, because there was a time you couldn't talk like this about Jewish people. You saw it, but you couldn't talk about it because most people had these people on a pedestal. Oh, they're God's chosen people, and they're only concerned with money. How often do you see the Jews feed the poor? Okay, how often do you see the Jews take care of the poor or build hospitals? And do you ever see these people be charitable? You don't. They're always in business. They're always in the stock market. They're always trying to be controlling of a president. They're like, anything that involves money and power, that's where they go. What kind of God people is this? Feed the poor, feed the homeless, have a drug rehab program. No, they are never involved in acts of charity. Okay, they are a dangerous people. They are incredibly selfish. They will destroy your economy. And Charlie knew that shit. But his job was to be the plantation town racist. Instead of being a real stand-up guy, be like, hold up, wait a minute. Want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein? Let's talk about this stuff right here. Like, yeah, the Davos Forum. It's all them. It is all them. They meet together. They go to these exclusive places, and as Jews, they decide who's going to be poor, what interest rates are people going to pay for their house, for their cars. They decide everything. Who can do bankruptcy? Who can do a bankruptcy? What country is going to have a bad rating? They decide the financial health of the entire world. And people sit here and want to bully Black people, bully Latinos, and bully the Muslims. Are you crazy? Are you really crazy? If you're a coward, just say that. If you're a punk, just say that. If you're a bitch, what's called a bitchalist, just say that. With your punk ass. You coward. Are you kidding me? This is all they do. That's all they do.
He needs credit events to happen and the financial markets to run scared and start buying insurance.
Exactly.
So in the beginning of March, this is exactly what happened, and the value of his credit default swap skyrockets because the price tag of insurance quadruples. Now it's important to note here that these CDS deals typically last around 5 years, and you pay a monthly premium just like with a normal insurance policy. However, in the case of Ackman, this insurance policy had a $40 million per month price tag, according to the Financial Times, so clearly Ackman wanted to get out as quickly as possible, or he was going to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in premiums. This is why he kept hammering on that the president should shut down everything for just 30 days.
And you see how he is? He only thinking about himself. Only thinking about himself. But to take the heat off of him and his corruption, he focused on a black woman being the president of Harvard. Oh, look at this DEI hire. Look at you and your thieving ass. How did you make $3 billion in fucking 30 days? And the part that was so sad, about the whole Claudine Gay situation, not that I really give a fuck about her, but the part that was sad about Claudine Gay is that the rich black people, right? Because we do have some affluent black people. Rich black people did not put their money behind her. Because had rich black people even put $40 million in the press to control the narrative and to put the heat back on Bill Ackman, it would have been a problem. But black people are too passive. They think, oh, it's going to work itself out. No, you need to, the same way these Zionists use the media to destroy black people who have money need to use their money to expose the Zionists. Because even if Claudine Gay is a DEI hire, okay, but is that affecting pension funds? Because what do you think would have triggered white people more? Claudine Gay, DEI hire, president of Harvard, who plagiarized her dissertation, or Bill Ackman is making $3 billion during COVID while most Americans are out of work. Ha, 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 ha. There you go. There you go. Like even Diddy, instead of giving $30 million to Cassie, Diddy could have helped out. Uncle Shannon, instead of giving money to some goofy ass OnlyFans, he could have helped out. Like, this is what money is for. When these Zionists attack black people in the media, rich black people need to wage war. You want to use this media? Let's do it, bitch. Let's do it. Because Bill Ackman, I would have found his mistress. Play with me if you want to, white boy. Play with me with your goofy ass. You gonna tell his investor, this Airbnb shit, this IPO, it's a house of cards. This shit's worthless. Play with me. I would have had the news talk about people getting kidnapped in Airbnb. I would have had the news talk about people are being sex trafficked in their Airbnbs. I would have scared your fucking investor. Play with me, white boy. We outside, bitch. We outside. You see, the problem is black people in America, they too submissive. They submissive and they passive. Me, Marlene, let me be a multi-millionaire and let a Jew trying to play with my people. I will fuck you up. I will ruin your, I'm going to go find your wife. Like, sis, tell me, who the fuck was he having an affair with? Your entire schedule. Every time you told her you were playing golf, you were out here having sex with this broad. Bitch, I will expose your hoe. I will expose your sluts, all your sluts. I'm going to have these bitches talk to Oprah. Tell them you were sexually assaulted. Tell them, bitch, the way y'all do black people, they ain't going to be like, yeah, he sexually assaulted me. And I told him I wasn't interested. I will find somebody that's 17 that you try to sleep with. Play with me. Play with me. But when he went and he attacked Claudine Gay, rich black people they didn't step behind this lady because money had to be spent in the press to control the narrative because Bill Ackman should have been exposed. How do most Americans feel about Bill Ackman making $2.6 billion in 28 days? They would have lost their shit. They would have lost their shit. And I would have had a bunch of white kids on TV talk about how they can't afford the house no more. I would have had a bunch of white people, them traditional ass crackers. I would have had them on the damn TV talking about, oh, I lost my pension. I lost my job. Oh, white man, tell me how you feel. Oh, white man, whoa, they stole your pension fund? What? Who did that shit? Bill Ackman? There you go. There you go. I would have paid a bunch of white folks to march outside of his whole building in New York City. Play with me if you want to, white boy. We outside, bitch. We outside. You got to apply pressure on these white fuckers. What black people too. And like black people don't understand the power of money. Oh, that shit don't trigger me. That shit triggers me. Black people don't understand what money is for. They want money for clothes, for shoes, for bags. You use money for war. Somebody attacks your image with the media. You take your money, you attack their image right back, bitch. You send that shit to me, I send that shit right back to you. Me, I don't have time for white people. You see, even when they come on my life, they leave because they can't take me. I'm not Candace Owens. I don't have time for white people. Whatever you send to me, I will send you twofold. You'll be cursed. And they're going to be like, nah, this crazy bitch, don't fuck with her. Go find somebody else. Because white people are bullies. You have to stand your ground. When you stand your ground with white people, they will respect you. Because they know I can't fuck with you. But the black people, Diddy, all these people should have stood up for this lady. Not because she's right. She probably did cheat. I'm not saying she didn't cheat. But what I'm saying is, you got to put money in the media to fight for the image of black people. So my thing is, if you want to talk about her being a DI hire, I'm going to talk about you being a Jewish man who came to America to exploit America and make $2.6 billion in 2 weeks. That's what's going to be the headline. He made $3 billion in 15 days. How much do most Americans make? I would have had every magazine. I would have paid for every YouTuber. How much you charge for a video? And I want your title to be Bill Ackman made $3 billion in 15 days. While the average American makes about $1,500. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Okay? Let's talk about it. And that's what makes me sad, because when it comes to Turning Point USA, when it comes to Daily Wire, it's a bunch of white billionaires putting money to have these goofballs be the face of a movement and just be breathing their talking points. We over here, our black billionaires, all they care about is being around white people, going to Italy, vacationing in Lake Como. These people they're goofballs. They're treacherous. The wealthy black class of America is useless. They're consumers. They're scared. They're afraid because it's not a God-fearing people, you know? They're attached to the love of white people. White people need to love me. I need to live next to white people. Who are these people? Who are these people? They shoot people anyway. It's very dangerous to live next to white people. You might get shot in the head, you know? You might get shot in the neck. What the fuck do I know? Okay? But the whole point of you being black and wealthy, there's a time where you have to understand God put you in a position to make this money so you would fight and protect your people. Okay? Beyonce and Jay-Z are sellouts. They will never protect black Americans. Jay-Z eats in the hands of the Jews. You know, let me tell you something. Jay-Z, me, Marlene, I just hope he did not do any rituals. Because, you know, I saw a video where in Israel, the men, even the men, they're fighting Israeli guards because they want to rape male Palestinians. Like, they have Palestinian men in their prison. These Jewish people, they're so unhinged. They want to rape the men. And I'm like, yo, did we not see this in Sodom and Gomorrah? When the angels went to visit Lot and they were so beautiful that the men wanted to have sex with the angels. And Lot say, please, these are my guests. Lot even says, they're so sick. He was like, oh, you can sleep with my daughters. Pretty much you can rape my daughters. They are fighting. I saw y'all, the video that I saw, they want to rape men. And I said, I pray to God. But then again, if you can sell drugs to your people, who knows what you won't do? You know, but it's very possible that Jay-Z, Diddy, all of these black people that have Jewish handlers, it's very, very likely that they were, you know what I'm saying? You get me, right? It's a ritual. They have to break you. You are a Gentile. And there's no other way to break a man than to take his manhood. Why do you think they work so hard to have homosexuality be a thing in the prison? Why do you think they work so hard today for most black boys to identify with homosexuality? But like I said, it's in the book of Genesis because the people wanted to sleep with the angels. And that's why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. It's not because they were doing their nasty shit. It's the fact that they took that shit too far. They were trying to do it to angels. And then Lot says, these are my guests. If you want, have my daughters. I'm like, you are also reprobate. You fight for your guests and fight for your daughters. No, Lot was willing to let his daughters be sexually assaulted by these people. Okay? All right? Makes sense? But it's a cult. So what did Jay-Z really do to have protection and support from these people? Only God knows. But that dude, I feel sorry for his soul. I've read the Carters. I feel sorry for their soul. They are owned by these people. Like most Black Americans who are wealthy, they're owned by these people. They're so afraid. They're so scared because they don't believe in God. They believe in the power of the white man. And they're so afraid that white people are going to, even Beyonce, her activism, her pro-Black woman shit, it's all performative. It is so fucking performative. This girl, did she even finish the 9th grade? Like, be so for real. Be so for real. To really stand up for Black people, you have to be incredibly educated. Because this kind of, I don't give a fuck about you, it comes through education. You have to read a lot. You have to study a lot. Like even me, I can pretty much say since I was a child, like maybe like what, 5 or 6, okay? I was already learning about Malcolm X. And nobody in my family ever told me, oh my gosh, you can't do because nah. People fuck with the Malcolm man. You know? Malcolm X, nah, that's the GOAT. I was a child. I was listening to Minister Farrakhan. Growing up, because Minister Farrakhan, he always comes out once a year. He has like a New Year's message until he got sick recently. Like he got sick a few years ago. But I'm like, I've always listened to Minister Farrakhan because the way he reads white people, damn, ooh, I love that shit. It's just, I'm like, oh Lord Jesus. Okay. But you see, like people who, like even, what's his name? Oh my gosh. James Baldwin. Like to stand up to white people, you have to study because you need to know their history. If you don't know white people and their history, it's easy for you to feel insecure because everything they say about you is to make you feel less than. Once you study their history and you see what the fuck they came out of, the kind of poverty they came out of, the kind of bubonic plague, leprosy, cholera, people used to drink fecal water in Europe, okay? They can't tell you shit. They can't tell you shit. They're barbaric. They are soulless because they had to survive. Because Europe was not fertile. Definitely not England. It rains all the fucking time out there. It's so depressing. Okay? But my thing is, these wealthy Black people, they should have put money behind this lady. And the entire world should have known. Bill Ackman made $3 billion in 15 weeks. Child, you can argue with your mother. We are not soulless. Yeah, the fuck right. Okay? Everything you do is for the love of money. And you think you have a soul. Everything you do is for the love of money. And you want to sit here and be so performant. Oh, I'm doing it because I love my country. Show us your bank statements. Okay? Show us your bank statements. I want every white politician, every white nationalist, every white whatever, show me your bank statement. They're going to be AIPAC, 500,000, AIPAC, 200,000, AIPAC, $1 million, right? It's going to be the name of a bunch of Jews in your bank account, right? Everything you do is for the love of money. If white Americans had a soul, right? If white Americans had a soul, America would not be ensnared by these Zionists. Nobody can, like Jesus says, nobody can come into your house and do all this foolishness unless they have bound you. And how exactly were these Jews able to put the noose around your neck, a noose around your hand? They just have you all wrapped up because you're greedy. You love money. You love money. So as long as they put money in your pocket, you turn a blind eye because everybody should have talked about that. How exactly is Bill Ackman making $3 billion in 2 weeks? That is insane. While everybody was losing their jobs, businesses were closing, small businesses, family-owned businesses. Millions of Americans lost their livelihoods. And Bill Ackman makes $2.6 billion in 28 days by just spending $27 million. And you want me to believe that you people have a soul. You guys have a soul and he's not in prison? You white Americans have such a soul that this man is not in prison? He's not in prison? This is crazy. Let me even go. Let me go ask DeepSeek. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. How much does the average American, hold on. How much does the average American, make in 2 weeks? This is crazy. Okay. Right. You see this? You see this? So the average American makes 23, let's say 2,400. The average American makes 2,400 every 2 weeks. This dude made $3 billion in like almost 2 weeks. So yeah, like he made almost $2 billion. Exactly. So you make $800. You see this? You make $800. So you're making way below. For every 2 weeks, you make 800. This man made $2.6 billion. Hold on. Hold on. If you made, I don't even know how to do this. If you made $2.6 billion, that's too much for me. In 28 days, how much did you make in 2 weeks? Jesus Christ. Okay, let me ask AI. Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. So he would have made $1.3 billion in 2 weeks. Jesus. Okay. Oh, who cares? I'm attacking you, but you're alive. So be grateful. Shut up. Okay. Right? Yeah, sure. I need to lose my platform. What the fuck out of here? You gave me the platform for me to lose it? With your silly self. Get out of here. Banned. Anyways, y'all. So anyways, right? So he made $1.3 billion in 2 weeks. So AI is telling us that the average American makes $2,400 every 2 weeks. Okay. Let me ask this question. Hold on. How many times does, hold on, $2,400 go into 1.3 billion? Jesus. Because I'm not doing this kind of math. That's ridiculous. Okay. All right. So he made almost 542,000 times. Jesus Christ. I had never heard of this shit. Okay. Hey, P. So this guy made 542,000 times what the average American makes. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. So if you had 2 zeros, hold on. 505 million. So he made like 54 million%. Oh, Lord Jesus. Hold on. My brain can't even comprehend all these numbers. Like the number is too many zeros. But ultimately, he made 500,050 times what the average American makes in 2 weeks. And that was not all over the news. That was not all like CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, Wumpty Wump Wump, Charlie Kirk. Nobody talked about that shit. But they all, George Floyd, the BLM riots. You see, and my thing is like, yeah, Patrice Cullors, you know what I'm saying? Patrice Cullors, I also think she ain't shit. Okay? Patrice, bring your goofy ass over here. Okay? Because you got us in trouble. Okay? Patrice Cullors, like, yeah, I also think she's a scammer. Right? But stealing 50 million, not saying it's okay. Dead ass wrong. Because now, because of her, they think every black person is stealing money. So she ain't shit also. All right? But my thing is, between stealing $56 million versus stealing $2.6 billion, who should receive more smoke? Bill Ackman. And yet Candace and her goofy ass biracial pregnancy and her big ass toes did not go up to Bill Ackman's house to see, okay, where the fuck is the money? Why did Candace Owens and her goofy ass go to Bill Ackman and knock on his door and say, hold up, wait a minute. You made $2.6 billion in 20 days? Where the fuck is our money? Okay, nobody needs that money. Nobody needs this kind of money. This is ridiculous, right? But instead of focusing on, and that's why I'm telling you, they get paid. They get paid to steer the attention of these goofy ass, dumbass white people over to black people. So that way the real criminals can get away scotch-free. That was Candace's job. That was Charlie's job. It was all their jobs. You know, it's not okay. I repeat, it is not okay for Patrice to have stolen 56 million because she harmed black people. She harmed the image of black people. That was some fucked up shit. God gonna deal with her ass. But my point is though, who should have received more heat? This man stole, this is stealing money. 2.6 billion. In 2 weeks, he made 1.3 billion. Oh yeah, I should have figured that out because it's 2 weeks is 14 days. I'm so damn stupid. Okay, I'm crazy. The average American makes $2,400 every 2 weeks. This man made 542,000 times what the average makes. Oh shit, the fuck? And nobody talked about that. Because when the Jews steal money, it's another day in America. They call it capitalism. They call it business. They call it shorting the market. Right? It's only when black people do something, oh, we got to stop. The world has to stop. Let's focus on the blacks. Boy, bad. Go to sleep. We're tired. Like, seriously, even me, I'm tired. Right? So let's get back to the video. This is insanity.
Or the whole system of capitalism would break down if any other solution would be used.
Capitalism does not work in an 18-month shutdown. Capitalism can work in a 30-day shutdown.
Ackman even went as far as bringing in the National Guard to force people into their homes, which is obviously another scare tactic to frighten markets.
Like now they also want to have National Guards and stuff like that. Like these people are crazy, you see? And this is a private investor who can call the president and tell him what he wants. I want a 30-day shutdown. I want National Guards. That's what I'm telling you. Like our own presidents are bitches. And you see, you guys, let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you something. This is why sometimes I fuck with President Ping. Okay? President Ping in China, he don't let these billionaires think they run the show. Okay? And this is a real Gemini. Okay? Another Gemini. But unlike Trump, he's not a clown. Trump is a clown. You see, in China, billionaires don't run the show. Fuck around and find out. The guy, wasn't it Jack Ma from Alibaba? He tried that shit. He went missing. Okay? In China, billionaires know their place. You don't run this shit. We allow you to make money, stay in your goofy ass lane and be a business person. Try to call President Ping and tell him what you want. You're going to go missing. You go missing. It's only in America where billionaires think they own the country, they run the country, they can turn a president into a bitch ass dude, they can turn the president into a maid, a butler. It's only in this godforsaken place. Because we don't put billionaires in their place. The Chinese, like, they smart people, man. President Ping, he's not about that life. He is more of a man than Trump will ever be. And you see, that's why he never mentions his name. Because Trump is a fucking clown. It's always Trump that has Ping's name in his mouth. You don't talk about that man. That man is a clown. That man is a fraud. And I'm sure President Ping, when he sees Trump, he sees a typical white American. They're loud. They're fake. They're fraudulent. They're scammers. They lie to their people. They talk about these freedom. What freedom? What freedom? We are living under a state of surveillance. Trump went and took money from Peter Thiel so they can install Palantir technology and surveil all of us. They make you believe that you are freer than the Chinese, but are you really? You crack a joke, you lose your job. Are you really freer than in China? Keep lying to yourself. They want our faces. They want our faces. They want our biometric data. Charlie Kirk knows. He knows. He knows about Peter Thiel. He knows exactly what JD Vance was sold to, because Trump did not have a choice. You think Trump really wanted to take JD Vance? Do you even think Trump likes that dude? He doesn't even look at him. No, child, what the fuck? He needed the money. You know what I'm saying? President Ping, he puts those billionaires in their place. Try that shit, see what happens. That's why I fuck with this man. Me, I have so much respect for President Ping. Even in Russia. That's why there's so many billionaires. You have so many Russian billionaires in England. Like in London, they have a whole neighborhood to themselves. It's called Billionaire Row. It's full of Russian because they ran, because they were out there stealing. They were robbing everyday people. They were robbing pension funds. They were robbing the natural gas company. They were just looting the country. The guy who owns Chelsea, Abramovich, What's his name again? The owner of Chelsea. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. The owner of Chelsea. Hold on. What's his name again? Woo, that man. Yeah, Roma Abramovich. This dude, none but a thief and none but a criminal. He is nothing but a criminal. This man robbed his own country. He robbed his own countrymen. Disgrace. He's a disgrace. Abramovich, Roman. He's a disgrace. He's a thief. And he knew Vladimir was going to get that ass. Vladimir was going to get that ass because you stole from your people. Billionaires are a cancer. They're a cancer, they're a parasite. They're so greedy. They rob their own people. Yeah. And yeah, they're Russian Zizis. Yeah. When I tell you, Roman, he grabbed the shit. And because he could not hold on to the cash, he just went ahead and bought Chelsea because he couldn't hold on to the money. You know, money's a liability. It's too much money. So he ran and he bought Chelsea. Then he tried to buy all the players, give them people all kinds of money. You know, a lot of the salaries of these players too, right? A lot of the salaries that these European teams, like the Champions League, like all these teams that are part of the Champions League, all that goofy shit, right? It's money laundering because they can't hold on to money. Money's a liability because if there's ever inflation, if there's ever a devaluation, the money loses its value. It's not worth anything. So you got to part the money. So when he left Russia, because Vladimir was going to get that ass, he went and he bought Chelsea ASAP. Then he started recruiting all these players, paying them people all kinds of crazy money because he had to launder the money. He's a criminal, this guy. He was so afraid for his life. I remember one year when I lived in England, like he had bought this private yacht, like he had this crazy yacht, right? Because he's before Mark Zuckerberg and shit. He had like one of the biggest yachts in Europe. That shit was bulletproof. It was missile proof. It was God's wrath proof. I'm like, who's looking for your ass? Because he's a criminal. He's a criminal. He robbed Russia. He stole from the Russian people. And that's why that's why they're behind America. Because you know the war in Ukraine, it's not a real war with Ukraine and Russia. It's America. It's the Zionists, the Zionists who run America, who won a war with Russia because they're still butthurt that they got kicked out of Russia. They want to go in there and plunder Russia because Vladimir kicked them out of Russia. But maybe one day we'll do a live. But if you see what these people did in Russia, you're like, you people, man, you're something else. And it's only in America that nobody is paying attention. They want to, even the Megyn Kelly, the Tucker Carlson, the Nick Fuentes, the Charlie Kirk, anybody who is telling the American people about Jeffrey Epstein is an op. It's another distraction. Sex trafficking, not saying it's okay. Not saying it's okay. But considering what America stands to lose, that's a goofy ass topic. And honestly, Trump is right. Trump is right. There are way more serious issues like people's retirement, people's mortgages, the national debt. There are way bigger issues than Jeffrey. But because even Tucker Carlson, he has a handler. Trust me, he ain't shit. All of this is to distract these goofy ass white Americans because they can't read. And they don't have discernment. Because anybody with discernment would say, why is it that every time these Zizis go somewhere, they get kicked out? And they will look at the economies of these nations before the Zizis show up. What does the economy look like? When the Zizis take over, what does the economy look like? When the Zizis are kicked out, what happens to the economy? It is not that hard. There is a pattern with these people. There's a pattern. There is a pattern. So for me, the Epstein files, it is also a distraction. It's a manufactured distraction to not have the American people go check your bank statements. Go check your pension shit. Go check your money. There's something there's something more ominous in store. There's something bigger. There's something more diabolical. They want this country to file for bankruptcy. If people are not careful, America is going to default because they don't create anything. They just create inflation. Even when they give these goofy ass valuation, oh, this company is worth $1 billion. In 2 months, a company is worth $1 billion. Like even the stuff with Rode and Hailey Bieber, it should scare people. Because how can a company be worth $3 billion in 3 years? How did you create $3 billion worth of value? It doesn't make sense. But once again, they put Hailey, a white woman, and they attach her with being a billionaire. So most white Americans say they love this shit. Oh, I'm a college dropout. I became a billionaire. This is how these Zizis are finessing these people. They're so damn stupid. Because everybody should be scared. When you start valuating companies so quickly, so easily, in billions of dollars, what you're doing is you're making everybody else poor. Because there are too many billionaires in the world. What that mean? Money is becoming worthless. And it's funny how before, when we only had Bill Gates, the Prince of Brunei, like Warren Buffett, like we had like 4 or 5 billionaires. Do you not remember that life was more affordable when we didn't have too many billionaires? Right? Do you not remember that? When like in the 90s, it was like the Prince of Brunei, right? It was the Prince of Brunei. It was Bill Gates. It was Warren Buffett. But even Bill Gates created value because everybody had to use Windows. So you can see for yourself, like, yeah, this is a business, and here are all these customers. So he was actually creating value. Warren Buffett, he creates value. But today, everybody's a billionaire. Everybody and their mama is a billionaire. Every celebrity is their billionaire. And people take pride in that shit. Oh, it's a woman. Oh, it's a black woman. I don't give a fuck. Because if you have that many billionaires, it means that money is worth less. It's not a good thing for the rest of us. Right? Because it's not normal. What value is Rode creating that Rode is worth $3 billion in 3 years? Like, girl, come on. You can say 100 million, 200 million. No, because it's part of the scam. It's a scam. It's a scam. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. Everything is a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, and that's what they're going to do. They are going to do it. And these white Americans are because the thing about white Americans, because they're the majority, it is their responsibility to protect America. It is their job. They're white. It's their job. They are the majority in this country. So to whom much is given, much is required. It is up to white Americans to protect all of us. But they're not doing their job. Instead, they want to be petty ass bullies from the pub with their drunk asses. Okay? That is ridiculous. They're going to destroy us. They're going to destroy the US dollar. America is going to default. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Because this is what they do. They destroy people's economies. It's not a joke. But the thing is, most of these white Americans are so arrogant. Just like Charlie Kirk. You say all this crazy shit. You don't have enough protection. You don't have bulletproof plexiglass. You think, oh, look, they're so fucking arrogant. Trump has done everything in his power, created all kinds of distraction so he would have to make our interest payment. There was a $9 trillion interest payment due in June. He hasn't paid the money because they don't have the money. So all they do is create distraction. Now, oh, Charlie Kirk is dead. Now it's TikTok or the TikTok app. They don't know where to get the money from because nothing is being created. Everything is valuation. People they just create these valuations out of thin air. They want you to believe that AI will do all. No, AI is going to destroy the jobs. America is I'm like, within the next 25 to 50 years, America is going to default. America is going to default. This is what they do. It is not hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. And most Americans, they're dumbasses. They hate Vladimir Putin. If you had enough sense, you would actually listen to Vladimir. Because he has a lot to say. He has a lot to, because he's not a clown. You see, Vladimir, he's a real patriot. Try that bullshit over there. Try to go to his country and just try to make $2.6 billion in 2 weeks. You're going to go to prison. All this weird speculation shit, playing with people's mortgages. And this is why today most young people can afford houses. You have private equity firms, they're buying single family units. Are you kidding me? Today, most houses are built worth of shit. They charge all kinds of money. The craftsmanship is crap. The shit, everything is bullshit. These houses today, they don't last. It's like what's that story with the 3 pigs and the wolf, right? Where he just blew on the house and the house went boom. That's it. That's it. These houses do not last. They don't last. They produce all kinds of bullshit. Hold on. Huh? They don't last. But the price is crazy, right? 3 little pigs. There you go. The house is crazy. This is what America is today, right? They will charge you all kinds of money for a house. They will charge you all kinds of money for a house. And then you go, you pay for this house, and within 3 months or 6 months, everything falls apart. Then they give you this goofy ass warranty that only lasts for what? For 3-6 months? Right? Nothing lasts anymore. Nothing is valuable anymore. They're going to build you a house. This house is not going to last. The house is not this is exactly what white Americans going to look like. This is exactly what's going to happen to white Americans. They're going to look like them, like the little 3 pigs right here. Like, what happened to our house? What happened to our country? We used to be so rich. We used to be so respected. We used to have so much money. What happened to our house? What happened to our house? This is exactly what's going to happen to white Americans. They think it's a joke. They think it's a joke. They think it's a joke. And for the bullies that they've been, this is going to be bad for them. Because it's a lot of people waiting to get their lick back. It's a lot of people. Okay? Like, go to Russia. You think in Russia, private equity can start buying up neighborhoods? They can start buying single-family homes? Try that shit with Vladimir. Try that shit. You're going to go in prison. You're going to go to Siberia. You see what I'm saying? And that's why, and you know, the older you get, you realize why Americans do not like Vladimir Putin. Right? Because it's not really a matter of American people don't like Vladimir Putin. It's the billionaire class that does not like Vladimir. Because Vladimir, he's the kind of motherfucker to check your greed. Like, he's not saying don't make money, but he's saying don't exploit the people. Don't exploit your countrymen to be rich. So the billionaire class of America, they don't like that shit. Because billionaires, anything for profit, anything for money. It doesn't matter. Because billionaires only care about themselves and they only care about shareholders. Everybody else can die. They don't care. And Vladimir, he don't do that shit. He put the richest man of Russia in prison because the man stole the money. He locked his ass up. In America, you will never see a man who stole from the stock market, who stole people's retirement, go to prison. They don't go to prison. They become donors. They join the donor class. So that way they have protection from the president. If anything happens, they'll just get a pardon because America is corrupt. America is corrupt. And then what they do is they finance goofy people like Charlie Kirk to encourage basic ass, everyday layman ass Americans to hate Vladimir Putin. What has Vladimir ever done to the average American? They don't even know this man because they're idiots. They hate everybody instead of hating their billionaire class, right? Because if you see what he did in Russia, you're like, man, I respect this dude because he fought for his people. He got as much money as he could out of these billionaires and he gave it back to his people. And these are the same white Americans. These are the same goofy ass Americans who proclaim to love Robin Hood. But if you love Robin Hood, you got to love Vladimir. He locked their asses up. You understand? In America, they can send somebody to jail for stealing a PPP loan of $300,000. I'm not saying it's okay. But between running behind the FBI is running behind somebody for $300,000. The FBI is running behind somebody for $1 million stolen in PPP loan. Why then the FBI check into the trade of Bill Ackman? Because his people, his kinfolk, run the FBI. Why then the SEC check into Bill Ackman and his $2.6 billion he made in 28 days? Because his kinfolk run the SEC. But anybody else, you do any kind, they're gonna lock your ass up. because they arrest people and they convict people who do petty crime to make you believe that you live in a country where nobody's above the law. Billionaires are above the law. Get into it. Jewish billionaires are above the law in America. And they pay money, they pay the media to focus on low-level criminals. I'm not saying it's okay to do PPP fraud. I'm not saying that. But the kind of money that Bill Ackman got, now that's PPP. That's the worst kind of PPP loan fraud I've never seen. During COVID, and like a worldwide pandemic, people are dying. This man is worried about how he's gonna make $2.6 billion in 28 days. Foolishness. That is the middle name. That's the maiden name of most white Americans. It's a foolish people. Okay, it's a foolish people. Yeah. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, because I'm like, that average American person does not know shit about Vladimir. They've never studied him. They can barely even watch an hour-long video. They don't speak Russian, nor do they care to understand Russian. They don't even try to understand this man. Like, what motivates this man? But Vladimir, he's a real son of Russia. That's what a real patriot is. Over here, these white boys, they just masturbating to the thought of being a nationalist. They have no idea what loving their country is. Even Nick Fuentes and his bitch ass. Okay? Nick and his little bitch ass. Let me tell you something. If Nick really cared about being American, he would have served the country. He would have joined the military. He would have joined the Marines. He would have joined something. Right? But he too scared to die. He want to just exchange ideas from the basement. When you love your nation, you put on that uniform. He ain't going to do it because he's scared. You see, Vladimir started off in Russia as a soldier. Then he worked all the way up to the KGB. He saw how America did his country dirty with Boris Yeltsin, with Michael Gorbachev. He said, enough is enough. That's what you call a real son. That's a real motherfucker. Vladimir is a real motherfucker. Even when you see him walk, look at how he walks. He walks like a soldier. That dude about that life. Trump, he like this, like this. He has no posture. All he does is eat McDonald's. All his entire life, he was a spoiled brat. He did everything he could. He lied about being sick, so he wouldn't have to go to Vietnam. He's a disgrace. But then again, he's a white American. They love to talk a big game about loving America until it's time to put on that uniform. And every single rich white person, they run. George Bush, he ran. Trump ran. They all run. It's always the children of poor white people from the Midwest who go to war. They get amputated. Their brains get blown up. They get PTSD. They get all kinds of trauma. And when they come back to America, they become drug addicts. How many veterans are drug addicts today? How many veterans are in the streets? Have you ever seen Charlie Kirk give some of his money? Come to find out, Turning Point USA makes $140 million a year. But we never heard that Charlie Kirk did something for the veterans. We had never heard that even for the white veterans, he bought houses. He bought like a prosthetic. Did he ever buy a prosthetic for a single white American veteran? Of course the fuck he didn't. Of course not. Because he was working hard to become part of the ruling class of America. He started off middle class, like working class, middle class. And he was working as hard as he could to become part of the ruling class of white racists in America. And then the Lord said, I don't know. They do the vets dirty. Megyn Kelly, has she ever raised money for the veterans? Candace Owens, has she ever raised money for the veterans? These people have millions of dollars, right? Do they even try to give money for Habitat for Humanity to build free homes for the veterans? But I love my country. Oh, you love the money. Shut up, your bitch ass. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. So like I said, Nick Fuentes, a whole coward. A typical white American. All talk. Nationalism, patriotism from the safety of his parents' basement. Every year, there are countless of high school graduates who have way more courage. 18 years old, they have way more love for this nation because they go into the military at 18. Little babies like that. They have no idea what awaits them and where these goofy ass leaders might lead them to die. But they go anyways. Nick Fuentes, his biggest grievance is, oh, I believe in Trump since I was 17. I believe, shut up. What have you sacrificed for this country? Nothing. You goofy ass. You created your own mess. That's why you're a pariah, you groiper. Go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. You clown. Okay? Right? But when it comes to Vladimir, I'm telling you, Vladimir is that dude. Vladimir is that dude. His country was on the brinks of destruction. Because, once again, the Zizis who rule America and the racist white Christian nationalists who rule America wanted to destroy Russia. They wanted to see Russia be a former shelf of itself. Anytime white Americans show up somewhere, healthy, successful, thriving communities and countries go poor. They bring poverty, they bring doom, they bring prostitution, drug addiction, a love for crime and deviant behavior. You got to stay away from these people and hold on to your faith and rebuke them every time you see them. That's it. That's that. So I'm like, no, Vladimir is that dude, y'all. Even when he walks, like, you should see how he walks. That's a soldier for real. Make him say, na, 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 na. Master P will be proud of this man. President Ping also, he don't play. You need to know your fucking place because billionaires are not elected officials. Okay? You are a billionaire. You are not an elected official. You don't run this country. You run your business. Stay in your place. And you will stay in your place or you will disappear. But in America, billionaires do whatever. And if they happen to be Jews and you say something, oh, you're anti-Semite, you are a denier of the Holocaust, you are this, you are no, I am not any of these things. I am somebody who has noticed a pattern. Is that usually before the Jews show up, people usually have a pretty good economy. Within 20 to 50 years of the Jews being there, they take over everything, and then the economy goes bad. What happened in Germany before Hitler? Hyperinflation. There you go. Hyperinflation. People couldn't afford shit. They don't want to tell you that, right? There's, oh, Hitler just, listen, do you really think, do you really, really believe that if the people of Germany had enough food, they could feed their children, they had a little bit of money in the bank, you think they would have allowed Hitler to seduce them with his foolishness? But they were seduced by Hitler because they had nothing to eat. And how much you want to bet? How much do you want to bet that the Zizis were doing well financially? While the average German could not eat food. How much do you want to bet? You know, when I was growing, when I was younger, I wanted to be an economist. So I used to read this man, this economist. He's very, very famous. His name is Ludwig von Mises. Okay, what's his name? Okay, there you go. Because I wanted to have oh my gosh, if leave it up to me, I would have had a PhD in econ. Okay, because I really wanted to be an economist. Okay, but I read this man's book and he talked about Germany. Like before Hitler took rise, he said it took like the price of bread at 9 o'clock and the price of bread at 12 p.m. is not the same. He said by 12 p.m., people had to have a barrel of money, like a whole wheelbarrow of money to buy a loaf of bread. I said, oh, hell no. I can see why they snapped. And you see, it's so funny how in America, people are given a narrative per you, just like Charlie Kirk. Everything is always a narrative instead of giving people the facts and allowing people to be critical thinkers. Right? People were not doing well in Germany. People were suffering. Financially, they were not doing well. Even the sanctions that America, Great Britain, and France put on Germany, I wouldn't be surprised if you had Jewish people who are responsible for setting the guidelines of the sanctions that were put in Germany. And Hitler probably saw that, like, you people are not going to kill my people. Now you can say you took that shit a little too far, I guess. But when you're starving his people too, are you not taking that shit too far? Is it reasonable for bread to be $500? Like, is it reasonable? What would most Americans do if a loaf of bread was $300? What would you do? right? And on top of that, it's like it's dynamic pricing. So the loaf of bread is 300 at 9 o'clock, but then by 12 p.m. it's $600. How would most Americans feel if they needed $300 to buy a loaf of bread? You gonna sit here and put up with that shit? And while you sit here and you can't feed your children, you look over here, you see a Jew, he driving a nice car, he living well. You look over here, you see a Jew, he living well. Hold on, wait a minute. Are we the what are we? The Gentiles? So I think the Germans at that time, they started to feel like Gentiles. It was two separate Germany. There was a Germany for the Jew, and there was a Germany from the non-Jew. They need to tell the truth, though. They need to go ahead and tell people the truth, though. But they're not going to do it because they need people to see them as victims, not people to see them as people who are extremely mean when it comes to finance with their crazy ass interest rates. And how much do you want to bet that the bankers, the Jewish bankers of Germany, were still charging interest during the sanctions? How much you want to bet? How much do you want to bet that they were still charging interest? There is a reason why even in the Bible, God tells these people after 7 years, man, you and your stupid debt, let people be. You're crazy. Right? And that's what we see. When you file for bankruptcy, it lasts for 7 years. When you have something bad on your credit, it lasts for 7 years because our banking system is based after the Torah. Our debt, our credit, forgiveness of credit, it is based on the Torah. That's why everything comes off after 7 years. It's not random. It's not random. Nothing is random. Because people get their inspiration from somewhere. You need to wake up and realize what that somewhere is. Okay? There you go. But how much do you want to bet? So that when Hitler grabs the mic and he says the things that he said, people could see certain things. And the things they saw made it feel like all Jews were responsible. Not all of them were responsible, but some Jews were responsible. Some Jews were greedy. They took that shit too far. And they did not see themselves, because that's what they do. Even when they live in your country, even when they're born in your country, even when they have the passport, they do not see themselves as a citizen. They see themselves as Jew. And their loyalty goes to them being Jew. It doesn't go to the country. Because if you saw yourself as a German, you know, life is hard right now. Ease up on this whole credit shit. Like, you know what? You owe me money, but times are hard. Just feed your kids. You see, had they moved like that, I think more people would have had compassion. But they don't want to tell that story. Because then people will say, hold up, wait a minute. This sounds familiar. We're sitting here. We're suffering at the pump, at the grocery store, with the bill, the water bill, the gas bill. Everything is so expensive. But money's going to Israel. It's about the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. It will start to feel familiar. And that's why you give people narrative so that you can gaslight people into not realizing, oh, shit, I feel like I'm going through the same shit. No, you don't say it's a déjà vu. Déjà vu? Exactly. Hello? Right? But it's a lot of stuff that happened in Germany. Because if people were doing, just like even with Trump, if people were doing well financially, they would not have supported Hitler. They were not doing well. And then you find out what's in the Talmud. You find out you're called a Gentile. You find out you're Hakum. You find out that the Talmud said it's okay to lie to a Gentile. Okay, wait a minute. Okay? So that's it. And then it went on from there. And you would think they would have learned from that. No, they don't learn. Because they're very greedy. They do not learn. So they go to Russia. They go over here. They go over there. And they do the same thing again. They do the same thing all over again with people's economies, with people's banking system. They do it all over again. Like, you haven't learned anything? Of course not. Because they think they're smarter than everybody else. That's the problem with Jewish people. They think they're smarter than everybody else, especially these Zionists. They think they're smarter than everybody else. They will never get caught. And they can just unalive people or do all kinds of weird shit, but you can only do it for so long. Because the same thing happens all the time. They get kicked out of places. They get kicked out of places. Let me keep playing this video.
We got to do the 30-day shutdown. And if the president has to bring out the National Guard to keep people in their homes, which I don't think he will need to do, he should do it.
Now you might wonder, why do the interview if the S&P 500 has already fallen so much by March 12th, and the value of the CDS is already at $2.6 billion? Well, according to Ackman's own words, he had already sold around half of his position by March 18th, which was worth about $1.3 billion at the time. So he first secured a huge profit by selling off half of his position, and then goes on air on the 18th to scare the living shit out of the CNBC viewers, even hinting at a bank run.
I went to the bank and I took out a large amount of money in cash.
It's clear at this point that Ackman wants a quick intervention from the president because a gradual prolonged shutting down of parts of the economy is causing major fluctuations in his credit default swaps. On March the 13th, for instance, the S&P 500 were...
Praise, like even right now, even if you look for, there are videos, I'll probably show you that. There are videos where the Jews of Israel, they are cooking barbecue, they barbecue, they cook food, they have soda machines right across where Palestinians are getting slaughtered. So they know people have not had food in days and months, and they go intentionally and cook their food right there so that these poor, hungry Palestinian people can smell the food and not eat the food. These people are sick. They are truly sick. I'll show you the video. I couldn't believe it. They cook there. They buy sodas. They even have telescopic lenses so they can see them, and they have snacks, and they watch them get bombs. They watch them get killed. Oh, girl, why would I lie to you? Why would I lie to you? They are, and this is what white Americans are cautioning, because they're kindred spirits. Because even here in America too, when they were lynching black people, they were having popcorn, they were having barbecue, chips, sodas, having a whole picnic, while a black person was getting killed or burnt alive right in front of their children. They are kindred spirits. They're all Germans. Okay, they're all Germans. I will never stop saying it. They are kindred spirits. It's not hard to see the stuff. This stuff is there. They just don't want to put that on the media because they will cover for these Israeli no matter what. Okay, no matter what.
Rose almost 10%, which gave investors a lot of confidence and seriously decreased the price of credit default swaps. According to the Financial Times, the total value of Ackman's CDS dropped by around $800 million in a single day. And this insane volatility is why he wanted to avoid a prolonged 18-month plan and preferred a quick, aggressive solution.
But what's scaring the American people and corporate America is the gradual rollout, okay, of what's going on. We need to shut it down now.
And just in case his message wasn't clear enough, Ackman summarizes his views in one final doomsday statement.
America will end as we know it, okay? I'm sorry to say so, okay, unless we take this option.
Before we continue, please like and subscribe to the channel for more videos. So all this maneuvering is pure hedge fund brilliance and shows the superb skill of Bill Ackman in investment banking. Because it
call this man brilliant because he's what we call the inside Semite. This is fraud. This man is fraudulent. It's not brilliant. He's lazy. He is mediocre. He can't create real value. So he had to trick people into moving a certain way while he was hedging against the advice he was giving. This is pure laziness. He is mediocre, but yet they're going to tell you he went to Harvard, right? He is mediocre, but he's not going to see himself as a DEI student at Harvard, right? No, some of the biggest DEI cases are these Jews who get access to Ivy League schools. Go sit on some.
At this point, no matter what happens, he wins. Ackman has already made $1.3 billion in profit. He still holds around 50% of a $68.5 billion insurance package, and has just scared the financial markets and the general public, which could result in a much bigger valuation for the credit default swaps that he's still holding. Now, Ackman claimed that the value of the insurance policies did not change at all after his appearance on CNBC. However, if you look at the stock market, you will see a clear decline after March 18th, which is around 13%. So if a 10% spike loses you $800 million, it's fair to assume that a 30% dip increases the value of the insurance policy, since the whole purpose for buying the credit default swap was to protect against a decrease in the stock market. And let's not forget that during the interview, a circuit breaker was triggered, shutting down the market, which is a clear sign of panic in the system and serious changes in valuation. In the end, he ends up selling the remaining 50% for around the same price as the first 50%, resulting in a total gain of around $2.6 billion. However, just because you end up selling for a certain price does not mean that price didn't fluctuate in between. So all in all, Ackman only made $2.6 billion from the credit default swaps, which could have been a lot more based on the total amount that he had insured, He then reinvested $1 billion into the same stocks that he claimed were going bankrupt if his 30-day plan was not immediately implemented. The Hilton stock.
So his job was to destroy the stocks, cheat the credit swap people, take their money, and go buy the same stock he destroyed at a cheaper value. He created nothing. I guess pandemonium, that's it. But like adding real value, he didn't do none of that shit. And nobody really, I mean, I guess Tucker applied pressure, but I'm sure Tucker applied pressure because he has billionaires who were upset because they lost money to this guy. So now they want this man's skin because he ain't shit. Right? And I'm like, Tucker also, I don't trust this man. But I'm like, that's it. That's all he did.
That he was so sure would go to zero and was trading at around $69 when he was exiting the CDS position and buying up Hilton stocks like crazy, is now trading at well over $120. So it's unclear how much Bill Ackman actually made from the whole CDS game that he was playing in March of 2020, but it's definitely much more than just the $2.6 billion from selling the CDS. This was the...
Mind you, these are people who came here as European immigrants. Most Jews don't serve in the American army. I told you about Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro is the governor of Pennsylvania, right? When it came time for him to do his military service, instead of serving for America, instead of going to the Marines, the Army, you name it, no. Josh Shapiro chose to go and do his service for the IDF. They don't serve y'all. They have not been here since the Civil War. They don't die for this country. They don't go to war for this country. They don't tell their kids to go to war for this country. No. They do as much as they can to buy as many spots in these Ivy Leagues. So it's like, it feels like a synagogue 2.0 with a bunch of Jews in there with their yarmulkes, right? They don't do shit. And then they just pillage the nation. They just pillage the nation. And they're allowed to get away with this. And then they want to call somebody a DI hire. You okay? You all the way okay? Are you all the way okay? But like I said, because black people put up with this shit. Black people don't fight back. These are the real DI people of America. They came here with nothing. They have never bled for this nation. They don't go to war. They don't go into the military. Their kids don't serve in the military. But they like to be the head of everything. They want to be the head of the FBI, the head of the CIA. They want to lead the Congress. They want to lead the Treasury. They want to be in leadership, but they never want to serve because they think they're above people. They're above wearing the colors of this country. They are above dying for this country. They are above it all because, of course, they're the Jew. Everybody else is the fucking Gentile. Because if you want to go serve a country, why don't you serve America? No, he served in the IDF. And now he is the whole governor of a swing state. And these white Americans don't find that weird. They don't find that weird. What country do you know you can go do your military service for another nation and then they're going to let you be governor in their country? What? That makes no sense. Where is your allegiance? I guess because I think the thing about white Americans, because these people, their skin is white. So they're like, oh yeah, you know, we're it's okay. It's okay because they're white people like us. They don't see you like them. They don't see you like them. They see you as a Gentile with your beer drinking ass and your pork chop eating ass. Okay. But I'm like, this is so disgusting. This is really disgusting. Now let me play this for you. Hold on. Let me play this video. Okay. Hold on.
So as we said, and let it sink in, 3.3 million Americans filed unemployment claims last week. That's the highest number ever recorded in this country, in history ever. It's easy to see why a lot of people in America are deeply worried about the state of our economy. And maybe nobody in the country has seemed more panicked about it, at least in public, than billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman. Last Wednesday, and this got a lot of attention, Ackman spent a full 28 minutes on live television yelling about how our country is collapsing. It's over, he said. We're done. Here's part of it.
Hell is coming. This was a feeling like I've never had. Like there's a tsunami coming, right? The tsunami's coming and you feel it in the air, right? The tide starts to roll out, okay? And on the beach, people are playing and having fun like there's nothing going on. And that is the feeling I've had for the last 2 months. Okay. And my colleagues at work, okay, thought I was a lunatic. We need to shut it down now. America will end as we know it. Okay. I'm sorry to say so. Okay. Unless we take this option.
America.
Do you see how he is like he's making his voice shake? Oh, the people are saying they're playing about the saying and something is coming. Because these Jewish people, they studied white American psychology. They know it's a hysterical people. They get scared fast. They eat too much fast food. You know, I think what a lot of people don't know about these Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews, unlike Hasidic Jews, are Jews that blend in. Like, think of ninjas, okay? Think of ninjas, like the actual ninjas, like phew, okay? They blend in because for them, survival is all about blending in. But while they blend in, they raise their children to be better, to be stronger, to be sharper, to be shrewd. And like I said, the Talmud says it's okay to lie to a Gentile. Hold on. Says it's okay to lie to a Gentile, right? Okay. Okay, there you go. So you can see it here, right? Jews may use lie to subterfuge or to circumvent a Gentile, right? So in the Talmud, you are not required to tell the truth, okay? If somebody is a Gentile, you can lie to a Gentile because they say it's not a crime. You see, it also says that all Gentile children are animals. There you go. So that's why they don't go into the military, because they're not animals, okay? The military for America is made up of animals. It is made up of children of the Gentile, okay? Make sense? Right? This is the Talmud, okay? It is a religion. They believe that, listen, if it's okay to lie to an unbeliever. It's okay to lie to a Gentile. So for him, it's perfectly fine. I don't owe shit to these people. And guess what? They're the idiots for listening to me. But you see how he makes his voice shake like, oh my gosh, America would end as we know it. People who came here as immigrants. They were not here when this country was founded. They were nowhere near Thomas Jefferson. Okay. They were not here during the Civil War. Okay. They've probably been here for maybe two generations at most, 80 years. It's not a long time. That's like one generation, maybe two generations. They haven't been here for a long time. These are newly minted immigrants. They just got here. And they want to tell you America as we know it. What the fuck? You just got here. Okay? They sound crazy as hell. But then white Americans, who I guess their people been here for a long time. Okay? Instead of saying, you know what? Girl, child, you just got here. Shut up. You did not create America, and so you can't tell us when America is going to cease. Who the fuck is this man? Who is this man? Even his name, Bill Ackman, does it sound Anglo-Saxon? Why are we listening to this man? Where were the white nationalists then? Where was Nick Fuentes, Charlie Kirk, all these white nationalists, Rush Limbaugh? Where were all these pro-white American people to say, yo, white, hold up, immigrant. Hold up now. You don't get to tell us. Just, you know how Trump talked to Zelensky, because Zelensky said, well, if you don't help me, it's gonna happen to you. And Trump was like, okay, don't speak over my life. Where were the people? Where were these white nationalists to say, hold up, wait a minute, you just got here, you Zizi. Okay, America's been through a lot. So one pandemic is not going to take down America. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about these Zionists, they study people everywhere they go, especially Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews are known for that. They blend in. But as they blend in, they study you. They study your people. They study your culture. They study your mindset. They study you. And they know what buttons to press. And that's why the Ashkenazi, because it's mostly Ashkenazi Jews. A lot of these Zizis, these Zionist people, they're mostly Ashkenazi Jews. And that's why they understand that race is a hot button in America. So every time they steal money, plan to steal money, they activate it. They all do it. Bill does it. George Soros did it. They all do it because they know if you bring up race in this issue, white Americans and black Americans, people who have been here since the founding of this nation are going to eat each other the fuck up. And they're going to be so distracted with their goofy games. Oh, you N-word. Oh, you C-word. And they can just steal. They know. They know. They know. They know. Like they know. They know that America has a lot of poor white people with grievances. They know that there's a lot of black people who are still hurting with about the whole slavery thing. They know. And they will put money behind it. And that's why people have to start getting smarter. People who have been here since the Civil War, your ancestors been here since 1619. Y'all gotta start getting smart. Because these crazy immigrants are going to bankrupt your country. Then when you're so broke, I want to see your racial wars. I would love to see it. People are really slow. People are really stupid. They're going to bankrupt this nation. They are going to bankrupt this nation. This is what they do. I will not lie to you. Study, ask AI. They got kicked out of Spain, got kicked out of Italy, they got kicked out of Germany, they got kicked out of Great Britain, they got kicked out of Russia, they got kicked out of, I don't know, they always get kicked out. They got kicked out of Poland, they always get kicked out. What the fuck is that? And have you not noticed that China does not welcome those people? Have you not noticed that India does not welcome those people? Because they're like, oh yeah, we see it. Have you not noticed that Singapore does not welcome those people? Because they know. They're not going to say it, but Japan, do you see them in Japan? Oh, hell the fuck no. Do you see them in Korea? The East knows. The East knows. The West over here, people fat as hell. All they do is want to eat fast food and DoorDash. I think all this junk food and this processed food, this essential food, it has destroyed the American brain. Do you see the Zizis all over East Asia? No. Are they in China? No. Singapore? No. Indonesia? No. India? No. Japan? No. Korea? No. Because they know you want to have a stable economy. Don't let these people come in here. Do not let these people come in here. You're going to be poor. You're going to be broke. So I'm like, for him, lying to the American people is not a problem. Because per the Talmud, American people, anybody that is a non-Jew is, and that's the thing, is an unbeliever. And I think white Americans, because they look at their complexion, they see the complexion of a Jew, they say, oh, well, he must be white. No, because to them, it's not enough to have the same complexion as me. You must be a Jew. And if I'm not mistaken, the only way to be a Jew is through your mother. Your mother makes you a Jew. So for most white Americans, you will never be. Right? It doesn't work like that. You think, oh, they're white, I'm white, so they're going to look out for me. No, you're not a Jew. You will never belong with your fat ass, with your fast food eating ass. And then you eat pork. Are you kidding me? You got pork on your breath. Are you okay? Never. You are a Gentile. Go somewhere. With your fat ass. Okay? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Okay? So let's keep watching this. Hold on. Where was I? Okay?
Will end as we know it. That scared the hell out of investors around the world. It was everywhere. You probably remember it. Ackman was especially terrifying, bearish, as they say on Wall Street, on the future of Hilton hotels, of which he was a shareholder. Quote, it's going to zero along with...
Mind you, the Hilton family, they're British. They're Anglo-Saxon. Do you see this, right? So he destroyed these are white Americans. The Hilton, it's an Anglo-Saxon name. These are British people. These are British people. So because that's the business of a Gentile, we're going to destroy his shit and buy his shit for pennies on the dollar. Y'all, these people, they're hateful, y'all. But the thing about white Americans, they think, oh, they only hate Arabs. They hate everybody. You're dumbass. They're ruining, destroying all American Anglo-Saxon owned businesses. Are you dumb? Of course you're dumb. You're racist. Okay? So you get that right? He's a Jew. Most likely, Bill Ackman. This dude, most likely he's from Western Europe. Because he's not like a Polensky, Dobrowski, Zelensky. The ski people, that's like Eastern Europe, like Russia, Poland, those kinds of places. Okay? Warsaw, like them Warsaw people. When you hear like Ackman, Michael, David, that's usually Western Europe. Okay? But I'm like, your boy Hilton, that Hilton family, these are Anglo-Saxons. These are Anglo-Saxons. So it's like, okay, because you're a Gentile, we are going to destroy your business. I'm surprised he didn't go destroy the Marriott. Okay? Let me see. Let me see that. You see? You see? Hold on. Okay, this is a white American man, and he might even be a little bit Irish. Let me see this man's picture. You see? So this is Paris Hilton's dad, right? But he's not even the father of the business. But that's the typical white American. He's Anglo-Saxon, right? Most likely, if you ask him, he's going to identify as Christian. But do you see what Bill Ackman did to his business? Scaring people so they will start dumping his stock. Just dump the stock. And these goofy ass Americans who love to call themselves patriotic, their own kinfolk, they drop the stock. If you're a real American, he's an American, you're a white nationalist, hold on to his stock. Don't forsake your brother. No, they just threw this man's stock. They just threw his stock. So when he was able to deceive the insurance people, he takes $1 billion and he goes and he buys these Hilton stocks for pennies on the dollar. It's given that, that infamous picture when Rockefeller is looking, he's standing by the flower. Hold on. Remember this picture? Right? Hold on. I don't know if you ever saw this picture, right? But this is like a famous picture of Rockefeller. That's all he cared about. Have you ever seen this picture? Right? So he's standing like by this rose. It's all about him. That's all he cares about. I'm like, this is it. This is it. They will pillage. They will destroy American-owned companies. They're going to destroy companies owned by Anglo-Saxons. Oh, they will do that shit. They will activate. They're going to incite all kinds of racial wars. They don't give a fuck. And you know what I think also, the more I think about it, because when the war was going, when Hitler was doing his shit in Germany, America didn't step up to help them. It was happening for a while. They didn't step up. Churchill in Britain, he didn't care. FDR over here, he didn't care. So I think maybe there's resentment there because y'all let this man kill us for a long time. Because the only reason why America intervened, because if Hitler had successfully taken over Great Britain, most likely he would have tried to take over America. But they did not care about what was going on with the Jews. So what did they know about the Jews that made them feel like, we don't care, right? And then FDR had a convention. He had a conference called it was called the Evian Conference, right? He didn't show up. He sent emissaries there. He's whatever. Okay, you see. So July 1938, 32 countries met in Evian, France for a conference on the refugee crisis. And who do you think those refugees were? The refugees were the Jews, right? And it's on record. Like on record, FDR was quoted to saying that they were undesirable. Because the Jews, these Zionists, you guys, they have smoke for everybody who did not help them. They hate the Arabs. They also hate Great Britain. You wonder why they went. You wonder why George Soros went and almost bankrupted their bank. They also hate America. Because when they were getting killed, America did not intervene. I'm telling you, had this Hitler person, this mustache person, had he not attacked Great Britain, they wouldn't have moved. But the Evian conference was set up by FDR. He didn't even show up. But Great Britain, America, they all said that they did not want the Jews. They didn't want to just like the way they do today, the Haitian people, we don't want no immigrants, we don't want this. They did the same thing. They didn't want these people. And also, they called these people undesirable. So you can see how, because Jewish people, they stay to themselves. So we don't know what they say. They pray to themselves. They stay with themselves. Their synagogue is only for the Jews, right? So would you put it past these people to tell these children that this great nation could have intervened so much sooner? And they did not. They waited 5 years to intervene. They didn't intervene. They could have intervened so much sooner. They didn't care. And also, America doesn't like to tell the truth to its people, I've noticed, huh? America was supplying weapons to Hitler. Now they want to detach themselves from the mustache man. Like, we just showed up and saved the people. No. Before they showed up to save these people, allegedly, okay, they were supplying weapons to that man. They were working with mustache man. It's only that kind of like BB, he got a little too bold. It's a hold up now, wait a minute. Right? Okay. So would you put it past these Zionist people to have bred their children to look at America as a place that must be destroyed? Because when they needed this nation did not show up for it. And I'm like, yeah, I believe that. Because one thing I have learned by studying these Zionists is that it's a people who hold grudges. They hold grudges. Anybody who does not help them, anybody who does not support the Zionist agenda, you are an enemy forever. They can laugh with you, they can play with you, but it's only because for right now, they need you to be asleep. So they're like, oh yeah, But there's a video of BB saying these Americans, I had them wrapped around my finger. But I'm like, me, Bill Ackman, how much do you want to bet he grew up being told the stern story about the war, the genocide, the Holocaust, and how America did not want to help the people? Even Einstein, the reason why he was here and he was able to work on the Manhattan Project, because he was already here. He came to Princeton for a conference and he just stayed. They talk about they were a bunch of Jews. If you ever come to DC, you can go to the Jewish American Museum. If you go to the Jewish American Museum, brought to you by Steven Spielberg put so much money behind this museum, something that most Black Americans are not going to do. When they needed money for the statue of MLK Jr., the Black people were nowhere to be found. There you go. Anyways, but they got money for Patrice Cullors. Anyways, when you go to the Jewish Museum in DC, right, you will see, because it's well documented, that many Jews were writing in America. They were writing to ambassadors, you name it. They were just begging for help. They were begging for visa, whatever you call it. They wanted to come to America. They were trying to escape as bad as they could. America didn't budge. They didn't budge. Great Britain also did not budge. Matter of fact, when those who could escape Europe, the Haganah people, the militia, when they escaped to the Middle East, Great Britain put those people in concentration camps. They didn't like those people. But they realized, you know what? Better these Europeans that I can control in the Middle East than to just completely leave the Middle East and let these Arabs live in peace. So even that too is like, it's taking advantage of these people. You know what I mean? They took advantage. Like when you really think about it, like what is called the state of Israel, the British and then America, the only reason why they supported these people is not because they cared about these people or they believed that, oh yeah, you should have a permanent home. No, they needed some kind of like military base in the Middle East that they could disguise as the nation of Israel. This whole nation of Israel, it's a front. What they do the dirty work of America in order to make sure that there is no peace in the Middle East and that the oil of these Arab people can be stolen and brought back to America. They're like the henchmen. Let's be so for real. It's a military base. It's an American military base. The weapons are made in America. The bombs are made in America. The helicopters are made in America. So how is this different than if you have a base, the base we have in Guam or Puerto Rico, or whatever? It's a base. It's a military base. They call it the state of Israel to finesse people. But their entire, like their arsenal is 100% American made. So it's America. It's America. And they put these people in this predicament. So I understand also, while the Jews are like, nah, bitch, we rise and we fall together. I understand why they had to get spy on these people, get blackmail on these people, because they know white Americans, they'll use you for their dirty work. And then when there's international pressure, when the UN starts asking questions, when the war tribunals start asking questions, they're going to be like, oh, I didn't tell you to do that shit. Oh, you did that by yourself. Because they throw people under the bus. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They're going to throw you under the bus. So I understand why these Jews also, they needed some security guarantees. So they did everything they could to have as much blackmail on these American people. Because anybody knows you cannot trust a white American. He'll say yes this morning, and then tomorrow he's like, I don't know you. Because it's not a people that honor its word. They lie all the time. So think about the number of people, the millions of people that these Ashkenazi Jews, these Zionists, have murdered on the behest of America. And you think that these people are not going to make sure to have some kind of guarantee that America is not going to throw them under the bus, like they did Gaddafi, like they did Saddam Hussein, like they did Osama bin Laden, like they did Pinochet. Like, do you know how many people they made promises to? And when the moment came, they threw these people under the bus. Like, I don't know, you fool. So I'm like, yeah, they're actually pretty smart. Okay? It's like evil brings out evil out of other people. Make sense? So that's that. I see both sides. I really do.
Every other hotel company in the world, every hotel is going to be shut down in the country. Every one. Wow. Sounds like Bill Ackman is in serious trouble along with the rest of America. Well, no, not exactly. In fact, Bill Ackman is suddenly much richer than ever. Just this Monday, Ackman made a net profit of more than $2 billion. He was buying stocks again, often at vastly discounted prices. How'd they get so low? One of those stocks was Hilton Hotels, the one he just told America 5 days before could, quote, go to zero. If you've been following Bill Ackman's career, that phrase might sound familiar. Several years ago, Ackman made a massive bet against a nutritional supplements company called Herbalife. Whatever you think of Herbalife, Ackman was hoping to tank the stock price and get rich from that. He shorted it. So he relentlessly talked down the stock in public. At one point, Ackman claimed Herbalife shares could, quote, go to zero. Again, familiar? Now that ploy failed, but Ackman simply upped.
But the problem here with Tucker Carlson, like that's why I said I can't trust this bitch, right? Is that Bill Ackman also can say what he wants. Oh, this is going to tank. This is going to go to zero. But what we realize is that most American people can't think for themselves. Why do they panic so much? Are they not educated investors? Like, why do they panic? Why is it so easy to scare white Americans? Right? Oh, a black man stabbed a white woman. It automatically means that all black men want to stab all white women. Right? So maybe white Americans also need to stop being so clownish. And it's time for them to grow up, mature up, and read up. Because why is it so easy to scare white Americans? The Latinos are taking your jobs. The blacks are taking your jobs. The stock is going to go to zero. And they go into a frenzy and act a fool. Right? Like, is there really something obstructing the intelligence of white Americans? Why is it so easy to scare these people? Why are they so scared like that? So yeah, Bill Ackman, he ain't shit. But at the same time, it's like, why are you so afraid? Right? And it's like we still see it today. Anybody that's white can start a YouTube channel and start saying all kinds of foolishness, and white people will cleave onto that shit. They don't ask they don't have discernment, they don't have critical thinking skills. Oh, yeah, I believe this, I believe this. Yeah, exactly. They never take accountability. Because why is it so easy to scare you? Who the fuck is Bill Ackman? Why does he mean so much to you? Like, why is it that his words mean so much to you? You don't even know this man. You know this man? What do you even know about this man? Like me, I don't give a fuck what he said. Who the fuck is he? He probably cheats on his wife. I don't give a fuck. But, oh, Bill Ackman said, so now I'm scared. I'm dumping all my stocks because it's some people without conviction. And it's a greedy people. Because if you're a real American also, you should fight. You should try your very best to hold on to your stock. Be like, yo, this is an American company. But like I said, white Americans have loyalty to nothing. They don't love their country. They don't even love American companies. And that's why all these jobs went to Asia. Because they don't care. They love this idea of like, oh, we're nationalists. Nationalists what? All your jobs went to foreign countries. Go sit down somewhere. If they were so proud of being Americans, every time they walk by a store and it says help needed, they will take the job. Do you know how many white people don't work? Do you know how many white folks work on benefits? If they were so proud of being Americans, every time they walk past a store and they says help wanted, they will take the damn job. They're wasting your time online trying to fight with black people and being a racist. Get you a damn job. They don't want to work. That's why they got all the time in the world to be on social media and to listen to Charlie Kirk, because they're not dutifully employed. That's the problem. That's the real problem, right? But I'm like, Tucker, you also got to hold your people accountable, because that's crazy.
the stakes. He did just pretty much the same thing to our entire public markets.
Well done.
Ackman doesn't seem embarrassed by this in the least. Apparently, he plans to keep his new billions. He hasn't announced any plan to donate any of it to the Americans whose lives he just made worse. But that's the kind of person Bill Ackman is. He's an amoral greedhead whose behavior adds nothing worth having to our country and often hurts us. But that's not even the worst part. After all this, Ackman is still considered a sage by his peers and fawned over relentlessly by toadies in the business press.
Okay, you see? They still love him. Why? Because white Americans are greedy. They worship money. They're not loyal to this nation. They don't love their country. They love their personal bank accounts. How much? If they can make money from this shit, they don't care. They're not going to fight for the small person. No, they just say the shit. But when it comes down to it, they ain't going to do it. It's everybody for themselves. So for these middle class, working class, poor white people to believe that white elites care about them, like you gotta, that it has to be fentanyl. It really has to be fentanyl.
What kind of society thinks that Bill Ackman is a role model? I mean, we should ask ourselves that.
Well, it's your society, child. He's like, what kind of society? Now look at over here.
Joining me now is
awareness of it drives you crazy. And it's particularly galling in the case of Jeffrey Epstein and the whole constellation of people around Jeffrey Epstein, all of whom seem to be getting away with scams. And how do you know they're getting away with scams? I'll tell you how, because they're useless and they're rich. So how do you come to a place where some of the least impressive, most useless people who have no actual skills become billionaires? How's that legitimate? And by the way, if you ask this question, at least in Washington, it's like,
you see, he's upset now, and his fellow Anglo-Saxons are upset because this was a Ponzi scheme. This was a scam that they used to only be the only ones to benefit. Like, he's not mad. He's Tucker ain't shit. Trust me. Oh, I didn't know my daddy was CIA. Oh, I kind of knew my dad was CIA. This man ain't got no damn integrity. He is mad because white Americans had a system in place with the stock, the valuation, the IPO, where only they could scam like that. But now a lot of other people have learned the game. These Jewish immigrants, like, so this is how you do it. Why? Because Ashkenazi Jews blend in. They quietly blend in. That's why they fought hard to go to Harvard. They fought hard to go to the University of Pennsylvania. They fought hard to go to Yale. They're all up in these MBA business programs to understand how does this work. That's why he's mad. Because how is, like, he's right. Bunch of immigrants are coming here, and in a matter of 28 days, they're making $2.6 billion. So these Ashkenazi Jews are beating these white Americans at their own game. So do you see how white American men, even the elite ones, the ones who are very, privileged, keep catching L's? The Chinese are beating them. The Ashkenazi Jew man is beating them. The Indian man is beating their asses. The Korean man, the Chinese men, the Japanese men, they're really losing, right? But a game, a setup, a Ponzi scheme that was only set up for Anglo-Saxon is now being understood by white-skinned immigrants, and they're making way more faster without adding any value. And at any moment, they can pack their bags and move to Israel. Okay? And now they're scared. Now he's scared. Because this used to be for us. Because he's a racist. Bill Ackman is a Zionist. These are all supremacists. He's a white American supremacist. Bill Ackman, he's a Zionist supremacist. These are all crazy people. They're all crazy people.
oh, well, yeah, sounds like you're a socialist. Sounds like socialism. Yeah, okay, I'm a socialist now. All right. I was a Qatari agent or a bigot. Now I'm a socialist. All right. Leaving aside my committed socialism, can you answer the question? How did Bill Ackman get $9 billion? Bill Ackman, a pretty impressive guy? I know Bill Ackman. No. Bill Ackman's like well-connected and super aggressive. That's it. And I think, you know, well-connected, super aggressive people deserve a fair living like everybody else. But if you're accruing $9 million just because you're willing to do anything, I don't know why we have to pretend that's good.
Right. And hopefully you see the issue here.
They're getting rewarded.
So this right here was y'all, hopefully you get this. This is Tucker Carlson talking mad greasy about Bill Ackman at a Turning Point USA event. Okay? This Turning Point USA is owned by Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk has been taking money from Bill Ackman. Do you see how things about to get dangerous? You're like, oh, you shouldn't die for your opinion. Like, this dude did not die for his opinion. This dude died for being shiesty. He wants to have two hands in two different pots. It don't work like that. So over the course of his career, Bill Ackman was a donor to Charlie. Charlie Kirk took money from Bill Ackman. Now, because Charlie wants to separate himself from Bill Ackman, he wants to weaponize Tucker Carlson dislike of Bill Ackman. So he invites Tucker Carlson to a Turning Point event to say the shit. Because he knows Tucker doesn't like the man. He has not liked him for 5 years. He's made it clear on Fox News. So when you invite Bill Ackman, you invite his op. When Bill Ackman has put money in your pockets, how you think that shit's supposed to go down? Right? Because like Bill Ackman or not, anybody hears somebody talk this much shit about them, like you're not impressive, you small, you dumb, you stupid, you don't add value, you a thief, you a scammer, wumpty wump wump, you're not gonna like that shit. Because that's major disrespect. And the problem is Charlie Kirk created the platform for Tucker Carlson to emasculate, to question Bill Ackman, right? To tell the world that's a dumbass motherfucker. Okay, he dumb as fuck. He's not impressive. He ain't got shit. He's an immigrant, right? In front of millions of people. And Bill Ackman's supposed to sit here and take this shit lightly. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. When I tell y'all, it is not. These Charlie's opinions didn't get him killed. He moved shiesty. He's a shiesty motherfucker. You took this man's money. And now because you want to separate yourself from him, you go and bring his ops to come to your show to talk shit about this man, and you make sure to clip this shit and have the whole world play this shit on loop nonstop. A man that's worth $9 billion. Good luck to your goofy ass. Good luck to your goofy ass.
For it. The unfairness of it drives you crazy. And it's particularly galling in the case of Jeffrey Epstein and the whole constellation of people around Jeffrey Epstein, all of whom seem to be getting away with scams. And how do you know they're getting away with scams? I'll tell you how, because they're useless and they're rich. So how do you come to a place where some of the least impressive, most useless people who have no actual skills become billionaires? How's that legitimate? And by the way, if you ask this question, at least in Washington, it's like, oh, well, yeah, it sounds like you're a socialist. Sounds like socialism. Yeah, okay, I'm a socialist now. All right. I was a Qatari agent or a bigot. Now I'm a socialist. All right. Leaving aside my committed socialism, can you answer the question? How did Bill Ackman get $9 billion? Bill Ackman, a pretty impressive guy? I know Bill Ackman. No. Bill Ackman's like well-connected and super aggressive. That's it. And I think, well-connected, super aggressive people deserve a fair living like everybody else. But if you're accruing $9 million just because you're willing to do anything, I don't know why we have to pretend that's good.
Okay. We're not pretending. That's the American way of being. So now let's go back to Nick Fuentes. Okay. So because now you guys, know Bill Ackman better. So let's start over here. Okay. Let's start over here.
Do you know that Bill Ackman's wife is Israeli? She was born in Israel. And not only that, but she received money from none other than Jeffrey Epstein. And after October 7th, Bill Ackman shifted to the right. He put $1 million behind Trump and became very active in Republican politics, even though he's a lifelong Democrat.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the channel. So this video is about the differences you can say in tributing Charlie Kirk. I will say I'm going to be playing clips of the Daily Wire's tribute to Charlie Kirk. I have questions about, Ben Shapiro for me is just a person who I don't trust any of his motives. And I actually have a breaking news that's coming out of their tribute, right? And we had Nick last night who was breaking down exactly what happened to Charlie Kirk, breaking down a lot of the, what we'll say, the Zio connections with Charlie Kirk, but also keeping an open mind to a lot of things. There's so many holes in this story. You can't report on this situation, one shot, one deal. It is a shame. My prayers still go out to his family, okay? Because I mean, this is just a shame, and my prayers certainly go out to for the country, because this is a, you know, unfortunately, there's just no other way to say it, but this is a turning point. So right now, Nick is talking about Bill Ackman, and there's a whole story about how people are trying to say that Bill Ackman was trying to blackmail Charlie Kirk, which he has evidence proving that he wasn't. That's a whole different story. But he is talking, though, about the influence of this one man into the political sphere, not just even political, now the conservative influencer sphere. It is a problem. Let's go ahead and get into that. Then I'm going to play the other face of conservatism, Ben Shapiro and his boys, Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, the minions.
Bill Ackman hosted the the convention on August 4th or 5th of Turning Point Influencers. Here's the smoking gun that really brings it all home. Because, and I'm going to be really honest with you, when people said that Israel was behind Charlie Kirk's assassination, I said, don't be ridiculous. Charlie Kirk, and rest in peace, God bless his soul, Charlie Kirk, we all know, was supported by pro-Israel Jewish patrons. Until the day that he died, he never recanted his support for Israel. Publicly and openly, he defended the administration's cover-up of the Epstein files. He defended the administration's bombing of Iran. In the same interview with Megyn Kelly, he said, "You're never going to lose me. I will always support Israel."
Me right here, I disagree with Nick. I think he's full of shit. He might have supported them publicly, but privately, he was moving shiesty. Because Bill Ackman is a Zionist. He brought Tucker Carlson, that's his op, to talk mad shit about the man for the world to see. Calling the man all kinds of incompetent and a fraud and a scammer. So no, he has criticized Israel. He has criticized Benjamin Netanyahu. He has criticized a whole lot of people. They have this video, because I remember I watched this one. Hold on. I watched this one video. Hold on. Where Charlie was on PBD. Okay. And people have a clip of that. Where was he again? Right? It was like a year ago. See if I can find the clip quickly.
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're talking about,
but they're gonna tell you this man is ethical, this man is a Christian. He said it himself. He said they're gonna ethnically cleanse Gaza. So it's 2.5 million people. So he was fully aware that these people were willing to kill 2.5 million people so they can build resorts by the sea. Right? And then you're gonna have these white goofy ass people, these white racists, coming here like, oh, Charlie was a loving man. He was a kind man. He was a man who was aware that Benjamin Netanyahu meant to kill 2.5 million people so he could build resorts by the ocean and golf courses with Trump, right? Miss me with the bullshit. He also said he did not believe October 7th. So if you don't believe October 7th, and then you also knew that they were going to ethnically cleanse Gaza, how can Charlie Kirk turn around and say, oh, no, there's no genocide in Israel? Because he took money. He took money. They want to clean this boy's image so badly and have people believe he was a good man. Good people don't die like this. Nobody's going to fall for this shit, okay? No one is going to fall for this. Out of his own mouth, he is saying they're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're going to kill all these people. And the Christian is standing for this. Then he comes out and he said, oh, there's no genocide in Gaza. It's just not true. It's not true. Like, Charlie, which one is it? But for the love of money, because he's a typical white American, greedy as fuck. All they care about is money. They will lie for money. They will deny the truth for money. They will mislead other people for money. right? That's what they do because they don't love their country as much as they proclaim, I love America. No, you love Chase. You love Bank of America. You love Wells Fargo. You love wherever you can store your dirty, bloody, Zizi money. That's what you love. You love the bank. You love that you can put your money in there that is covered in the blood of innocent Palestinian children. And you love the fact that you can take it out. The vast majority of white American men in politics and business are corrupt. In America, you don't make it by being an honest person. If you want to be very rich in this country, you're going to have to be grimy. This is Babylon. They're a bunch of thieves. And there's no honor amongst the thieves. But you see, Charlie, he want to have this public image where he tries to give off honesty and integrity. He ain't honest. He don't have no damn integrity. Okay? Shut up. You took their money. You took their money. Okay? Be quiet.
Basically removing 2.5 million people from there. Okay? There are some serious questions here, Patrick.
I'm more coming from a place of thinking this was intentional.
I am a Reva. And
The whole country's a fortress.
Was able to find it. Here it is.
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still have the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier. Right? The whole country is.
Now I ask you, those AR-15, who makes those weapons? White Americans. So those weapons that those 18, 19-year-old Israeli children have to kill other people, white America makes those weapons. So even in the Middle East, they're turning white, I guess, I don't know, they got the white skin, but they're turning young people into killers. That's what they do. White Americans love to put guns in the hands of children. Have you not noticed that? White American kids got guns. Black American kids got guns. Israeli kids got guns. Okay? They're going to put a gun in your hand before they put a book in your hand. They're going to put a weapon, an automatic weapon in your hand before they put the Bible in your hand. There you go. For the love of money. They turn children into soldiers. They turn children into killers. That's what they do. Because that's all they care about. Selling their weapons. Bloodshed. Because all that, it makes them money. That's how they make money. America is a military state. If America doesn't sell weapons, if America does not manufacture wars, if America does not create genocide, how does America live? It's an evil nation. It really is an evil nation. Even without black crime, how do you sustain these prisons? How do you pay judges? How do you have enough job for the judges? How do you create jobs for police officers? How do you create jobs for district attorneys? You need crime. It's a business. It's a business. And the only way to escape that snare is by being a person with self-control. Got to control yourself. Got to control your emotion. You got to stay away from sin. You stay away from alcohol. You stay away from drugs. You stay away from promiscuity. You will never see the inside of a white man's prison. Because once your soul is corrupt, they're going to lock your ass up. But crime is a business. Right? Crime is a business. It's a business. It's a disgusting business. But it creates a lot of jobs. It keeps a lot of white people employed. It gives a lot of people their judgeship, whatever you call it, the bailiff, the judge, the clerk, the wump, the magistrate, the bail bondsman, the police officer, the sheriff. Imagine if we had a peaceful society. Imagine if we had a peaceful America. How many people would lose their jobs? And don't forget, the police force, it's a union. It's a labor union. Just like the schools. That's why in America, schools are not free. They're not free choice, right? Or whatever it's called, right? Because you have a union for the teachers. So if you give the parents the money to go find schools for their kids, you're going to destroy these teachers. So to protect the jobs of teacher, they play with the lives of the student. They play with their future. They have mediocre teachers, child. It's all kinds of bullshit. But the police force is also a union. They have a lot of people in that union. Those are votes. They're votes. So you have to keep their job. If they lose their job, they're not going to vote for you. So therefore, you have to sustain crime. Because how are you going to pay these people? You see, this is how America is. It's all about the money. It's never about the people. Don't let anybody deceive you. Capitalism is evil. You can be an entrepreneur. You can believe in I guess, like trade and shit like that without being a capitalist. It's a very, very evil system. And it has destroyed so many lives. And with capitalism, we notice that, it's only like a minority, like a small minority that has all the money. And most people are criminals. Most people are homeless. Capitalism has created so much homelessness. Right? That's how it goes. But if these black people did not commit those crimes, it would be bad for the economy. And that's why year after year, month after month, the Jewish people and the white people, they go into the prison to find their next rapper. We need a new rapper. Tell your people about crime. Tell your people how they need to be real niggas. All that bullshit. Don't you find it funny that most rappers used to be prisoners? Right? Don't you find it funny that most black girls that are female rappers, their daddies are also prisoners? Right? That's it. It's create a culture that is desensitized to crime, a culture that is godless, and a culture that is very envious of the trinkets of white people. You're going to go to prison. You know what I'm saying? You're going to go to prison. And it's going to get worse. Okay? It's going to get worse. Because this is where they get their talent. It's like going to prison. It's like applying for American Next Rapper. I feel like they should even have a show where it's like they have a talent show for rappers in prison. Because that's where they get those people. In prison. They get them in prison. And then from prison, they make them famous. From prison, they give them Grammys. From prison, they go on world tours. There you go. It's a business. And that's why this kind of, the black crime requires, it really does require ninjas. It's just for real. Because you can't do this with an educated black person. You need a ninja. You do. Because once you have your nigga, he gonna do it. He gonna do whatever you tell him to do. Because he's not smart. That's the thing about being a ninja. A ninja is not smart. He's a slave. He's a slave. He has big muscles, but he ain't got no fucking brain. He's just big, black, and dumb. That's it. That's what a ninja is. Big, black, and dumb. Don't think for himself. He don't question nothing. He just, I'm just happy to eat food. Ooh, you gonna give me a chain? Ooh, the chain. That's it. That's it. That's why they don't go to college campuses to go get the next rapper. Oh, hell no. That's bad for business. You need people who are going to make crime sexy. So you get these people from prison. And you take the daughters of former prisoners or current prisoners, and you take their daughters and you turn their daughter into the next female rapper. And now she's the face of black women and she needs to be protected. Get the fuck out of here. Her daddy didn't even protect her. Why are you a criminal? Why is he in prison? Miss me with the bullshit. Miss me with the bullshit. Okay? Miss me with the bullshit. Once you realize what this goofy ass plantation is all about, you're going to protect yourself and hold on to the teachings of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. There you go. All right? That's how it goes. That is how it goes.
Prevailed. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked.
So he said questions need to be asked. Now, Ben Shapiro said there are no such things as asking questions, okay? Ben Shapiro said, hold on. Ben Shapiro, there are no such things as asking questions. Okay, let me find the video for you. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Here's.
So it must be a conspiracy. There must be some sort, and you're just asking questions. You don't know, right? This is the game that is played by so many corrupt commentators. Just asking questions. I don't have to show you evidence.
So even Ben is calling Charlie a corrupt commentator because he said you're not just asking questions. So you said everything that you said, that they were planning some kind of like march in Israel to get rid of Bibi. Bibi has changed the constitution. Bibi feels like the judicial branch has too much power. The Israelis don't want Bibi no more. Israel is a fortress. There are a bunch of 18-year-olds with AR-15 or AKs, whatever, and AR Smiths, whatever the fuck you American people make, right? All over Israel. It's a fucking fortress. You didn't even believe in October 7th. So how can you say you don't believe that Bibi knew? That, this week. So he's talking about the week of October 7th, right? The people of Israel have planned to get his ass the fuck out. So now you start to wonder, did Hamas really do this? Or did he do it himself to his own people? Because this story about Hamas coming in on air gliders, taking people, hey McCoy, I'm like, air gliders? Like, what the fuck? Yo, Matt, like, you know how you have like eagles that be stealing puppies and shit? Have you ever seen that? Okay, hold on. Eagles that steal puppies. All right. There you go. So this is what I had in mind. I'm like, so Hamas, they came in like this and they just stole human beings. Like, what is going on here? Like, what are we even talking about? Okay. Hamas came on air gliders and I'm like, and y'all didn't shoot their asses. Then they just landed. Then they went to these young people. Mind you, if you're 18 years old, Charlie told you, if you're 18, you are required to do military training. So these are trained soldiers. So Hamas was able to capture 1,000 trained soldiers at a concert and march 1,000 people back to the Gaza Strip and put these people in a tunnel. I'm like, do you even know how long it would take to maneuver 1,000 people? And that's assuming they're just being cooperative. But soldiers didn't fight back. 1,000 people were marched back to the Gaza Strip and put in tunnels. That just shows you how dumb most white Americans are. This shouldn't make no sense. This shit is so damn stupid. But you know what, though? Most of white Americans also, they don't even care. They don't like Arabs. Since 9/11, they haven't liked Arabs. So you want to kill Arabs. You want to maim Arabs. You want to barbecue Arabs. You want to sexually assault Arabs. You want to dismember Arabs. They don't give a fuck because it's a hateful people. It's a hateful people. And I think sometimes for a lot of white Americans, they wish they could do to Black Americans what Bibi is doing to Palestinians. They wish they could go back to a day where they could just lynch Black people. That's why the most they can do is, you're going to lose your job because you talk about Charlie. They want to do something way worse. Trust me. It's a disgusting people. Because if you have a brain, something doesn't make sense. They came, air gliders, they're quite noticeable. So you didn't shoot their asses, no, but they got a missile dome, like they got some kind of missile dome protection shit. They're telling us the Mossad is even more powerful than the CIA and the FBI, but somehow October 7th, they had no clue. Hamas came in on air gliders. Hamas took the people, 1,000 people, and then those people politely, these trained soldiers politely walked over to the Gaza Strip, and then they waited to be walked one by one into a tunnel. And we're supposed to sit here and eat that shit up. Like, this is just, but it's a child, this is embarrassing. This is crazy. Even a child in a village in China wouldn't believe this shit. Like, what happened? That makes no sense. But when you're dealing with a hateful people like white Americans, it's going to work. It makes no sense. Even Charlie knew it didn't make sense, but he was still capping for Israel because he took their money. So like Ben said, there is no such thing as you asking questions. You're not asking questions. You're corrupt. Charlie Kirk, you are corrupt.
You blame society. You don't have an answer. So it must be a conspiracy. There must be some sort. And you're just asking questions. You don't know. Right? This is the game that is played by so many corrupt commentators. Just asking questions. I don't have to show you evidence that something terrible is happening. I don't have to actually demonstrate how the thing is happening. I don't have to tell you who the problem is. Wink, wink. But I can just tell you right now that there is a problem. But even, and if I'm asked about it, hey, I'm just asking questions. Now, let me tell you something about just asking questions for a second. Just asking questions is a game for children. My son is 7. He can just ask questions. My daughter is 10. She can just ask questions. If you're 50 and you are just asking questions, I don't think you're just asking questions. I think that your level of curiosity is actually quite low. I think that you don't care enough to know or know enough to care. I think that the vast majority of people who are in the just asking questions business have an answer that they want to suggest, but they know there's no evidence for it, so instead they hide behind just asking questions. In other words, they're completely full of
Okay. So that's how Ben Shapiro felt about people who say, oh, I'm just asking questions. So here is Charlie Kirk once again about he just asking questions. Guys, hold on. Okay, what is it? Stop sharing. Hold on, because my thing keeps it keeps messing up. Hold on. Right, so here's Charlie Kirk again, the saint. Oh, the great Charlie Kirk. Let's start over.
I still have the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier. Right, the whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, they were hundreds.
We said he did. He said we don't talk about it. The media doesn't talk about it. It's for a reason because they cover BB. So now here you are telling the American people that, oh, by the way, even people in Israel don't want this man, and somehow he's not supposed to take offense to that. People are crazy.
Hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets.
So, but this is the same America, right? Where white Americans say we believe in democracy. The Muslims are not, they don't believe in democracy. Arabs don't believe in democracy. We have to go fight the Taliban because of democracy, democracy, democracy. And now here he is telling the white nationalist Christian is telling people, Bibi says, fuck your democracy. He wants to have all the power to himself. So once again, white Americans they don't have principle. It's not a principle-based people. They don't care. They don't really care about democracy. But if they have to weaponize democracy to destabilize your country, they will do it. Because if these people inherently cared about democracy, you can't do business for Bibi. Because this is not the will of the people. The people don't want him to be prime minister. And the week that they were scheduled to go out to protest against him being prime minister and changing the constitution is the very week that October 7th happened. And we're supposed to sit here and believe in coincidence. And we're just supposed to sit here and believe that Charlie Kirk is just asking questions. No, he knows. And that's what Ben Shapiro said. You already know. You're not curious. You already know. You want to tell people something, but you just don't want to say it because you're a coward. Because all the things you're saying is, Bibi, you probably did that shit because you knew your people were going to get the fuck, they were going to get rid of you. And you don't want to leave because you're obsessed with power. That's what he's trying to say. But because he's a coward, he wants the money. He wants their money. This is what he does. Typical white American boy. Want to play both sides of the fence. You met the right one. With your grimy ass ways. They do it all the time. In business, always cheating people. In services, in contracts, always being scammers. Oh, you can cancel your subscription anytime. But then you go on the place to cancel, you don't even know where do I hit cancel my subscription? Right? Oh, you can use this for 30 days. If you don't like it, you can return and get a refund. Yeah, the fuck right. Try to get a hold of these people to get a refund, see what happens. They're so dishonest. Even Amazon reviews are fake. Amazon is full of fake reviews, fake pictures, everything fake. You order the item, you get the item, it looks nothing like it. Try to get a refund is all kinds of problems because they don't have principles. They will say whatever to get your money, to get your credit card on file. Once they have your credit card on file, watch them play with your credit card. Do you know how many times I have to call GoDaddy to tell these people to stop playing with my debit card? I'm like, why do y'all do stuff like that? Put your credit card on file, right? Put your credit card on file with these people and see if they let you cancel your subscription. They are insane. Don't never give these people your credit card. If you do, buy those goofy ass credit card from Walmart, put that on file. Don't put your actual, like the one that is connected to your actual bank account. Do not put this card on file anywhere. Okay? Don't do it. Don't do it.
That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. Wow. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate non-conspiracy question.
Right.
The whole country is the IDF. The whole country is. Yeah. And you're trying to tell me that they're going to concerts and kibbutzes and schools and by reports 6 hours. Let's say it's 3 hours.
That's suspect. Go ahead, Rob.
It's also not like a right-wing reporting. This is from the New York Times. The long wait for help as massacre unfolds in Israel.
9
I can't think
hours.
of a more liberal news outlet than the New York Times.
And by the way, I'm actually very pro-Israel. So let me be very, so I'm not exactly.
He's pro-Israel. How the fuck are you pro-Israel? This dude think he's so damn slick. I'm pro-Israel. Have you heard the shit that came out your mouth? Right? Nobody listening to you thinks you're pro-Israel. You're trying to tell people that Bibi ain't shit. And America needs to stay the fuck away from him. Okay, hold on.
You blame society. You don't have an answer. So it must be a conspiracy. There must be some sort. And you're just asking questions. You don't know. Right? This is the game that is played by so many corrupt commentators. Just asking questions. I don't have to show you evidence that something terrible is happening. I don't have to actually demonstrate how the thing is happening. I don't have to tell you who the problem is. Wink, wink. But I can just tell you right now that there is a problem. But even, and if I'm asked about it, hey, I'm just asking questions. Now, let me tell you something about just asking questions for a second. Just asking questions is a game for children. My son is 7. He can just ask questions. My daughter is 10. She can just ask questions. If you are 50 and you are just asking questions, I don't think you're just asking questions. I think that your level of curiosity is actually quite low. I think that you don't care enough to know or know enough to care. I think that the vast majority of people who are in the just asking questions business have an answer that they want to suggest, but they know there's no evidence for it. So instead, they hide behind just asking questions. In other words, they're completely full of
Okay. And watch.
Is that Israel is committing genocide. How do you respond to that, Ben?
Okay.
There's literally no definition of genocide by which Israel is committing a genocide. Typically, a genocide involves the targeted killing of the vast majority of the population, or at least an attempt to do so. There has never been a genocide attempted in world history in which the food that was being shipped in was more than the daily caloric intake of the average American into the areas where you're supposedly attempting to genocide the population. The total population loss in the Gaza Strip thus far has been 3%. During the Holocaust, just to take a reference, it was 50%. During Rwanda, it was significantly higher than 3%. You don't issue leaf.
And you see how he reduces people to percentage? Because if you say 3%, it sounds small. That's why I told Jay last time. We said only 4 to 6% of Africans came in. Like, say the actual number. Because 3% could be 200,000 people. 3% could be 1 million people. Why do you reduce dead bodies to a percentage? Because, if I say a percentage, it doesn't sound as crazy. Oh, it's 3%. But if you say, 200,000 people, what the fuck? Like what? 200,000? He's not going to say that. So he's it's only 3% of the population. Why don't you say the actual number of dead bodies? And it's not 3%. The Gaza Strip had like 2.5 million or something like that. Trump told us. Trump said it's 400,000 to 600,000 dead people. So you want to say it in percentage. Even now, you skew the percentages because you don't want people to grasp the gravity of how many dead people are there. And also, the vast majority of people in Gaza are predominantly children and women. But these are the same white American nationalist Christians who are pro-life. But they're pro-bomb them children in the Palestine because they're Muslim. These people are fraud. Even Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney is all about that pro-life shit until it comes down to killing Arab children in the Middle East. Then she doesn't care about being pro-life. because white Americans, especially these Republicans, these Christian nationalists, whatever, white American people, they are fraudulent. Jesus is nothing but a mascot to these people. Just like for white liberals, inclusivity is just virtue signaling. It means nothing to these people. It means nothing. They're not sincere. They are not sincere. Exactly. I think they killed about 240 journalists so far. So he has killed almost like 250 journalists. He kills everybody. He kills everyone.
Flip warnings to people. You don't go house to house in a genocide in an attempt to reduce civilian casualties. I understand that people use genocide at this point to just mean thing I don't like. And I get that. I understand. Nobody likes war. Nobody wants war. Certainly not the Israelis who are not at war on October 6th. The fact is that every Israeli family has to send their 18-year-old son or daughter off to the military with the possibility that they're going to get blown up in Gaza. That is not something that any is
going to get the Israeli fear of being blown up in Gaza. Then don't go to Gaza. And he just confessed that when you're 18, you join the military. So once again, how did the Hamas people kidnap a bunch of soldiers and walk these people over there? Like he said, there was a stand down order for 6 hours. So ask yourself, from Fox News to MSNBC to CNN, why did anybody cover that? Because they're all corrupt. Because white Americans love money. If you pay them enough money, they'll turn a blind eye like, I don't see shit. Okay? They are killing everybody. So there was for 6 hours, nobody moved. The military didn't move. The generals didn't move. Nobody moved. And today in America, we don't even have journalists. We have influencers. Rachel Maddow, influencer. Okay? Whatever, Harris Faulkner, influencer. These are not journalists. Because journalists, their job is to actually report the facts. You don't have a side, you don't pick a side, and you remove your personal bias. You present the facts and you let people form their own opinion. But no, it's all about mind control. These are nothing more than influencer. We're living in the age of like QVC for news, right? Everybody's bought. Nobody wants to be a journalist. Nobody wants to be a journalist.
Really wants right, left, or center. The real question is whether the accusations are accurate. They certainly are not, again, by any stretch of the imagination.
Ben Shapiro, author of Lions and Scavengers. We're going to get to that in a second. I have one or two other questions on Israel. I think it's very important for our audience to hear this, though, because there is an incessant campaign. And one thing a friend sent to me, interestingly, which is, okay, Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, so like maybe we should also ask a question: is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says.
You see, look at Ben. You see, once again, Charlie's asking questions. I'm just asking questions. You want to play this sly American snake oil salesman, and then look at Ben Shapiro. He is getting annoyed. His brows are moving funny. His neck is moving like Jasmine Crocker's neck. Okay, when she found out that she might lose her job. Okay, this dude is uncomfortable, and you, Charlie, you are triggering this man because he told you he doesn't believe that people are just asking questions. So if you want to say something, just say that shit and mean that shit with your whole chest. I would say your neck, but that might be insensitive.
Because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over.
You see how dishonest he is? He says some people will accuse Israel of ethnically cleansing. No, he believes that himself. Listen, okay?
Would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people.
Here he is. What did he say over here? Hold on. This dude, he's so dishonest. Here is this man. What did he say over here? Hold on. No, sorry, he says.
Fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that is an IDF soldier. Right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war.
It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down removing 2.5 million people from there? Okay. There are some serious questions here, Patrick. I find this very hard to believe. I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're talking.
You see? You heard him say it, right? This is him.
They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Say it again.
I find this very hard to believe. I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're talking.
So it's not some people believe that. No, he believes that. But once again, he a little bitch ass dude because he wants, hey Diana, he wants to make money from the donors. There is no, some people think that Bibi wants to ethnically, no, he believes that. He believes it. And that's why he said, I got to be careful how I frame this. Right? He believes it because he knows it. Okay? Let him say it one more time. One more time.
That I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there. Okay?
Okay, cool. Now let's watch your goofy ass one more time. Where is he again? Okay. So now let's watch over here. What does he say?
Wanting to ethnically cleanse.
No.
So Ben, some people would accuse.
You see? Some people. Who are these people? It's you. So why don't you say, since I have integrity, I'm a Christian, I'm a nationalist, I'm a patriot, my love is for America. Why don't you say, Ben, I think that Bibi wants to ethnic cleanse Gaza? Why don't you say it? Some people. Who are these people? Who are these people? Who are these some people? It's you. But that's what it is. He's a coward because he wants to have it both ways. He wants to take these criminals' money and then act like he's just asking questions. Nah, boo-boo, it don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Be a man. Be a real man. And this is why Walter Lee said that he thinks you gay. Okay? Because this makes no sense. You were just on the Patrick Bet David show and you said, I believe that they are going to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're going to move 2.5 million people out of there. And now you're standing in front of the Zizi representative of all time, Ben Shapiro, and you're like, oh, Ben, some people think that. Some people would accuse. Some people, no. Be a man. Say it. I believe that what Bibi is trying to do is ethnically cleanse Gaza and remove 2.5 billion people. Say it with your chest. You said it with your chest on Patrick Bet David show. So when you're with Patrick, you're comfortable saying what you want to say. But when you're in front of Ben Shapiro, now you scared. Now it's like, oh, these are not my thoughts, Some people, boo-boo, who are these people? It's you. So Charlie, you need to say to the man, the same way you talk to black people, the same way you talk to the trans people, where is that energy now? Because you met your masters, you goofy ass Gentile. You're a Gentile. Why don't you have the energy? Huh? Why don't you have the same energy that you have for black women, wumpty wump wump? Right now you scared and you want to talk like a whole moron. Talk about some people. It's you. You're saying that. Ben, he said that shit. Okay? And you don't think that Ben has watched your Patrick Bet David interview and he saw you say it with your chest that you believe that Bibi is trying to ethnically cleanse Gaza by removing 2.5 million people, either alive or dead. He don't care. Right? Like he's so fake. He is so fraudulent. He is so fake. Hold on.
Over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be? And how does one respond to the claims of ethnic cleansing?
So ethnic cleansing, the idea, presumably, that population movement is equivalent to ethnic cleansing. I think ethnic cleansing is a term that's been fairly recently coined to describe population movement during war. And the reality is that's been ongoing for literally all of human history. The idea that Israel is, quote unquote, forcing people out of the Gaza Strip, that is not the stated policy of the Israeli government. The idea is if people want to leave, they can, but they're not being forced to leave. Again, moving people out of heavily urbanized areas that are honeycombed with terrorist booby traps pretty much everywhere is not the same thing as, quote unquote, ethnic cleansing. And I think that ethnic cleansing is very often used as sort of a softer form of the genocide attack. The idea being that Israel is trying to kill everyone, which of course.
Okay, so this is what Palestine looks like. So yeah, we bombed everything. I think people said that it's the equivalent of like 30 nuclear bombs. I don't know. But you guys, America gave so much bombs, so much weaponry to Bibi, and he's using all of it. He is using all of it to kill these people. Okay? So this is how their country looks, right? This is currently the state of Gaza, right? This is how it looks. For you to say, oh, they don't have to go. They can stay there if they want to. We're not forcing them to leave. Do you see the humanity, like the lack of humanity of Ben Shapiro? They're supposed to stay where exactly, right? They have bombed everything. Where are they supposed to stay? Like, seriously, where are they supposed to stay? This is Gaza. This is what Gaza looks like. They have destroyed everything. This is it. So to sit here and say, oh, they don't have to go. This is it. This is Gaza. This is Palestine. Like, where are they supposed to stay? So to sit here to make it, oh, they can still stay there if they want to. No, you want them to stay there so it makes it easier for you to kill them all. Because as long as a male and a man, as long as you have a woman Palestinian, a female Palestinian, and a male Palestinian, right, who can get away, then they can always reproduce, right? But people should stay here. Right? They should stay there. They live in rumbles. Look at all these people. Look at all these people. And once again, not a single typical white fate in sight. But their eyes his eyes are colored. That's crazy, right? There's not a single European face in sight. And this is why it's so much easier for white Americans not to care. If these people look more Ukrainian, or if they, like the white girl, the Ukrainian girl who got stabbed, right? If these people look more white, right? If their noses were not so Arabic looking, if their skin was lighter, they wouldn't be okay with this shit. Imagine if Vladimir Putin did that shit, right? Imagine, right? Look at these people. Where are they supposed to stay? And this is what America does to people, man. White Americans are disgusting. It's an evil, wretched people. They're wretched. This is their nation. This is what America is about. This is what they do. America gives weapons to people who are going to go after children and mothers. These Palestinians don't even have a standing army. They're all civilians. They are civilians. And these white Americans, again, for the love of money, are giving Bibi all kinds of weaponry to use against regular people. They wouldn't even dare do this to Russia. They wouldn't dare do this to China. They wouldn't dare because they know they're going to meet their match. And they try that shit with Iran. Iran was like, bitch, try me, bitch. Right? These people are completely defenseless. And this is why people like Charlie Kirk, who are so-called white nationalist Christians, these people are sick as hell. This is what they co-sign. And Charlie Kirk said, oh, this is not a genocide. This is not a genocide. There's nothing wrong happening here. This is not a genocide. This is not a genocide. I'm a Christian. I would know. I'm a white American. I would know. This is not a genocide. Shut up. Could he see himself living there? His daughter has a budget for her blueberries. Can you imagine the level of money they got? His daughter has a budget for her blueberries. Because one thing white Americans will do is keep their children extremely comfortable. Keep their children living in all kinds of frivolous thing and all kinds of luxury while they're killing the children of people of color. It's an evil people. It's a very, very evil people. They're really wicked. And that's why I'm so disgusted every time I see Black people trying to worship white people, beg white people for acceptance. You beg white people to give you a Grammy. You beg white people to give you their Oscars, their whatever. You're sick as hell. You are sick as hell. These people are genocidal freaks. They're a bunch of freaks. They are murderous freaks. White Americans are crazy. You see a bunch of Black people over here, be they Black American, African, you name it, West Indian, name it, crying about Charlie Kirk dying. Have you ever wept for the people of Palestine? But you're sick ass. You are sick. Like you're truly sick. You are sick. The white Americans have built everything by torturing humanity. They are rich because there's not a single person they have not killed. 11 million Native Americans, they slaughtered them people. 12 million, maybe more Africans went missing. They're killing innocent people in Palestine. America, your Congress people are allowing all kinds of weaponry to be sent to Israel to use against civilians. This is who the fuck you are. And I feel like to run away from your collective guilt, you want to talk about Chicago. Get the fuck out of here. And I'm sure when you study Chicago, it's going to be some white American corporation that is selling weapons to these Black kids to kill each other. When are you not involved in murder? When are you not involved in genocide? When are you not involved in ethnic cleansing? When are you not involved in gang violence? It's always weapons made by America. And somehow they're not responsible. Somehow they're not responsible. We're supposed to sit here and believe this crap. What exactly do white Americans represent? Greed. They have so much greed. Like I said, they sold their countries in pieces to these Zizi people. And you're like, oh, I'm Black. I can't wait to live like these people. Oh, I'm Black. I can't wait to drive cars like these people. Oh, I'm Black. I can't wait to have a white husband, a white wife. You are sick as hell. You're sick as hell. You see evil and you can't wait to go reproduce with evil. Are you actually okay? You see a people that don't even shed a tear when they see children of color die. They don't care. It does nothing to them. But you touch one hair on their child's head, they're going to lose their shit. Go and touch a white child. Touch the hair of one hair of a white child. Go do that shit. See what happens. They will kill your entire bloodline for one of their babies. You see, that's why I say they're no different than Zionists, huh? They're all supremacists. Because white Americans truly believe that their white lives matter more than anybody's life. That's why they were so triggered to see how can these N-words start saying that their lives matter. Since when? They were triggered. The same thing with the Zionists. Who the fuck is a Gentile? Fuck a Gentile, bitch, you a slave. They're all supremacists. White Americans are supremacists. The Zionists are supremacists. They are kindred spirit. Now we're trying to see which supremacist is going to win. I kind of have my money on the Jews, though, I ain't gonna lie. They're fucking evil. That's why I'm running, like intrinsically, I reject anything that comes from white people. I made a vow to myself. I don't wear wigs. I don't wear weaves. I don't wear none of that shit. I don't even wear makeup anymore. Fuck these people. I want nothing to do with these people. If there was a way to get around with that, I mean, I guess my card is Japanese. So there you go. Okay. Maybe my next card be Japanese. I want nothing to do with these people. They serve the devil. They serve the devil. The way white American people are obsessed with money is truly concerning. You know, I'm not against you making, no, these people don't want to just make some money. They want all the money. They have no conscience. Even I even feel like most white American men, if they could sell their children into sex work for money, they would do that shit. There's nothing a white American on average won't do for money. Everything comes down to money, the worship of money. And you wonder why in modern times, so many white girls are sex workers. They want to sleep with 1,000 men for their OnlyFans. They want to sleep with 200,000 men for their OnlyFans. So many white girls out here doing sex work. Because all they care about is money. Money, 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 money. So many white girls go to Dubai. They end up missing. Go to Dubai to get pooped on. Go to Dubai to go sell drugs. Because all these girls care about is money because it's their culture. It's some money worshiping people. And I think because the Jews have realized that these people worship money, they have weaponized their love of money against them. And I'm like, oh, I see it. I see it. Since you love money so much, I'm going to get you to self-destruct. They love money too damn much. They have an unholy, like it's an ungodly level of greed. Why are you so damn greedy like this? It's never enough. For the average white American, especially a man, even a woman, no, they're all the same. Okay? They can never say, okay, I've made enough money. Oh, I want more. I want more. I want more. That's what makes them a liability to themselves. They are so blinded by the greed, they don't even realize they're walking into a trap. And with the Zionists, they did. Now they don't know how to get rid of these people. They don't know. Because they were too greedy to pay attention to the trap that was being set. They don't know how to get out of this. Because the people are all over the place. They're all over the government. They're all over American life. You can't get rid of them that easily. And if you think that these Zionists are going to go down without a fight, you are lying to yourself. I repeat, Marlene, if the Zionists were not trying to kill all these Palestinians, they would have my support. Because the level of bullying that white Americans have done, they deserve to get bullied right back. The way they have enslaved people, they deserve to be slaves. Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. They deserve it. They deserve it. They really deserve it. Everything they've done to people, they deserve to have another body do the same thing to their asses so they can know what it feels like. You see, the thing about white people, because they're so used to bullying other people and they haven't been bullied, that's why they like empathy. That's what Charlie Kirk said. Oh, empathy is a fake word. It's a woke word. It's make-believe. Because as a white man and being a racist, he doesn't need to have empathy. He's rude. He's crass. He's disrespectful. He has disregard for human life. He lies as he pleases. He says one thing, then he says another thing. He always contradicts himself depending on who's paying him for the day. So he didn't need to have empathy because he thinks, oh, I'm the only one that can bully people. He met his match. He met his match with these demonic people. He met his match. They've never been bullied. And when you've always been the bully and you've never been bullied, you're not going to have empathy because you don't know what it feels like. And today, in their own country, their white country that only belongs to white Americans, they're made to feel like immigrants, like slaves, like Gentiles in their own country by immigrants who are a lot smarter, a lot more united, and have way more integrity. The Jews, them Zionist people, they are committed to the cause of the Zionists. Like they are committed to that shit. They take that shit seriously. American people, they don't take the Constitution seriously. They don't think the only part of the Constitution they care about is the Second Amendment. These people are clowns. They are clowns. There is more to the Constitution than the Second Amendment. Are you insane? They don't care about the Declaration of Independence. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. The only thing they care about, how much money can I make? How much will you pay me to lie? It's the same thing with influencer culture. All these influencers are a bunch of liars. They lie and they lie and they lie and they lie because they got to go buy a Birkin. They got to go buy Van Cleef. They got to go buy this. They got to go buy that. They have this wish list that never ends. Hey, Janet, they have a forever wish list. So they would lie. Any brand that comes to their inbox with the right amount, they gonna lie. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. There's no integrity out here. There is no integrity. It's only the love of money. So here we are. But imagine if people like this is their legacy. And you're like, oh yeah, I want to be around white people. I want to live next to white people. I want to do this with white people. I want to procreate with white people. You are so lost. You hate yourself. And you hate God. And you hate humanity. You have to despise humanity to put white Americans on a pedestal. Because if anybody who wants to be like people like you need to come with a warning so that people can make sure you're never next to children. Because you're capable of selling kids into God knows what for some money. Because when it comes to want to be like a white American, the bar is in hell. Anything for money. Anything for money. Money, 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 money. That's all they care about. Even during the whole Congress giving all kinds of approval, the FDA giving all kinds of emergency approval because it doesn't matter. It's all about their stocks. We have Congress people who write the laws and they invest in the stock market. Isn't that like insider trading? Nancy Pelosi, her yearly salary is $200,000, but somehow she's worth $200 million. Insider trading. There's no SEC investigation. There's no Congress investigation. Nobody investigates this woman. She does whatever she wants. She's in Congress. She's part of all these committees. She knows all the information. She gives it to her husband and he invests for the family, always cheating. These going to be the same people who going to tell you, oh, I work hard. And if you work hard just like me, no, you cheat hard. You lie hard. You hoe hard. You a hoe. You are nothing but a low down, dirty ass slut to the Zizi. You don't work hard. You think betraying your country is hard work? You think chasing money down and begging every Zionist to give you $1 is hard work? You think insider trading is hard work? They don't work hard. They cheat. They lie. They deceive. They distract. They deflect. Okay? That's what they do. People who work hard don't make it in America. You're not going to make it in America because you work hard. Work hard where? You make it in America because of who you know and how much you're willing to lie. And turn a blind eye, then yes, you're going to be rich. But hard work, it doesn't pay out here. Dishonesty is what works out here. You're dishonest, you're deceitful, you're a scammer, you're a swindler, you're fake, you lie about your lifestyle. After all, this is the country that legitimizes fake it till you make it. Can you imagine that? They're telling you in order to make it, you have to fake success. Wow. That's crazy. And people latch on to that, not realizing that that's dishonest. If you don't have it, why are you lying to people? And you wonder why today so many young people are depressed. Because when they see stuff on social media, like, oh, I'm behind for my age. I don't make enough money for my age. Womp. The whole time you're doing just fine. That's a lie. That's a scammer. That's a thief. They don't even have the shit they're showing you. They're living on credit. But this is how this country has no moral standing. Young people are encouraged to fake success. You fake it. You lie about your success. You lie about your sales. You lie about doing it by yourself. The whole time you got a bunch of investors. You lie about everything so that you can sound like you're so special and you're such a genius. You're a fucking fraud. You belong to the devil. Okay, you belong to the devil. What the heck? Let's get back to this video.
Of course, is not true. As far as your earlier question about what we believe from the media, one of the things that I find kind of astonishing in some of the folks on the right who are highly critical of Israel is actually the lack of credibility, the lack of skepticism when it comes to legacy media. Legacy media are radically anti-Israel overall. The New York Times can certainly not be accused of being a pro-Israel outlet. It'd be very difficult to make the accusation that the Associated Press, which has worked hand in glove with Hamas for years, or Reuters, that these are wildly pro-Israel outlets. And yet, when it comes to the reporting, it seems to be sort of the opposite.
Ben,
so the
Ben,
perception of the legacy media is like owned by the Jews. And
I was going to say, Ben, come on.
pro-Israel.
You Jews own the media, Ben. So, I mean, come on. As you can tell by all the wonderful headlines you guys get.
Well, I mean, dude, the accusation that we own the media has not prevented, the Daily Wire from employing people who radically disagree with me on all of these matters. I mean, I don't agree with Matt Walsh.
Disagrees with you. You have fired candidates for disagreeing with you. Matt Walsh, when he talks about Israel, you give him that nasty look, like you Gentile bitch. Shut the fuck up, lumberjack. And he just shuts the fuck up. Who disagrees with you, Ben? You're full of shit. Matt knows you're a little bitch, so he ain't gonna do shit. He's just happy to have a fucking job.
On foreign policy. Matt obviously is a major host over at Daily Wire, and that's just my shop. And I'm overtly pro-Israel. Right? I mean, I'm not making any bones about this. I'm a Jew and I'm a Zionist. I'm not going to pretend that to say otherwise would be absolutely silly. To suggest that some sort of atheistic Jewish person by birth who does not care about Judaism or Israel owning the New York Times means the New York Times is pro-Israel is to ignore literally every bit of coverage they have ever done for my entire lifetime.
We're running out of time here, but just last question on this, Ben. I know this might be a tougher question, but Bibi said, quote, I didn't like he said this, I'll be honest. You can't be MAGA if you're anti-Israel. I don't like it for a couple reasons. How did you analyze that statement from Bibi?
I mean, and I think that there is the ungenerous way of interpreting that and then the generous way of interpreting that. So the ungenerous way is to suggest that you have to hold a particular position on every Israeli governmental activity in order to be MAGA. Which, of course, is not true. I mean, you can disagree from the right or from the left with Bibi's policies, and you can still be plenty MAGA. I think the idea that Bibi is putting out there is that if you are taking Hamas's side against Israel in a conflict, it is very difficult to align that with the stated positions of the Trump administration or what President Trump himself is doing right now. I certainly is true.
You cannot look. I think you can have disagreements on Israel and still be MAGA. Obviously, you should be America first. But if you're pro-Hamas, you're something darker, and we shouldn't put up with that.
You're pro-Hamas. You're something darker. So this is an American who doesn't believe that an oppressed people has the right to defend itself. But yet, this is what these goofy-ass people did in the 1600s against Great Britain. They stood up for themselves. So would he be okay with people calling George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Paul Revere terrorist? Right? So if the British people wanted to tell their side of the story when it comes to the American Revolution, so is George Washington a terrorist? Right? Like, make it make sense. Right? So it goes to say, if you are non-white and you're being oppressed on your own land, you don't have the right to stand up for yourself. Because if you stand up for yourself, you're automatically a terrorist. They're full of shit. They're full of shit. And this is the same white people. That's why I said these people don't fucking read. Right? These are the same white people whose ancestors came up with the term called manifest destiny. You have the right to fight. You have the right to create for yourself a vision that you want. You have the right to stand up against your oppressors. You have the right to stand up against people that are bigger than you. That's the whole thing about America, is that they stood up to Great Britain, the bully, even though they had a bigger military, even though they had better soldiers, even though they had more weapons, even though they had more money, right? Like, it's disgusting. So when you do it, it's okay. But when other people do it, you're like, okay, let me see your complexion. Let me look at your nose. Where are you from again? Okay, well, you're white, so yeah, you can defend yourself, right? Oh no, you're Muslim, you can't defend yourself. Go sit down somewhere. In that case, George Washington was a terrorist. In that case, Paul Revere was a terrorist. In that case, James Madison was a terrorist. Jefferson, oh, he definitely was a terrorist. Okay, you make no fucking sense. Because if you really go according to what America is about, what America stands for, America should always stand up for the little man. Like, America should actually be pro-Palestine. Because Israel has a bigger army, they have more money, they have more this, they have more that. America should stand up for Palestine. But they're a bunch of hypocrites. They're fake. They don't have, I'm telling you, they're not a principle-based people. They always move the goalposts based on who they're looking at. If you're black, they always move the goalposts. You're Latino, they move the goalposts. You're Arab, they move the goalposts. And they make it so easy for everybody with white skin. Like, here, you don't have to jump too hard. There you go. I'll put it right there within arm's reach. Bunch of evil, evil, evil people. They're very evil people. Let's keep going. So now let's go back to this fool named Nick Fuentes and what he's going to say.
Be that as it may, after Netanyahu offered to give him all this money, and he refused,
40 million, 50 million.
Bill Ackman hosted a event at his home.
Yeah, they're fake.
Where Israeli mouthpieces like Seth Dillon, a Jew, and Josh Hammer, a Jew Israeli mouthpiece working for Ben Shapiro in a previous job listing.
Can't go too far.
Charlie Kirk refused to listen. He was offered a trip to Israel. He refused. When the FBI could not locate the alleged gunman on Wednesday,
listen.
Do you know who stepped up and offered a $1 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Charlie Kirk's assassin?
Listen.
Bill Ackman. And just who do you think that $1 million will be paid out to? It looks like it will be paid out to the alleged killer's father.
Okay. So do you hear this? This is very suspicious. So now you're even wondering if Tyler actually did it. So if what Nick is saying is correct, I don't trust this fool, but if it's correct, Bill Ackman put out a bounty that if anybody knows the killer, he's going to give $1 million. So if what they're saying is true, is that the father, remember what Trump said, I can find the Fox interview. Fox said that that a family friend called the dad. And the dad, who happens to be a sheriff or law enforcement, the daddy called a minister. The minister knows a U.S. Marshal. And then the father, he pretty much like held his son against his will until the people came and got the son. But then the other story says that no, the son, the daddy, and the minister got into a car because the child agreed to turn himself in. And then they went to the police station and he turned himself in. Either way, I thought that was kind of weird. Because I said, hold on, wait a minute. Okay? What kind of white American man is going to turn his son into the police? That don't sound white to me. Because most white people, when their kids do all kinds of bad shit, they cover up for their kids. Now, they also said the young Tyler, they live in a $600,000 home. So I'm like, okay, they got money. So even if your son admitted to killing Charlie Kirk, would you not go get a lawyer first? Talk to a lawyer, and then the lawyer is going to work out how he's going to turn himself in. I'm like, this is kind of weird. You had your son turn himself in for killing this man. You are crazy, right? But now we understand that money was offered. So once again, white man for the love of money. If this is true, this white man chose to turn his son in for money. And now I'm even wondering if this young man really did it, or does the dad just want the money? I'm like, these people are something else. These people are something else. So initially, they wanted to believe that the dad did the right thing because, oh my gosh, I can't believe my son did something like this. Now we're finding out money was offered. So because $1 million was offered, it was too good for the white daddy to say no. White American man. I told you they love money, right? He had to hold his son or get his son to confess. Because even like the governor said that he hadn't confessed. They're like, oh, he said, no, he didn't confess. They're like, oh yeah, he confessed. I'm like, what is going on with this stuff? It's so weird, right? But this is it. Let me see if I can play Trump's thing. Hold on. Because Trump said, oh, the man went to see. Hold on. Let me find this video. Hold on. Give me a second, okay? These people are so weird. Hold on. Where's my history chat? No, I need my history. Okay. Let me look at Trump real quick. Child, Fox, because we were there. Hold on. Okay. Let's look at this again, right? Let's look at this.
You were at the 9/11 memorial. We were all watching that.
Yeah.
JD Vance was supposed to be with you. He went out to be with Charlie Kirk's family and to get the body back to his hometown in Arizona. And you said you were going to award him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is very nice of you. Any updates on this suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued and we all don't get sued and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. You know, it's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden.
You see how he's just lying? So much work. What work did you do? Bill Ackman just offered money. They did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. Money was offered by a billionaire that almost bankrupted America. Okay, that's it.
You get lucky or talent or whatever it is, but yeah, I think we're in great shape.
Mr.
And
President,
he's in custody.
your suspicion was that he was radical left, and now you have more information.
Look at
what can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you,
I said you were going to do well. But yeah, I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories at how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever, I'd rather not say right now. They're going to announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that. But somebody close to him turned him, they said, whoa, it's interesting.
Because think about this, right? If Charlie Kirk is he's not a president, he's an influencer. Charlie Kirk is 31 years old. Yeah, he has like 8 million people on TikTok. Let's say he has like 10 million followers. But if they offer Charlie Kirk 150 million, how much do you think they offer Trump? $1 billion, $2 billion, $4 billion? Because Charlie Kirk, he's not even president. He's not even an official. He's just an influencer who runs Turning Point USA. Like, what the heck? And they offered this boy 150 million. He was like, but damn. So now I'm even wondering, do they have Trump by the balls? Or they just offer Trump money? Because Trump loves money. Trump loves money. He loves money. Okay? So my thing is, how much you think Trump was offered? Like 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion, maybe 10 billion? Oh, at this rate, shit. I don't give a fuck. And that's why he's not phased. Like he's not sad at all. This man is, I'm like, like if Trump was a liberal, he'd get fired. He hasn't cried. His voice is not shaking. He's not taken aback. He don't have PTSD. Whatever. He's cracking jokes. He's saying all these goofy ass little stories. Or somebody was an ant, looked like an ant. Sir, can you be a little serious? And that's how I say he knew it was going to happen. And they chose Utah for a reason. Because that governor, to me, he's shiesty. They knew, like, this man is moving weird. Like, he's moving weird. He knows, he knew. And I think he got pissed off at Charlie because Charlie was trying to tell him, oh, don't go to Iran, this, and that. And I feel like Trump was like, bitch, so you think because you got me elected, you're going to tell me what to do? Sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Because Charlie didn't realize that Trump was just using him to get elected. He don't give a fuck about you. He didn't even give a fuck about Ivana Trump, his first wife. He didn't even give a fuck about her. What makes you think he gives a fuck about you? Trump don't care about nobody but himself. That's the dark side of Gemini people. When they get to that place, they don't care. Trump don't care about nobody but himself because he will survive. Oh, trust me, he's a Gemini. He is going to survive. You die, you don't die. You can swim, you can't swim. Oh, the fuck whale. Oh, the fuck whale. That's not his problem. You're on your own. Everybody's on their own. Now, for the cameras, he's going to act like he cares. Deep down inside, he don't give a fuck. This man has, like, to me, for as much as Charlie Kirk loved this guy, I feel like Charlie Kirk even looked at this man like he was his dad. He had so much love for Donald Trump. Like, he loved this man. But I'm like, the way Trump has been acting since Charlie it's cold. It is very, very cold. It is so cold. Okay. I don't know if he was the only person, but hey, and don't act like he didn't want to go to war with Iran because he cared about the Iranian people. He just didn't want white people to go to Iran because he knows when was the last time America won a war? They don't go there and get slaughtered. And also, Iran is big. Iran is not small. Because I think sometimes people talk about Iran, they don't realize how big it is. It's not small like Palestine. Iran's a big country. It's pretty big. Okay? It's not small. It's not small. It's really big. And also, these white dudes, they don't do well in the desert. They're not used to the desert. They can barely keep up with the Appalachians. Okay? It's a very different terrain. It is hard terrain. It's the desert. And these people, it's their land. They can disappear. It's the same thing like, we know in like Northern Africa, we have these people called Bedouin. Gaddafi was a Bedouin. They can disappear in the sand. Like it's a real skill. Okay? It's a real skill. All right? These people will disappear in the desert. I don't know how they do it. They wrap their faces, they wrap their noses, they're out of here. Okay? They don't have time for this. Okay? They do not have time for this. And like the dune, like everything, the sin will go up. They will disappear. White people will go crazy. In French history, there's a Frenchman, Antoine, s'appelle Antoine Saint-Exupéry. He wrote a book, The Little Prince. Okay? Attends. Let me show you this man, right? So Antoine, this man right here, because I went to a school in Burkina Faso. Okay? Antoine Saint-Exupéry, he was a pilot. Something happened to his plane. The boy was stranded in the desert. He was stranded in the Sahara. He started hallucinating. You know what the fuck he was. You know what the fuck he was. They don't have it. They can't make it there. White people require a certain terrain to win. That's why in Somalia they didn't win. Vietnam, they didn't win. Afghanistan, they didn't win. It was really hard for them because people know how to disappear. They disappear inside those mountains and you can't find them. It's a hard terrain. I'm like, they can't even keep up with the Appalachians. Okay? It's not enough to have weapons. And I'm telling you, they have some pretty powerful weapons. But if people have a strong will, you can't do it. Okay? You cannot do this shit. Okay? You cannot do this shit. So that's his book, The Little Prince, right? So growing up, when I lived in Burkina Faso, like my middle school was called, it was named after him, Antoine Saint-Exupéry. So I went to the school, right? So that's where he wrote his book, The Little Prince, because it was about him being stuck in the Sahara Desert. But what I'm saying, like the Bedouin people, even in Burkina Faso, like when you live in Burkina, you can meet them also because they come sometimes, right? They have these crazy ass camels and shit. I'm telling you, these people know how to disappear. I don't know how the fuck they do it. They can disappear in the sand. You see what I'm saying? And unlike these goofy ass white Americans, they're not attached to materialism. They're not out here eating junk food. They don't have porn addiction. They don't have TikTok addiction. They're not addicted to shit. Okay? They're not addicted. But this is what they do. They have lived in the desert. Hold on, y'all. They have lived in the desert for thousands of years. It's their backyard. It's their home. It's their natural habitat. You want to fight with these people? They will disappear. Where you going to find these people? Okay? Gaddafi was one of them. So they call Bedouin. They sleep outside. Like, they're very different. Like, even Gaddafi, when he would go to Paris, he never slept inside their hotels because he didn't trust the people. He would sleep outside. They would always get so triggered because he's being himself. And you know, they want you to wear a suit. They want you to act like them. They want you to buy a Rolex. They want you to be consumed by their goofy-ass, overpriced, poorly made trinkets. Gaddafi never fell for that stuff. And it would trigger them. Okay? Hold on. Let me show you a picture. Hold on. I can't type to save my life. Okay? You see? This is how he would dress. He never dressed like European people. And that would trigger these people. Even when they came, they're under a tent and stuff like that. All the world leaders had to go under a tent, right? And they were extremely triggered. And talk about being feminist. His bodyguards were females. You see, that's why I say these American people over here, they're just performative. They're new to this. They are absolutely new to this feminist shit. They don't really support women. Gaddafi, his bodyguards were women. Okay? Yasser Arafat, his bodyguards were also women because he trusted women more. He trusted women more than he trusted men. right? But this is a face of Gaddafi, or it's a face of Yasser Arafat that they will never show to the West because it doesn't align with Islam. Islam is oppressive. Islam does this. Islam does that. Shut up. Right? But here in America, right? We saw Trump. Okay? We saw Trump. Hold on. Huh? Trump with female CIA agents. Okay? Look at these women out here. Look at these white girls struggling with their tiny self. They were out there struggling. Didn't even know how to put their guns in the holster. Okay? Mediocrity. These women are mediocre. Would you trust these women to protect your life? Okay? Would you trust these women to protect your life? They were struggling. Now, hold on, wait a second, okay? Go somewhere with your goofy ass, okay? When they came to Gaddafi, that was a way of life. And he didn't have a grand announcement, oh, I'm about diversity. I'm about to give these women jobs for my security. Because here in America, every time they do something, it's always performative. It's not because they truly believe in that, right? But we saw Trump. Trump had some white American females be his CIA detail, and he almost got killed. It was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing to see these females struggle to provide protection. And they're so damn short, right? Now, these are the women of Libya. These are the women. I'm like, yo, I remember when I was a kid, like every time you would see Gaddafi, Yasser Arafat get out of a plane, it was a bunch of women. They used to call these female Amazonians, right? So I'm like, these white Americans are not as progressive as they think. They are truly not progressive. They're a bunch of clowns. They are serious clowns. Let me see if I can show you so you can see this. Hold on, because we don't teach you shit out here. Okay, there you go. Oh, here's Gaddafi too. Look at this lady here too. That's like, sorry, this is what he did. Okay, this is him. Because he trusted women more, and they were about that life. These girls were about that life. And growing up, that's what I saw on TV growing up. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Yes, Yasser Arafat as well. But he had yeah, they are. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's also Gaddafi over here too. These are women. Okay. So America, the most you might see this is like in a Marvel movie. This ain't real life. Even these white girls, they weak sauce. They're weak. You put these white American girls who do Secret Service shit against these Libyan girls, they're going to get their asses whooped. They're not strong. These girls are not strong. They don't have situational awareness. They don't have spatial awareness. They're not quick on their feet. They're weak. The only thing they have are weapons of mass destruction. That's all America has. That's all these white people have. Weapons of mass destruction. But I was a child. I was a child like in the 90s. It was Muslim leaders that have female bodyguards that trusted females with their security. In America, it took until 2025 to see a woman with, I guess, some kind of gun, with some kind of responsibility to keep a president safe. And even that, they failed miserably. They failed miserably because out here, everything is performative. Diversity is performative. Inclusion is performative. Promoting women is performative. Everything is fake AF. They don't believe in these things. It is performative. And that's why when the political tides turn, they're like, oh, we're no longer going to do this. We are no longer going to do that because they never meant to do it in the first place. They're fake.
We had very good pictures, but not great, not perfect. And when you look at it, what happened is somebody, and this happens a lot. It happened with the crazy Boston bomber. It happened with others. Somebody that's close recognizes even a little tilt of the head, which nobody else would do. And somebody that was very close to him said, that's him. And essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way. And the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister. And brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic. And the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but I'm just giving you based on what I'm hearing.
So he said the father convinced the son, not what. What's that boy's name? Now, what Nick Fuentes is telling us is that the father actually wanted the money. He wanted the money.
Bill Ackman.
He wanted the money.
And just who do you think that $1 million will be paid out to?
The dad.
It looks like it will be paid out to the alleged killer's father.
There you go.
Tyler Robinson was allegedly turned into law enforcement by his father.
Who is a pastor.
No, he's not a pastor.
And that, hold on to that, okay? Please hold on to that thought. Let's shift over. First of all, what he just said there is just, it's just too much. Like, I feel like, okay, let me calm down. God is in control. Christ conquered the world. We ain't got nothing to worry about. It's going to be okay, all right? But it's still, it's like, damn, everywhere you look, you know? But behind every curtain. But let's go ahead and shift. I want to come back to this Ben Shapiro, tribute to Ben Shapiro and the boys, tribute to Charlie Kirk. I just still do not understand how these guys are still working with Ben Shapiro. By the way, YouTube, do not take this video down. I'm not going to play the part that you might have allegedly taken out. YouTube did cut out a part of this tribute, which was insane. They took the whole thing down. Please don't take this down. I'm not going to play it. I will talk about it later, though. Okay, it's a lot. All right, so let's go ahead and shift over to that.
And then, and I'll never forget, just kind of frantically scrolling around, texting, what the hell's going on? And the video of the video just popped up on the screen, and I saw it, and I'll never unsee it. And I just put my phone down, and I was filled with grief, shock, but rage, just overwhelming anger. And I've felt that ever since that moment. It hasn't gone away. In fact, my anger has only intensified. And there's a lot of reasons for it. It was a horrible atrocity, what was done to him. Anger for his family, most of all. Anger for a lot of people, but also anger for the country. Because you took someone from us, from all of us. That's why I think there's this outpour, this just incredible outpouring of mourning and grief, is because we all feel it, whether you knew him or not, whether you were friends or not. We all.
You took him from us, from the country. No, the white boy took him away from y'all, white people. You white people are sad. You white people feel lost. You white people think somebody took something away from you. Like, all of America is not mourning for Charlie Kirk. Go outside. People are living their lives. People don't even talk about this man. People live their lives. Like I said, they're trying to put gas in the car. They're trying to pay for their groceries. There are so many people who don't know who Charlie Kirk is. So white racists feel a loss because this was your second coming of a grand dragon that you thought was going to enable you to say whatever you wanted, whenever you wanted, however you wanted, to minorities and to people of color and to trans people. Right. And now that he's gone, you're wondering, like, damn, does that mean I lose my privilege? Does that mean I lose my privilege to be a racist? And even for Matt Walsh, the rage that he felt, I wonder, did you feel rage because Charlie was executed, or you feel rage because now you're scared because you don't know if you're going to be next, and you might have to kind of see how you're going to do your content from here on out when it comes to bullying these trans people, showing up at their places, their homes, their events, their freaking their shelters and stuff like that, without even asking if you could go there. Okay, so listen, you feel rage because you're scared. So moving forward, just be more mindful. Okay, but the nation does not feel a loss. White Americans who identify with Charlie's message feel a loss. Okay, that's it. But people don't feel a loss. I was working out yesterday, the day before yesterday. People are lifting weights. They're on the elliptical. They're on the Stairmaster treadmill. You know, people are living life. because people have to live. They have to move. People have to do things. But I'm like, there's a lot of people who don't even know who Charlie Kirk is. Now, because you're a racist, you know who he is. But do you think most people are here like worried about a racist? Most people are not. I met a girl today from El Salvador. She's very sweet. She's a flight attendant. You think she knows about Charlie Kirk being deceased? No. She was at Ulta buying all kinds of perfume, and I gave her a coupon code. People are living life. People are living life, and people will continue to live their life. Okay? You lost your Grandmaster Dragon. Wumpty wump wump. Wump wump. That's what you get for putting your faith in a racist. Okay? So now your heart is broken. Put your faith in the Lord. You're going to be all right. Okay? That's about it. Like the country lost the nation. No. The nation of racism. The white nation of racists lost a grand dragon. Wumpty wump wump. Life goes on. We're going to be all right.
Feel that you took something from us. You took someone from us that we needed. And you had no right to do that. Which is why we could talk about the grief in the morning and all of that, and we should. But we also need to talk about justice.
Y'all look at Ben Shapiro. When I tell you Ben is like, bitch, move the fuck on. Y'all look at Ben. Ben, the thing about Ben, he doesn't know, like his body language, you don't know how, he can't lie. Because his body tells you exactly how he feels. So you have this goofy ass lumberjack, Matt Walsh, the troll of the trans community, says that, oh, we need justice. You already have justice. The man is detained. What more justice do you want? What do you want? A militia? You want to lynch this boy? You want to do summary execution? You already have justice. He's detained. He was arraigned today, right? And whenever his court case starts, whatever. But that's what justice is. We leave it up to the courts. So what are you trying to do, white boy? Right? People are, we need justice. And all of that is to galvanize these poor ass white trash crash outs to act a fool. Right? I was so angry, but you stayed in your house. I felt this way. We deserve justice. He is in custody. What more do you want? What more do you want? Oh, it's not enough. Like, are you sure there's not a Muslim? Are you sure there's not a black person? No, it's just a white boy. So you have your justice. Ben doesn't even look guilty. Ben does not care. Ben does not look guilty at all. Ben doesn't care. It's just another day of a Gentile being put to sleep. That's it. Ben don't care. Because Ben told that boy, there is no such thing as asking questions. Charlie don't want to stop asking questions. So, okay, no problem. It is what it is. Ben don't care. Ben does not care.
We need justice for Charlie. We need justice for all of us. Justice for his family.
More than you know. Now, when you are seeing Matt Walsh speak or whatever, right? Let me tell you who can't stand Matt Walsh. I'm telling you, Ben Shapiro does not like Matt Walsh, and I'm not. Yeah. I am not in any way pushing this thought process.
If you're an American patriot, it means you're pro-Israel or something like that. Yeah. Right. This idea that like it is your patriotic duty to have this particular feeling about another country.
Look at that face. This one is worried, like, where are you getting ready to go with this? That is a face of a contention. That's Jeremy. Okay?
I don't know what the other country is. I don't care what country it is. So that goes too far on that side of it. And I think they're kind of reacting. It's kind of what you're saying. Yep. They're reacting to that.
I do think I do think that there is something patriotic about supporting our allies, because we form alliances because it's in our national interest to form alliances. And having formed those alliances, and if we're all operating in a kind of good faith where those alliances are concerned, then there is a kind of patriotic.
Yeah, but you don't have a you don't have a patriotic. You don't have a patriotic. You do not have a patriotic duty to support any country that is not your own.
Well, I will say that I think that what that statement is missing is the phrase at the end, right now. Okay, so I don't think that you have a patriotic duty to eternally support any other country, because circumstances change. The country, I mean, how many times have we seen alliances change and people end up on the other side of those alliances? But the idea that in a conflict between a democratic ally and an actual terror group, that it doesn't connect to any sort of, we're not talking.
Do you see what Ben said? Ben said Israel is a democratic ally. So he's saying Israel has a democracy. No, they don't. No, they don't. Okay, let me say it again. Okay.
Patriotic. You do not have a patriotic duty to support any country that is not your own.
Well, I will say that I think that what that statement is missing is the phrase at the end, right now. Okay, so I don't think that you have a patriotic duty to eternally support any other country because circumstances change. The country, I mean, how many times have we seen alliances change and people end up on the other side of those alliances? But the idea that in a conflict between a democratic ally and
a democratic ally. So Ben is saying that Israel is a democracy. Somebody cue in Charlie Kirk, the white nationalist.
Most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not.
Okay. So Israel does not have a democracy. Israel has a dictatorship. And it's the same thing in Ukraine. People in Ukraine are scared. Zelensky is batshit crazy. Zelensky is batshit crazy. They are kidnapping people's children and forcing them in the military. Okay? They you need to, because you know me, I'm outside. Listen, I'm an international woman. I got so many friends that are Russian. And they sent me the videos, okay? Oh, I'm outside, okay? I'm outside with the Russian crew, all right? People in Ukraine are terrified. They don't have the right to speak. They don't have freedom of speech. Zelensky and his goofy ass heels and his stripper heels with his LGBTQ ass, and you know he LGBTQ, right? Zelensky, y'all know Zelensky out here twerking, okay? Right? Remember, I showed you the music video, right? Okay. I have shown you the music video of Zelensky. Okay. There you go. There you go. Here is Zelensky, child. Here is Zelensky in his BDSM foolishness. Okay. Here's Zelensky. Right. So this is the man that America appointed over Ukraine by force. America was responsible for so many coups d'etats in Ukraine until they found their LGBTQ queen, right? That would be a puppet. But now this puppet has gone batshit crazy, a deranged Aquarius, okay? He has gone batshit crazy. And the people of Ukraine are suffering. They have no say-so. If I'm not mistaken, Ukraine is being ran by a bunch of neo-Nazis, all kinds of weird shit. And once again, look at this. The American media is not doing. Look, this is Zelensky, y'all. This is Zelensky. Okay? This is Zelensky. This is a man that they gave $350 billion to. These people, they are very unserious. But they worry about black people and crimes in Chicago. What about the crimes in the White House? What about the crimes in Congress? Go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Okay? This is Zelensky. Oh, y'all never seen this? This is Zelensky, y'all. This is Zelensky. He's out there in Ukraine abusing people. It is so sad. It is so sad. It's so sad. They are kidnapped. They see your son. If you're a young man and you're fully able-bodied and they see you outside, they're going to snatch you up. People who don't even know how to fight. There's over like 500, 600, 700,000, maybe 1 million young Ukrainian men that are dead because of America. And also because of the Zionists who run America, who want to take over Russia, but they will never take over Russia because Russia has real patriots. They don't get that part. Russia has real patriots because Vladimir got rid of these goofy ass billionaires who don't care about the common man. Okay. So here's Zelensky. Okay. But it's funny how these white racists never talk about their queer queen. Look at this man, a whole president. Okay. This is a whole, look at him. Look at his ass. Look at his deranged little ass. And this is the man that white Americans have given $350 billion to. And they want to talk to you about the crimes in Chicago. Girl, shut the fuck up. Go learn how to cook. Lose some weight. Beg your back. Pay your taxes on time. You clownish people. These people are very unserious. Here's Zelensky, my Jesus. And with that, they don't protest. They don't threaten to, like, you know, vote for these people out, put somebody else in place. There you go. Here's Zelensky. Okay? They are very unserious. It's an unserious people. It's a very unserious people. So when Ben Shapiro sits here and tells people, oh, Israel is a democracy, what? And that's why you realize that in white America, democracy is just a buzzword. Because even here, it's not even a fucking democracy. It's a constitutional republic. Democracy where, bitch? In America, you don't win the White House because you won the election, because you won the popular vote. You become president if you have enough electoral college votes. So even here, it is not a democracy. It is a constitutional republic. But anytime they want to destabilize a Muslim nation, oh, we're just trying to spread democracy. No, you want access to their resources. You are trying to steal. You little thief. You big thief, actually. Go sit down somewhere. They're full of shit.
And an actual terror group that it doesn't connect to any sort of, we're not talking about nationalism now, which is just attachment to country. We're talking about patriotism, which goes to underlying principle, that you have no duty at all to support a fellow democracy that is an ally in its own battle for survival.
No democracy. America is not a democracy. It's a constitutional republic. You don't become president because you win the electoral college votes. That is crazy. Hillary Clinton had won the popular vote. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. But Trump became president. So it's not a democracy. It's not majority rule. You have to have these electoral college votes for you to win. Hillary won the popular votes, and yet she lost. There you go. Right? So America is not a democracy. Israel is not a democracy. It's a military base for America. That's it. It's a way to bypass all these conventions and all these agreements, especially United Nations Convention agreements that America has signed, that you don't destabilize a nation. You don't kill heads of states and things like that. So they can't do it because they're white Americans. They'll sign a contract and they'll find somebody else to do it because they can't respect contracts. They just can't do it. Right? But Israel is a military base for America. That's it. Through Israel, America can kill heads of states. Through Israel, America can bomb sovereign nations. You really think that they didn't know that Bibi was going to bomb Qatar? Of course they did. They want their money. They're broke. They have to make a $9 trillion payment. They don't have the money. Israel is not, it's not a state. It's not a nation. It's a military base. It's no different than Guam. It's just a Guam that happens to be in the Middle East. That's why it's nothing but white people surrounded by a bunch of Arabs. They don't belong there. Okay? Find the odd man out is giving these European immigrants. All right? Israel is a military base. So the reason why white Americans have to support Israel, because Israel is an American military base. That's it. That's it. Now, I think in order to have some security guarantees, these Israeli people, these Europeans, realize that we got to hold these white Americans by the balls, because if we have nothing on these people, they would throw us to the gulags. They will send us to the war tribunal after we kill all the people they don't like. That's that. But it's not about being an ally. They work for America in a way. They just want to make sure that when it's all said and done and they kill all these Arabs, they steal all that oil, they steal all that money in the Middle East, that America is not going to turn around like, well, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. So we rise and we fall together. Good for them. They had to get some insurance, and so they have lots of insurance on these American politicians. I'm not even mad at it, because you got to be smart. When you work with these white Americans, you need to protect yourself, because at any moment they can throw your ass under the bus and say that it was all you. It was all your idea. Killing all these children was your idea. Killing mothers was your idea. Wumpty wump wump wump. So these Zizi people, they don't want to be the blame people. They don't want to be the scapegoat for this shit. You told us to do it. So we rise and we fall together. It's that simple. That's it. That's it. And like I said, these Zionist people, they're really smart, actually.
That seems to me to raise some patriotism principles, in the same way that raise patriotism principles to say that if Hitler were about to overrun Britain, people who are saying, well, you know what, it doesn't implicate the United States at all or patriotism at all to watch Hitler overrun Britain. And it seems like it kind of implicates patriotism to watch Hitler over.
Hamas don't even own a plane. How can you compare Hamas to Hitler? Hitler was doing blitzkrieg over Great Britain every single day at 7 p.m. Hamas don't even have a plane. How they gonna get here? Ben, shut up. Because once again, he knows that most of these Americans don't read. Most of these white Americans do not read. Hitler had planes. He had amazing planes. Germans are incredible engineers. Without Second World War, we wouldn't have transatlantic flight. We wouldn't have all these because like these flights would not be able to go across the Atlantic. The Germans made that happen. The Hamas don't have that. They don't have engineers like that. They don't have planes. They don't manufacture planes. You can't compare Hamas to Hitler. Everybody knows German engineering is like world class, like it's top tier. They make the best engines in the world. Yeah, like listen, Mercedes, Audi, BMW, you name it, Chrysler. I even believe that the engines inside of Boeing planes are German engines, right? I think Rolls-Royce also, their engines are German. They're made in Germany. Have you ever heard of Palestinian engineers? Like, go sit down somewhere. It is not comparable. It's a false equivalency. And also, Germany is way closer to America than freaking Palestine. There's no way for Hamas to get here. But from Germany to here is not that far. It really is not that far. And also, like I said, if they had conquered Great Britain, it wouldn't have been that far as well. But it's a false equivalency. And even Matt Walsh knows that, but because he wants to keep a job, because he got 6 kids, because his wife don't work, he gonna sit up and shut up like the little bitch that he is. That's it. That's all that is.
So this exchange has always been the one. I mean, you could tell they're almost like ready to eat Matt Walsh. Poor Matt, he's going through a lot to say what he wants to say. And
not poor Matt. If they were talking about Black people, he would feel so comfortable saying whatever. But when it comes to the Zionists, he's scared, which goes to show these people are racist. They do whatever, they say all these nasty things about Black people in America because it's part of American culture. Like being a racist towards Black people in America, it's as American pie. It's accepted. It's largely accepted. You talk down to Black people, you degrade Black people, and that's how you feel white, right? You can be a real white American if you ain't a racist. But yeah, when it comes to Zionists, he's afraid. He measures his words. He starts to stutter. He's uncomfortable. You understand, right? So he's a racist. He knows. He knows that words can be hurtful. But because it's acceptable in America to be a racist against Black people, there's not a problem because nobody's going to hold them accountable. Instead, he will be praised for being disrespectful. He will be praised for being a racist. But when it comes to talking about the Zizi people, there are real consequences. Consequences he knows he can't afford because he's a father of 6. His wife doesn't work. And I'm sure they live a very expensive life. I'm sure Matt Walsh has a multi-million-dollar home with lots of bills. He's the sole provider for his family. So he's scared, right? If he talks bad about Black people and trans people, his income goes up because his views go up, right? He was hired by Ben Shapiro to do just that. Discredit Black people, discredit trans. But don't you ever question my people because Ben said, I'm Jew and I'm a Zionist. He didn't say I'm an American. He said, I am Jew and I'm a Zionist. Ben Shapiro was born in America. He does not identify as an American. He said, I'm Jew and I'm a Zionist. Right? The same thing with Candace. Candace was hired to be the goofy ass coon. As long as you talk bad about Black people, you can do whatever you want. We'll fund your projects. We'll do whatever. Don't talk about my people. That's it. They all know their place. It's just that Candace was trying to, I guess she was trying to see if like, oh, is Ben really going to do that shit? Yeah, he is. You're fired, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? There you go. Go do your own fucking show and talk about people's penises. That's it. right? But I'm like, don't feel, oh, I feel bad for Matt Walsh. Why, he a grown ass man. When he taunts those trans people, do you feel bad for the trans people? When he persecutes the trans people, do you feel bad for him? Go sit down somewhere.
Then you see how quick they come after me. So that's why I always want to show this. I have to put this in the tuck somewhere. Let me go ahead and bookmark that as reference so people can understand when I say to you, this, trip.
More than anybody. Nobody is promised tomorrow. He understood the risks of a public life. He understood better than most people the condition that the country is in right now. But I think this is what really drives it home, because, as you know, we don't need to even dignify them with much discussion, but there have been some very hideous responses to Charlie's assassination, not only from fringe lunatics, which you get all the time, but from mainstream voices, from normie voices, from the person you went to third grade with on Facebook, and from elite media outlets. And I think...
You see what this little pussy named Matt Walsh is doing? This little pussy. Oh, the person you went to school with, what are they saying? The person you went to school with, your neighbor, your family, what are they saying? You guys, this is similar to Joy Reid or people on the left telling people, disinvite your family if they refuse to get the jab. Is it not? Disavow friends and family, people you've known all your life because they made a joke about Charlie Kirk. Wumpty wump wump. So if you have an 18 years friendship because somebody made a joke about Charlie Kirk, you're not going to talk to him anymore? Is it? That's the same as Joy Reid. Joy Reid said, if you have family, okay, Joy Reid, Gayle King, they were telling people, if you have any family member that refuses to take the jab, okay, then you cannot, okay, you cannot invite these people. You cannot invite these people over for Thanksgiving. You found the video, right? They were all saying that. So turn your back. There you go. Turn your back on people. Here it is, right? There you go.
So you better be vaccinated if you want to be invited to Thanksgiving at Gayle King's house. Here's what she said about it on CBS this morning while talking with Dr. Fauci. Take a look.
Okay.
Dr. Fauci, I don't know how many more times you can say to people, listen, it will save your life. I have this problem with some members of my own family, which I'm now going to ban for Thanksgiving vacation. That's how strongly I'm taking what you're saying.
So what do you all think of this idea of banning family and friends who have not gotten their vaccination from events like Thanksgiving and other?
Okay. So do you see how it's the same thing, right? It's the same shit. It's the same shit. It's just a different Trojan horse. But I'm like, the core message is the same. Disavow family, disavow friends who don't agree with you, who said something about Charlie Kirk, who didn't want to take the jab, right? These people are anti-family because let's be so for real, right? Let's assume you're racist and you love Charlie Kirk. And then you have a friend from the third grade who has made a comment or made a joke about Charlie Kirk and the way he passed. Cool. But if that's your friend since the third grade, you should talk to your friend. Friend, when you say X, Y, and Z, it really hurts my feelings. That's what adults do. Adults don't go icing out their friends they've known for 20 plus years because it's hard to make friends. It's hard. Where else are you going to find a friend that you've known since the third grade? Are you dumb? Are you slow? Right? Talk to your friend. Now, if your friend says, friend, I'm still going to make fun of that fucker. Let's just agree to disagree. Right? For right now, I guess it hurts me, so I'm going to take a little step back. That's it. But you got to not talk to your friend again. If you have family that's been making fun of Charlie Kirk and the way that he died, talk to your family. That's what mature people do, right? Just like if you have family that didn't want to take the jab, you talk to your family and you say, oh, why is it that you don't want to take the jab? I mean, I would love it if you did. My husband asked me to take the jab. I said, no. He said, wife, if you love me, you would do it. I'm like, I don't know. I guess I don't love you enough then because God didn't tell me to do it. And then we respect each other. But adults have to talk to each other. Now, oh, well, you said this, so I'm going to ice you out. Good luck with that shit. You're going to lose your friends and your family because somebody said something you didn't like about Charlie Kirk. You don't know the meaning of human relationships. People disagree. But if you can't correct the friend or if you can't have, I guess, mercy or whatever for a friend, are you like, what the fuck are you? Right? And you also have to understand, Charlie Kirk, he made fun of people who died. He made a lot of fun of George Floyd. He made fun of people who died. So to some people, it is what it is. Charlie Kirk also said that empathy was a woke word. It's not real. You don't need to have empathy for people. So it's like, listen, when people watch this clip, some people say, hey, I'm doing exactly what he wanted me to do. But at the end of the day, Charlie Kirk is a stranger to you. Don't let this internet shit fuck with your head. You don't know these people. It's all a fucking persona. If none of these people would invite you to their homes, none of these people will give you a job, none of these people will do shit for your ass. These weird ass parasocial relationship that some of y'all be forming with people you meet online. You don't know these fools. But your friend that you went to school with, you know that person. Your family member, you fucking know that person. It's not for social media. This is a real thing. That's a real relationship. You know where they live. You have their phone numbers. You spend hours, countless hours with these people. You never met Charlie Kirk in person. You didn't have his phone number. Erica never called you to come over to their house. You never touched their kids. You were never going to fucking touch their kids. Don't lie to your fucking self, right? Charlie Kirk was never going to open his home to your ass. He met you people outside. Okay, he met you folks outside. He didn't even touch you people. He was throwing hats at you people. Okay, so be so for real. You got to be some kind of weird ass idiot to turn your back on your friends and family over Charlie Kirk, a random ass man you met on the internet. You don't know that man. You do not know that man. You are really, really stupid. You're very, very stupid. There are plenty of people that said things to Charlie Kirk he didn't like, all kinds of things he didn't like. Right? And guess what? He kept being friends with those people. Think about it. He kept being friends with those people. He didn't turn his back on his friends. Okay? Your friends are your friends. Sometimes it happens. We have a difference of opinion. Welcome to being a fucking adult. That's how it goes. Family is your family. You only have one fucking family. So you love Charlie Kirk. Okay. Maybe you should have had a job, because why you got so much time to watch Charlie Kirk to the point that now you think you know this man. You don't know this man. He's a content creator. You don't know that man. Oh, he fighting for me. He fighting for white people. Fight for your fucking self. Stop waiting for someone to fight for you. Fight for yourself. Okay? Charlie Kirk is not the second coming of Christ. This is his grand dragon looking ass. Okay? He's gone and he's fucking gone. But you don't turn your back on your family. Talk to your family. You think Matthew knows about to turn his back on his family? He just saying all kinds of foolishness. Saying all kinds of foolishness. But I'm realizing that whether it's the left, whether it's the right, they do the same things. They say the same things. They both believe in cancel culture. They just package it differently. They both believe that if your family does not agree with you, instead of having a conversation, you should ice them out. But then they'll say, oh, we should have conversation. We should have debates. We should have this. There you go. Charlie Kirk will want you to talk to your family. Okay? Prove me wrong. Okay? I don't think you should make fun of somebody who died. Prove me wrong. Do what Charlie Kirk would have done. Talk to your family. Debate your family. You don't ice out your family. You don't ice out your family because some influencer on the internet that you were never going to meet is now going bye-bye. You don't ice out your family because your family doesn't want to take some new drug and put that in their freaking bloodline. Like, what is this? Like, no, it's new. I don't know what this is. Right? That is part of being an American. We respect other people's choices. Even those choices hurt our feelings because people are adults. And even if you think they're making a mistake, they have the right to make that mistake. And then they have the right to learn from it. Just like you're most likely making a mistake, crying for a racist. Because one day some of y'all gonna wake up like, yo, this man really was a racist. And I can't believe I was all over the internet, Twitter fingers, fighting for a whole racist with my entire chest. Because just when you think you're so right, you realize you're so fucking wrong. Right? There you go. There you fucking go. Right? I'm like, they're no different. They're all the same. They're all the same.
I think that was that really shakes a lot of people because
You know what he's also talking about too. He's not going to overtly say it in the first 30 minutes. He's also talking about the theories of where Israel falls in this whole situation. Michael Knowles is, you know what? I had the same feeling towards Michael Knowles that I had towards Charlie Kirk. It's like a bunch of wasted talent to me, because what are we going to do? We're going to fight this fake fight. Like, you guys work for Ben Shapiro, okay? The guy who is like, I mean, he came in, from what I'm hearing, like he started at Breitbart and was like, started off as like, conservative commentator, but he's like this questionable, allegedly like spy kind of things. Anyway, where I'm reaching the same levels of these people.
This girl, she's a little slow, this girl, but she has the clips, so whatever.
Without having to make fishy deals, right? But I understand people need their bag. They gotta get their money. Bills have to be paid.
Exactly. That's the American way. Get to the bag. Get to the bag. But when I tell you this, when you take money from people, do your research, because all money is not good money.
And I'm not the broad to sit here and say, oh, they're fake. Don't, and hate on that. That's their path. Right? Okay. Anyway, breaking news with Ben Shapiro, though.
Sir, we're willing. I know we at Daily Wire, we trust you at TPUSA to do it. I mean, that's really the answer. We're willing to provide, and we are providing any level of material support, any level of support on the program, boots on the ground, helping you to do what Charlie would have wanted to be done here. And I think that the reason that everybody trusted Charlie, the reason we're all mourning Charlie, is because nobody did it better. You spelled out two of Charlie's goals. You said, he wanted to bring people back to Christ and bring people back to church and back to biblical values. And
look at him. Look how he's moving his eyes. He's disgusted. He's like, I can't believe I have to say this heretic's name. Oh, Lord. He gonna go home and use mouthwash for like 5 hours, right? Oh, we at what, Daily Wire, he said he's a Jew and he's a Zionist. But he's going to give $1 million to Turning Point USA to bring people to Christ. To Christ. The one whose mama got pregnant without a daddy, right? Christ, the heretic that is burning in hell in his own poop. Like, he really wants people to go to Christ. He can't even, Ben, shut the fuck up. Like, just shut up, right? How can a Jew want to give money for Christians, or more people to go to Christ? For what reason? Isn't he a heretic? Do you people believe that his mother really went through immaculate conception? No. You probably think she was 3 or 4, lying on her vajayjay. Okay? You don't like Jesus. You hate Christ. You hate Jesus. Now, for as much as I do believe that Candace was trying to troll your ass, Ben Shapiro, but you lost your shit because Candace said that Christ is king. You don't like Christ? You do not like Christ. Now, it could be that some idiotic, unread, goofy ass, racist ass white American is going to fall for this shit. But anybody who knows what your Judaism is about, it is the hatred of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. And it's the hatred of those who follow Jesus. Because if your Talmud is saying that Jesus is a heretic, then those who follow Christ are also heretics. So why would you want to give us money? That makes no sense. Y'all say Christ is a heretic. He's burning in hell. Like, it's been 2025 years. That man is still burning. But damn, you people are not, you lack mercy. Okay? 2025 years. This man is still burning in hell and poop. Where's all this poop coming from? And I'm like, who's supplying eternal poop? Where does the devil get eternal poop? Or is it the poo-poo from the Palestinian children? I don't know what's going on here. Right? But if your religion, because you said you are a Zionist and you're a Jew, you're not an American. You are a Jew first, a Zionist second. Cool, no problem. So why would you want to support heretics who believe in a heretic whose mama never really had immaculate conception? She's just some goofy ass broad in Bethlehem that was loose on the goose and is now lying on her punani. Right? Because according to you, Jesus' mama is a 3 or 4. Mary, yes, Mother Mary is lying on her punani. Because somebody in the town of Bethlehem was smashing that ass, right? There you go. Somebody in the town of Bethlehem was all up in them guts. Joseph was away working hard for the woman. Okay? Can't trust these women. Okay? Make it make sense, Ben. You're a clown. You ain't nothing but a clown. And if you think all you have to do is give $1 million for you to take over Charlie Kirk's movement, you got something else coming. You got something else coming to you, boo-boo. Okay? You got something else coming. I don't like Charlie Kirk, but I really do pray that these people keep you as far away from what he started, because all you want is to take over his movement. All you want is to take over his movement. Charlie Kirk was alive. Did you give him money when he was alive? You wait for a man to die to announce publicly on his podcast that, well, I'm going to give $1 million. Nah. We want like 50 million. Matter of fact, we want 150. I heard you got it. I heard you got it. Fools.
And he wanted to keep the MAGA coalition together.
And expand it.
And the question is how you do that. And the answer is you focus on the first, and the second is a byproduct. Okay, the answer is that, as Matt says, you have to unite around something. And yeah, we can unite in the short term around the fact that there are a bunch of people who hate our guts and want to murder us, which of course is true. But long-term unity, big movement change, which is what Charlie was really trying to drive, and why he went to talk to people who disagree, is about building around those core values. And so the long-term vision, yeah, we'll have our petty squabbles, and yeah, some of those squabbles will be more than petty, but the long-term vision has to be built around those original biblical conservative values that Charlie stood for, things like—
Look at him. He said we'll have a petty squabble. Ben, whether Christ is the Messiah or not, it's not a petty squabble. It's some real shit, right? You cannot tell a Christian, oh, that Messiah stuff, oh, it's a petty squabble. Nah. Because if you say that my Jesus is a heretic and he's burning in hell in his own poo-poo, nah, boo-boo. This is a major issue. It's a major issue, right? Now, when you talk about, oh, biblical conservative, like you mean like Old Testament? Those who believe in the law of Moses? Nah. I believe in the law of Christ. So first of all, you're going to love God with all your might and you're going to love your neighbor. Can you love your fellow Palestinian? The answer is no. So why I can't fuck with you. Okay? I can't fuck with you, won't fuck with you, will never trust you. Well, you ain't shit. Like, that's it. You ain't shit. You ain't never been shit. You think because you talk fast, it make you credible. You think because you went to Harvard, you are always the smartest person in the room. No, Ben, you are the tiniest man in the room. That's what you are. That's what you will ever be. With your small ass, Napoleon ass complex. You a clown, bitch. You a goofy ass clown. You were born in America. This country gave you so much. And instead of your goofy ass identifying as an American, you have the audacity to say, well, I'm a Jew and I'm a Zionist. Then get the fuck out. Every day they have planes going to Israel. Why the fuck are you still here? Okay? Why are you here? Go to Israel. You'll be at home with your people. I think his wife is Israeli, whatever that's supposed to mean. Okay? Go there. But it's not a petty squabble. Now, this thing about you're not really MAGA unless you're fully behind Israel. That is not a petty squabble. That is not a petty matter. Because if your definition of MAGA country is a person, an American born, an American tax-paying person who supports Benjamin Netanyahu and his emergency government, right? And the limited power of the judicial branch in Israel, no matter what, to commit a genocide against children in Palestine. If that don't make you MAGA, that is not a petty squabble. You're not going to diminish this shit. We need to have these conversations and we need to iron some things out. But like I said, even me, I got bigger balls. Figuratively speaking, because I don't really have balls, you know what I'm saying? Before they call me a he-she. But anyways, right? I got bigger balls than Matt Walsh because this right here is it's a no-no. So you and I, we're going to have this conversation because you're a fraud. You are a fraud. You are such a fraud. These are not petty squabbles. You don't get to tell somebody as a man who identifies as a Jew and a Zionist what MAGA is supposed to be and who a real MAGA supporter is. You know what a Zionist is. We can tell. But you don't know what a MAGA supporter is. Ben, let me tell you something real quick, right? People will never forget. And because these white Americans are racist, they're a bunch of clowns. Yo, Ben, you were a never Trumper. We will never forget that shit, okay? You never supported Trump. We have the receipts. You were more of a Ron DeSantis guy. When you thought, I don't even know why you would, When you thought Vivek Ramaswamy, however the fuck you say his name, when you thought Vivek had a chance, you sided with Vivek. You, Candace, all you people rode to Iowa, the Iowa caucus. There you go, right? You all got in the big van, the big bus with Vivek, right? Thinking y'all was doing something. You put all that big Daily Wire money behind Vivek Ramaswamy, right? You were a never Trumper because you thought Trump wasn't going to make it. You really thought that Colorado was going to get Trump off the ballot. You believed that shit. It didn't work the fuck out. Well, he made it. Okay? Then you thought Fannie Willis and her goofy ass drawers and her loose ass legs that sleeps around town all over Buckhead to Fulton County with her gorilla grip pussy, right? You thought she had something because the first black guy, he took a deal. So you didn't think Trump was going to make it. New York City, you thought Letitia James, she had something, didn't you not? Right? Oh, shit. So between Colorado, Fulton County, and New York City, it really was given that Trump was never going to be president. So you were very comfortable supporting Ron DeSantis. You are a never Trumper, Ben Shapiro. You don't like Trump. You never supported Trump. Your guy was Ron DeSantis. But the thing about Ron the Sanctimonious, that's when Trump used to be really funny to me, huh? You know how Trump has a name for everybody? Okay, the Sanctimonious, the ungrateful one, and his bitch ass, goofy ass, babbling, talking ass wife who talk outside, child. I almost say she spoke outside her neck, but I need to stop talking about people's necks, child. That's insensitive. Okay, all right. But you thought Ron DeSantis, who never, with his stiff ass, great bureaucrat, but he's stiff. He's very stiff. He don't have the piss ass to be an American president. You got to have that, like, I don't know, you got to have some kind of Hollywood shit to your shit. Okay? But anyways, you wanted Ron DeSantis to become president. You aligned yourself with a man who was backstabbing Trump and allowed his goofy ass wife to not know her fucking place. She never would have been the governor's mansion if it was not for Trump. Because her husband, yes, he might be a great bureaucrat, but he can't sell himself. He doesn't have a certain je ne sais quoi. Okay? He don't got that shit. Trump gave that motherfucker some swag. Okay? Trump gave Ron DeSantis some fucking swag. And then let's not forget, we had that goofy black dude. What's his name again? Andrew Gillum, who was out there having booty sex, putting fentanyl in his butthole, doing all kinds of weird shit. So he made that shit easy. Having sex with a bunch of white escort, bunch of white male escort, doing all kinds of weird stuff in his butthole. What a weirdo. What a fucking weirdo. But then again, he's a Democrat, so you know they're a bunch of weirdos. Okay? But we know you were always a never Trumper. You don't like Trump. You like Ron DeSantis for his stiff ass. That man had no fucking swag. Trump, those were the days where I fuck with Trump hard, okay? Trump gave this motherfucker some swag. And as a thank you, he betrayed him. And he really thought he's going to win. He thought he's going to be president. What? With your stupid ass. If you don't go manage Florida and keep them interest rate low and keep the taxes low with your goofy self. Ron DeSantis, you a clown, the sanctimonious. Sit your ass down. You are a traitor. And the people will never, ever forget that when Trump helped you to win the governorship of what's it called, Florida, you turn your back on him. And you allowed your goofy ass wife, because you are emasculated. You don't run your house. You're not a real man. You're a little bitch. Okay? What kind of man lets his wife talk all kinds of crazy shit? You let your wife talk crazy on Twitter. You let your wife talk crazy on the YouTube, the TikTok. Your wife out here saying all kinds of crazy shit about Donald Trump. You gotta tell that goofy ass white woman to sit the fuck down. And remember who got her in that place. She never would have been the first lady of fucking Florida if it was up to Ron the Sanctimonious, his bitch ass. Okay? So that's who the fuck you are. And then we all saw you in the big van. I know I did. I saw your ass. I saw Candace's ass. Y'all was riding down to Iowa because you were hoping Trump was not going to make it. But he did. So then you had no choice. You had no choice. Oh, I support Trump. Did you have a fucking choice, bitch? Did you have a fucking choice, ho? Did you have a fucking choice, Zionist? No, the fuck you didn't, Harvard boy. I went to Harvard. Yeah, you about to go to hell. I mean, maybe Yale, but then you'll go to hell after Yale, your bitch ass. That's all you have. You are a never Trumper. You ain't shit. And never been shit. Because of you, Daily Wire went from doing really well to doing horribly bad. Jeremy Boring, you threw his ass under the bus. And he rode really hard for you. That man is American born. He acted like he was a whole Zionist and a Jew to make you happy. And when you destroy Daily Wire with your goofy wins, with your lack of professionalism, because you're a bad businessman, you bad at business, you're a horrible businessman, right? You threw Jeremy under the bus. You ain't shit. You ain't nothing but a snake. You a fast talking ass snake. Just like Vivek, y'all be talking so damn fast. Is that like a prerequisite to get into Harvard and all these like fancy Ivy League schools? You talk too damn fast. What the fuck? You talk like a typewriter. Like, how can a person, sorry y'all, my bad, right? But I'm like, how can a person talk so damn much? I'm like, he talks like a typewriter. What is wrong with this person? You're a fucking weirdo. You are a fucking weirdo. And like I said, we will never forget that you are a traitor. You are a never Trumper. And Trump don't trust you. I don't even know why Charlie Kirk let you get close to him, but I guess he wanted the money. So now where is he now? Where is he now? Ben Shapiro, you're a fucking snake. Ben Shapiro, you are anti-America. Okay? Ben Shapiro, if it was up to you, all of our money, our $6 trillion, you will gladly take all that money to Israel and we'll be sitting here struggling. You don't care about our children. You don't care about our teachers. You don't care about our police officers. You don't care about our firefighters. You don't care about nobody. You don't care about our veterans, right? Oh, baby, love you. You hold on a second, right? Okay, come here, boo. Give me a kiss. You ready? Don't miss the bus, okay? Love you, boo. Okay. All right. Make it make sense. You're an evil person. And any American person who allows themselves to be duped by Ben Shapiro, you're just a fucking idiot. You're a fucking, like, just give up your brain. You're a dumbass. You're just a stupid ass. You a stupid ass.
The Bible, things like free markets, things like family, all those things are things Charlie stood for. You got to build the coalition around values because we can't build it around the man, but we can build it around the values that he left behind and that he spent his entire life fighting for. And, we couldn't be, frankly, more on
values. I'm like, what collective values does a pro-America person share with a Zionist? A Zionist, for him, everything belongs to Israel. Israel must have as much money. Doesn't matter if American people have money, if they can feed themselves. A person that's pro-America, they want the money to stay in America. So you don't have shared common values. You don't want the same thing. You're fighting for the survival of white immigrants in a place full of Arabs. It's not going to work. You don't belong there. Go back to Europe. Okay? A person that is pro-America, they're fighting for the money to stay in America. That people can have better jobs. That children can have better schools. That we can have less teachers, less students to teacher ratio, right? They're fighting for, more mental health services, more Medicare, more Medicaid. People want affordable insurance. People want better infrastructure. They want better airports. People want a more affordable cost of living. People want the price of gas to go down at the pump. It would be nice to go back to a day when gas was like $1.99. So that way people can have more money in their pockets. People want to go back to an America where you can actually afford to buy a house. People are trying to build America, and you, the Zionists, you want to take America's money and take it to Israel. And the sad part is the money that America even gives to Israel, America don't even have it. America is taking loans to send money to Israel. What? That's crazy. So no, assuming I was MAGA for a hot second, we have nothing in common. You want to just bankrupt this nation to see Israel survive. A so-called nation that has it shouldn't exist. Y'all should just live with these Palestinians and get along. That's it. Or go back to Europe. Go back to Warsaw, whatever. Go back to Europe. If you can't coexist with these Arabs, go back to Europe, because you're not going to kill all the Arabs. You can't kill them. It's their land. You're from Europe. So why are you there? So no, pro-American people want to see America move forward. Pro-American people are tired of wars. Even me, for as much as white people get on my nerves, I also don't want to see a bunch of young white American kids go to the Middle East to get slaughtered. They need to stay home. Hopefully they'll be less racist, but that's asking for too much, right? But, you know, I wish them well. They should be home. They should have kids. They should get married. They should have jobs. We don't want to see kids go to, American kids go to the Middle East to get slaughtered, come back amputees with one leg or one arm. That's crazy. We saw that during Iraq. It was truly overwhelming. It was disgusting. Walter Reed had people on the floor. They barely had prosthetics for people. Dick Cheney made so much money. And these young people came back from war with no beds to sleep in. People were sleeping on the floors of Walter Reed. It was so despicable. How America treats the veteran. Then they come back also, they have mental health issues. They have psychotic issues. They have all kinds, they have a lot of issues. And they're not going to get the help that they need. So we have enough mentally ill people. We don't need more mentally ill people. We want to see young American people have a chance at life, a chance at love, a chance at getting a career, a chance at getting married and having their kids. And maybe one day, by God's grace, they'll get old enough to see their grandkids and maybe their great-grandkids. They'll build their own memories and their own tradition. They'll have Thanksgiving. They'll have Christmases, decorate their homes. They'll be on TikTok doing dances. Nobody wants to die anymore. People are tired of dying. It's really disgusting. And all Israel wants to do is to drag young American kids into wars they have no business being in. They're too young. They don't have what it takes. And we have to protect our young people in the military. So no, we have nothing in common. You guys are a bunch of Europeans who decided that you wanted to create a state in Palestine. For what reason? Even the Hasidic Jews are saying that you don't even have the right to have a state because God has not given y'all permission to create a forever home. You don't have the right to do that. So per the Torah, you're out of order. Okay? So you're the heretic people. You are heretic because you're not supposed to have a forever home. Because the New Jerusalem is going to be the one that God decides to build. You don't get to decide to build it. And because you refuse to coexist with people, you think you have to take matters to your own hand because you don't have faith and you're very disobedient. You rebellious people, you murderous people, you genocidal people. Stop killing these Palestinians and stop robbing us. Stop wasting our money. We are tired of you people. Take care of your freaking selves. Stop taking our money. Stop taking our money. It's getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
To join you guys as much as we can in the fight.
Thank you for that. And thank you for donating the Daily Wire $1 million. Breaking news on this show. Thank you guys for honoring Charlie.
$1 million. Ben Shapiro's The Daily Wire is donating $1 million to bring people back to church in Christ.
Yeah.
Say, I am not here to take down TPUSA, okay? But I am here to counter this Christian Zionist message in the name of the Lord. Yes. And I'm not doing everybody, you can see it for what it is. Even Lauren Witzke, she says, Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire donates $1 million to TPUSA to help bring people back to Christ and bring people back to church and to biblical values as Charlie wanted. This sounds good. And that's the thing. It always sounds good. The devil is not going to come to you like a dragon. This sounds good. But the truth is the money is spent to enforce Christian Zionism and loyalty to Israeli interests. I don't care what you say. Anyone who gives an organization $1 million becomes an influential part of the organization. Thank you. Not to mention, this man's been running the show from behind the scenes unofficially. Also, it's very strange that the Daily Wire was able to cough up $1 million to give to TPUSA.
That's no good. Now let's watch this video, you guys. Let's watch this video. What are they saying?
Was platforming people who were spewing anti-Israel and anti-Semitic messages? Of course not.
That's all they care about. Anti-Israel, anti-Israel. Do these people ever get upset when they hear an anti-American message? No, they don't care about America. Israel, 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 Israel. Wumpty womp womp. Womp womp. We talk bad about Mexico over here. We talk bad about Venezuela over here. We talk bad about Michelle. We even talk bad about El Salvador. We talk bad about everybody over here. Why is it that when we talk about you people in the state of Israel, oh my gosh, you said this about Israel. I say these things about a lot of people. I talk about Venezuela. I talk about Peru. I talk about Argentina. I talk about who I want to talk to. This is America. Why do we have to stop how we live? Because you people are butthurt. Because instead of being grateful for being in America, all you do is boo-hoo cry about Israel. Go live in Israel. Go live in Tel Aviv. You love Israel so much, go over there and let us be. Let us be. Like, people are exhausted, and people are truly, truly exhausted. People are tired. And that's why I said I give credit to Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes really made it possible for people to say how they really feel about these people and Israel. We are tired of Israel. We are tired of Bibi. We want our freedom back. We're tired. We want to leave the plantation. Okay? We want to work, pay taxes, and we want to see that money come back to us to make our American cities and towns and a lot better. And we don't want to see American children, even white children, yes, even white kids. We don't want to see American kids go to war. They are children. 18, 19, 20, 21, 23. They are children. They need to be here and make their goofy ass videos for TikTok. Okay, I want to see all the American kids stay in America and have fun on TikTok and place their orders on TikTok shop. They have the right to do that. I want them to go on dates. Yes, go to the movies, go buy some frozen yogurt with some extra gummy bears and shit. Okay, I want them to have their cars and have fun, play their music. Okay, have a good old time. I want these kids to sell lemonade, do whatever you want. You're an American, live in America, wave the American flag. We want to see American kids stay in America and celebrate the 4th of July and eat American pie. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Leave the children alone. Leave the Treasury alone. Leave the Fed alone. Leave the White House alone. Leave our Congress alone. We are tired. Leave our military alone. Okay? You have a choice. It's not easy it's not that hard to make friends with people. Open your heart. When you live in America, you are surrounded by everybody. Palestinians, Arabs, Latinos, Black people. You don't throw a hissy fit. You only throw a hissy fit for the Middle East because you are allowed to throw one. You're entitled. You are very entitled. You have to coexist with people. It is the Middle East. It is full of Arabs. You cannot kill them all. You have to stop. In less than like a whole year, your guy has bombed like 9 different Arab countries. But you will talk about anti-Semitism. He's anti-Semitic because he's making you people unsafe. When you're really scared of anti-Semitism, right, you make food for your neighbors. You invite your neighbors over. You break bread with your neighbors. You present yourself to be friendly. And then your neighbor, hopefully, is going to be friendlier. Oh, I'm scared of anti-Semitism. I'm scared of people being mean to Israeli. Then stop bombing people. He bombed Iran. He bombed Qatar. He bombed Lebanon. He has bombed Syria. I feel like I'm missing a place. Who hasn't he bombed? He bombs everybody. So miss me with this whole shit about, oh, this is so anti-Semitic. BB is anti-Semitic. Because all he does is kill Semites in the Middle East. You guys are from Europe. That's why your mother language is Yiddish. You speak Yiddish, right? And Yiddish is not a Semitic language. It's a European language. You don't speak Aramaic. You don't speak Hebrew. You don't speak even Arabic. You speak Yiddish because you're from Europe. Right? So you've decided to live in the Middle, You have decided to live in the Middle East. You have to learn to coexist. That's a bar. Okay? You decided to live in the Middle East, and now you have to learn to coexist with these people. You cannot kill all these Arabs. And the more you kill these people, they're not going to like you. They're not going to like you. So you think it's wise because you can't kill them all. Because as long as you have one Arab woman and you have one Arab man, you will always have an Arab people. It only takes 2 people to multiply. And you cannot kill them all. You will never be able to kill all Palestinians. So give it up. Hang it up. Flat screen. It's enough. And stop destabilizing the Middle East. Leave these people alone. You went into Syria. You kicked out the man. Now it's a crazy place out there. You went to Lebanon. You kicked out the man. It's a crazy place out there. You are making the place so much unsafe. And you want to tell us that you're scared. You're not scared. Stop destroying the Middle East. And also, stop destroying our American banking system. We need our money. Because this is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous.
But when so many people in the Jewish community and the pro-Israel community were criticizing Charlie so harshly for platforming these problematic voices, he was very hurt. And he was hurt because what many people don't realize is that Charlie spent a lot of his time defending Israel.
So this is a story that just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So the New York Post had the exclusive on this a couple of days ago. Charlie Kirk and Rabbi Pal talked hours before his death. He was in a combative mood. Okay, so you won't find a more pro-Israel rag than the New York Post, and even they cannot resist the sort of clickbait headline, because obviously combative has a sort of negative connotation. But as you'll see, as the article goes on, combative meaning Charlie Kirk was ready to go out and defend Israel at this talk, amid tensions in the background, of course, as have been reported pretty extensively by multiple people, most recently Candace Owens, whose episode just dropped. They just saw a tweet come across, which corroborates something later in the story. Just a little teaser for you all. Charlie Kirk was in high spirits and in a combative mood just before kicking off his American comeback tour at Utah Valley University, said a rabbi friend who spoke to him for an hour the night before his death. Rabbi Pesach Walicki, an American-born cleric.
You see, even his name, Walicki, he's most likely Polish. This is a Polish man. Let me see. Walicki, last name. Let me see. You see what I tell you? You see? These people are, you see? So Walicki is a name that is predominantly from where? From Poland and Austria. Okay? That name is from, anytime you hear a E, like a Zelensky, Walicki, Bolinsky, Petrowski, it's usually Poland. It's usually Russia. You see? Poland and Austria. But this man's going to sit here, this white man, is this European, is going to sit here and tell you he's a Semite. These people have European DNA. And they're going to tell you that they're Semitic. They belong in the Middle East. They come from the Middle East, but somehow they don't see how they behave like trans people. These people are trans Semite. Your last name is Walinki. Your skin is white. You look like a white man. You are white. Oh, no, I'm a Semite. I'm a Semite. This farce has to stop. The farce really has to stop. They look nothing like the people in the Middle East. They look nothing like people in Palestine. They look nothing like the people in Jordan. They look nothing like the people in Saudi Arabia. They look nothing like the people in Qatar. They look nothing like the people in the Emirates. They look nothing like the people in in Bahrain. They look nothing like the people in Lebanon. They don't look like these people. They don't even speak the language of the people. They speak Yiddish. That is their language. They speak Yiddish. That is their language. And you can look it up for yourself, right? Is Yiddish a Semitic language? There you go. All right. It's not hard, right? And it says no. Yiddish is not a Semitic language. It is not. Yiddish, it is Germanic language that uses the Hebrew alphabet. That's it. Okay. While Yiddish contains a significant amount of vocabulary and some grammatical influence from Hebrew and Aramaic, both are Semitic languages. Its core grammar and most of its lexicon are Germanic. Okay. In contrast, Hebrew is a Semitic language, making them distinct languages despite their shared script. You see, they're not Semite. They're Germans. And that's why they're called Ashkenazi, because the Nazi is the Jews from Germany. It's in their name. They're Europeans. Make it make sense. Their mother language is Yiddish. They speak Yiddish. It is their language. They don't speak the language. And that's why they hate these people, because they have nothing in common with these people. You really think if these people were Semitic, they would be out here slaughtering people like that? Because that would be their own cousins. But they have nothing to do with these people. In terms of DNA, oh, sorry, y'all. In terms of language and food, they have nothing in common with these people. Their mother language is Yiddish. That's what they speak. To this day, that's what they speak. Okay? They're not Semites. So coming out here and saying, oh, this is anti-Semitic. Yeah, when you kill Palestinians, it's anti-Semitic because they belong there. It is their homeland. It has always been their homeland. Even after Great Britain acquired the land from the Ottoman Empire, it was called the Mandate of Palestine. This place was never called Israel. It was always called Palestine. The British people even called it Palestine. Everybody called it Palestine. People under the Ottoman Empire, the Turkish people, they also knew this place right here is Palestine. It was always Palestine. It was always Palestine. These are the indigenous people being slaughtered by European foreigners who are pretending to be Semite. It's like, let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. These European people, okay, hold on, in women's bathroom, okay, right? This is what it's giving. It really is giving that, okay? Sorry, I can't type, okay? But I'm telling you this, right? This is what it's giving. When it comes to Palestine, between the Palestinians and these European immigrants, it's really giving trans women trying to be in women's bathroom. You want to force yourself somewhere where you don't belong because you think you belong, but you don't. So therefore, you become violent, right? The Palestinian, they're the actual woman. The Palestinians are the biological woman, okay? These Israeli people, whatever they call themselves, they are the trans women in this story. And now Palestine is like the women's bathroom. Yes, Maverick, okay? Palestine is the women's bathroom. Sorry, y'all. And they want to force themselves into the women's bathroom. That's not how it works. That's not how it's going to work. You don't belong there. Now, if you're going to be there, you got to be friendly. But you cannot bully the people who are there first. Just like trans women, you can identify as a woman if you want to. But you don't get to bully and erase biological women. Doesn't work that way. Okay? Let me go check a Maverick real quick. Hold on. Where's this video again? Let me play this video for y'all. Hold on. Hold on, my
who lives in Israel, met with Kirk via Zoom on Tuesday night. He was excited to get back out on the campus tour, said Walicki, who said he often spoke to Kirk before public appearances to advise him on how to defend Israel effectively. Hours before the firebrand was assassinated in Utah, the two met online to prepare for the, quote, smears against Israel he would inevitably face during his tour of college campuses. He was working out talking points, playing the role of devil's advocate, pushing us on these issues, trying to sharpen the iron, said Walicki, who specializes in Jewish-Christian relations. He was in a combative mood, recalled the rabbi, which is good. He was preparing for debates and attacks. Charlie stood alone to a great extent in that whole Gen Z conservative world as far as being pro-Israel, the rabbi said, and his life would have been a whole lot easier if he wasn't. Okay, I'm not going to say anything. There were prominent people actively working to get him to drop his support for Israel on a daily basis, and he resisted. So here is from Owen Schroyer, the Israeli rabbi, who met with Charlie Kirk just before his assassination, speaks about the pressure Kirk was under to stay positive on Israel and not platform any voices against Israel at his events.
Criticisms for the state of Israel. He was very supportive and really loved the state of Israel and the Jewish people, but he also had his criticisms. And it really hurt him when the Jewish community came down on him for platforming certain speakers at his last conference who were anti-Israel and even slid into anti-Semitism. And while I was not happy that Charlie had given the stage to people like Tucker Carlson, who were spewing venom about the Jewish state, I understood where Charlie was coming from. Charlie was a big believer in the open marketplace of ideas and
Imagine you're from Poland. So this man is from Poland. And he's going to say, Charlie Kirk, he's an American, right? And I'm sure he's Anglo-Saxon. So Charlie Kirk is Anglo-Saxon. Tucker Carlson is Tucker Carlson. These are people who identify as American. They're Anglo-Saxon American, right? And you're going to say, oh, I wasn't happy that he platformed his fellow white American. Are you slow? This is America. If Charlie's an Anglo-Saxon, who should he platform? Okay, so he got to check in with you, the man from the Poland. You are Polish. You're from Poland. He has to check in with you, or he has to make you happy before he decides to platform his fellow Anglo-Saxon. Are you okay? Are you all the way okay? But this is how entitled they have gotten. They are so coddled. They are so privileged. They are so entitled. This is some crazy shit. Imagine telling him who he can and cannot platform, especially his fellow Zionists. He will take great offense to that. But he's so comfortable. So I didn't take your pleasure that he had Tucker Carlson. At the end of the day, Tucker Carlson, his people are not newly minted immigrants who came here in the late 1940s, okay? He has his people were here since the Civil War. Thank you. Okay, so Tucker Carlson also, he identifies as an American, while you identify as a Jew and then a Zionist. So yes, even I don't like Tucker Carlson, but I will pick Tucker over your ass. Okay, because some of us, we actually do care about America, even though it's a country that kills little people and stuff like that. But hopefully one day the right people will come to run this country, and it's not going to be about that. It's going to be about standing up for poor people and the weak people and people who embody the spirit of the American Revolution. Don't let nobody oppress you. Okay? So until then, all I can do is pray. But I'm like that. You're so entitled. You are so entitled. Because you think as soon as you label somebody anti-Semite, you make somebody corrosive or nuclear so nobody should get close to the person. No, we stay away from y'all and Bibi Netanyahu. He's nuclear. He is toxic. America does not belong to him. This is insanity.
All opinions to be heard, letting the best opinions win. That's why he built his career on those famous debates, going to college campuses to engage in honest dialogue, letting every opinion have its moment and letting people decide.
Hold on. Let me play Charlie Kirk and Megyn Kelly so y'all can see what it was. Hold on. Let me play this video real quick so you can see what it was.
You and I are both supporters of Israel and have defended Israel since the beginning of this conflict and spoken out about the anti-Semitism that has erupted on these college campuses many, 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 many times. And something's happening, though, with this whole debate that is really bothering me. And I wonder if you're feeling it, too. So I mean, I genuinely believe you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody in the public eye who's been as outspoken a defender of not every move Israel's taken in the war, but of Israel's right to defend itself and of the just backward awfulness that we've been seeing on college campuses and the backlash against American Jews.
Let me stop right here because Megyn Kelly, this wannabe Barbie at her old age and her multiple divorces and her failed relationships, right? Girl, shut the fuck up. Israel does not have the right to defend itself against civilians. That is ridiculous. Okay? They're not killing Hamas. They're not hurting Hamas. They are killing children. No nation, I don't care who the fuck they are. I don't care what kind of Holocaust they've been through. Okay? Like y'all tell black people all the time, stop being a victim. Stop using the race card. Okay? Here you are using the race card. Y'all need to have the same testicles and tell these Jews, stop weaponizing the Holocaust. We are tired of you using the Holocaust card. We are tired. Jewish people have not suffered more than other people. Everybody in the world has suffered. But it's always them who have to always have the gold medal for the most suffering in humanity. Shut the fuck up. Everybody has suffered. African people who were sold in slavery, they suffered and they matter as well. The 6 million people who were killed in Rwanda in 6 months, they matter. I don't even know, since the Nakba, how many Palestinians have been slaughtered since 1948? But you goofy ass white American racists, you never have the balls, the intestinal fortitude to tell these Zionists, stop weaponizing the Holocaust. We are tired. Everybody suffered. You study human history, people have done awful things to awful people. And this is why the humanity, everybody should stand up for Palestinian people. Because when does it stop? So because you went through the Holocaust and you lost your grandma at Auschwitz, it gives you the right to kill millions of people and nobody should tell you anything? Because the only way for you to feel better about the Holocaust is by killing children, by bombing mothers and children on donkeys. That's going to bring back your people. That's going to fix the sins of the Holocaust. Your beef is with Hitler. He's dead. Your beef is with people in Germany and even America who co-signed the foolishness. The Palestinians did nothing to you. You're a bunch of cowards. You are a bunch of cowards. The Holocaust, the Holocaust, the Holocaust. America has done a Holocaust against Native American people. So what if they were to behave the same way? Oh, white Americans have killed us, so let's start killing them. Okay? Black people have suffered a multitude of Holocausts throughout the world, in Africa, in America, in Europe, in Latin America. In Argentina, they slaughtered the entire Black population. I am sick and tired of always you goofy ass white Americans prioritizing or putting the suffering of the Jews on a pedestal because their skin is white and they're your fellow Germans. It's enough. It is enough. Like, this is so fucking disrespectful. The slave trade took over 15 million Africans. This is disgusting. It's disgusting. How many people here were slaughtered in the hands of white people? Give me a people that has not gone through a genocide. Give me a people that hasn't gone through a Holocaust. The lives of the Jews don't matter more than other people. And what you people do, what you goofy ass, racist ass Americans do, when you allow the Jews to go around acting as if they suffered more, womp-de-womp-womp, it's white supremacy. It is Jewish supremacy. It is Zionist supremacy. Because you're saying when one Jew died, it's the equivalent of of all the people who died in the world. No, it's not. And I know the Jews will love to believe that they're so special. You're not more special than me. You are one person. The life of one Jew is the life of that just one person. I'm sick and tired of this supremacy talk. Oh, the Holocaust, the Holocaust. We've all been through shit. Me, Marlene, when I moved to this country in the 6th grade, in the 7th grade, I was introduced to fucking Emmett Till. The boy was lynched. A 13-year-old, he was hung. Have Jewish people ever seen any of their people be hung in America? And they're always the one trying to talk about anti-Semitism. Try being black in America. Try being black in America. I want to see a lot of these Jews travel in the South of America and go look at plantation. Go to a plantation. It's so disgusting. It is so disgusting. I'm West African. And my people came here and they were slaughtered. They were burnt alive. For what? For just existing. Oh, the Holocaust, No, the slave trade, bitches. The lynching of black people, bitches. What the fuck is wrong with these people? You're so disgusting. They're a bunch of white supremacists. The Holocaust it does not win if you want to rank human suffering. Everybody has suffered. We are sick and tired of Jewish people always playing victim. They left Europe. They got to come to America and go to Harvard. They left Europe. They got to come to America and be fund managers, become billionaires. They're doing very well in America. And this is a people who have never fought in the Civil War. All these people, all these black people who didn't even have citizenship, they were just free, you dumb bitches. Sometimes I wish I had the same amount of followers as Candace Owens. I got time for you people. They fought in the Civil War. Where the fuck were the Jews? When have we ever seen American Jews go and fight for Iraq? No, they don't fight for America. They don't fight for America. But we always have to bend over backwards around their feelings. No, that's fucking over. The Holocaust happened, so did the slave trade. And if black people have to move on from slavery, they also have to move on from the Holocaust. It is enough. It's enough. None of these people went through the Holocaust. They were not even born. They were not born. And I doubt that the Jews who went through the Holocaust would want to see what is happening to the Palestinians. It is disgusting. It is disgusting. How we're sitting in 2025, y'all. This is not even like the 1600s. We are in 2025, in the age of AI. We're able to send rockets into space. And the only way that these European Jews know how to resolve their conflict is by slaughtering people. How ghetto. And I mean that shit. How fucking ghetto. I'm like, take the Jew out the ghetto, and you can't take the ghetto out the damn Jew. You people's ratchet as fuck. You are a ratchet ass people. You are a ratchet people. That's the reason why Hitler created the ghettos for your ghetto asses. You have to slaughter 400,000 people to get your point across. But you are a monster people. You're fucking dangerous. You don't have the right to kill children. Like even like the Hamas, they don't even have a military. You're not fighting a military. You are killing children. You are killing children. You are killing children. And I would never stop saying it. And the more I think about this shit, I'm even starting to wonder, Anne Frank, the diary of Anne Frank, was that shit even real? Was that shit even fucking real? Huh? And they made us read this bullshit so we could feel sorry for this goofy girl. Was she even fucking real? Was this girl actually real? Was this young lady here, was she fucking real? Was Anne Frank actually real, or y'all made this shit up? Did you make this shit up? They had us read this book. They had us empathize with this girl. They came and grabbed her family. They threw these people in the ghetto. They were starving them people. They were so skinny they could hide behind couches. You told us genocide was wrong. You told us it was wrong not to stand up for those who can speak up. You told us it is not okay to do ethnic cleansing. But now because it's Israel, now also it's okay. No, the fuck is not okay. It's not okay. Anne Frank, if she happens to be real, her life is not more important than the life of a Palestinian child. Every child deserves to have a bright future. And who the fuck are these racist white Americans? Who the fuck are these Zionists to decide which child can live peacefully, what child can be bombed? What the fuck? Are you people God? Are you people God? You are not God. You're a bunch of clowns. You're a bunch of money-hungry clowns. You are a bunch of clowns. You are some serious, despicable clowns. You are despicable people. I vomit you people. I reject you people. You are disgusting. Nobody should be okay with 600,000 dead children. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This is so disgusting. And this is America. This is a Republican America. This is a MAGA America where people can just kill children. They bomb mothers, grandmothers, people with canes. They will never be able to walk fast enough. They will never be able to run fast. White people, you're fucking evil. I swear every day I swear to God, I try. I said, Lord, I'll try to tolerate these people. You make it so hard to like you. I wouldn't even say love. You make it hard to be a Christian. I swear to God. White Americans, you make it so fucking hard to be a Christian. You people, you're agents of the devil. Like all you do is tempt people to do evil. It's like you want to see the worst come out of people. You make it so fucking hard to be a Christian. You make it so hard. You make it so hard because you go around just hurting people, poking people, triggering people, killing people, stealing from people. Why are you so fucking wicked? Like somebody needs to break this shit down for me. Why is it that white Americans are such a wicked, they're such a wicked people? They have no compassion. They have no love. They have no honesty. They have no integrity. They have no compassion. And they think they can wrap and repackage white supremacy under the guise of the trans movement. They can repackage white supremacy as loving the Jew. They can repackage white supremacy as, oh, we're just taking a moment of mourning for Charlie Kirk. You people are a bunch of white supremacists. You're a bunch of mean-ass Germans. You are despicable people. You are a despicable people. And I will keep calling your asses out. And I'm going to work as hard as I can on my salvation to not become hateful like you, because that's what you want. That's what you want. You're a bunch of zombies. You want to contaminate my soul with hatred because you're full of hatred. You are full of hatred. We are done. Black people, I'm telling you this, never allow any Jew to make you feel as though what they went through in Germany is worse than what you went through here. No, everybody suffered, yo. Everybody has suffered. Everybody has suffered. I will not deny the Holocaust, but you're not going to deny the slave trade. Huh? You ain't doing that shit? You're not going to deny the Holocaust of Native Americans. 11 million people dead. You will not deny the Holocaust of Black Argentinians. They were all slaughtered. You will not deny the Holocaust of Black people in Brazil. You will not deny the Holocaust of Black people in Rwanda. You will not deny the Holocaust of even Russian people under Stalin, under Lenin. People have died throughout the world. And that's what we're saying as a human race. When are we going to stop killing people? Because let's be so for real. When are white people going to stop killing people because they don't look like them? They don't have the same religion. They don't speak the same language. And so the fuck what? You're not the blueprint. You are not the motherfucking blueprint, okay? You are not the blueprint, okay? Nobody, if people had to wait for white blood, white stem cells, white whatever, people would die, okay? You're not the blueprint. Life did not start in Europe. Life started in Africa. You're not the blueprint. You're crazy. You are not the motherfucking blueprint. You're fucking annoying. You are fucking petulant. You are fucking annoying. You are not the motherfucking blueprint. It is enough. It's enough. It's like they sit in your face. They know that you've been through some shit. They know you've been through slavery. They know they lynched your ass. They know they put you in the freaking chain gang and the life in prison bullshit. And all they do, the Jews have been through a lot, The Jews have suffered the Holocaust, The Holocaust, bitch. Your granddaddy was a slave owner, bitch. Okay? Your great-granddaddy was a slave owner. Okay? And then your granddad was probably a Klansman. So talk about my fucking Holocaust. No, it's all performative. Let me act like I care about the Jews, so I don't have to reckon with the disgusting, bloody history of my bloodline. Are you sane? No, you're not. You're dumb. And you're probably hungry. That's what happens when you don't have a proper diet and you don't eat enough protein. Your goofy ass. This is crazy. No, Israel does not have the right to defend itself, because I will say it. Israel doesn't even have the right to exist. It's a military base. Okay? This is the land of the Palestinian people. Now, can Jewish people be immigrants in Palestine? Yeah. Why not? Can they be citizens of Palestine? Yeah. Why not? Just like in America. Everybody lives here. It's not a problem. But that's not what they want. They want to kill a native people to create some weird shit. And did you know that in Israel, you're not allowed to take a DNA test? Because they know they're not Semites. They're Europeans. They're a bunch of Europeans. It is enough. It's enough. The race card, you're weaponizing the race card. Well, you are weaponizing the Holocaust card. I am tired of talking about Auschwitz. If I can't talk about the Whitley plantation, I don't want to hear about you at Auschwitz. You were not there. I was not on the plantation. Neither were you at Auschwitz. We were not there. We all have to move on. And we all have to live, we all have to desire to live in the world where these atrocities never happen again. But for you white people and you Zionist people, you just don't want these things to happen to you, but you don't mind these things happening to other people. Y'all need to find a way to go to Mars. We're tired. Elon, and I pray that SpaceX is successful. Whatever the fuck Jeff Bezos is working on, I pray that he's actually successful, because maybe that's where you people belong. Go to Mars. Go live on Mars. We'll just, all you white people, you get on these freaking, I don't know, space shuttles, leave us alone. Go to Mars. We're tired. Go live in fucking Mars. So that way you can have a whole planet by yourself. But something tells me you will find a way to kill each other over there also. It's going to be the blue eyes versus the green eyes, the blonde people versus the brunette people, because that's all you do. Look for ways to see something different in somebody else so you can go kill a person. But either way, that's on your white on white crime. I don't give a fuck. Do it somewhere else. I pray that SpaceX is successful. We need a break. The world needs a break from white people. Black people need a break from white people. The Asian people need a break from white people. The Arabs need a break from white people. Native American people, they need a break, okay? People from Australia, Aborigines, they need a break. Even animals, the animals are tired. The earth, the water, the air, okay? The environment is exhausted. Everybody and everything needs a break from white people. You're wasteful. You pollute the environment. You spill all kinds of oil in the ocean. You have your goofy ass plastic straws all over the place. Even the turtles are getting wrapped in plastic. They're dying because all you do is harm everybody. We are tired. We want a planet that is white people free. I beg of the Lord. Elon has to be successful so he can take all you people to Mars. Go live in Mars. Please leave us alone. Marcus, you about to get blocked, okay? You disrespect me one more time. It's not just your fucking nose you're going to have to see for the rest of your life. It's going to be that fucking block sign with your bitch ass. I gave you one chance. I said, don't disrespect me. You don't know me talking about my ass. You dumb fucking bitch. You wide-nosed heifer bitch, okay? You wide-nosed bitch, okay? Don't play with me, Marcus. I gave you one time, bitch. With your wide ass fucking nose, bitch. Bitch, your nose is so fucking big. You got fucking trains in Central, what's it called? Grand Central, New York City can go through your nostril, bitch. Okay? Your nose are wide enough for the Underground Railroad, bitch. Okay? Harriet Tubman could have saved some slaves going through your nostrils, bitch. Marcus, I told you, for white people, don't play with me. You hear me? When your nose is as big as the Underground Railroad, bitch, when your nose is bigger than the train, the train hole, the whatever the fuck hole at Grand Central Station, New York City, shut the fuck up. I am not the one, Marcus. I am not the one. This is your fucking face, motherfucker. You seen your face? Okay, bitch? Go breathe somewhere else and go try to kill some people by taking all the oxygen. You are a threat to my human safety. Okay? Get the fuck out of my fucking chat. Okay? Okay, I'm the bitch. Admit that you're fucking ugly with your white ass nose. Your whole nose is giving the Underground Railroad, bitch. Take your nostrils and fly the fuck away. You dumb, stupid bitch. You dumb bitch. You want a white woman so bad. You fucking coon. Okay? Harriet Tubman is looking at a fucking tunnel. Save the slaves. Save the slaves. Go through Marcus' nostrils. I know you ain't talking. You Grand Central looking ass nose, bitch. Your whole nose is a damn train. A whole train can fit up there. Shut the fuck up. Your bitch ass. For some goofy ass white people, you want to come over here. No, you go take care of your nose. Go take care of your fucking self-esteem, bitch. Take care of your fucking self-esteem, Marcus. Take care of your fucking self-esteem. Motherfucker, go work on your traps. Go work out. Work on your traps, bitch. Be a man. Have some fucking chest with that long-ass neck. Look like a damn, what the fuck, a damn ostrich. Okay? You're too fucking ugly to have a fucking opinion, you slave. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I gave you one chance, Marcus. Don't fuck with me. Don't play with me. Okay? Go work on your fucking traps. No, now you fucking love me, bitch, because I fucking dragged your ass. Don't play with me, Marcus. Do not play with me. Marcus, I told you, don't disrespect me. I told you that before you went to sleep, you came back. I don't know why you thought it was a different day. I told you. I said, Marcus, do not disrespect me. You can say what you want. We can disagree. I said, Marcus, don't you dare here. I don't play those games where black people think they can disrespect other black people for the entertainment of white folks. Don't do it, Marcus. Don't do it. Okay? Exactly. Me a racist. Because where I stand in my house, I have the power to systemically oppress white people. Don't repeat that bullshit. Don't repeat that bullshit. Me, Marlene, I can oppress white people. Really? They wake up and know, oh, Marlene's going to take my human rights. No. Okay? If anybody's a racist here, it's the Zionist. Okay? I don't have any power to oppress any white person. And I have the right not to like white people. That doesn't make me a racist. They don't like me also. Okay? They cry for Charlie Kirk. So obviously they don't like me. I have the right not to like him. Okay? I don't owe white people my love. What the fuck? You're a house Negro. You are a house Negro. So no matter how you get treated by white people, you're okay with that because you have low self-esteem. You have low self-esteem. I don't need white folks to love me. I don't need white people to love me. You said you love white women. They mean a lot to you. Well, I don't even know why you're still here. And then, okay, then. So if you stand in line with me about the Zionists, then why you come and say, oh, Marlene, take your ass? Why would you talk to me this way? Why would you talk to me this way? Why? Because no matter what, whether you agree or disagree, because you are a black man, you are supposed to be a protector of me. You don't disrespect me. Even if you want to say something to me, find me in my DMs and talk to me. We can have a conversation from brother to sister in the DMs, not in front of people. We're not doing that. We are not doing that. Because you think these people care about us? They're going to grab our asses and just do what the fuck they want to do with us. You think they love us? You think they love us? Do you not realize that if we were in Palestine, they'd be bombing our asses too? They just can't do it because we're right here. They're very hateful, Marcus. It's not a joke. They are very hateful. They are seriously hateful. They are seriously hateful. And then somehow we are never allowed to be upset. Like, this is very, very triggering. It is so triggering. How can Megyn Kelly say that, oh, Israel has the right to defend itself? Against who? Against children? These are children. These are children. These are mothers. These are grandmothers on freaking donkeys. How defend themselves against who exactly? Bibi is the one who put Hamas in place because he didn't want Yasser Arafat. He's the one who put Hamas. Who created Hamas? Just like the Taliban, just like ISIS. It's always America that is creating these people. There is no gun factory in Palestine. So where did these weapons come from? We're not falling for this bullshit anymore. We're just not falling for this. So no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. So she doesn't get to say, oh my gosh, they went through a Holocaust. Everybody, you study human history. Everybody has been through a Holocaust. Everybody has suffered. Everybody has suffered. So moving forward, because now we know so much, I would hope that now we all want to be better human beings. We are going to say there's a better way. There's a better way. But to sit here and to hear that they have killed 600,000 people, most American people have never even seen $600,000 cash. They never seen that kind of money. So now imagine 600,000 bodies. How do you bury these people? This is going to lead to some kind of pandemic because these bodies are going to rot. They're going to rot. They're not burying these people. They're just letting their bodies decay. And we have seen this in Europe. It led to leprosy because next thing, the rats are going to eat the people. The rats are going to eat the people. Vultures are going to eat the people. It is going to turn into another corona something. If a bat in Wuhan was capable of creating coronavirus, what do we think bunch of dead bodies that are not being properly buried is going to do? It's going to be a bunch of rats feeding on these dead bodies. And next thing you know, we're going to have another global pandemic because Israel killed these people and did not properly dispose of dead bodies. This is incredibly selfish. It is incredibly selfish. COVID almost destroyed the world economy. Like, we also need leprosy. We need to bring back the bubonic plague. Seriously? For what reason? So no, I will call out white Americans. I sure will. Because without their support, this is not going to happen. Because they support this shit. That's why this shit is going on. So yes, I'm going to call these people out, but that don't make me a racist. I have the right not to like white people. Like it's really my right. I am within my right not to like white people because the stuff they do, I don't like. It's very, very cruel. And the fact that they're not trying to stop this, they keep gaslighting people. I don't have to like mean people. I don't have to like people who are indifferent to other people's pain. They only care when they get hurt. But if somebody else is hurting, they don't care. No, they're cruel. They are very cruel. But I don't wish them harm because they've done enough harm for themselves. They are going to pay the consequences of the things that they've done. But I need a lot of white people to understand this. White people don't owe, black people don't owe white people love. We are not on a plantation. Okay? We do not live on a fucking plantation. We don't live on a plantation. Okay? I don't owe white people any love. Okay? I don't owe white people any love because they don't present themselves as lovely people. They don't. They just don't. Now, some do, yes, but it's not a lot of people, right? The vast majority of people who support Charlie Kirk, they're not good people. They're not nice people. They're not good people. They're not God-fearing people, Marcus. And I don't like them. I don't like them. But you can't say, oh, Marlene, you're a racist. No, I'm not a racist. I have no power. I don't work at the White House. Even like, I guess you could say maybe like Jasmine Crockett because she is a congresswoman. But me, I'm a private citizen. I am not a Supreme Court justice. I have no ability to pass any laws that can oppress any white person anywhere in the continental U.S. I have no power. I don't even have any desire to do that because I know what it is when it's done to you. I'm not in Congress. The vast majority of Congress is full of white Americans. And they're the ones who are giving the money away to Israel, right? For as long as the Congress has existed, it has yet to have a black Speaker of the House. I can't oppress these people. In the White House, there's only been one black president. Black people are not racist. You can say that some black people are bigoted. Sure, I'm not a bigot. I could care less. But I am truly, I really don't like, I struggle. I can't lie. I cannot lie. I truly struggle with liking white Americans. I really do. I can't sit here and lie. It's a daily struggle. It really is. Because everything they do, it's like they just want to trigger people. Why do you behave this way? So I cannot sit here and lie to you. I'm not fond of white Americans. They're very mean people. They're very mean. There's no way to, they're mean, they're disrespectful, they're condescending, they're just rude. They're just rude. They're really rude. And there's no need for that. There's no need to be rude. There's no need to be disrespectful. There's no need to be hurtful. Most black people, even when we do bad things, we do bad things to each other. We don't go hurt white people. We're very nice to white people, actually. We're very mean towards each other, but we're very nice to white people. We don't bother white people. But they're always in our spaces. They're always talking about us. They're always doing the most. It's like you have to stop. We get it. You don't like black people. Go on your side. No, they listen to rap music. They listen to R. Kelly. They listen to this. They watch The Housewives of Atlanta. They're always trying to keep up with what black people are doing. It's a monitoring spirit. It's giving Palantir. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You know, like even on Saturday, there's this white man I found on Saturday. He's a preacher, and he had a message on your YouTube channel, and it really touched me. And I wrote under his video, you have no idea how much your video means to me because seriously, I'm really beginning to lose hope on the humanity of white Americans. And so he said, oh, thank you so much. And I was like, no, I really mean that. Because to see you as a white man, to see you as a Christian man, and for you to speak nothing but the truth, so help you God, it was a balm to my soul. Because it's really hard. And white people don't realize they make it really hard to like them. And that's the same thing these Jews are going to do. They're going to make it very, very hard for people to like Jewish. And it is so sad because there are so many innocent Jews. They have nothing to do with this shit. They don't even like BP the damn self. They don't want no parts of this bullshit. There are Jews out here who just want to exist. They just want to leave me alone. But unfortunately, they're going to be dragged in this foolishness because of these crazy ass Zionists. Every Jewish person is not bad. Even me going to school, a lot of my professors were Jewish. They were not bad. They were not evil people. But these Zionist people, they're a crazy breed. Like, they're just crazy. They're mean. And so, yes, Marcus, it's really hard. It's really hard. Okay. So does that make you a racist? No. You're not a racist of the Zionist people. No. But it's really hard. It is really hard. It's really, really hard. And it's like it's as if every day you wrestle with your flesh to do the things that God wants you to do. Because I know God says you have to love your neighbor. But every day it's as if my neighbor wants me to dislike him. It's like he moves in the way that he knows I don't like because he wants to spite me. I have a spiteful neighbor. And that's what I feel when I look at white Americans. These are spiteful neighbors. They're not good neighbors. They don't know how to be friendly neighbors, compassionate neighbors, mindful neighbors, neighbors that have self-awareness, neighbors that know how to put other people first. You have to know how to put other people before you. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. America could be a beautiful country where everybody gets along and we all call out the people who act the fool. That's it. We don't even have to see color. It's all about behavior. Good behavior, bad behavior. Good values, bad values. Do you love God? Do you hate God? It's not that hard. But I'm saying white people, white Americans make it very hard. They make it very hard. Okay? They make it very hard. They make it very hard. But if I tell you that when I see these Palestinian children, it doesn't mess with my mind, I'm lying to you. I'm even like, God, where are you? Because I don't know how do we save these people, because the heart of these white Americans, these white nationalist Republican people, their heart is so hard. It is so hard against these Palestinians. And it reminds me of when God told Moses to go talk to Pharaoh. And the heart of Pharaoh was so hard. It was so hard against the Hebrew people. It's like the more they asked to be let go, the more he wanted to torture the people. These Zionists, they act like the villains of the Bible. And they were punished for that. Your heart cannot be so hard against other people. And it disgusts me that white Americans, especially these racist people, in order for them to like you, they first have to look at your hair texture. They got to look at your complexion. They have to look at your nose. They have to ask you questions like, why can't you just be a good person? Why does someone have to look like you, sound like you, look like you, behave like you, for you to then have empathy for a person? It's disgusting. It's very disgusting. And even when that girl Megan was here, for as much as you might want to have a white woman, that's fine. But you could have helped me to help understand, to help break it down for Megan, that for us Black people, we only have one first lady. We don't have plenty of first lady. Like if we had like 50 Black first ladies, oh yeah, go ahead, talk about Michelle Obama. But we only have one. Must you attack the only one that we have? And instead of helping me break that shit down for that goofy ass lady, you know, oh, let me defend her. Like, why, Marcus? Why? Your mother is Black. You wouldn't be here without a Black woman. Your grandmother is Black. I'm sure you have so many Black women in your life. And you know, no matter how we feel, no matter about our petty differences, because, you know, sometimes Michelle Obama, she triggers me as well, but it doesn't matter, right? But you have to know more, as better than anybody else, how much so many millions of Black women around the world took pride in Michelle Obama becoming the first lady. So can we at least have that? Can we enjoy that? Well, you should forgive your mom, Marcus. This is very unbecoming of a Black person. You're a Black child. You know better. We are not white people. Their culture is not our culture. And you're a man. Women, we're very silly, you know. We're very silly. We're very petty. We're just batshit crazy. But you as a man, like your heart has to be bigger. You cannot be emotional. You have to be a man of duty. That is your mother. You have to know how she's doing. You got to check on your mom. You only have one mom. And whatever she did to you, you got to let that shit go. You're a man. You know, mothers sometimes they ain't shit. Even my mom sometimes she ain't shit. Because that's what mothers do. They're just fucking annoying. Okay? But that's your black mom. And I think because you haven't forgiven your mom, this is what you're doing. Stop doing that. You will never be whole if you don't have peace with your family. You lived in her womb for 9 months. If she hurt you, Marcus, even if your mom hurt you on behalf of your mother, I apologize. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes black mothers can do a little too much. If shit, I know. Okay. But you have to forgive your mom. You can't be a Christian and you don't forgive people like that. It just don't work like that. Don't work like that. And for as much as I'm not crazy about the Decalogue, right? But I do believe that you have to honor your mom and your father, right? But you got to make peace with your mom. You understand? You came into her life for a reason. Okay? You came into her life for a reason. You as a man, as a black man, you got to make sure she's okay. You know what? You know, years ago when I watched the story of James Brown, you know, his mama wasn't shit. She left him. She abandoned him. She chose to be a prostitute. She was really mean to him. But when he became big, of course, she showed up. He could have shushed her. He could have cussed her out, all kinds of shit. He was really hurt. But you know what he did? He made sure she was taken care of. Even though he was hurting. Right? Look at Kobe Bryant. Kobe, he chose to not forgive his mom. Kobe chose to hate his parents, to not forgive his mom. You see, he died. He died young. He died. He was burned alive. No body, no casket, nothing. The man's dead. Right? Don't be like these white people. They don't forgive anybody. All they do is hate and hate. They ice people out. They ice people out. Don't do that to your mom. Don't be like these people. And if you know deep down that you struggle to forgive your mom, ask God to help you. Ask the Holy Spirit to help you. You see, these Zionists, they go around killing everybody because they struggle with forgiveness. That's why they got PTSD. They are hysterical. They're paranoid. They think everybody's coming after them. So therefore, they have to kill everybody. They need to forgive themselves. And they need to forgive the mustache man. They got to forgive that man. Right? You do not want to become like a Zionist. And that's how it starts, unforgiveness. And I pray that this week, you will have the courage to text your mom. Mom, I hope you're okay. I hope you're doing well. And I'm sure she'll be very happy to read from you because I'm pretty sure she misses you. You know, I'm pretty sure she misses you, right? Because you're her baby. You will always be her baby. She might not be perfect. She might not know how to talk to you. You know, a lot of child listen, okay? But I'm asking you to forgive your mom. See your mom the way you would see a child. You understand? You know, when you're a child, your parents raise you. When you get older, you raise your parents. It's really crazy. Okay? Love on her as if she was your child. Even before she does something stupid, forgive her. Like this lady, she is shit. Forgive your mom before she even offends you. It makes life so much easier. Let the past go, Marcus. You gotta let it go. You can't carry the past, the grudges, the grievances. You got to let it go. Whatever she did, that's between her and God. And maybe one day when you forgive her, you know, you'll be able to understand her better. Because I'm sure your mom has a story. You know, before she was your mom, she was a child. She was a young lady. She was a young mother, right? Things must have happened to her as well. So I hope, and like, you know, because young Zizi, like, you know, Jay, he didn't want to get to know his mom. And so then she died. And I feel like that also damaged him, right? But before a woman becomes your mother, she's a lot of different things. And so sometimes by the time she's a mother, because of what she's been through, she's not in the best mental state to separate her emotion from her duties as a mother. Does that make sense? Damon, you missed a whole lot. Here comes Damon, child. Does that make sense, Marcus? You hear me? Talk to your mom, Marcus. Talk to her. Okay? Talk to your mom. You're a man. I'm telling you, when you deal with us, especially as a black woman, we're crazy. We are really, really crazy. Okay? But you got to be forgiving. That's the Maverick, I'm coming. That's the beauty of being a man. Man can't be emotional like us. You hear me? Right? And I'm sorry for talking about your nose. I really, when you came in here talking about my ass, you triggered me. Okay? But I love you, Marcus. I do. I try to see if I can cut that part out, right? But please, just don't disrespect me, okay? No, you have to talk to your mom. Talk to your mom. And you know what? You know what, Marcus? Message me, okay? Message me on Instagram. I'll pray for you, okay? Oh, Lexi B, y'all need to stop with this unforgiveness shit. It is not, it's not, y'all listen to me. Listen to me. Y'all, you know, hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Let me go grab this baby. Damon, shut up. Your crazy ass. Maverick, come here. Come meet your Uncle Marcus. You have a new uncle. He's a little crazy. Come meet your peoples. Yes. Maverick is stuffed, you guys. Oh. Damon, shut up. You crazy. Okay. No, black mothers can be mean, but y'all got to know these people also they have PTSD. Y'all, we gotta be better, man. We have to be better people. We have to be better. We can't have grudges and stuff, right? Mavi, being a nice baby, y'all. Sorry, y'all. I apologize. Maverick is suffering. Look at Janet. You guys, we're gonna do a whole live about black mothers, but I implore you guys, forgive these people, man. Like always and always, think about Maverick. Be quiet, okay? Think about your blessings, okay? Oh, he's so sick. Think about the blessings that you want to have. And also, you know, let me tell you something, right? Yeah, he's so sick. Stefan brought some kind of virus in this household, and now Maverick is suffering. Oh, poor baby. Okay. But you guys, you know, sometimes also we have to be a little bit fair. You know, my mom's a Virgo. She gets on my nerves. Okay. Now, between my mom and white people, I don't know who gets on my nerves more, but I'll tell you this though, right? We also have to be, sometimes you have to have empathy. Like, this is real. You got to have empathy, because we assume that there's like this manual on how to be a parent. You know, a lot of us, our parents had fucked up childhood. Maverick, stop being a destructive force, okay? Here, play with this, okay? A lot of us, our parents had really, really destructive childhood. You know, many of us, our parents were raised in toxic households. They were never showed how do you manage your emotions, how you talk to people, don't yell at people, don't do the most, don't do this, don't do that. They don't know. They didn't know. Nobody has showed these people how this is how you properly parent. So we know how they made us feel, but can we also concede to the fact that sometimes you don't know what you don't know? You do not know what you don't know, right? Say thank you, people, right? You don't know what you don't know. You just don't know what you don't know, right? So we're sitting here, we're like customers. We're just complaining about customer service. Oh, my mom had bad customer service, and I'm listen. I trust you that she had bad customer service, but what I'm saying is that could you concede to the fact that she probably gave you the very best she knew? So instead of icing out the person, which I guess, you know, let me say this, right? Let me say this. I'm not like, let's say your mom she triggers you and she's not mature like that. I'm not saying you have to talk to her every day, right? But I'm saying check on your mom. That's all I'm saying, right? Even if it's once every 3 months, even if it's once every 6 months, all I'm saying is check on your mom, right? You're so damn stupid. Marcus, you are insane. Okay. Oh, thank you, Marcus. You're very cute also, Marcus. Okay. You're a cute man. You're very handsome. All right. My dad has a nose like you as well. So I ain't even shit for talking about your nose. Okay. I ain't shit. Right. You're very handsome as well. And I mean that. Okay. You're a black man, but I do need you to lift a bit more weights. Okay. You got to work on your traps. Now, what I'm saying, Marcus, I need you to talk to your mom. So you have your mom's nose. You see? So you always have a piece of her. So when I roasted you in your nose, I talked about your mom. I'm so sorry. I will never do it again. Okay. I apologize. All right. So you have a piece of her. So she will always be a part of you. Marcus, just text the lady. You don't have to call her. Don't call her. You don't have to hear her voice. But if you could, please text your mom. Okay. Just text her. You know what I'm saying? Just text your mom, Marcus. Just text her. And it's going to help you, because boys are attached to their mom. Like boys are attached to their moms, and then girls are attached to their dads. You know, because my fear, I mean, it's already here, okay? But my fear is if you don't heal your relationship with your mom, because you need her help, you're gonna have a hard time forgiving Black women. You're gonna punish Black women because every time we talk, you're gonna see your mom right through us, and I'm like, that's not fair. Okay, that's excessive. All right, that's a lot. Okay, you gotta talk to your mom, Marcus. You gotta talk to her. Okay. Because like David said, just remember, one day your mom will be gone. Right? And that day, yeah. You know what I mean? It's real. Damon is a white man, okay? So, you know, Damon is real. He's right, though. Forgiveness, you guys, it's a real thing. And today, there are too many Christians who struggle with forgiveness. Because in church, they talk about the money, the house, the cars, this. No, we got to get back to the basic of being Christians, okay? Oh, Damon, you're not white. What are you? Child, who knows? Anyways, David, okay? But we got to get back to the basics of being Christians. Love God with all your heart. Lean not on your own understanding, and in all your ways, acknowledge God. Then the second thing is you have to love your brother, including your mom, okay? Love your mom, love your dad. You know, forgive these people. Yeah. Child, listen. Sometimes you gotta stop trying to change people, okay? Oh, you see? So listen to Kevin, right? Okay, David, you didn't come here by mistake. I don't believe in a coincidence. I really don't believe that there are coincidences, okay? Makes sense, David? Sorry, not David, Marcus. I don't think you're here by mistake, Marcus. Okay? So please love your mom. Love your mom. And then you might get back to falling in love with Black women again. What do I know? Right? Do you think that's why you're attracted to white women, because you're mad at your mom? Marcus, you are crazy. You are really crazy. Is that why you are attracted to white women? Because they don't look like your mom? You're so damn crazy. You are really crazy. Okay? Call your mom. Text your mom, Marcus. Text her. I'm sure she missed you. Okay? Text her. And then and you know, that's it. Text her. Start by texting her, child, and pray for her. The stuff she does, yeah. Well. Now we know where the love for the snow bunnies came from. So you started liking snow bunnies out of spite for your mom, Marcus. You ain't shit. That is mean, Marcus. That is so mean. So because you're mad at your mom, Marcus, you are crazy. So because you're mad at your mom. Kimberly you are insane. Let me see her ass. He is really crazy. Marcus, you are unhinged. Not the Power Rangers. What in the world? What do you like about? I mean, Kim is a cutie. She cute. But I'm like, but you can have someone that looks like Kim and is not Black. He said the power. Marcus, you are unhinged. You are truly unhinged. You are really crazy. They even said paging Dr. Phil. So you watched the Power Rangers and then you were like, yeah, I gotta have me a white woman when I get older. You are crazy. So do you think if they had a Black woman Power Ranger, like a cute little Black girl Power Ranger, that would have like affected your choices? Marcus, you crazy. You are diversity matters, okay? Let me make sure my kids don't watch anything without Black girls in it. Child, Marcus, you are too damn funny. Marcus is crazy. He was like, Marlene, I like white women because of Kim from Power Rangers. Marcus, you ain't serious. You are very, very unserious. What is this? I mean, she's cute. So you've never been with you never had a Black girlfriend. It's only like white girls and stuff. Marcus, we're gonna have to do conversion therapy on your ass, okay? The Emperor says, oh Lord, Maverick. He's out here pulling on everything. Stop being a destructive force. Sorry, y'all, my bad. He's right here pulling on stuff. Not just that, Marlene, they say love has no color. Well, his love has color because he's intentional. He's not saying, oh, if I like a girl, I like a girl. He's saying like she has to be white. And I'm like, that's not fair. Why does she have to be white? Oh, she was Haitian. Okay, so did you learn a little bit of Haitian, like sac passe and stuff? Did you learn a bit of Creole? Sac passe, Marcus. Sac passe. You know how to respond to that? Let me find out Marcus had a little bit of a Haitian in him. Did you ever eat like soup jomo? Did you ever have Haitian food? Did she ever cook? Did she know how to cook? Did you ever have any Haitian food? Tell me more, Marcus. Tell me more. So you do like black women. Marcus, you just like to troll me, huh? You love to troll me, don't you, huh? You see that, Maverick? Your little TT Marcus, he a little, he likes to troll people. Okay, Marcus, did you learn a little bit of Haitian, little Creole? Like sac passe and stuff like that? Did you learn that? Because now we all up in your business. We're going to give these Zionists a break because they do too much. I'm tired. My head hurts. Yes, Maverick, yes. We're trying to get your TT, yeah. We'll get all his business. Marcus, why are you quiet now? Mavi, what is wrong? Huh? What do you want? Want to do self-destruction? Go ahead. Say, Mr. Marcus, tell us all your business. We want all your business. I mean, if you date a white person just because you're mad at black people, that's crazy. Like, that is really, really crazy. Okay? Now, if you date a white person because you guys actually have something in common, okay. But just like, oh yeah, you're white, so that's all I require is like you being white. That is crazy. That is really, really crazy. That is so crazy. Yes, but let me smoke Megan Kelly real quick. Maverick, hold on. Maverick, he said Maverick.
And yours truly. I mean, I have been at the pointy end of the spear on this, and
I completely agree with that.
And it was all heartfelt, and it remains heartfelt.
Yes.
However, my contention here is that some in the pro-Israel camp are so knee-jerk about calling you anti-Semitic or getting deeply offended if you say anything that doesn't align with their narrative, that it undermines their own cause. And I have to tell you, I find it very irritating because I do feel like some of us have earned the right to have some credibility on the subject of Israel and don't want to be called those names when we have some mild pushback on some of the overreaches, whether it's, whether they're winning or losing the propaganda war right now. And my contention is they've begun to lose it. And I realize it's propaganda coming at us from Hamas, but their numbers have turned here in America. They've turned, not so much with Republicans, a little bit with Republicans.
Hear what you got to say anymore. Oh my gosh, Marcus, is that real? You trying to be like extra? Oh wow. I'm like, Megan, shut up. We got something else to talk about. But I'm not the best friend. I mean, they both ain't shit though. She ain't shit, and the best friend ain't shit. Like, what the heck? But what? That's really mean. And how long was he your best friend for? How long have you known this guy? Wow. This is crazy. Do you think he was jealous of you? Because why would he do that? I really cannot stand men that don't have integrity. Like, I can't. I think that's just disgusting. Yeah, like that is crazy. Like, what? Was he jealous of you, Marcus? Like, what's going on? That is wild. I don't know. That kind of betrayal has to hurt. That's out of order. Crap. That is so out of order. Jesus. How long ago was that? But that's evil. That is really evil. Yes, Maverick. That is really evil. Maverick, sorry, Maverick. What? Marcus, I'm so sorry. Because between your mom and then another black woman cheats on you, that's a lie. That's a lie. Damn. Look at Damon. Damon, you really have to take a day, huh? Just remind the man of how badly he was hurt. Damon, you something else. Like, what the fuck, Damon? Like, shit. You about to make the man, like, you about to make him, like, rethink the whole shit all over again. He said, so he was black too? It'd be your own people. Oh, wow. So he was like, do you think your best friend, was he like the bad boy type? Was he like the bad boy? Like you were more like laid back and stuff? Nah, Damon, what the fuck? Like, he's like, that was a knife in the back. That was a knife in the heart. Damon, situational awareness, emotional IQ, increase it. What is this? She calls you at 3 a.m. in the morning. What's wrong with this lady? Damn. Do you think your best friend, like, he was more of a bad boy? Because I think these ladies out here, they love a man that's toxic. I really think they do. I think most of these women are batshit crazy. I think these women love a man that's toxic. I feel like if a man is too quiet, they get bored. If a man is toxic, it turns them on. I really feel like it turns them on. So is your best friend, like your ex-best friend, what's his name again? Oscar. Was Oscar toxic a little bit? Yeah. People have no shame. Oh, there you go. Okay, it makes sense. There you go. Okay, yeah, I knew it. Toxicity. That's it. They don't want anything long term. They want foolishness. So Oscar was out here doing he was being a street pharmacist, and you had a job. Uh-huh. Wow. 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 No, she can't find nobody else. That's why when these girls are, oh, you can always find somebody else, girl. Don't settle, girl. Go have sex, girl. Girl, bye. There's no guarantee that after you leave over here, you're going to find something better. And now she fucked around and she's finding out. That's her problem. You know, I'm telling you, they are attracted to that stuff. The drug dealers, the fast money, the shopping spree, the goofy sex. But it doesn't last. It doesn't last. Yeah. People love to be abused. Like, they really do. I have noticed that. Like, Carl Jung talks about that. That most women don't want peace. They want a man that's toxic. So, see, you were probably too nice. Had you been more of like a little bit more of an asshole, she would have liked you more. You got a man has to have like sprinkles of like asshole flavoring to his shit. Because if you're too nice, she gets bored. She sees you as a woman. She sees you as like a best friend, like a bestie. Hey, bestie. And so she won't find you as attractive anymore because you're too nice. You're too nice. You're too nice. Man can't be too nice. If you think, oh, but if I'm nice to her, I buy her flowers, I call her 25,000 a day, she'll like that shit. Nah, she gonna get bored. So you've dated white women after that? He said, let's find her and troll her. Damon, we are not trolling people. What is this? We are trolling the white racists, okay? We are focusing on these fake racists who will support the Zionists. Maddie, what's up? What's up, little baby? Make your huh? And you haven't dated anybody else since her? Yeah, don't take her back. She crazy. And the fact that she went with your best friend, though, that's different. Like that's just low down. That's excessive. She could have gone with anybody. Like, but Oscar also, then again, he's a drug dealer though. Marcus, you never should have been friends with a drug dealer because he has no integrity. You should have known that. If he can't sell drugs to his own people, he ain't shit. Right. He ain't shit. He's very selfish. Oh, that is so cool. That is pretty cool. One of my big sis, she speaks Russian, but she lived in Ukraine. Hold on, you guys. So how long have you dated the Ukrainian for? But I heard they're racist. Because when the war, I guess the war started in Ukraine, they were being very mean to Black people. They were being very mean to Black people. So how long have you dated her for, the Ukrainian lady? Because, no, everybody's not racist, child. Some people can be bigots. That's a fact. Some people can be bigots. Some people also just don't like your ass. Everybody can't be a racist like that. White people have a lot of power. But during the whole Ukraine thing, they were being very mean. They wouldn't let Black people get on the train. They wouldn't let Black people get on the buses. They wouldn't let Black people try to evacuate because it was like, it was getting crazy. Yeah, I guess like in their respective countries and stuff. But the way they were treating Black people, because let's say he really likes her and he wants to marry her, we have to make sure that her family is going to be welcoming. Like, does she have a good family? Are they welcoming of people and things like that? Because he's not about to marry. He should not fully fall in love with someone if her family hates Black people, because they're going to hate him. And if they have children, they'll hate their children. So, because when you marry someone, you marry their entire family as well. That's what I'm saying. Like, how long has he been with her? And do her people know? Do her people know that she's dating a Black man? Because you don't want anybody to make you feel less than because you're Black, because you can't help it. The fuck? You know what I mean? Marcus, how long you dated her for? Because I don't know a lot of Black guys who date white girls like that. But you're lucky the sisterhood is not here, child. The sisterhood is getting ready for work. They be coming in here and light your ass up. The sisterhood is getting ready for work. Oh, 4 months? Okay. Her mom lives in Greece. She was raised by a single mom. But what's her mom's mindset? Does her mom hate patriarchy? Marcus, you gotta do your research, man. Do your research, boo. You need to know. You need to make sure her mother is not a feminist. I'm serious. And you need to make sure her mom is not a racist and a feminist. Because if the mom was a feminist, most likely the daughter is a feminist. Okay? Because it never fails. You also need to, does she talk to her dad? You need to make sure, does she have a healthy relationship with her dad? Or did her mom tell her something and now she hates her daddy? Okay, because you don't want to be punished for whatever her daddy did. Natural says, Marcus, get out. No, she's Ukrainian. You missed that part. They're from Ukraine, but the mother, she lives in Greece. But how come you speak Russian, Marcus? What's that about? You lived in Russia? You live in Russia? And also, this Ukrainian girl, is she pro-Zelensky? Okay. Is she pro-Zelensky? Because if she supports Zelensky, you can't be with her. Because the Zelensky supporters, they're Nazis. Like they call them neo-Nazis and stuff like that. They're crazy. They're really crazy. So Marcus, we need to have a family meeting about this lady. I ain't gonna call her but we need to have a meeting about this woman, her people, her culture. Okay. Hey, Lena. Okay. We need to have a meeting, Marcus. Yeah, Zelensky is crazy. So if she supports Zelensky, if her mother supports Zelensky, Marcus, get the fuck out. Dead ass. Now, if her family does not support Zelensky, Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. If she's okay, all right, all right. Okay, that's good. If she supports Vladimir, then that's good. That means she's cerebral. Okay. And she might be a good person then. Because if you like oh yeah, because hold on. You know, we're not about to send Marcus somewhere and then they hurt him because he's black. I don't like that. Yeah. No. Yeah, we have to make sure he's safe. Because you don't want your brother to go into a white family and then they torture him or they make him feel like he's less than. Hold up, wait a minute. I will fight these white people. Like, I don't play those games. Like, who are you to make somebody feel inferior? Like, are you better? You're not better. Like, go sit down somewhere. Yeah, no, but if she supports Putin, then she has to be a Christian. And you know, Russians like Vladimir Putin, like they believe that angels are black. So that works for me. I don't think he's met her family. Her family is just her mom. Does she have siblings? Well, Elena, he has set his eyes on a lady from Ukraine. So she's from Ukraine. She was raised by a single mom. Her mom currently lives in Greece. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna be in a miserable mood. You're gonna be in a miserable mood today. Oh, she's the only child. Does she want to get married, or what is this? I hope she don't need a green card. No, Damon, it is not a matter of him being happy. Okay? Me, I don't like this happiness stuff because it's this emotion bullshit. I don't like emotion shit. I like purpose-driven stuff. Because he's a grown man. So he needs to get married and start having children. So if he likes this girl, he has to make sure she's wife material. So it's not a matter of him being happy. Because you can't waste no time. Yeah, he has the flu because his brother brought this crap from school. Now he's sitting here suffering. Yeah, I don't like this happiness stuff. Because it's like a happy meal. Oh, I'm happy today. I'm sad tomorrow. Nah, We need you to have conviction. Okay. You gotta be a person that has convictions. Because Marcus is a grown man. Marcus, do you mind if I ask how old you are? How old are you, Marcus? Oh, okay. So she's helpful. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. So what do you paint? Is it like water painting? Is it oil painting? I would love to see your work. DM me so I can see your work. I hope you sell your stuff for like something expensive. You're 37? Oh, I'm older than you, Marcus. Oh, I'm your big sis. That's crazy. Well, Marcus, even though you tried it, little brother, you know, your big sis have to put you in your place. But I like you. I like you. I like you more and more. Don't be a stranger, okay? So how long have you been painting for it? Is it like, did you start like when you were older or as a kid were you always painting? What do you paint? Let me find out. We have an artiste among us, okay? No, Charlie he said some very disgusting things. We have an artist among us, okay? Mr. Marcus Young, the artiste, the bilingual artiste. He speaks Russian, y'all, okay? Malcolm X at his best. Who are they that we should? Well, yeah, we should seek to be equals with them. Okay, exactly. They're not a standard. Like, don't do that. Yeah, we're too focused on feelings. They're like, oh, I changed my mind. Oh, I don't want to be married anymore. Yeah, because it was just a feeling. It was not a conviction, you know? But like if she's helping him to sell his paintings and stuff, that shows partnership. That's nice of her. That's really nice of her. Yeah, exactly. We need people that have convictions. We are tired of people and their emotions. Oh, I'm happy. I'm sad. I don't want it. Maybe, maybe not. No, you need to be a person of conviction. Because you need people that have a sense of duty, a sense of conviction for marriage. These emotional people and their feelings, they can stay outside. Like they're very unserious. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, emotions are good servants, but poor masters. Exactly. So it's like it has to be about duty. It has to be about conviction, because he's already 37. Because Marcus, you have to get married soon. You have to get married, because if you're 37, you got to start having kids soon, because you're almost 40. Look at me. I had this one at 40. Like you see? Okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because you want to have time with your kids. You want to have time to raise your kids, and you want to have time to see your grandkids. So you like, so maybe y'all should go to Greece. Like if you really like her, y'all should go to Greece and meet her mom. I know, little baby. Listen, you're miserable, huh? Oh, we're gonna get some medicine, okay? Yeah. Oh, little baby, you're suffering. Oh, I know. Stefan did this to you. I know. He brought the little crappy crap from school. Oh, he's suffering. Yeah. You know, you gotta have the baby soon, Marcus. But you gotta get married first. And you have to meet her mom. Yeah, he's suffering. It's horrible to have the flu. Well, put you in some warm water, huh? And let you breathe. What do you think, my baby? Oh, little baby boy. And it's like, for some reason, all my kids, for some reason it's called DNA, but they all have a little bit of asthma. I'm gonna have to get his little nebulizer and just pump in his lungs real quick, like papa, so they can open up. I know. Yeah, you don't want to be a grandparent to your kids, because it's like, if you have your baby at like 38, 39, when your son or daughter is 20, you'll be almost 60. So like you've waited too long. So you need to get married. You need to get married soon. So if you really like her, I think y'all should go to Greece and meet the mama. Okay? So y'all can start having babies. Because that's a little crazy. Megyn Kelly, she gets on my nerves. Oh, I can't stand this lady.
But completely with the Democrat Party and with independents. They have shifted mightily from at least double digits highs to single digit lows now with when it comes to approval. And also with respect to, you and I speculated about this at the Turning Point event, whether the possibility of Jeffrey Epstein possibly being a Mossad agent or asset or affiliated with, that's been turned around on me too, to you must be anti-Semitic. What the hell? That's such bullshit. The same people who say you can criticize Israel, that's fine. We won't call you anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel. Now turn around immediately and say you're anti-Semitic for even raising that. I completely reject that. And I raise this as a pushback against my friends on that particular strain of the aisle to watch it, because you don't want to alienate people who are openly your friends by going nuts in your crackdowns on mild pushback on anything related to Israel. Now you take it.
I'm so glad you brought this up, and I would second that, Megyn. I think I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense of Israel, both on campus, on social media, to great, let's just say mockery and scorn at times, because I believe it, right? I believe in the scriptural land rights given to Israel. I believe in fulfillment of prophecy. And again, I'm not a theologian, but I'm a Christian. My life was changed in Israel. The spiritual energy is so amazing there. I want them to win. I've said that repeatedly.
Same.
And however, Megan, you're hitting on something very potent and important. Now, let me first say, I don't want to judge an entire group because there's been many people in the pro-Israel world that have been very sweet, very kind, very nuanced, very Charlie, you know, you're with us. You don't have to agree all the time. However, and I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight.
People are so money hungry. He honors the Shabbat. What? He said, oh, I believe that Israel, according to biblical texture, they have, no, they don't. It's not in the Bible. Stop lying to people. Israel in the Bible is Jacob. God did not say, oh, you deserve this land. You are, no. Stop. Israel today is a military state. Israel in the Bible, okay, is Jacob. It's a person. It is not a place. So what are we talking about? Like, no, Charlie, oh, I'll observe the Shabbat. No, observe the commandments of Jesus Christ. Hamas is not evil. Damon, do not believe these people. Hamas is not evil. Hamas is a people that they put in place themselves. And that's why, and this is why they make sure that nobody knows the history of Hamas. How did Hamas come to be? Did you ever look into Hamas? Okay. Who put Hamas in power? Benjamin Netanyahu. Because he could not stand Yasser Arafat. And that's what they do. Like these Americans over here, they go in these countries and they give weapons to extreme groups. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, in Chile, in Nicaragua, they're always out here giving weapons to extreme groups to do all these coups d'etats and destabilize these countries, right? And there's a very famous video. Hold on, let me play it for you. There's a very famous video of, because there's oh my gosh, there is Paul Rand and Rand Paul. What? How does it go again? Okay, hold on. Is it Rand Paul? On the history of Hamas. Let me see. There you go. Here's the video. Yeah, it's Ron Paul. There you go. There's Ron Paul and Rand Paul. Hold on.
Florida is recognized. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Paul.
The
gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Gentlelady for yielding, and I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this resolution, not because I am taking sides and picking who the bad guys are and who the good guys are, but I'm looking at this more from the angle of being a United States citizen, an American. And I think resolutions like this really do us great harm. In many ways, what's happening in the Middle East, and in particular with Gaza right now, we have some moral responsibility for both sides in a way, because we provide help and funding for both Arab nations and Israel. And so we definitely have a moral responsibility, and especially now today, the weapons being used to kill so many Palestinians are American weapons, and American funds essentially are being used for this. But there's a political liability, which I think is something that we fail to look at, because too often there's so much blowback from our intervention in areas that we shouldn't be involved in. You know, Hamas, if you look at the history, you'll find out that Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel, because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat. And you say, well, yeah, that was better then and served its purpose, but we didn't want Hamas to do this. So then we as Americans say, well, we have such a good system, we're going to impose this on the world. We're going to invade Iraq and teach people how to be Democrats. We want free elections. So we encourage the Palestinians to have a free election. They do, and they elect Hamas. So we first indirectly and directly through Israel help establish Hamas. Then we have election, then Hamas becomes dominant, so we have to kill them. You know, it just doesn't make sense. During the 80s, you know, we were allied with Osama bin Laden, and we were contending with the Soviets. It was at that time our CAA thought it was good if we radicalized the Muslim world. So we financed the madrasa schools to radicalize the Muslims in order to compete with the Soviets. There's too much blowback. There's a lot of reasons why we should oppose this resolution. It is not in the interest of the United States. It's not in the interest of Israel either.
So do you understand? Right? America. First of all, he said, America, we sell weapons to both parties. We sell weapons to the Israeli. Oh, they're going to kill you. And then we sell weapons to the Arabs. Oh, they're going to kill you. So we are out. So I'm not going to say we. These white Americans, especially, and it's usually white Republicans because they are the neocons. Neocons are predominantly white Republicans who call themselves Christians and they're pro-choice. They sell weapons to both sides and they instigate foolishness for both sides to go crazy. You see this? That's why I say white Americans are very dishonest. Okay? Hold on, man. Sorry, you guys, okay? He's not feeling good. Okay? Right? And then he said, yes, because Yasser Arafat, I don't know if you know this. Yasser Arafat and the prime minister before Bibi, his name was Rabin. So Bibi and Rabin, Prime Minister Rabin and Yasser Arafat, they had agreed to a two-state solution. America stepped in. America said no. And America went behind. They supported Bibi because they didn't want a two-state solution, and Bibi didn't want a two-state solution. It sounds like Ukraine, huh? If you study the thing with Ukraine, the current war with you, there's not even a war. It's a proxy war, right? Zelensky was about to sign an agreement with Vladimir. Mavi, yes, we go. Sorry, my peoples, right? So they killed Rabin. Let me play the video. Hold up.
As head of the conservative Likud party, Netanyahu himself became the face of the opposition to Oslo.
Netanyahu saw a moment of betrayal and peril and an agreement that would never and could never work.
There's a really ugly character to it. The level of vitriol, the anger, the scope of these demonstrations, the kind of incitement, the portrayal of Rabin, dressing Rabin in Nazi uniforms or putting a keffiyeh on him.
Netanyahu found himself at the center of the anger.
In most cases, he doesn't do anything about it. I think Netanyahu, even in some ways, benefits from this association with the rabble-rousers on the right.
I think the country's political system was superheated. It was like a car riding on a highway that had no water left in the radiator. And you could look at the temperature gauge and it's all the way in the
So do you see why white Americans like CIA people supported Bibi? Because the other guy, the Prime Minister Rabin, he was a man of peace. He wanted a two-state solution. The problem is that Zionism does not allow for peace, right? So Bibi came outside, radicalized people, just like Charlie Kirk. And then the man got killed. And when Rabin got killed, Yasser Arafat also got killed. And then they are the ones who put Hamas because they knew Hamas were crazy. They gave weapons to Hamas. They gave money to Hamas. He created Hamas. That's his creation. It's like Frankenstein. But the thing about white Americans is that they never want to take ownership for the fact that we helped this man create Hamas.
and hot.
The intensity grew, culminating in a massive protest. Tens of thousands crammed into the center of Jerusalem.
He was genuinely outraged, but he knew how to channel that outrage, and that coincided with his rise to power.
In Netanyahu's conservative Likud party, there was concern about the growing tension in the crowds that night.
There were moments when Netanyahu was advised that, there are real nutcases in the national religious camp that we see that we need to calm down, even gesturally. Netanyahu never did that. He never did that, to his enormous discredit.
Doesn't this remind you of Charlie Kirk? Antagonizing people, radicalizing people.
The crowd was with him as he attacked Arafat. And then the government of Yitzhak Rabin.
אני אומר כאן לממשלת ישראל שמתרפסת בפני האיש הזה. אני אומר לה בשם הציבור הגדול הזה. אנחנו כאן כי לעולם לא ניתן לחלק מחדש את ירושלים.
All Likud leaders, especially Benjamin Netanyahu, they have used very strong language against Prime Minister Rabin.
אנחנו פה כי יש לנו רק ירושלים אחת ונשמור עליה.
They didn't use any kind of condemnation against the violence that was starting to take place.
Netanyahu would later say he never saw the ugliest moments that night. Throughout Israel, the anger boiled over.
Wanting people to crash out.
I was there, and a lot of other people my age were there. This was such a volatile atmosphere at the time, and the writing was on the wall.
Night after night, the crowds massed across the street from Prime Minister Rabin's apartment in Tel Aviv.
I'm there one Shabbat evening. We're talking. It's just the two of us. And there's a demonstration outside. And I said to him at the time, I said, don't you worry about some of this? He goes, no. I mean, it's not that he was completely dismissive of it, but he took it as kind of a given. He knew, in a sense, what was coming and simply accepted it.
You see this?
The Russia-Ukraine war is perhaps the most geopolitically important event in our lifetimes.
yet it's also one of the most misunderstood. While many people today think this war began out of nowhere in 2022, the true roots of this conflict go back decades, and the causes of the conflict involve much more than just Ukraine and Russia. America, the United Kingdom, and NATO have their fingerprints all over this war from start to finish. Before and since 2022, NATO governments led by the United States have poured hundreds of billions of dollars into the Ukrainian government. As of today, we can say that this is a true proxy war between Russia and the leading members of NATO. Those aren't just my words. The new U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio admitted this.
And frankly, it's a proxy war between nuclear powers, the United States helping Ukraine and Russia.
The extent of American involvement is to such a high degree that it may be more accurate to call this the Russia-America war than the Russia-Ukraine war. Therefore, knowing the history of the relationship between Russia and the United States in recent decades is of paramount importance to understanding this conflict. Many people trace the origins of the war to the 2014 Maidan Revolution, which overthrew the pro-Russian government of Ukraine and installed a pro-NATO one.
This is about the future you want for your country. This is about the future you deserve.
But the origins of this conflict actually go all the way back to the Cold War. We cannot understand this war without looking at the whole story from past to present. In this video, you'll see the full picture of the Russia-Ukraine war, and ultimately, who's really to blame. The Soviet Union dissolved in 1991 after practically all of its constituent republics declared independence. Russia was one of these countries, turning over a new leaf from the Soviet system and ready to try something new. Leadership of the new Russia was taken up by Russian politician Boris Yeltsin, who would lead the country from 1991 to 1999. Yeltsin had a vision: to pursue friendly relations with the US and end hostilities with NATO. Yeltsin believed that under his leadership, Russia would be welcomed with open arms by the Western world. He thought this would lead to a new age of prosperity in Russia. But reality ended up being extremely different from Yeltsin's vision. The dissolution of the Soviet Union left Russia in an extremely weak diplomatic and economic position. In 1992, the Russian Jewish politician Yegor Gadar became prime minister. He pledged to improve the Russian economy through a mass economic privatization policy known as shock therapy. Russia's state industries and social programs were to be rapidly liquidated.
Did y'all see his name? Hold on. Let's start over. Hold on.
Prosperity in Russia.
Look at this man's name.
But reality ended up being extremely different from Yeltsin's vision. The dissolution of the Soviet Union left Russia in an extremely weak diplomatic and economic position. In 1992, the Russian Jewish politician Yegor Gadar became prime minister. He pledged to improve the Russian economy through a mass economic privatization policy known as shock therapy. Russia's state industries and social programs were to be rapidly liquidated and sold to the highest bidder. This plan was endorsed by the International Monetary Fund, the U.S. Treasury, and the Clinton administration. As shock therapy was implemented, Western financiers and oligarchs with ties to organized crime used international banking loans to buy out Russian companies at dirt cheap prices. At the same time, Russia was undergoing inflation that depressed the wealth of native Russians, meaning they couldn't realistically compete for shares of the pie. As a result, many today call this period the looting of Russia. Not only did shock therapy fail to improve the Russian economy, Russia entered a full-blown state of crisis. In the 1990s, under Yeltsin, Gadar, and other American-supported politicians, Russia's industrial production and national income declined by half. The price of goods skyrocketed, and millions of Russians lost their savings due to out-of-control inflation. This economic...
Do you see what they do? You see? That's why I say they make it really hard. They really make it really hard to like them. Everywhere they go, they destroy your economy. They turn your daughters into prostitutes. They turn your children into drug addicts. They turn your young men into thugs and gang members, you name it. They will destroy your country. Their so-called democracy. I think by now, everybody in the world should run. Like when America says, oh, we want to help you become democratic, run for your life. Run for your life. They're just coming to pillage your nation, destroy your people, okay?
Economic crisis came with social crisis. Drug abuse, prostitution, and crime rose to record levels. Simultaneously, life expectancy collapsed to new lows. The doom spiral got even worse in 1994 when terrorists and separatists in the region of Chechnya launched an independence war that killed thousands. You may have seen this meme that states many negative statistics about Russia. This is actually citing statistics from the 1990s, many of which have drastically improved in Russia since then. This meme is deliberately meant to mislead people about modern Russia, but nevertheless, it does show how rough the 1990s in Russia were. By 1990,
again, they use statistics to destroy you and to destroy your reputation. Now look at this man also. Guess what he is? Just guess, okay? Take a wild guess.
1996, the Russian Jewish oligarch Boris Berezovsky,
a Russian Jewish oligarch, and guess what he did?
Openly boasted in an interview that he and 6 other bankers controlled over 50% of the Russian economy and most of the country's mass media.
You see? So him and 6, do you know how big Russia is? Russia is ginormous. I think Russia is bigger than America, right? I think so. Square footage wise, I think so, right? So as big as Russia is, only 6 people controlled Russia, and they were all Jews, right? And tomorrow, if people have beef with them in Russia, oh my gosh, we don't know why. Oh my gosh, they're anti-Semitic. Oh my gosh, people just hate us. We don't know why. People just hate us. Is this acceptable? A country as big as Russia. It's bigger than America. A country as big as Russia, only 6 people controlled everything in Russia. How's that okay? And that's what they want. When they say capitalism, they mean they're gonna do everything in their power to just cluster the entire wealth of the nation in the hands of a small minority. And usually that minority is usually white men, and they're usually Jewish. They're usually Jewish. This is what they did in Russia. But they've never explained that to their white American people. Oh, Russia, the Russians just hate us. Oh, Russians are evil. Oh, Russians are anti-capitalist. How would you not be anti-capitalist? Before they were communists, they were doing okay. They said, okay, fine. We'll be okay with America. We'll try to be bestie with America. You can bring the IMF. You can bring the World Bank. Okay, we're going to do shock therapy. Oh, we're white Americans. We know it all. They do shock therapy. Next thing you know, 50% of your GDP is gone because they went there to loot. They went there to loot. Their people, their daughters are becoming prostitutes. Like here, all these girls are OnlyFans. They just destroy people. They just destroy people. They never make anybody better. Argentina had a great economy until white Americans showed up in Argentina. They destroyed their economy. Like, do not let these people in your country. Don't take their loans from the IMF, their goofy ass payday loans. IMF, World Bank, do not take their goofy ass payday loans. Take nothing from these people. Do not take their money. Don't take their monetary policy advice. Leave me alone. Maybe they're very evil. They're very evil. Oh, Maverick, hold on.
The term the 7 bankers became popular across Russia as symbolic of the Yeltsin government's corruption. The U.S. ambassador to Russia, William Burns, wrote in a letter in 1994, "Winter in Russia is not a time for optimists, and in some respects the popular mood here mirrors the descending gloom. Born of a mood of national regret over the loss of superpower status and an equally acute sense that the West is taking advantage of Russia's weakness." By the late 1990s, a new rift emerged in American-Russian relations: NATO's eastward expansion. Starting in 1999, Eastern European countries such as Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary all joined the NATO alliance. This was widely seen in Russia as America reneging on its promise not to expand NATO eastward. This promise was made during negotiations in 1990 over the reunification of Germany. Transcripts of the meetings in Moscow at the time show that US Secretary of State James Baker told Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev that there would be ironclad guarantees that NATO wouldn't expand 1 inch eastward. The article, NATO Expansion, What Gorbachev Heard, from George Washington University says, U.S. Secretary of State James Baker's famous not 1 inch eastward assurance about NATO's expansion was part of a cascade of assurances about Soviet security given by Western leaders to Gorbachev. Discussions of NATO in the context of German unification negotiations in 1990 were not at all narrowly limited to the status of East German territory, and subsequent Soviet and Russian complaints about being misled about NATO expansion were founded in written contemporaneous memcons and telcons at the highest levels. To put it simply, American and NATO officials did tell Soviet officials that NATO wouldn't expand eastward. However, when America was in a stronger position, this promise disappeared. NATO apologists often defend these actions by claiming that there was never an agreement in writing on NATO's expansion eastward, but this ignores the fact that America had deliberately misled and taken advantage of Russia's trust, acting in
what they do. They break their promises. I will never stop saying it. I'm like Boris Yeltsin, Gorbachev, they made the worst mistake ever. They trusted a white American person. Like, do not trust these people. They're not capable. Yo, I'm not trying to be mean, huh? I know sometimes it can sound like I'm being mean. I'm not being mean. I'm a realist, right? They are not capable of keeping their words. Listen to me. If a white American person, especially a white American man, made a promise to you, when I tell you they're going to spin the block on that promise, you're going to be like, what the heck? Oh, we just put it in writing. You know, in a lot of places, when a man says a thing, they trust you because they think, okay, you're a man. Why would you lie to me? Because that's how they do business, not American people. Because in our culture, I can say whatever I want. If you don't have it in writing, oh well, too bad, so sad. Because it's a very dishonest people. Whereas like most places, you shake hands. If you said, okay, I'm going to do this, and you shake somebody's hand, they're like, okay, why would you deceive me? You have not met white Americans. They will take that shit back. They'll look at you dead in the face like, I never told you that. I never told you that. You're like, what? What do you mean? You were at my house yesterday. Me at your house? I don't even know you. There you go. How do you call it? Denial plausibility? They have a term for that. They're always denying stuff. But they told these people, if you agree to do this, we're going to respect these borders. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Anybody that has trusted a white American ended up dead. Gaddafi, they told him, don't enrich uranium, we'll take care of you. They killed him. Right? Like he said, like the man said, Rand Paul said, even with Osama bin Laden, they were like this. The way they're like this with Bibi, they were like this with Osama. They're evil.
Bad faith and damaging American-Russian relations. There's a saying that you're only as good as your word, and America had broken theirs. Russia may have taken the expansion of NATO more lightly if it weren't for another major event in 1999, the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia.
The first bombing of its kind in NATO history. On March 24, 1999, Western nations carried out their threat against Serbia and began the biggest military conflict on Serbian soil since World War II.
This was the first time NATO used military force without the approval of the UN Security Council, and thus international legal approval. This showed that NATO would operate not only as a defensive alliance, but an offensive alliance that had no problem bombing sovereign states it disapproved of. Russia observed all of this and never forgot it. Even the famous Russian writer Alexander Solzhenitsyn decried the action, saying, NATO has proclaimed to the whole world, might is right. Those who are strong are always right. He added that it was the destruction of a beautiful country in full view of humanity, while civilized governments applaud this. Not only Russia, but many countries across the world opposed these actions by NATO. It was a serious departure from what NATO claimed to stand for, and people would not quickly forget this. As Russia was reeling from the 1990s chaos, in the year 2000, Vladimir Putin became president of the country. Putin began implementing policies very different from his predecessor Yeltsin. He led economic and criminal reforms, including a crackdown against many of the worst oligarchs who had looted Russia in the 90s. Boris Berezovsky, who had bought up Russian media outlets during shock therapy and bragged about how his clique of 7 bankers controlled over 50% of the economy, fled Russia to Britain in fear of a criminal investigation. Yegor Gadar, the prime minister architect of shock therapy, fled Russia to Ireland and later Ukraine. Those who didn't or couldn't flee, like Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who had bought majority stakes in Yukos Oil Company during the looting, was thrown in prison for 10 years. Keep in mind, he was the richest man in Russia at the time. Putin's crackdown and reversal of shock therapy was the biggest transformation in Russian politics since the fall of the Soviet Union. As the 2000s progressed, the 90s were left behind and the Russian economy and standard of living improved. Life expectancy rose, drug and alcohol abuse fell, and the economy grew. President Putin enjoyed enormous political power and an approval rating of over 80%. You might think that American politicians would be happy that a country in chaos, suffering immense hardship, had successfully recovered itself, but it was the opposite. Despite these successes, distrust between the United States government and Russia only grew. When a new Chechen separatist war broke out in August 1999, the American state openly supported the rebels. The foreign minister of the Chechen separatists, Ilyas Akhmedov, was allowed to visit the US State Department. But even with this American support, Russia successfully put down the revolt and reincorporated Chechnya as part of Russia. It was a major military victory for Putin, and only increased his popularity. Now, let's quickly review. In the decade after the Soviet Union collapsed, America had supported shock therapy policies that demolished Russia's living standards, given moral support to Chechen separatism that often involved terrorism and the death of thousands of Russians, engaged in an offensive war against Yugoslavia without the approval of Russia or the United Nations, and had expanded NATO despite telling Russian officials it would not do that. Despite all of this, when 9/11 happened, Russia still declared full support to the US in fighting terrorism. America didn't seem to care about this gesture of goodwill. In 2004, NATO underwent another round of eastward expansion, this time taking in the Baltic states, Romania, and several other Eastern European countries. In 2005, President Putin complained to American diplomats, "You Americans need to listen more. You can't have everything your way anymore. We can have effective relations, but not just on your terms." In February 2007, he delivered a dramatic speech in Munich where he protested the continuous expansion of NATO.
It turns out that NATO has put its frontline forces on our borders, and we continue to strictly fulfill the treaty obligations and do not react to these actions at all. I think it is obvious that NATO expansion does not have any relation with the modernization of the alliance itself or with ensuring security in Europe. On the contrary, it represents a serious provocation that reduces the level of mutual trust, and we have the right to ask, against whom is this expansion intended?
Throughout the 2000s, a new trend began to emerge in Eastern Europe, America backing so-called color revolutions across the region. One of the first of these color revolutions occurred in none other than Ukraine in 2004. This revolution was known as the Orange Revolution. Its goal was to topple the pro-Russian government at the time and install a pro-NATO one. Does that sound familiar? Sources like The Guardian note in 2004, the campaign is an American creation, a sophisticated and brilliantly conceived exercise in Western branding and mass marketing that, in 4 countries in 4 years, has been used to try to salvage rigged elections and topple unsavory regimes. The Guardian was writing in favor of these color revolutions, but in doing so admitted that they're creations of the American government and are used to topple governments it doesn't like. Nevertheless, in 2004, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine succeeded in bringing the pro-NATO Viktor Yushchenko to power for 5 years. The success of the Orange Revolution set the precedent for future regime change in Ukraine. But that wasn't all. In 2003, the Georgian government was also overthrown by a US-backed color revolution known as the Rose Revolution. Like in Ukraine, it threw out a government that was friendly to Russia and installed one that was pro-NATO. Between 2003 and 2008, the US began...
Sorry, you guys, I got Maverick. He's crying. But do you see how they are? So the Ukrainian presidents, they talk about democracy. The people of Ukraine have always voted for presidents that are friendly to Russia. Because, you know, Ukraine, Russia, it's the same people, man. They're cousins. Like, it's the same people, right? America said, no. We don't like the fact that you're voting for presidents that want friendly relationships with Russia. Because white Americans cannot stand to see two brothers in peace. They have to go start some foolishness. So they kept doing coup d'etats after coup d'etats until they found a puppy, an idiot, a puppet, Zelensky. And we should all know Zelensky used to do movies for Netflix. Okay, so he was pro-America. He was westernized. He wanted to be famous. He's a lawyer, but he's an actor. He did a lot of movies for Netflix in Ukraine. So this is it. This is the same country that pretends to care about democracy, the will of the people. People have made their choices. Just like Rand Paul said, in Palestine, they had elections. The people voted, the people chose Hamas. But they only like the democracy where you pick people that they like. So it's not, you see, these white Americans, it is never about democracy for the sake of real democracy. No. They want a democracy where you pick the people that they like. So if you vote for someone to be in power that is pro-America, pro-bastardize the country, let me take all your natural resources, then yes, that's the kind of democracy they love. Put a man in place that worships America and that will do whatever we tell him to do, right? It's the same thing with Israel. I stopped playing the videos. I didn't know I was going to get some copyright stuff because it's Frontline, right? This is Rabin. Prime Minister Rabin, he wanted a two-state solution. He didn't hate Muslims. He didn't hate Palestinians. He said, yeah, we can live together. We can live peacefully. America said, what? Peacefully? Britain said, what? Peacefully? Because they always intended to steal oil from the Middle East. This is what they do. They're bad people. They preach virtues, respect, free markets, democracy. They talk all that goofy shit here in America. They don't believe in any of that shit. White Americans love to talk about ideals. Not living up to those ideals, they don't care to do that. They don't have integrity. They do not have integrity. So what happened was America stood behind Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, because he's hateful, he's divisive, he's a quote-unquote nationalist, he's a Zionist. Prime Minister Rabin, he was calm. With a man like that, the Middle East would have been calm. They don't want a calm Middle East. They want crazy Zionist refugees who think everybody's coming for them. And then they go and tell the Arabs, oh, you know, they want to kill you. So that way everybody buys weapons from America. It's very disgusting. America can't make money if there's peace in the world. They have to start wars. White Americans don't know how to make money without starting war. We have all the they have all these weapons. They need to sell these weapons. People need to die. People have to die. If people don't die, these white Americans don't make their profits. They don't get their bonuses. They don't make their shareholders rich. It's all about making money. They will kill anybody. So yeah, at the start you say, oh, Israel, the Jews are evil. White Americans are even more diabolical. Because none of this would have happened without America. If America had never intervened, everybody by now would have settled down in Israel. They'll all be friends. Like, you know what is what it is. But America doesn't want peace in the Middle East. They have to destroy everything and everybody. Just like I'm pretty sure, you guys, if we really had the money, like these Beyonce people, them Jay-Z people, if we really had that kind of money, I promise you, we could have done a study to really see what is the root cause of gang violence in Chicago. You're going to see it's white people. Because ask yourself, where are these young people getting these guns in the first place? And I'm pretty sure if you told these young people to turn their guns in, you will see these are American-made guns. These are guns made by white Americans. So ask yourself, how did these guns find themselves in the hands of these black children? It's all by design. They bring poverty, they bring drug addiction, they bring prostitution, they bring gang violence. That's what they do. They will find any beautiful people. Before you know it, they're going to turn everybody into a crackhead. It's like, this is who they are. I'm not trying to be mean. They just bring bad stuff to people. You can't prosper around white Americans. You just can't prosper. So this is what they did. And they supported Bibi because they did not want the Middle East to be peaceful. Right now, they threw out, I forgot his name, the guy from Syria. They kicked him out. Do you know who's in charge of Syria right now? It's a guy from Al-Qaeda. So it's like they don't really care about terrorism as long as terrorism benefits them. They don't have an issue with ISIS. If they can use ISIS to topple someone they don't like, they'll do it. They don't care. They are the ones who have radicalized these crazy-ass Muslims. Not all Muslims, right? But the ones who are crazy, they made them that way. Do more of that shit. Go crazy. Do this. Here are the weapons. Here's the money. And that's why we have USAID. That's what USAID is for. They pretend that they want to help poor countries. They want to have reading programs. No, it's money laundering. This is how they finance terrorism. It's through USAID. That's why they didn't want to shut down USAID, because that's how they pay for their foolishness. They pay for militias. They pay for killers, shooters, shot callers, you name it. That's what USAID is for. It's to destabilize the world. And they put a bunch of money there to cause all kinds of foolishness in anybody's nation they don't like. And anybody who says NATO says America. Like, though you saw Trump was complaining because these Europeans are now quote unquote paying their dues for NATO. They don't really want to because they don't care about going to war. Europeans have had their fair share of war. The people are tired. They are tired. The French are tired of going to war. Germany is tired of war. England is tired of war. They don't see the value of taking 4% of their GDP to buy weapons. And they're right. It's not a priority because we don't need to live in a world where people need all this weaponry, right? But Americans need to sell their weapons. So now they're applying pressure on these Europeans to allocate 4% of their GDP towards buying American weapons. They don't want to kill people. So they have not been given their money. And good for them. If America wants to kill people, they need to pay for this stuff. But that's what they do. So this man right here, he was stabbed. Let me finish playing this video because I had to stop because of Maverick, because he was suffering.
Rabin responded with his own rally. More than 100,000 supporters singing of peace.
So now ask yourself, what happened to these people? Now, and you see, and this is why I say, like, it's really important because the kind of Zionists we have over here will make you think that all Jewish people are alike. They're not. There are some very peaceful people in Israel. There are very peaceful Jews. They've always been very peaceful Jews in Palestine. Throughout the world, you've had peaceful Jews. Even the Hasidic Jews, they're quiet. They don't bother people. It's Zizi. It's the Zionists. They're like, these are the demon people. But you see, look at Prime Minister Rabin. He has his rally. Nobody's screaming. Nobody's burning anything. Nobody's, making gesture to make people feel unsafe. They're quiet. You see, that's class and decorum. But because most white Americans descend from rednecks, right? They only gravitate towards ratchet culture. If you're ghetto, if you're ratchet, if you're vulgar, white Americans will have your back because they're a bunch of rednecks. They're low class. They're low down and they're low class. Compare and contrast right? So it goes to show there were a lot of people in Israel at the time who also wanted a two-state solution. And those people don't have a say-so. And I'm sure these are the people that Charlie was referring to when he said that they were going to come outside and protest against Benjamin, because he's very toxic. He is seriously toxic. And I'm sure the reason why these white Americans went along with October 7th, even though it's nonsensical, because they themselves don't want Bibi to go. They love Bibi because he's a bloodthirsty bastard. He's a fucking demon, because they're demons. They could topple Bibi if they really wanted to. They don't want to, because he's evil. He's the right man for the job. He's the right man for all kinds, for like maybe they probably want World War III, these people. And he's the right man for the job because he's very hateful. Rabbit, he was not going to go along with this stuff because he's a peaceful man. And the people that he spoke to, very classy, very demure. And unfortunately, these are not the Jews that we get to see here in America. We are infested by Zionists. And I want to make that clear. The people that we want to get rid of are Zionists. Zionist people, they're bad. They're really bad. They're terrorists. They're not good people. They're supremacists. They are extreme. They are incredibly extreme. Even right now in Israel, like all the Jews who are protesting, they kidnap those people. They disappear. They beat them up. Because and they know they're going to get away with it because America only supports violent people. Okay? This is a very evil nation. Very peaceful.
Then, as Rabin was leaving, that's him coming down the ramp. The man in the blue t-shirt approached. 3 shots from behind.
The Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, the architect of the Middle East peace process, has been assassinated.
So all of a sudden, the man who wanted peace is dead. When you oppose the plans of the Zionists, you go bye-bye, you go night-night. The only thing about Minister Rabin, he should have taken these deranged bastards seriously. He should have worn a bulletproof vest. He should have taken that shit seriously. He should have taken that. When you're dealing with deranged white supremacists, you have to take this stuff seriously. They are batshit crazy. They're fucking deranged. Kill this poor man in front of his wife. And I'm like, don't this sound like what just happened over here? Okay. And who's attached to it? Bibi. This is how he moves. This is what he does. Anywhere there's hatred, division, unaliving of people who disagree with him, he's always there. He's always there. He's an evil man.
Assassin, a right-wing Israeli Jew, Yigal Amir.
Truly shocking news from the Middle East tonight. Israel's Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin has been assassinated.
Evening spent dreaming of peace turns into a national nightmare.
Outside the hospital, the crowd began to chant, Bibi is a murderer. The sign says, Bibi, Rabin's blood is on your hands.
An assassin has taken yet another world leader away from us. It was just after the biggest peace rally in Tel Aviv.
Rabin's widow blamed Netanyahu for contributing to her husband's death.
The assassination of Yitzhak Rabin has also produced shock in the Palestinian community.
And said so on worldwide television.
Your husband pointed the finger at Mr. Netanyahu and said, you must stop this incitement. Yeah. To what extent do you blame Mr. Netanyahu and the Likud for what has happened?
I do blame them. In a rally in Kikar Zion in Jerusalem that showed him in the uniform of a Nazi. So Mr. Bibi Netanyahu, now we can say from here to eternity that he didn't support it and didn't agree with it, but he was there and he didn't stop it.
Netanyahu's close advisor at the time vehemently disagrees.
The attempt to pin
Is he? And that's what they do. Just like Charlie Kirk, just like Nick Fuentes, that's what they do. They're not going to go pull the trigger. Of course not. That'd just be so damn stupid. But they will say enough things to have a dummy crash out. Like when Nick Fuentes says, oh, we deserve revenge. We need our revenge. When Matt Walsh says, oh, we need justice. Justice for what? The dude is he's being detained. Like what the what? Right? This is what they do. They say it because they know they have a bunch of stupid people, uneducated people, hateful people, supremacist people who follow their every word, and they don't think critically. They don't pray, right? And one of them fools gonna do something that you want him to do. So yeah, you didn't pull the trigger, but indirectly you pulled the trigger because you manipulate the mind of the weak, your goofy ass trolls. You manipulated their minds, and they went and they did something so heinous. Okay. So Mrs. H said, so there are 250 American legislators in Israel. It's called the 50 states. One is, you see, this is our U.S. Congress. All they do is go to Israel and bang their head against that wall while wearing these yarmulkes. This place is so corrupt. They're so corrupt. Okay. Oh, we need our revenge. This is what they did. So they killed him. And then after that, they went and killed Yasser Arafat because they don't want peace. And that's the thing. These white Republicans, white nationalists, Christian, whatever they call themselves, okay? They don't like peace. They like war. And that's why Charlie Kirk said he's a decalogue. He's more focused on the Old Testament because, yeah, it's all about killing people. You kill people, and you keep killing more people. It's disgusting. How many people are you going to kill? They don't care. There's no number. They will keep killing people. These people are sick. These are sociopaths. They are truly, truly sociopaths. Like Bibi, if he was a regular person, they would classify this man as a serial killer. He's so dangerous. He will get life in prison and he'll be confined to stay in there by himself. He is so deranged. He is seriously deranged. And they went and found the most deranged man, the most Islamophobic, the most racist, the most vile, the most goofy Polish man they could find. And it's like, yep, you're going to be in charge of Israel. And we'll back you. We'll give you money. We'll support you. This, and that. This is orchestrated chaos by white Americans. And they don't get to blame all this on Israel. They don't get to blame all this on Bibi because Bibi is a nobody. They made him just like they made Zelensky. That's what they do. They're diabolical.
On him. The murder of the prime minister is a cheap political propaganda trick that was taken by his political opponents, mostly from the left, in order to delegitimize Netanyahu as a political public and to delegitimize the positions of Likud in the Israeli open political debate.
Do you see why I told you, Elena, this is what I told you, this reparation stuff. And for these people, the black people who talk about reparations, for them to not understand the severity of the U.S. Congress completely being besieged by the Zionists, it's not a joke. They live, they breathe, they work, they do everything they do for AIPAC. They don't care about the American people. Our Congress belongs to Israel. They do whatever Israel wants because they get money back too. They make money that way. I'm sure if they give Israel $300 billion, some money comes back to that. So they give it to Israel and then Israel sends the money back. It's money laundering. That's how they get rich. So they have a vested interest in writing the biggest checks possible to Israel because they're going to get the money. So that's why I think it's very silly to sit here and talk about gang violence in Chicago when our entire treasury is getting depleted. Okay. That money they give to these people, it's money laundering. I'm gonna give you 300 billion, and then you bring me back 100 billion. It's money laundering. They're laundering money. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like this, that's why I said to sit here and to tell black people, oh yeah, we deserve reparations. We're gonna get reparations. Even white Americans don't even know how to get their country back from freaking Israel. Like the state of affairs is very, very serious. It is serious. It's very serious. It is very serious. It is very concerning. All they do is go to Israel. They wear the yarmulke, and there's this wall. There's a certain wall in Israel. They just go there and just bang their heads. They bang their heads. I'm like, what? Or like, what is this? And these are people who claim to be Christians. They're lovers of money. Exactly. They're lovers of money.
As the nation mourned, Bibi Netanyahu faced the political consequences of Rabin's death. The American ambassador says they spoke about it the day before the funeral.
I remember Netanyahu saying to me, look, look at this. He's a hero now. But if he had not been assassinated, I would have beaten him in the elections.
You see how he talks? And then they want you to believe that it's not possible for him to have unalived Charlie Kirk. You see this? He said, oh, it's a good thing he died because now he'll be more famous than me. Who thinks like that? Right? So like me, I'm supposed to sit here and believe that he had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk being pew-pewed. Yeah, right. He did this before. This is how he moved. And you know the thing about serial killers, okay, because he's a serial killer. They always kill the same way. They move the same way. They don't, because it's the brain. It's the human brain. It's hard to change, huh? This is what he does. This is what he does. He kills you, and then he finds a way to take over your name, take over your brand, take over your message, and things like that. But can you imagine you have this man killed, and he's like, oh, well, he's lucky he got killed because if he had been alive, I'd have been more famous than him. This is some crazy shit. These are sick people.
Then he would have gone into history as a failed politician. Netanyahu was thinking, well, politically, he was on the ropes before he was assassinated.
They killed you, and they think they did you a favor. Let's get back to our thing about where's my